Who could have imagined that humanity would one day be reduced to headless monsters in the realm of the undead? In this dark necropolis, mountains of corpses and seas of bones stretched across the land. 300 kilometers to the left lay the rotting grounds, where putrid flesh piled high and zombies wandered aimlessly among the decay. 500 kilometers to the right stood the ghost forest, where vengeful spirits and phantoms lingered endlessly, accompanied by howling winds. Sandwiched between these two domains was the vast sea of white beneath, a place where mountains, earth, and streams were all constructed from countless years of accumulated skeletal remains, with old and new bones interlocked, some as hard as iron, while others crumbled like rotten wood. Under the black sun hanging high above, in one corner of the pale bone sea, over 100 skeleton soldiers had gathered to rest, with several more swaying skeletons standing guard on the perimeter. But these bobbing, sluggish bone frames could hardly manage basic self-preservation, let alone proper surveillance. Expecting them to detect enemies? One might as well hope for enemies to walk straight into their trap. Leading this 100-strong skeleton squad was a skeleton wizard, a creature capable of casting necromantic spells with intelligence slightly higher than ordinary skeletons. Beside the wizard sat a skeleton soldier with yellowed bones, wearing tattered armor and wielding a broken iron sword. Most bizarre of all, this skeleton soldier had no head. Above its severed spine was nothing but empty space, while dark mist swirled within its chest cavity, revealing faint green ghostly flames. This was because an undead soul essence resided in the ghostly fire within the chest. As long as these flames remained unextinguished, even if torn into 108 pieces, they could still return from death. Gu Erdan silently surveyed his surroundings. Over 70 first-tier skeleton cannon fodder, about 20 rare skeleton archers, and the remaining second-tier skeleton guards protecting the wizard's flanks. These skeleton guards had condensed bone armor and weapons, making both their defense and offense formidable. They could fight human soldiers to a standstill, far superior to the cannon fodder that would be wiped out by mere militia. In real combat, taking on 10 opponents wouldn't be an exaggeration. As for the skeleton wizard, it was a standard third-tier entity. Unfortunately, its third-tier strength was somewhat inflated in direct confrontation. It might not even defeat a second-tier skeleton guard. The wizard earned its third-tier reputation and became the most feared monster in the undead hierarchy solely through its skeleton resurrection ability and unstoppable power that could transform any corpse into a first-tier skeleton, continuously replenishing forces. This made skeleton wizards natural undead leaders. If left unchecked in graveyards, they could strip ancestral burial grounds clean in the blink of an eye. Return a few months later, and you might find your ancestors wielding bone clubs as enemy minions, waiting to greet you at the family reunion. One individual becoming a catastrophe. This was the terror of skeleton wizards. If not for their limitation to resurrecting only first-tier weaklings, unable to threaten major cities, they would have long since advanced to higher tiers. Gu Erdan compared the strength of both sides while looking down at his own yellowed, scrawny limbs, forcibly suppressing the impulse rising in his heart. He had once been a proud human being. Who would have thought that upon waking, he'd become a headless knight? No mount, no armor, no strength, just a yellowed skeleton frame and a broken iron sword, the ultimate degraded version. The only thing he shared with genuine headless knights was the absence of a head. When he first awoke to discover his missing head, Gu Erdan felt only despair. Looking down further to find that even his second head had vanished, he completely broke down. If not for a strange voice suddenly echoing in his mind at that crucial moment, offering him one last glimmer of hope, his undead career might have ended before it even began. The Systema Transmigrator's golden finger. Gu Erdan possessed one too, but his system was particularly special. While other systems came with predetermined abilities ready for activation, his evolved according to his desires. Since Gu Erdan refused to remain a wage slave and yearned to rule as king, the system, thoughtfully, evolved into the Skeleton Lord system. Name, Skeleton Lord system. Energy, 947. Ability, consume energy to enhance undead creatures. First to second tier requires 10 points. Second to third tier needs 100 points. Fourth tier 1,000. Fifth tier 5,000. Sixth tier 10,000. Seventh tier 50,000. Eighth tier 100,000. Ninth tier 500,000. Evolution to Undead Lord equivalent to human heroes or demon kings requires 1 million energy points. Undead Lord evolution to Undead Monarch equivalent to demigods or demon lords needs 10 million energy points. Undead Monarch evolution to lesser deity requires 100 million energy points. Beyond that lay middle-tier deities, upper-tier deities, main gods, and creator gods, with increasingly outrageous energy requirements for enhancement. What troubled Gu Erdan most was that this system could only enhance soldiers, not himself, and he had no way to guarantee his soldiers' loyalty. In other words, if he accidentally cultivated an ungrateful traitor, he would be doomed. It has been over 3 months since Gu Erdan awakened. These 3 months have been more torturous than lying in a coffin. Especially during the first 7 days, he practically crawled along the ground of the sea of white bones, ducking into ruins one moment, only to be hunted down by skeletal dogs, sheep, and cattle the next. Even passing skeleton soldiers would chase him with their broken blades. As Gu Erdan flailed his brittle, yellowed limbs, he cried out in his heart, "We share the same roots. Why must we torment each other so?" Unfortunately, these creatures had so little brain matter they couldn't even count their own bones, let alone understand any concept of skeletal solidarity. The reason was devastatingly simply was too weak. In the undead realm, weakness is the original sin. Newly resurrected skeleton soldiers already lack intelligence and prefer to follow their instincts. Gu Erdan's frame was so emaciated it could serve as a specimen display, his bones weathered to a sickly yellow. Even among first-tier skeleton soldiers, he was the weakest of the weak. Rather than chopping him down, others might as well invite him for soulfire ribs. Identity card. Name: Gu Erdan. Race: undead. Tier: first-tier skeleton soldier, weakened version. Ability: First Circle Undead Spellbone Regeneration consumes soul energy to rapidly regenerate undead skeletal structure. Combat assessment: First-tier skeleton soldiers are trash, and you don't even deserve the trash part. This was his entire arsenal. Weakened physique, brittle bones, and a bone regeneration spell he could never cast fast enough in combat. Any random rookie crawling out of the ground could grind him into powder. Logically, if he could recruit just one undead minion, he could snowball from there. But again, weakness remained his original sin. Who would follow a waste whose bones snap at the slightest touch? The consequence of failed recruitment was being sawed into kindling on the spot. He nearly lost a unknown fight against a skeletal dog, which shows just how shattered his confidence had become. Reality stared him in the face. He was utterly worthless. If any ordinary skeleton soldier faced this kind of starting situation, they would have given up long ago, retreating underground to await their next resurrection. But Gu Erdan was different. Lacking a head didn't mean lacking brains. Since he couldn't win fights, he would latch on to someone powerful. He spent 3 full days hiding among bone piles and soul mist, finally settling on his target, the skeleton wizard he now followed. Skeleton wizards always strutted through the sea of white bones with swagger, surrounded by hordes of skeletal followers, fighting in groups that were too troublesome to tackle, yet their own soul fires were pathetically weak. After the exhausting effort of cutting down a massive crowd, you'd only get a bunch of first-tier soul fires in return. No one with sense would risk it. Though wizards were classified as top-tier third-rank undead, their soul fire intensity barely scraped the bottom of the 3rd tier. The strong found them unprofitable, the weak couldn't defeat them, so following in a wizard's wake became the smartest and safest choice. Gu Erdan had another reason for tagging along with this particular wizard. The guy could resurrect skeleton soldiers. This guy has so many underlings surely sneaking in, and recruiting just 2 for myself wouldn't hurt, right? If I could just get 1 minion, Gu Erdan would soar to new heights. He'd take off and show everyone what he's made of. Gu Erdan was determined to infiltrate the skeleton wizard's army, but his method was nothing like the typical stealth infiltration one might imagine. He knew perfectly well that if he tried to disguise himself as an ordinary skeleton in the ranks, his scrawny bone frame would inevitably land him in the front lines, as cannon fodder. Going up meant death. Not going up also meant death, pure suicide. So instead, he chose the most straightforward approach, walking directly up to the skeleton wizard, introducing himself, and volunteering his services. The opportunity wasn't hard to find. A skeleton soldier had a broken left leg and could barely move. Gu Erdan raised his hand and cast bone regeneration, but rather than foolishly burning soul fire waiting for the leg to slowly regrow, he simply picked up a suitable piece of bone from the ground, pressed it against the break, then activated the spell to instantly fuse the 2 bones together. This way, the consumption dropped dramatically while efficiency skyrocketed. As for whether that bone actually fit properly, what did Gu Erdan care? He was responsible for setting bones, not customer service. With this skeleton version of healing, he quickly earned himself a title beside the skeleton wizard bone doctor, specifically caring for the elite troops, 1st-tier mutant skeleton archers, and 2nd-tier evolved skeleton guards. His treatment materials were equally improvised. Whenever an elite was missing parts, he'd drag over a cannon fodder skeleton, hack off whatever was needed, and attach it with perfect precision. However, while a doctor's status was high, it was still far from being the skeleton wizard's right-hand man. What truly secured his position was his intelligence, which was practically off the charts compared to the other skeletons. He wasn't some military genius. In fact, he only knew retreat from the 36 stratagems, but compared to these low IQ bone frames, he seemed like a top-tier strategist. Gu Erdan set up a simple, lure the enemy deep trap, followed by capture the leader, sacrificing over 40 cannon fodder to draw away the enemy's main force, then personally taking down the opposing 3rd-tier skeleton general and presenting both its soul and ghostly fire with his own hands. The skeleton wizard was immediately delighted and promoted him to trusted confidant. During rest periods, Gu Erdan could be seen sitting casually beside the wizard, not just ordinary skeletons, but even skeleton guards rarely got to approach this close. But while his position had risen, his mood hadn't improved. Gu Erdan finally realized his earlier calculations were completely wrong. Following the skeleton wizard was indeed safe, but precisely because there was a big boss in charge, he had no way to recruit his own underlings. For skeletons, the logic was brutally simple. If you're stronger than me, I'll follow you. If you're weaker than me, I'll hack you down. Things like reading the room or assessing the situation simply didn't exist. These guys didn't even have the concept of fearing death in their heads. Apart from the advanced guards that the skeleton wizards had painstakingly cultivated, Gu Erdan could command all the other skeleton soldiers at will. However, he only held command authority, not true ruling power. The skeleton wizard could elevate him to second in command with a single word, and he would be second in command. But if the wizard ever revoked that order, these expressionless skeleton soldiers would immediately tear him to pieces. Against this, Gu Erdan was powerless. During the 2 months following the skeleton wizard, he participated in dozens of battles. Small-scale operations were most common, hunting down scattered skeletons that had just been revived and hadn't yet grouped together, or chasing dogs and sheep up hillsides, capturing cattle and slaying horses. They had also fought several major battles. The first real fight was against 2 third-tier skeleton generals. Those hotheads, relying on their numbers, insisted on fighting the skeleton wizard to the death. It was in that brutal battle that Gu Erdan truly shone, earning him his current position. Since then, they had encountered packs of mutated second-tier skeleton dogs and seas of first-tier skeletons that had instinctively gathered into hordes, leaving behind piles of bones after each battle. The team suffered losses in every battle, yet their combat strength remained stable. The reason was simple: there were as many skeleton soldiers as needed. The only thing the wizard truly cared about were those skeleton guards that had evolved with great difficulty, and the archers that appeared purely by chance. If ordinary skeletons were wiped out completely, he wouldn't even furrow his brow. Logically, the skeleton wizard could easily amass thousands upon thousands of skeleton hordes. That was where their true terror lay. Yet now they maintained only a small squad of just over 100, and the root cause was geographical. In the mortal world, wizards could intimidate undead below their level, especially skeletons they had personally revived. But in the undead realm, undead were everywhere, and high-level undead might pass by at any moment. If the skeleton wizard indiscriminately created minions, the next time they encountered an opponent slightly stronger than him, these skeleton soldiers who submitted purely on instinct might immediately switch sides. The upper limit of precise control was exactly 100. As for truly encountering powerful undead far stronger than him, such beings could devour 100 small skeletons with a single gulp, making defection utterly irrelevant. After a brief rest, the wizard used spirit fire to reattach the broken bones, and the 100-strong skeleton squad formed ranks and set out once more. 20 skeleton soldiers walked at the front, responsible for reconnaissance and pathfinding, though everyone understood that their greatest purpose in leading was merely to draw enemy fire and buy reaction time for the troops behind. The other skeleton soldiers following behind formed a protective circle around the skeleton wizard, with skeleton archers and skeleton guards occupying the most crucial positions. These 2 types of skeletons were the wizard's trump cards, only about 30 in total, but they were his most precious elite forces that he couldn't bear to lose. Gu Erdan, also positioned in the center of the formation, was distracted at the moment. Over the past few months, he had discovered that his current strength was insufficient to recruit any undead, so he had secretly been brewing a more direct plan: rebellion. The plan was simple: find an opportunity to eliminate the skeleton wizard, devour his undead soul fire, and take over his elite subordinates. While skeleton guards were difficult to advance, he had the skeleton lord system. What was truly rare and precious were the skeleton archers, ranged variants of first-tier skeletons. Wild archers could occasionally be found in the wilderness, but they fought alone with crude archery skills and were usually wiped out clean by the next day. It had taken the skeleton wizard over a year of hard work to accumulate fewer than 30 archers, showing just how difficult the mutation process was. As for the skeleton guards, there had originally been far more than the current number. From the fragmented accounts of several loose-screwed skeleton guards, Gu Erdan had pieced together an old incident. The group had once experienced a rebellion. At that time, a high-intelligence skeleton guard had secretly evolved into a third-tier skeleton general and led a nighttime surprise attack on the skeleton wizard. Both sides fought fiercely until both were severely wounded. Although the wizard suppressed the rebellion, he also lost most of his forces. A year ago, this 100-member squad had been entirely composed of guards and archers, nothing like the current depleted state. After learning this inside story, Gu Erdan finally understood why he was being mistreated. The skeleton wizard had learned his lesson and naturally didn't dare allow his subordinates to build independent power again. Gu Erdan wasn't naturally ungrateful. If the skeleton wizard had given him even a little resources, he would have been happy to leave the wizard a good position even if they went their separate ways later. But reality was, first, the wizard wouldn't give him even a single direct subordinate. He couldn't even get ordinary cannon fodder skeletons. Second, he wasn't allowed to absorb soul fire, leaving him with the same withered yellow bone frame after 2 months, ready to fracture at the slightest exertion. The wizard clearly only wanted him to remain a medic for life. If killing undead didn't provide extra energy for his system, Gu Erdan wouldn't even have his current reserve of nearly 1,000 points today, might still be at zero. Since the wizard showed no benevolence, he couldn't be blamed for showing no loyalty. The soul fire in his chest cavity rotated slightly as he secretly glanced toward the center of the formation. The skeleton wizard rode a skeleton horse, looking down from above, particularly conspicuous. Gu Erdan couldn't help but fantasize how satisfying it would be if an archery master suddenly emerged from the grass and blew off that white bone head from 1,800 meters away. Unfortunately, high-tier range skeletons were virtually extinct in the wild. A third-tier skeleton general suddenly charging out was theoretically still somewhat possible. The formation advanced through the ghostly grass. This vegetation that grew wildly on death energy was extremely lush in the undead realm, but now it rustled ominously without cause. As soon as the disturbance occurred, the skeleton soldiers immediately panicked. Some charged toward the sound source by instinct. Others followed the wizard's prior instructions to prepare for defensive clustering. The formation instantly became chaotic with this advance and retreat. The skeleton wizard was furious, raising his staff to knock twice on his mount's skull. Thunk, thunk. Gu Erdan understood immediately and quickly retreated into the formation to command the battle array. However, before the formation could fully reorganize, a dark mass of skeleton soldiers emerged from the distant grass, roughly estimated to be no fewer than 200 to 300. Behind this surging tide of white bones, a skeleton general with one missing arm, wielding a white bone battle axe, strode toward them. Seeing the approaching figure clearly, Gu Erdan couldn't help but smile inwardly. Well, an old acquaintance had arrived. It was none other than the skeletal general he had once ambushed and nearly chopped into bone fragments on the spot. 3 months ago, this general had originally been traveling with another companion, but one was hacked to pieces and turned to dust instantly, while this one had an arm severed and fled in disgrace. Who would have thought that in just 3 months, it would rally over 300 skeletons in return for revenge, clearly bent on settling the score. Over 300 bone frames came charging in chaotic formation, with the one-armed general blazing with fury at the rear, yet Gu Erdan showed no fear whatsoever. In these 3 months, he had witnessed far grander scenes. This rabble wasn't even worth his attention. Fire! With a thunderous roar, the 20-odd skeleton archers beside him released their bowstrings simultaneously. The bowstrings formed from black energy vibrated violently as bone arrows cut through the air in arcs, raining down into the skeletal horde. Ordinary skeletons were ridiculously fragile to begin with. An adult could break their legs with a single kick. So how could they possibly withstand such weapons? The sound of cracking echoed continuously as masses of white bones scattered instantly. Logically, skeletons with their hollow frames should have decent resistance to piercing weapons. But the problem lay with these particular arrows. They were carved from the archer's own mutated ribs, straight as spears, and exploded upon impact. The bone arrows shattered into pieces, dark necromantic energy erupted outward, and the accompanying bone fragments scattered like tiny shrapnel. While the explosions themselves had limited killing power, they were enough to treat the fragile skeletons like brittle porcelain. Once hit, they either collapsed into scattered bones or lost arms and legs. The first volley of arrows concluded, directly felling over 30 skeletons. Those that had limbs blown off but continued crawling on the ground, stubbornly pressing their charge forward, were equally numerous. Watching this cannon fodder that crumbled at the slightest touch, Gu Erdan shook his head repeatedly. From the calendars and books he had scavenged from corpses, he had long since read the assessment undead creatures were considered trash within their tier, and skeleton types were pathetically weak. When hundreds or thousands of skeletons appeared in the countryside, they were usually easily eliminated by militia squads from nearby villages and towns. A single isolated skeleton posed less threat than a guard dog. However, though their bones were brittle, the undead feared no death, and this charging momentum was still quite intimidating, especially with their overwhelming numerical advantage. No more than 3 volleys in battle. Just as the second arrow volley ended, the white bone torrent had surged to the front lines. The remaining 200-plus skeletons crashed thunderously into the defensive line under the skeleton wizard's command, and amid the sounds of cracking bones and howls, the battle immediately became deadlocked. In fact, skeleton soldiers had far more mutated varieties than just archers. Those wielding shields, axes, swords, and spears were everywhere. However, their weapons were fragile and their frames pitiful. Apart from the skeletal archers who had somewhat upgraded their arsenal, the other varieties held no training value whatsoever. No one even bothered to classify them properly. They were all simply called skeleton soldiers. At this moment, 2 skeletal forces wielded an assortment of weapons, clashing together in chaotic battle as bones and dust flew through the air. Gu Erdan raised his hand expressionlessly and waved. Upon receiving the command, the skeletal archers immediately snapped off pieces of their own ribs, knocked them to their bowstrings, and with a resonant twang, the bone bows vibrated as bone arrows tore through the air and plunged into the tangled mass of skeletons. The bone arrows shattered upon impact, exploding into clouds of bone fragments that scattered like white rain, causing rows of skeletal frames to crash to the ground. This was truly indiscriminate shooting. Even though their own soldiers were equally covered by the arrow barrage from behind, those hollow-skulled skeleton soldiers continued their death struggle against the enemy, or rather, they simply had no concept of what retreat meant. After 3 waves of arrows, fewer than 100 of the nearly 300 skeletons remained, and the vast majority belonged to the opposing force. Seeing the remaining skeletons charging toward his side with clattering bones, Gu Erdan unhesitatingly retreated 3 steps and ducked behind the skeletal wizard. He knew full well that if someone on the other side had awakened an undead talent like throwing and decided to hurl him as a living target, he'd be finished on the spot. Better to hide first. Just as he took cover, the remaining skeletons crashed head-on into the skeletal wizard's guard unit. Ordinary skeleton soldiers couldn't even match a common strong man, but while skeletal guards were at the bottom of the second tier, they could still exchange over a dozen blows with second-tier human experts. The moment both sides clashed, the sounds of crack and thud from shattering bones rose and fell. Some shattered against shields, others were chopped and smashed to pieces by battle axes and longswords. In the blink of an eye, over 20 of the 100-plus skeletons had fallen, and at this rate, they'd be completely wiped out within a minute. These skeletal guards were the close combat aces that the skeletal wizard had painstakingly cultivated, and also his trump card for survival. But just as the battle reached its peak, a roar filled with soul-deep fury thundered forth, sending the frontline skeletons flying with tremendous force. Then, a massive skeletal frame over 8 feet tall and missing one arm charged forward, wielding a giant bone axe, a one-armed skeletal war general. Bang! The giant axe struck a skeletal guard head-on, shattering both shield and arm instantly. Just as the guard tried to rise, the war general kicked him flying, sending him crashing through several archers in the rear ranks. The war general's entire skeleton gleamed with a jade-like luster. Incredibly hard, the guard's weapons could only leave shallow scratches on him, neither breaking through nor hindering his movements. After consecutively sending 3 guards flying, the skeletal war general advanced menacingly, charging straight toward the skeletal wizard, clearly intending to capture the leader first. The ghostly flames in the skeletal wizard's eye sockets flickered violently as he gripped his bone staff tightly, preparing to face the enemy. As for Gu Erdan, who had originally been hiding behind him, that fellow had long since fled. He wasn't about to put himself in harm's way. What if the enemy mistook him for a small fry and split him in half with an axe? Twang! The bowstring vibrated as over 20 bone arrows flew straight toward their target, instantly striking the skeleton general, who was charging forward with great strides. The explosive bone arrows shrieked through the air, completely disregarding the skeleton guards who were currently engaged in combat with the skeleton general. The skeleton wizard clearly preferred to sacrifice pawns to protect the king. This was the most prudent, yet most ruthless choice. The bone arrows exploded against the skeleton general's chest, scattering bone fragments everywhere. 2 unfortunate skeleton guards were instantly shattered to pieces, while the remaining guards were left with missing limbs, their weapon-wielding finger bones flying in all directions. The skeleton general, who bore the full brunt of the impact, was violently lifted off his feet and sent flying backward. When he crashed to the ground, not a single bone in his body remained intact. Just as he tried to struggle to his feet, several thick, long bone spears dove down from above, precisely piercing through the gaps in his shoulder blades, femur, and spine, pinning him to the ground. The spear lock technique. Months ago, Gu Erdan had used this very move against another skeleton general and successfully killed him, but now the skeleton wizard had perfectly replicated it. Skeleton joints were naturally wide, and once a weapon became lodged in them, they could no longer generate any leverage, leaving the victim completely helpless. Roar! The pinned skeleton general thrashed wildly, but only caused pebbles to tumble from the ground. At that moment, a mass of pitch-black mist churned before him. The skeleton wizard raised his staff high, ghostly flames rolling at its tip, quickly condensing into a crystal-clear bone spear that gleamed with cold light. Whoosh! The bone spear shot forth. Third circle necromancy spell, Spear of the Dead. This was the skeleton wizard's signature technique and his most powerful killing move. The previous skeleton general had died under this very spear. This spell excelled in penetration but consumed enormous amounts of soul fire. The skeleton wizard could cast it at most 3 times per day. If the target were agile, they might dodge it with quick movements. However, the current skeleton general was firmly pinned down, making him the perfect target for the Spear of the Dead. Crack! The bone spear pierced through his chest, the explosive impact instantly severing his spine. Ribs and sternum scattered like rain as the skeleton general was literally blown in half. Yet the skeleton wizard didn't relax, swinging his staff down again as a second spear of the dead whistled forth, aimed directly at the upper torso that was still dragging itself across the ground, trying to crawl toward him with one arm. Boom. The upper body exploded, the general's skull separating from his neck bones and rolling to the skeleton wizard's feet with spiderweb cracks. The wizard lifted his foot and stepped down, firmly pinning the head that was still gnashing its upper and lower jaws. Soul fire flickered frantically in the hollow eye sockets, but it was already too late. Gazing at the wreckage beneath his feet, uncontainable joy surfaced in the skeleton wizard's eyes. Another great harvest. Absorbing soul fire from beings of the same level would allow him to evolve rapidly. At this rate, he would soon break through the third-tier barrier and ascend to become the legendary fourth-tier skeleton archmage. When that time comes, he was about to undergo a complete transformation. What had once been a small group commanding only 100 or so skeletons was about to explode into a 1,000-strong force, truly becoming an army. The skeleton wizard reveled in these future prospects while trampling the shattered skull of the skeleton general beneath his feet. At that moment, the skull suddenly jerked upward. Its bone-white jaw snapped open with a click, and ghostly green flames danced wildly in the depths of the cranium as black mist rapidly condensed into a fist-sized orb tui. Second circle necromancy, spell spite breath. Bang! The black orb exploded, its vicious impact tearing off the skeleton wizard's entire lower leg, sending bone fragments flying. He instantly lost his balance and crashed to the ground with a clang. From his position on the ground, he found himself staring directly at the remaining head of the skeleton general. The general's broken skull opened its maw once more, new black mist compressing rapidly, as if ready to devour everything in the next second. The skeleton wizard felt his soul leap in terror. I'm going to die. Bang! The second black orb tore through the air, grazing past his skull and leaving a charred mark on the top of his head. In this critical moment, it was Gu Erdan who rushed forward, grabbing the wizard's remaining leg and dragging him bodily out of the blast zone, saving his head. The moment he hit the ground, the skeleton wizard had already raised his hand, his bone finger pointing viciously at the general's broken skull. Third shot of Spear of the Dead. Fire. Boom. The skull shattered into pieces, black flames and bone fragments dancing through the air. The high-quality third-tier soul fire tumbled and gathered in the air, radiating intense temptation. The surrounding skeleton soldiers and skeleton guards all froze in unison, their bone frames trembling slightly, their instinctive greed almost uncontrollable. If not for their fear of the skeleton wizard's power, these undead would have already torn each other apart in a frenzy. The skeleton wizard snorted coldly, and with a trace of soul-deep pressure, all agitation instantly died down. With Gu Erdan's support, he quickly used secret arts to reattach his severed limb and repair the cracks. The leg that had been blown off was naturally donated by an unlucky skeleton soldier no one cared about its fate. The wizard stood up leaning on his staff, hurried over to collect the third-tier soul fire into his bone ring, found a shadowy corner to sit cross-legged, and began greedily absorbing it. As for Gu Erdan, who had saved his life, he was completely ignored. Well, not completely ignored. Before beginning his absorption, the wizard issued a command. Go treat all the injured skeleton guards. Then he assigned 2 skeleton soldiers as his assistants. Gu Erdan understood perfectly. These weren't assistants, they were supervisors. The moment he dared reach for any soul fire, the 2 bone frames would immediately stop him. Fine, 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 you win. He thought bitterly, but didn't dare disobey. If the wizard died, he'd likely be torn apart by the other skeletons. Gu Erdan grudgingly directed one skeleton soldier to collect bones, fit them together, and reconstruct ligaments. He could only command one at a time, while the other kept a close watch on his every move. As he worked, his foot accidentally kicked a skull that had rolled across the ground. At the light sound of bone, he suddenly froze completely, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The skull beneath Gu Erdan's feet was nothing special. Its cracked cranium bore a gaping notch where someone had hacked it with a blade. A faint soul fire flickered dimly through the fissures, proving it hadn't completely perished. To Gu Erdan's eyes, this glimmer represented the opportunity he'd been desperately seeking. Though he no longer possessed a heart, he could distinctly feel his chest cavity pounding as if blood were coursing through his bones once more. He had conceived countless strategies for getting started and devised various plans for recruiting minions, but the skeletal wizard's tight surveillance had killed most schemes in their infancy. After careful consideration, only this one approach remained both feasible and safe. Gu Erdan looked up, first confirming that the skeletal wizard was completely absorbed in collecting distant soul fires and had no attention to spare for this clearing. Then he turned to survey the area. That dim-witted skeleton soldier was busy gathering bone fragments, bent over with his back turned. Of the 3 guards originally assigned to watch him, only the bone frame pressed close behind him remained. A heaven-sent opportunity. Without hesitation, he twisted his ankle and used his toe to flick a thigh bone onto another pile of remains, then stomped down hard. Bang! The other end of the thigh bone catapulted up like a seesaw, striking the unfortunate skeleton soldier, following behind squarely in the crotch. On any normal day, the surveillance duty would have fallen to a skeleton guard with much higher defense. Such a petty trick wouldn't have fazed them at all. But today, with all the skeleton guards wounded, they'd hastily substituted this common foot soldier, giving Gu Erdan his chance to strike. The bony-on-bone impact rang out crisply. Before the skeleton soldier could regain his footing, Gu Erdan had already stepped on the bone and kicked sideways with tremendous force. Crack! His target was forced into an exaggerated split and tumbled backward. However, the soldier reacted quickly. Within a second of hitting the ground, he propped himself up on his hands and fixed his gaze on Gu Erdan, clearly remembering the skeletal wizard's surveillance orders. After scanning the surroundings and finding nothing amiss, the soldier shakily climbed back to his feet and resumed his position behind Gu Erdan. Just as he looked down to check his joints for cracks, Gu Erdan's skull suddenly snapped around with a sharp click, rotating a full 180 degrees. The loosely hanging jawbone and the weak soul fire remaining in the skull cavity stared silently at the skeleton soldier, who froze on the spot. Gu Erdan's heart lurched. He quickly grabbed his head and wrenched it forcefully with a grinding creak, twisting it back to face forward. Steadying his still trembling skull, he pretended nothing had happened and continued moving ahead. The skeleton soldier behind him looked utterly bewildered. Something seemed off about the figure in front of him, but he couldn't pinpoint what. One head, two arms, everything appeared normal enough. Meanwhile, Gu Erdan gripped his skull tightly to prevent another unwanted rotation. After confirming that the skeleton soldier behind him wasn't charging forward to yank off his head for inspection, he finally breathed a secret sigh of relief, his taut nerves relaxing slightly. Excellent. He'd finally obtained his first windfall from that stingy skeletal wizard. Time to soar to new heights. Like a dragon entering the sea, growing bigger and stronger, achieving new glory. His glorious life was just around the corner. Gu Erdan pressed one hand against his head while casting bone regeneration magic across the ruins littered with broken bones. Ghostly white magical light flowed through the cracks as severed arms and legs snapped back into place with clicking sounds. The damaged bones of the skeleton guards were instantly restored to perfect condition. Bones were much simpler than flesh, and blood just aligned the fragments. Inject magical power, and the cracks would heal automatically. The entire healing process was completed quickly. The newly restored guards immediately began cleaning the battlefield, collecting all the spoils of war while unceremoniously pushing Gu Erdan aside. On any other day, he would have cursed loudly and secretly remodeled these guys' faces in revenge. But today, he remained unusually silent, simply supporting his head as he found a corner to sit down. After confirming no one was watching, he suddenly twisted hard crack and actually pulled his own head off. The skull fell into his palm, its teeth chattering up and down as if trying to bite him. Gu Erdan looked at this broken skull, finding it more pleasing the longer he stared, and lowered his voice to speak gently. Little brother, you're down to just a head, and I'm just a broken bag of bones. We're two peas in a pod, the pot calling the kettle black. How about we form a little team? I've already thought of a name, Northeast F4. Since I'm a bit smarter, I'll reluctantly be the big brother. Just call me Wu Yinzu from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, the skull suddenly snapped at him. Gu Erdan's eye socket twitched. These brainless idiots. They even dare to gnaw on me. He suppressed his anger and continued persuading. Fine, you don't have to be my little brother. We can be equals. We're both fallen bones in this world. How about we become sworn bone brothers? The response was still the same clack clack of chattering teeth. Then let's follow the Peach Garden oath. We don't ask to be born on the same day, month, and year, but we pray to die on the same day, month, and year. The skull continued thrashing about. Gu Erdan stamped his feet in frustration. Boss, how about you be the big brother, and I'll be the little brother? Will that work? The response was still clack clack. His anger finally exploded. With a low growl, he dug a hole in the ground with his bare hands, stuffed the skull into it, leaving only half the crown exposed. Then with a crack, he broke off one of his own ribs, made an orchid finger gesture, and used it as a hammer. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Emptiness is form. Form is emptiness. Beauty is but a skull in the heart. Today, Big Brother will give you a Shakyamuni haircut, hoping you'll convert to Buddhism soon and understand the benefits of being my little brother. Namo Amitba, Namo Amitba. The tapping sounds continued rhythmically. The commotion attracted nearby skeleton soldiers and guards who came to investigate, but they only saw half a skull cap poking out from the scattered white bones. They completely failed to notice the buried head and left one by one. The battlefield fell silent again, with only Gu Erdan still holding that rib bone, tapping away persistently and relentlessly, trying to persuade his little brother to reform through this method. As the saying goes, nothing is impossible for those who persevere. Heaven indeed rewards the diligent, and after more than an hour of relentless pounding that left his bone hands nearly numb, Gu Erdan finally saw his chance. The skeleton soldier, whose skull was now dented and battered beyond recognition, clearly realized that another beating would mean true death. The aura emanating from between its bones completely softened, and it obediently lowered its head. A wave of submission from the soul washed over him, causing Gu Erdan's entire skeletal frame to rattle and clatter. He reached out and inserted his hand into the skeleton soldier's hollow eye socket, his fingertips touching the cluster of ghostly blue soul fire. In the next instant, the soul power belonging to the skeleton soldier surged through his finger joints into Gu Erdan's body, merging with his own soul fire. At that moment, he felt as if he had been hurled to the clouds, his soul trembling violently. With pleasant melodies even floating through his mind, electric-like tingling sensations coursed through his entire body with a deloilu sound, nearly causing him to convulse on the spot. Gu Erdan vigorously shook his bone frame and pressed the skull back onto his neck. Unlike the previous struggles, this time the skull was as docile as a domesticated cat, completely submissive. Soul Covenant, a common method of subjugation among the undead, simple in procedure yet deadly. Force the opponent to surrender a strand of their soul fire, then devour it with one's own soul fire, thus gaining control over their life and death, able to scatter their soul with a mere thought. Gu Erdan had signed such a covenant with the skeleton wizard, essentially handing over his life. Yet the wizard still treated him as an outsider, guarding against him at every turn, which ignited the spark of rebellion within him. Expecting a horse to run without feeding it grass would still result in deadly kicks, let alone from someone already dead. There were only two ways to break free from soul shackles. 1. Find a high-level undead far more powerful than the Covenant Master to forcibly break the pact. 2. Cultivate one's own soul fire to match or exceed the Master's power, then obliterate the devoured soul fragment. Neither path was realistic for a first-tier skeleton like him. Knew no high-level undead, and reaching the third tier was impossibly distant. But he had the Skeleton Lord system. If he couldn't advance himself, surely he could cultivate his subordinates? As long as his minions were loyal and strong enough, they could eliminate the skeleton wizard in no time and restore his freedom. With his mind made up, Gu Erdan cheerfully began assembling a body for his newly acquired subordinate. The sea of white bones had no shortage of bones, but lacked completeness. Many bones crumbled at the slightest touch. Still, having a frame was better than having none. He crouched and busied himself among the bone piles for about 10 minutes, occasionally dodging his companion's gazes, and managed to complete his first subordinate just before the skeleton wizard finished absorbing the soul ghost fire. White bones and yellowed old bones were interwoven in a patchwork, creating an exceptionally conspicuous figure. Looking at this assembled artwork, Gu Erdan stroked his chin with furrowed brows. After much hesitation, Gu Erdan finally gritted his teeth and spent several energy points to enhance this fellow. The moment the system activated, wisps of energy dark as ink yet resembling soul flames burst forth from his chest, swirling toward the makeshift skeleton soldier before him. Wherever the energy passed, the originally dull yellow and brittle bones were thoroughly cleansed, cracks gradually healing as the bone structure became increasingly solid. When the last trace of energy was exhausted, a pristine white skeleton soldier without a single flaw stood before him. Gu Erdan cautiously maintained a 3-meter distance and first pulled up the system panel to check. Name: Skeleton Soldier. Grade: Peak First Order, on the verge of advancement. Skills: First Circle, Undead, Spellbone, Armor, Condensation. Combat Power: could probably beat a dog now, maybe. After reading the attributes, he nodded with satisfaction. His decision to only push the creature to peak First Order was entirely deliberate. Once a subordinate's strength exceeded that of their master, given this skeleton soldier's pitiful intelligence, it would likely choose to rebel. Even at the same level, the soul contract would theoretically become void, and if the creature harbored rebellious thoughts, it could crush his soul fire fragment. Fortunately, low-level skeletons naturally lacked the ambition to revolt, so as long as his authority remained intact, it probably wouldn't develop any treacherous ideas. To be safe, he picked up a rib bone from the ground and poked the skeleton soldier's head from a distance for quite some time. After extensive testing confirmed the creature showed no signs of hostility, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, my first subordinate has finally arrived. Excellent. He excitedly rubbed his hands together and began circling his new soldier while planning the next steps. The plan wasn't complicated, a snowball strategy. First establish an advantage, then use that advantage to create even greater advantages. While he currently lacked the ability to directly intimidate other skeleton soldiers, this peak First Order robust skeleton certainly had that qualification. As they say, the subordinates of subordinates are also one's subordinates. He would have his minion recruit troops and infiltrate the skeleton wizard's forces. Once the scale was sufficient, he could seize control of the skeleton wizard and truly become a free bone. The skeleton wizard absorbed soul fire with remarkable efficiency. In just 2 hours, he had regrouped and reorganized his army, once again embarking on aimless patrol. Whatever enemies they encountered along the way, they would charge forward in a chaotic assault until the opponents were hacked to bone fragments. Such was the law of the undead realm. Hundreds and thousands of undead perished daily, while tens of thousands of new undead awakened. The weak died, the strong evolved. As for the mountains of white bones beneath their feet, who could say how many had once been resurrected only to fall again? Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the skeleton wizard's forces had grown increasingly elite and massive. From a distance, a long dragon of skeletons marched in formation. 20 cannon fodder still led at the front as bait. Their bone colors varied between stark white and yellowed. Not far behind came the skeleton wizard, Gu Erdan, and the remaining elite forces, 7 skeleton guards and 14 skeleton archers, 5 of whom had snow-white bones and could advance at any moment. As for the reserve troops at the rear, they were uniformly pristine white, without cracks. The elite among first-order skeletons. These were the fruits of Gu Erdan's careful cultivation over the past half-month. All beginnings are difficult, but once he had his first subordinate, the second and third became much easier to obtain. Using his snowball strategy, he quickly gathered over 70 new followers. Though these creatures were merely subordinates of subordinates, at least they all obeyed him. Walking alongside the skeletal wizard, Gu Erdan discreetly sized him up. He could have stared openly at his opponent. After all, the skeletal wizard didn't even have a head, let alone visual organs. Yet Gu Erdan remained cautious, his fingertips clutching a fist-sized, damaged skull of indeterminate origin, while his heart felt weighed down by lead. To infiltrate, he had already used underhanded tactics to replace all the cannon fodder under the skeletal wizard's command with his own people. He had also quietly eliminated many of the wizard's trusted allies, significantly weakening his defensive forces. However, his opponent was ultimately a third-tier skeletal wizard. Although Gu Erdan's skeletal subordinates were bound layer by layer through pyramid-style soul contracts, getting them to turn against their master in direct confrontation would require the command of a third-tier undead. The power gap was undeniable, and even more deadly was the skeletal wizard's mastery of the Spear of the Dead. Once that thing transformed into a bone javelin and hit its target, he would probably be finished on the spot. A direct assault won't work, Gu Erdan calculated rapidly. He couldn't guarantee the first strike, nor could he be certain that his first-tier skeletal subordinates could defeat a third-tier enemy. The only way to break this deadlock was to force the skeletal wizard to exhaust his energy first. As his thoughts raced, he began listing possible strategies in his mind. A frontal assault was too dangerous, especially since his life was still in the opponent's hands. He had to weaken the skeletal wizard's combat effectiveness first, ideally by eliminating that personal guard unit, the second-tier skeletal warriors. Without meat shields to block attacks, a ranged mage would become as fragile as porcelain. Gu Erdan pulled out his crudely drawn map, its surface wrinkled from his rough handling, yet still showing the dense skeletal symbols and red circles he had marked. He searched for nearby hostile forces marked as dangerous, wondering if he could use them as pawns. The undead realm wasn't lacking in resources. The variety of corpses here seemed to have been transported from multiple planes. Dead objects that drifted in with the bodies were equally abundant. Broken spears, twisted gilded armor, even swords and clubs could be found lying around, though most were corroded beyond recognition. The tattered chainmail Gu Erdan currently wore and the half-rusted samurai sword in his hand were perfect examples. He had even seen a large wooden sailing ship from the World War I era atop a mountain of white bones, its mast broken, hull overturned, yet still standing majestically, creating a scene as bizarre as a horror painting. Over the past 4 months, he had wandered this desolate land without encountering a single living soul. He had, however, seen several corpses rotting at a visibly rapid pace. Through repeated observation, Gu Erdan concluded that the air in the undead realm was most likely highly toxic. Unless one was undead, any life or matter would be rapidly corroded. Otherwise, how could so many spoils of war and corpses pour in without a single living person surviving? How else could every weapon be rusted beyond recognition? After confirming all this, Gu Erdan looked down at his map. Taking up paper and pen, he began drawing circles and marks on the map. About 10 miles to the left lay a small canyon where skeletons revived much faster than elsewhere, occupied by a horde of skeletal horses that hunted the newly resurrected skeletons daily like a game of whack-a-mole. The herd was led by a third-tier skeleton horse king skilled at mass-producing its kind. Gu Erdan had encountered them 2 months ago, roughly 200 strong. The canyon was narrow and enclosed. Once the cavalry formed ranks and charged, their impact would be amplified infinitely, making any rash confrontation tantamount to suicide. He decisively crossed out this option. 5 miles to the right roamed a solitary giant skeleton, still juvenile judging by its frame, standing about 5 meters tall. When they last encountered it, the skeleton wizard had turned tail and fled without even a greeting, suggesting the creature's combat power likely exceeded the third tier. If the wizard chickened out and left his minions to take the hit, Gu Erdan would lose everything. Another rejection. He recalled the bone-armored mantises 15 miles behind them. These second-tier creatures specialized in decapitation strikes, surprise attacks targeting leaders. 2 months ago, their numbers ranged between 20 and 30. They completely ignored weak skeletons, seemingly retaining their hunting instincts from life, or perhaps deliberately acting as bait to lure suitable prey. Gu Erdan had once traversed their territory alone, only discovering the hidden danger when a second-tier skeleton soldier wandered in and was instantly shredded by over 20 bone mantises bursting from underground. He had fled 2 miles in terror before daring to stop. With his target locked, he tucked away the map, secured it to a rib bone with bone thread, then led his team in a subtle course correction, quietly circling around the mountain base before doubling back along their original route. The skeleton wizard remained oblivious. Though smarter than his peers, the wizard's brain capacity was still limited. As long as there were skeletons to kill and soul fires to devour along the way, he cared nothing for their destination. In fact, before Gu Erdan joined them, this force had been wandering within a 10-mile radius, instinctively fearing the unknown. Unless killed or achieving a breakthrough, most skeletons would never leave their native territory. After another day's march, Gu Erdan reached the area marked on his map and immediately ordered the troops to rest in place. He retreated to a corner, protected by several elite guards, and double-checked the terrain. A massive, incomplete bull skull embedded in the yellow earth, with 12 ribs jutting from the ground like towering stone pillars nearby. Further out, a plain wandered with nothing but first-tier skeletons, not a single second-tier among them. Every feature matched perfectly. This was definitely the place. Confirming the location, Gu Erdan excitedly stowed his map and stole a glance at the skeleton wizard, his fists clenching with audible cracks in the shadows. The burial ground was prepared. Now came the invitation into the trap. He immediately bent over, his face plastered with an obsequious grin, his tone utterly servile. "My lord, please step right in." Faced with Gu Erdan's sudden display of courtesy, the skeleton wizard remained unguarded. He couldn't be bothered dealing with this subordinate who frequently acted erratically. As long as the fellow could get things done and help train elite warriors, that was enough. As for advancement opportunities, not a chance. The reason was simple: this guy was too clever. The skeleton wizard's last, equally intelligent subordinate had once staged a rebellion that nearly finished him off completely. Having learned his lesson, the skeleton wizard, though slow, wasn't stupid, and naturally wouldn't give similar individuals a second opportunity. This was precisely why he had always forbidden Gu Erdan from devouring soul flames to grow stronger. During this period, the minions under Gu Erdan's control had gathered vast quantities of soul flames for him. Yet his bone frame remained yellowed because he converted all the flames into system energy rather than absorbing them himself. Gu Erdan knew well that any obvious changes to his skeletal structure would immediately alert the skeleton wizard to his secret activities, resulting in either intensive surveillance at best or being smashed to bone fragments at worst. Therefore, he resisted temptation and saved all his accumulations for today. The 100-strong force advanced in grand formation, but today differed from usual. Normally, they maintained tight ranks to prevent surprise attacks by powerful enemies, but today they gradually spread out, eventually forming an extremely loose fish-scale formation. The skeleton wizard noticed, but didn't think much of it. Gu Erdan's reasoning was perfectly logical. With only scattered first-tier skeletons wandering around, splitting into groups of 3 to 5 for hunting would be more efficient for quick cleanup, while dense formations would only slow them down. Gu Erdan followed beside the skeleton wizard while secretly maintaining several steps distance. He worried that once the bone mantises erupted into action, they might casually slice him up like roadside cannon fodder. If the skeleton wizard hadn't forbidden him from straying far, he would have preferred to flee thousands of miles away. Walking along, he adjusted his armor and pulled a helmet from his damaged backpack, putting it on. A single skull head dangled beneath the helmet. Fully equipped, he actually looked somewhat like an ancient soldier. Treading across the flat, grass-yellow bone sand plains, Gu Erdan glanced left and right, waiting until the main force reached the center of the plains. Boom, boom. The bone sand exploded as over a dozen bone mantises that had been lurking underground burst forth. Wielding massive bone scythes, they swept horizontally, instantly cutting down several skeleton guards and sending bones flying everywhere. The sudden ambush threw the skeleton troops into chaos. Outer skeleton soldiers continued their foolish hunting, while some of the defensive troops in the middle rushed frantically to provide support, and others simply turned tail and fled. Throughout the entire formation, only the 20 cannon fodder troops at the front performed normally, charging back with determination to try blocking the enemy. Such a pathetic scene left the skeleton wizard utterly bewildered. He had always been confident in Gu Erdan's military capabilities. How could a mere dozen enemies create such havoc? Why was his performance so abysmal today? With a dazed expression, he turned around, but Gu Erdan, who should have been standing beside him, was nowhere to be seen. What the skeletal wizard witnessed was only a corpse crashing heavily to the ground. A shattered dagger pierced through Gu Erdan's chest, its blade wedged tightly between iron armor and ribs, obscuring the view and making it impossible to tell whether it had struck a vital soul point. As the body hit the ground with limbs sprawled, the skull inside his helmet rolled out several meters, finally striking against rubble with his jawbone clattering off. From beneath the armor, a three-turtle bone-armored mantis emerged. It first stared blankly at the headless skeleton lying on the ground, then poked the jawless skull with its scythe-like claws, as if confirming that it had truly scared the opponent to death. Coming to its senses, it gazed at its gleaming sharp claws, trembling with excitement. Did I actually kill this guy the moment I appeared? Could I have unknowingly evolved to the third tier? At this thought, the giant mantis suddenly spread its wings wide, and a roar began brewing in its chest cavity with the faintest rumble. Whoosh! A spear of the dead sliced through the air, completely shredding its head. Shattered skull fragments and green slime splattered everywhere, and the mantis's unvoiced roar became a strangled gasp. Damn it! A hoarse and intermittent curse came from nearby. This skeletal wizard, whose intelligence far exceeded that of ordinary skeleton soldiers, stared at the remains with flames dancing violently in his eye sockets. Dying on me at such a critical moment? His timing couldn't be worse. I should have enhanced him earlier. The angry roar transformed into an invisible soul wave as the skeletal wizard attempted to regain control of the battlefield. However, he didn't know that the skeleton soldiers originally deployed around the area had been secretly replaced by Gu Erdan's subordinates. Aside from the 20 cannon fodder running back from the distance, plus his personal guard, very few remained under his command. Reform ranks. Everyone converge on me. He quickly switched tactics, raising his staff with authority. First circle spell skeleton revival. Broken bones twitched and reassembled on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, over a dozen new skeletons crawled up, spreading out to share the incoming fire. Second circle spell hand of death. His staff struck the ground with a dull thud, and countless translucent, withered hands emerged from the earth with chilling, ghostly energy, frantically grasping at every living thing's ankles, shells, and armor. The force wasn't particularly strong. Even an ordinary person could break free, but the sheer number was terrifying. One hand would latch on, and within the next breath, dozens more would swarm in, pinning the target firmly in place. Excelling at crowd control, while capable of precise elimination, this was the terrifying nature of skeletal wizards. The bone-armored mantises were held fast, their sharp scythes unable to strike. He seized the opportunity to raise his staff again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two spears of the dead pierced through skulls in succession, blasting two mantises' head shells to pieces. Immediately after, the soul fire within him dimmed instantly. With his energy depleted, he actually turned and pointed at a skeletal archer beside him. Bang! The blue-white soul fire in the archer's eyes exploded violently, and the shattered skull fragments transformed into rolling ghost fire that the skeletal wizard absorbed into his body like drawing silk from a cocoon. Brutal and decisive, yet extremely effective. With the energy conversion complete, he raised his hand to launch two more spears of the dead and added another wave of Hand of Death, once again suppressing the battlefield. When his soul energy was depleted again, he once more aimed his staff at another archer. Roars and screams rose and fell in succession. At this moment, Gu Erdan, lying among the corpses and feigning death, secretly observed the battle through gaps in his chest armor. He had originally thought that after subduing the mantis, the wizard would fall into desperate straits, but unexpectedly, his opponent had transformed into a mobile artillery platform, using cruel methods to consecutively kill several bone-armored mantises. Seeing the advantage shift, he frowned deeply. This won't work. At this rate, the skeletal wizard will definitely win. If he discovers I'm playing dead, I'll truly rest here forever. With this thought, he suddenly clenched his fists and issued commands through soul contracts. The surrounding skeleton soldiers who had been slacking off and watching the show, while waving their weapons suddenly had their soul fires flare up intensely, and they all turned to swing their blades in unison. Their target wasn't the enemy, but their comrades standing beside them who still obeyed the skeletal wizard's commands. More precisely, those skeletons who followed the skeletal wizard's orders and had even signed soul pacts with him. When facing a formidable enemy that seems impossible to defeat, one must first cut off their wings, sever their supply lines, and disturb their spirit before delivering the final blow. This tactical approach came naturally to Gu Erdan. The skeletal wizard was indeed a powerful adversary, but not so invincible as to be beyond challenge. Rather than charging in recklessly, it was better to strike at the opponent's lifeline first. Without hesitation, he commanded all his skeleton soldiers to assault the wizard's forces, chopping off all the wings before anything else. Initially, the skeletal wizard remained unmoved by his subordinates' deaths. After all, the dead were merely energy supplies in his eyes. But soon he realized something was wrong. The cannon fodder available for energy extraction was rapidly dwindling, and the spear of the dead's magical reserves showed obvious gaps. Meanwhile, the wizard's most trusted bone-armored mantises had been slaughtered to pieces, with only 2 or 3 barely clinging to life. While ordinary third-tier undead might have held their ground against the highly penetrating spear of the dead, their proud bone armor proved as fragile as paper. With the mantises retreating from battle, the conflict instantly devolved into pure skeletal melee. Dozens of peak first-tier skeleton soldiers swarmed forward, their spears, battle axes, and bone blades striking in unison against the wizard's skeletal guards. The latter's formation was torn apart, unable to parry effectively. Even worse, among the skeleton soldiers were 5 or 6 archers mixed in, each volley precisely felling a guard. If the guards fared so poorly, the wizard's own archers with their weak defenses didn't even have time to scream before collapsing. As losses mounted at a visible rate, the skeletal wizard, who had always prided himself on his intelligence, finally panicked. If all his brothers perished and his internal energy reached zero, he would be worse off than a wounded skeletal guard. Retreat. Must retreat. The moment this thought arose, he immediately commanded his remaining guards to form a wedge formation and forcibly break through the encirclement. Amid flying bone fragments, the guards used their bodies to block the overwhelming slashes and arrows, allowing the wizard to barely carve out an escape route. But the price was equally devastating. His once pristine white skeleton was now riddled with cracks and gaps, and even his bone staff had been split in two during the fighting. In such a wretched state, the skeletal wizard felt both furious and wronged. Since his creation, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Even when his former subordinates rebelled, he could still command with leisurely confidence. Yet today, he had been beaten to pieces by a group of first-tier skeleton soldiers. Why did they suddenly rebel? Who was commanding them from the shadows? And who silently replaced all my subordinates? Questions crashed one after another into his not-so-bright mind, causing even his bone joints to buzz with pain. Turning to look at the 3 remaining skeletal guards beside him, the skeletal wizard forcibly suppressed his rage and sighed inwardly. It seemed he truly had to start from scratch, but that was nothing was about to break through to the 4th-tier Grand Wizard realm. Once he successfully advanced, today's losses would be nothing more than a drop in the ocean. The skeleton wizard cast aside his broken bone staff, suddenly reached out, and brutally tore a rib from the chest of a nearby subordinate, casually inserting it into his own damaged section. The sharp bone spikes clicked and locked with his internal joints as he raised his hollow eye sockets and began searching for that healer named Gu Erdan. The next instant, he froze. That first-tier small fry had been casually crushed by the bone mantis early on. Now, the hard-won healer and strategist was dead, a loss that pained him even more than losing a skeleton guard. If only he had known, he should have strengthened that fellow slightly. Even just pushing him to first-tier peak and giving him some self-preservation ability would have prevented such an easy death. Had he been overly cautious? The skeleton wizard fled with several guards, not daring to pause for even a moment. As he ran, thoughts churned in his mind, but he suddenly noticed something unusual. In his soul sea, the healer's soul fire fragment remained intact, meaning the fellow was still alive. He abruptly stopped, excitedly turning to gaze back toward the depths of the battlefield. Not dead yet? What fantastic news! As long as he quickly revived a batch of cannon fodder and retrieved that clever fellow, with his tactics, they could surely devour those detestable skeleton soldiers. No sooner thought than done. The skeleton wizard waved his staff, channeling the necromantic energy that had just recovered in his body, reviving over a dozen cannon fodder skeleton soldiers in one breath, preparing to return to battle. However, as he was frantically summoning, the small bone mountain beside him suddenly exploded with a thunderous crash, the bones blocking the entrance brutally smashed open. Dozens of skeleton soldiers burst forth wielding weapons, their bones snow-white, their aura clearly at first-tier peak, obviously companions of that earlier group, lying in wait to ambush him. These skeletons instantly scattered his newly summoned cannon fodder, shrieking as they turned their blades toward him. The skeleton wizard had exhausted the last bit of energy in his body. He raised his hand to cast spells, but couldn't even perform the most basic resurrection technique. Amid a deafening clash, his raised hand and entire bone frame were swallowed by the surging tide of white bones. When a living person's intelligence met an undead brain, it was simply a dimensional reduction attack. The skeleton wizard had only been revived for less than 3 years, and the undead he usually encountered were either mindless or defective, with limited intelligence themselves. While Gu Erdan might not qualify as a top strategist, toying with such foolish bones was effortless. Over 10 minutes later, Gu Erdan, wearing a skull helmet, swaggered onto the battlefield leading a large force of skeleton soldiers. The carnage everywhere, the split-open bone frames, and the skeleton wizard's shattered remains made him nod with satisfaction. Was finally free and had gained control of his own subordinates. The skeleton wizard, the leader he had initially chosen, since they couldn't coexist, would become the first stepping stone beneath his feet. Walking to the front of the skeleton soldiers who had laid the ambush, Gu Erdan casually extended his palm, ready to receive the spoils of war. However, the skeleton soldiers ahead remained motionless, completely unresponsive. A quick scan revealed fewer than 10 remained. Against a skeleton wizard who could no longer cast spells, plus 3 physically damaged skeleton guards, over half had actually died? Were these idiots ramming their heads into the enemy's weapons? The more he looked, the more wrong it seemed. Suddenly remembering something, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately activated his system to scan them. The next moment, massive amounts of data appeared before Gu Erdan. Name: Bone Warrior. Identity: second tier undead, lower class. Skills: first circle spell Bone Hardening. Second circle spell Spectral Spear Throw. Description: if first tier skeleton soldiers facing adult humans were like dogs confronting people, then in front of second tier skeleton soldiers, the roles would be completely reversed. The attribute panel floated clearly in the air before him, and the soul flame deep within Gu Erdan's ribcage flickered violently. They had evolved. These creatures had actually evolved. This was bad. The ghostly fire swept across the battlefield through the gaps in his damaged armor, and he instantly understood what had happened. Most likely these skeleton soldiers had joined forces to eliminate the skeleton wizard. Then under the temptation of the third-tier undead soul flame, their instincts had overwhelmed their oaths, each wanting to claim the spoils for themselves. As for the scattered bones littering the ground, they were probably the result of their mutual slaughter. Now, 9 second-tier skeleton soldiers stood in formation blocking his path. Gu Erdan's mind buzzed as he quickly retreated, roaring, "Attack!" The moment the command was issued, the skeleton soldiers behind him showed no hesitation, drawing swords and raising spears as they charged toward the enemy. The newly advanced skeleton soldiers immediately grabbed their weapons to counterattack, and the undead who had once belonged to the same unit instantly began tearing each other apart. This was the way of survival in the undead realm. No family bonds, no friendship, no attachments, and certainly no trust. The weak obeyed the strong, but once the weak gained power, the strong would fight again until one side fell to the bottom or was completely shattered. The sounds of battle contained no flying flesh and blood, only scattered bone fragments. Skulls were severed and rolled aside with a crack, limbs were shattered and crashed to the ground with heavy thuds. The absorption of soul flames was far from a simple process. Downward absorption could be completed in mere seconds. Same level absorption often required several hours or even days. Upward absorption required both energy infusion and expansion of the soul flame vessel, making the process extremely lengthy. Therefore, despite these 9 skeleton soldiers having advanced to the second tier, their actual combat effectiveness was merely that of half-finished products. Gu Erdan commanded from the rear, with over a dozen of his troops surrounding and attacking a single enemy, quickly beating their opponent until bones cracked and joints flew apart. Meanwhile, he kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield, taking a full dozen seconds to identify his real target. That one. That guy right there. Oh my, the one with the scallion stuck in his head. No, I mean the one with the horn growing from his skull. He took my third-tier soul flame. Kill him and get my stuff back. At this moment, Gu Erdan was still fixated on the greatest prize of this battle, the skeleton wizard's premium soul flame. If he could use it to draw the skeleton revival technique and combine it with his skeleton lord system, wouldn't he immediately soar to new heights? Following Gu Erdan's orders, the skeleton soldiers began converging on that particular enemy. This guy could snatch the best spoils of war, so his strength was naturally beyond question. No one knew which clan he belonged to in life, but his skeletal frame towered over 2 meters tall, with arm bones as thick as another person's entire thigh. He gripped a massive bone axe in his hands and wore bone armor conjured by first circle magic. Every movement made him look like a rumbling war machine. Ordinary skeletons charging at him would fall in droves with a single sweep of his axe blade. Unfortunately, while his strength was off the charts, he lacked speed. When several skeleton soldiers locked his frame in place with spears and forcibly lifted him into the air, his rattling bones fell silent with a sudden halt. Crack! The horned skeleton's skull was severed by a sharp blade. A nearby skeleton soldier bent down to pick it up, reaching into the eye socket to extract the ghostly green flame. But instead of immediately handing it over, he cupped it in his palm, his gaze burning with desire clearly. The temptation nearly made him forget his position. Gu Erdan gave him no chance to rebel, charging over and snatching the ghost fire away, while giving the skeleton soldier's skull a knock. Get back to work. That shout sounded exactly like a ruthless capitalist's urging. The poor bone frame shuddered all over, clutching his weapon as he quickly dove back into the battle. Gu Erdan held the green flame formed by the fusion of the second-tier skeleton soldiers and skeleton mage's ghost fires, grinning foolishly like he'd found treasure. Without the slightest hesitation, he lifted his breastplate and stuffed the ghost fire into his empty ribcage. The next second, he shook like a sieve, the ghost fire in his chest suddenly flaring high, with green flames even spurting from the gaps in his armor. That bizarre melody exploded in his mind again. This bowl is big, delulu. Damn, it's got me making electronic music. This thing really lives up to being third-tier ghost fire. What a rush. Having never devoured such violent flames before, Gu Erdan was beside himself with excitement. However, the rebel skeletons around him who were fighting his skeleton soldiers suddenly turned in unison, their pale green ghost fires all locking onto him. A first-tier skeleton soldier actually touched something he has no right to claim. Kill him. Roar. Piercing howls rose one after another, and several second-tier skeleton soldiers even ignored other enemies entirely, charging madly toward Gu Erdan. Terrified out of his wits, Gu Erdan commanded his minions to intercept while desperately retreating to create distance. Most enemies were indeed blocked. But don't forget when undead advance in tier, they learn various sinister spells, including extremely obscure techniques. Just as Gu Erdan breathed a sigh of relief, there was a bang as the bone ground beneath his feet exploded. A second-tier skeleton covered in blade scars suddenly emerged halfway from underground, opening its jaws to bite his ankle. Second circle undead spell, Hellish Burrowing, allows high-speed movement through low-density materials in a near-spectral form. Holy shit! Gu Erdan reflexively kicked the thing back into the loose bone pile. After recovering his senses, he didn't dare linger, turning to flee while shouting, "Protect me!" But he overlooked one thing without precise orders. These brain-dead skeleton soldiers had no idea what restraint meant. Whoosh! 5 arrows carved from skeleton ribs shot through the air, striking precisely beside Gu Erdan, their shafts sinking completely into the sea of bones. The next moment, as Gu Erdan watched in absolute horror, explosions thundered forth. "You bunch of fools want to rebel? Are you trying to kill me too?" Gu Erdan rolled and dove for cover amid the explosive sounds of shattering stones and bone fragments, barely dodging the precise, yet equally dangerous rain of arrows overhead, then lifted his head and roared furiously. When he came to his senses, he saw that the skeleton soldiers who had originally intended to charge over as reinforcements were now scattered across the ground in complete disarray, some missing arms and legs, others completely fallen apart, and game over. Worse still, the main target of this arrow barrage, the white-bone warrior lurking underground, had also been hit, but thanks to his cover advantage and second-tier reinforced bones, he was only wounded rather than killed, and was now burrowing toward Gu Erdan from underground like a fish once again. One volley of arrows had not only failed to eliminate the enemy, but had also crippled all the reinforcements, leaving Gu Erdan terrified out of his wits. He wanted nothing more than to twist off those archers' heads, tie them to arrows, and shoot them all out, but it was too late to say anything now. The white-bone warrior crawled on all fours like some aberrant creature, and Gu Erdan took off running. He fled in front, while the white-bone warrior pursued behind, followed by a group of howling skeleton soldiers with bone spikes flailing wildly. Under the setting sun's dying light, the three groups engaged in a bizarre marathon across the white-bone plains. Skeleton soldiers don't get tired. To be precise, most undead have no concept of fatigue whatsoever. How could the dead get tired? Thus they fell into an extremely awkward stalemate. Gu Erdan absolutely dared not stop, fearing his fragile bone frame would be crushed on the spot. The white-bone warrior couldn't possibly stop before reaching his target, and the skeleton minions at the rear couldn't stop either, with those archers even wanting to launch another volley. Having nearly been turned into a sieve by the previous round of friendly fire, Gu Erdan didn't dare let them act recklessly again, shouting repeatedly to stop them. "Fire another arrow, and you'll all be buried with me." He even suspected this bunch might also want to eliminate him to usurp his position. Running in circles all the way, he covered more than 20 kilometers, only daring to draw circles within familiar territory, afraid that running in a straight line might lead him to encounter even stronger monsters. It wasn't until the black sun in the sky gradually dimmed and the entire land sank into darkness that his pace finally slowed, not from exhaustion, but because he had finally thought of a way to shake off his pursuers. 15 li ahead lay the white bone cliff. The flat, bone-white earth had somehow split open into a narrow, elongated fissure, with unexpectedly lush vegetation on both sides. Blood and flesh-devouring ghost cry vines coiled and twisted around the opening, their thick tendrils interwoven to naturally form several swaying vine bridges. With enough care, even living beings could step across them. But Gu Erdan wasn't planning to cross the bridge. He intended to jump off the cliff. Before nightfall completely descended, he sprinted to the cliff's edge, grabbed a thick vine, and leaped out without hesitation. His bone frame was naturally light, and with a powerful push off the ground, his entire body swung violently using the vine's elasticity, tracing an almost parabolic arc toward the opposite shore. Just as he launched himself into the air, the white-bone warrior who had been burrowing and chasing like a catfish also broke through the earth's layers and shot out from the cliff with a whoosh. While skeleton soldiers may have low intelligence, that doesn't mean they're completely brainless. They still retain basic instincts, climbing stairs, jumping off cliffs, and even grabbing vines to swing across. The bone warrior before him was doing exactly that, gripping a thick vine tightly and swooping toward the opposite side with a whoosh, clearly having no intention of letting this juicy target, Gu Erdan, escape. Midair, a gust of wind suddenly arose. The bone warrior looked up to see Gu Erdan making a surprise counterattack. The two passed each other in the air, with Gu Erdan smugly raising his middle finger and cursing, "Motherfucker." Ha ha ha. This was his plan, not to completely shake off the enemy, but just to buy himself 1 second. Once he got back to his skeleton squad, A single bone warrior posed no threat at all. Thinking of this, he looked toward the pile of bone minions at the cliff's edge, his eye sockets growing moist with emotion. Safety was within reach. Once he landed, if that bastard dared to follow, he'd have his minions chop him into 108 pieces. Using the vine's momentum, Gu Erdan charged toward the cliff top. Bang! He crashed headfirst into his skeleton minions, who were lined up in perfect formation, causing the skull ornament around his neck to spin twice. Both sides stared at each other in stunned silence before the momentum swung him back again. You idiots! Oh! Gu Erdan roared in midair, finally realizing what had happened. These morons hadn't left him even an inch of landing space. They were trying to get him killed, weren't they? Absolute imbeciles. On his second swing back to the opposite side, he passed the relentlessly pursuing Bone Warrior again. The Bone Warrior's eyes were full of confusion. Why was this guy coming back? Truth be told, Gu Erdan was just as bewildered. On his third approach to the cliff top, he desperately stretched out his feet, but still fell short by about a hand's width. Can't reach it. With his screams echoing, the vine's momentum was spent, swinging him back to the opposite side once more. Third time, fourth time, fifth time. The vine's arc grew smaller and smaller until it finally stopped in the middle of the cliff. Crack! With a deafening snap, the two hung suspended in midair, suddenly colliding with each other. Gu Erdan looked up into the Bone Warrior's cold, hollow eye sockets, feeling a chill shoot straight to the top of his skull. Just as he opened his mouth to make small talk and ease the tension, the skull ornament around his neck dropped its jaw with a clatter. What a coincidence. Ha ha ha. Have you eaten yet? Roar. The Bone Warrior had no interest in chatting. Its fangs snapped together with a crunch, instantly biting a dent into Gu Erdan's skull as he screamed in agony. Just as the Bone Warrior prepared to press his advantage, a whooshing sound arose in the distance. A large group of skeleton soldiers came swinging in on vines. Thud. Crash. Dozens of skeletons leaped over the two's heads one after another, releasing their grips without hesitation to dive bomb their targets. Their courage was off the charts, but their intelligence was lacking. Most overshot their target completely, falling into the abyss like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. The few that hit their mark either knocked Gu Erdan senseless or got kicked away by the Bone Warrior. The crackling sound of shattering bones continued incessantly. By the time the last crash echoed, Gu Erdan's carefully accumulated forces over half a month had been reduced from over 60 to just a dozen or so, all now hanging below the two on the vine. Gu Erdan watched as the Bone Warrior desperately kicked its legs, trying to shake off the skeleton soldiers below, and his eyes immediately lit up with an idea. He muffled the rattling sounds between his joints, crouched low against the vine, and climbed inch by inch upward, silently passing over the Bone Warrior's head. Just as the creature sensed movement behind it, Gu Erdan suddenly burst into action, leaping like a springing ape straight toward the vine bridge. His plan was simple. Reach the bridge first, swing his blade to cut the vines, and give this mad dog a free bungee jump without the cord. As for his minions hanging on the vines, they'd just have to fend for themselves. Being naturally lightweight, his climbing speed was astonishing. His finger bones tapped rapidly as the vines trembled all the way up. The Bone Warrior on the opposite side, once it noticed the anomaly, refused to be outdone and climbed frantically upward. After being entangled twice by the skeleton soldiers below, the creature simply yanked out one of its own ribs and sliced through the vine beneath its feet, like a blade with a sharp whoosh. The skeleton soldiers hanging on that vine had no time to scream, only producing crisp crack 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 sounds before plummeting straight into the bottomless abyss. The race continued. Gu Erdan still held the advantage, about to reach the bridge surface first. Seeing their leader charging ahead, his minions followed suit, climbing with both hands and feet. More than 10 skeletons hung on the same vine, creating a symphony of crack creak, stretching sounds. Halfway up, Gu Erdan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Something was wrong. He glanced down at his following troops, then at the vine trembling under the strain, cold sweat nearly seeping from his bone joints. After a moment of silence, he roared, "What the hell are you climbing for? What if the vine breaks? Idiots! How could a single vine bear the weight of over 10 skeletons?" The sound of progressive snapping was the clearest warning. Under his scolding, the skeleton soldiers below quickly froze their movements, afraid that one shake would send everyone to the afterlife. But the Bone Warrior acted as if it hadn't heard, excitedly using all 4 limbs to climb several meters past Gu Erdan. After climbing ahead, it seemed to hear the creaking sounds too, hesitated for a moment, then turned back, stopping at the same level as Gu Erdan. The two skeletons faced each other suspended in midair. The Bone Warrior showed no courtesy, gripping the vine with one hand while the other shot toward Gu Erdan's chest cavity, trying to rip out that soul flame entirely. Even cowardly as he was, Gu Erdan knew his life was at stake and had to raise his arm to block. So the two skeletons hung in midair, swinging single arms at each other with slapping sounds, bone joints colliding and sparking, yet neither could overpower the other. Perhaps even heaven found this farce too noisy. With a crisp crack, the vine on Gu Erdan's side could no longer hold, and an entire section broke away. He instantly lost support, falling with the vine and his followers. Unlike those dim-witted skeleton soldiers, Gu Erdan had intelligence and feared death even more. His survival instinct pushed to the extreme. He wildly swung his arms in midair, bang. At the critical moment, he actually managed to grab one of the bone warrior's legs. He clung to it with all four limbs. Seeing Gu Erdan hanging on his body, the bone warrior was first stunned. Then his eyes turned fierce as he swung his hand toward Gu Erdan's skull. But before his palm could land, Gu Erdan was one step ahead. He yanked off his own head and hurled it at his opponent with all his might. With a bang, the bone warrior's head snapped back. The soul fire in his eye socket's blazing bright light was clearly furious. Just a mere first-tier weakling dared to defy him like this. Seeking death. With an angry roar, the bone warrior immediately prepared to pull Gu Erdan up and tear him apart. But just then, a crisp crack came from above the vine in his hand. This familiar sound made both Gu Erdan and the bone warrior freeze instantly. Both stiffly raised their heads, and indeed saw that the vine's end had already broken halfway through. This vine was about to snap too. Silently lowering their gazes, Gu Erdan and the bone warrior fell into wordless silence for several seconds, until, legs shaking. Desperate leg shaking. The bone warrior's legs flailed wildly, trying to kick Gu Erdan off. Forget about soul fire, didn't want it anymore. Soul fire wasn't as important as his life. This second-tier bone warrior had definitely had his intelligence enhanced, understood priorities very well. Gu Erdan, swaying back and forth like a candle in the wind, desperately clutched the warrior's thigh, so terrified that his soul fire turned white. Don't do this. Brother. We're brothers. Give your brother a hand. The one above kicked frantically while the one below gripped tightly. The two were entangled at this moment, unable to separate for the time being. With their struggling, the vine broke faster and faster, clearly about to give way. That's why they say the undead are ruthless. Seeing that he too would be dragged into hell by this guy, the bone warrior suddenly exerted force and actually tore off his own thigh. As his left leg fell away, Gu Erdan, clutching the thigh, screamed and plummeted toward the bottomless abyss below, leaving only a trail of wails behind. We're brothers. Give your brother a hand. The bone warrior hanging from the vine finally breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the crisis resolved. But just then, a crisp crack came from above him. And then, with screams, the bone warrior clutched the broken vine in his hand and also fell toward the abyss below, leaving only half a vine hanging beneath the vine bridge, swaying in the wind. Gu Erdan, the bone warrior, along with over 60 skeleton minions, all jumped off the cliff. None survived. Turbulent currents crashed against the shore, and floating above the black river water were nothing but bone fragments. Another wave surged forward, washing large amounts of bone debris to the shore, where they became part of the endless bone coast. But this time was different from usual washed ashore with the coast. Besides numerous bone fragments, were several half-broken skeleton frames. The river water continuously receded, and among the scattered remains, a severely damaged skeleton hand suddenly stood upright. The four fingers above gradually closed, until only the thumb remained standing. This master is still alive. Cough. Gu Erdan's voice rang out. Now reduced to just half a body. Not only had his legs and pelvis disappeared, but his right arm was also missing. Miserable, couldn't begin to describe his condition. Without two legs, without one arm, plus his originally missing head off his 5 limbs, only one remained. Though his appearance was rather pitiful, Gu Erdan was still very happy because he had survived. He had successfully survived the fall damage from such a great height. This was entirely thanks to Gu Erdan's uniqueness. When his minions hit the water surface, their bodies were immediately shattered, especially their heads, which were directly smashed to pieces. Without containers, their soul fires scattered and they died instantly. Only Gu Erdan was different because he had no head. He naturally wouldn't die so easily. As long as his ribcage wasn't completely destroyed, he could still cling to life. Anyway, surviving is what matters most, so what if all my minions are dead? Smoke still lingered over the scorched battlefield, with shattered bone fragments and weapon parts scattered everywhere. Gu Erdan, left with only one skeletal arm, excitedly slapped the ground in rhythm, as if keeping beat for himself. Though the mighty past seems made of iron, today we stride forward anew. At worst, I'll just start all over again. With that, he struggled to stabilize his injuries first. The moment he turned around, something monstrous appeared before his eyes, a skull with half its cranium smashed, jagged bone shards protruding, and ghostly flames flickering in its eye sockets. Even more absurd, this broken skull was trying to bite, though most of its teeth had been knocked out, leaving it clicking helplessly without being able to clamp down. After staring for a while, Gu Erdan finally recognized it. Well, if it isn't my old buddy the Bone Warrior. Haven't seen you for a bit. How'd you get amputated down to just a head? Laughing heartily, he swung his remaining arm to smack the skull around. Unexpectedly, it suddenly lunged forward with a crack and actually bit off 2 of his fingers. Damn, still biting me in that condition. You've got guts. Just you wait. Gu Erdan roared, swatting the skull several yards away. He then cleared the debris and casually gathered scattered ribs, femurs, and vertebrae, skillfully beginning to reassemble them. Bones interlocked and ghostly fire fused them together in just 10 minutes. Anew, Gu Erdan stood upright. Using his bone regeneration technique, he flexed his shoulders and knees with crackling sounds, then walked toward the skull that was still stubbornly bouncing around on the ground. Picking it up and seeing it still desperately trying to bite, Gu Erdan grinned so wide his teeth showed gaps. Come on, let me show you how I build my fortune and start from scratch again. With that, he actually stuck the skull directly onto his own cervical spine, making his enemy temporarily serve as his head. With his new body complete, Gu Erdan rubbed his hands together excitedly. Though this battle had wiped out all his minions and seemingly returned him to the bare-bones state of his initial resurrection, he still had a third-tier soul flame sealed within him. Once he successfully absorbed it, he could immediately advance to a second-tier skeleton soldier. Then recruiting first-tier skeletons would be child's play. Upgrade them to second-tier, gather 100 or so to hunt down third-tier enemies, devour new soul flames to continue leveling up, evolve his subordinates further. Like a snowball effect, his power would only keep climbing. While others needed decades or centuries to cultivate masters, he only needed to focus on his own level. If Gu Erdan were a deity, as long as he had enough energy, he could create a divine army in minutes. If loyalty weren't a concern, he could craft a god right now. With his enemy's head perched on his neck and his body cobbled together from various bones, Gu Erdan began carefully observing his surroundings. Perhaps due to its proximity to the river, the number of skeleton soldiers here was pitifully sparse. At a glance, only a few scattered ones could be seen here and there. For Gu Erdan, this was exactly what he wanted at this stage. His primary goal wasn't to recruit subordinates, but to find ways to strengthen himself. The fewer skeleton soldiers around, the lower the risk of exposure. He picked what he considered a spot with excellent feng shui on the bone wall, swung his pale white claws, and began digging and scraping until he carved out a small nook in the wall that could fit his skeletal frame. Then he carefully lay down inside, gathered some bone fragments to block the entrance. In the blink of an eye, the lively skeleton soldier Gu Erdan had merged seamlessly with the wall. He remained hidden for a full 7 days. During those 7 days, he used his ghostly flames to temper his bones and cleanse his soul, finally breaking through the constraints of a first-tier skeleton soldier and advancing to the legendary second-tier cannon fodder. When he looked down at his jade-white bones, he was so excited he almost wanted to cry. If he still had a head, tears would surely have streamed down his face. What a struggle it had been. After nearly 4 months in this world, he was finally no longer the breaks at the slightest touch weakling, but had upgraded to it needs a bit more force to break weakling. Name: Gu Erdan. Host identity: second-tier skeleton guard lower class. Skills: first circle necromancy bone regeneration. Second circle necromancy basic bone strengthening. Passive description: congratulations. You have successfully evolved into an elite monster. Looking at his status panel, Gu Erdan sighed glumly. The randomly acquired second circle spell wasn't particularly impressive. While basic bone strengthening was a permanent passive enhancement good for survival, it couldn't compare to top-tier second circle spells, let alone first circle abilities like skeleton revival, corpse transformation, or poison witchcraft. Fortunately, this spell had upgraded versions: intermediate, advanced, and even the legendary Bones of Death, with hardness comparable to divine bodies, representing the pinnacle of skeletal abilities. Unfortunately, with random talent acquisition, those lucky enough to draw a complete set were few and far between. He tapped his humerus, producing a metallic clang. Enhanced by basic bone strengthening, his bone density now rivaled stone and steel, greatly improving his survival capabilities. Gu Erdan firmly believed in survival above all. Only those who could laugh last were true winners. After all, he was now an ageless, immortal skeleton soldier. Can't win in a fight? Then outlast them. Stack armor. Build defense. Let minions use the most vicious tactics. If the system wouldn't help him grow, he'd play it safe and steady turtle his way to victory. After completely absorbing the soul flames, Gu Erdan kicked out, shattering the bone wall and crawling from his hiding spot. But when he looked up, he froze. What should have been sparsely scattered skeleton soldiers were now densely packed as far as the eye could see, engaged in chaotic battle, with many second-tier skeleton soldiers mixed among them. Gu Erdan silently turned around, sat back in his pit, picked up those woven bone fragments, and sealed the entrance once more. What the hell was going on out there? Gu Erdan sat in the small pit, completely bewildered. He never could have imagined that in just 7 short days, such earth-shattering changes would occur outside. Only 7 days. He squinted and scanned the area, seeing bone-white skeleton soldiers packed everywhere across the ridges and Ravenisa dark mass stretching as far as the eye could see. A rough estimate put their numbers at no less than 10,000. Gu Erdan's heart pounded with unease. Had some nest of skeleton soldiers gotten lost during a massive migration and wandered here? Or had some skeleton wizard gone mad, working around the clock to resurrect an entire legion? But even if a wizard worked himself to death, it would be impossible to amass such a force in such a short time. Something was wrong, definitely wrong. He squeezed himself deeper into the crevice between bone walls, not daring to show his head, while angrily slapping himself twice. To be precise, those slaps landed on the enemy's skull he was currently wearing since the head wasn't his own. It didn't hurt his face, but made his hand sting. If only he hadn't absorbed that soul fire so recklessly like some nouveau riche back then. Taking it slow would have been so much better. Gu Erdan's ability to devour a third-tier soul fire with his mere first-tier skeleton soldier body wasn't due to exceptional talent, but rather his crude absorption method ignoring excessive consumption and energy overflow, caring only for speed. As a result, most of the third-tier soul fire was wasted, and he barely squeezed into the second tier, just barely making the cut. If he had been more careful, he could have at least reached the peak of the second tier. His original plan had been so perfect: sacrifice small gains for greater ones. First become a second-tier skeleton, then emerge from the cave to recruit first-tier companions, strengthen all these subordinates, and once he had enough numbers, hunt high-tier enemies, snowballing his power ever larger. Who would have thought that after one nap, the whole world outside would be turned upside down? Thousands upon thousands of skeleton soldiers roamed outside, potentially giving birth to plenty of second-tier peers at any moment, and with worse luck, several third-tier ones might emerge. That would put Gu Erdan in real danger. Just as he was lost in wild thoughts within the wall, the bone wall serving as camouflage cracked open with a creak, and two gleaming bone spears thrust violently inside. His tattered, rusty chest armor was pierced through like paper. But when the bone spear tips struck his hardened ribs, the spearheads shattered on impact, failing to cause him any real damage. The sudden attack, however, made Gu Erdan's soul fire tremble with fright. "Aya!" he cried out, grabbing both bone spears with his hands and exerting force. His entire skeleton frame shot out of the hidden pit, like a spring. "Hey! What vile creatures dare to disturb the tiger in its den?" Before his words finished echoing, he twisted his arm bones, snapping the spears in half with two sharp cracks, then swung down with his hands. The broken spears pierced through the attacking skeleton's skulls from above, and with crisp, cracked sounds, two first-tier skeletons collapsed on the spot, their bones shattered. Gu Erdan flung aside the two corpses and took a deep breath, drawing all their scattered soul fires into his body, the flames dancing in his eye sockets. Who else isn't afraid to die? Come at me. After scanning his surroundings and confirming that all the skeleton soldiers were first tier, Gu Erdan's courage surged as he gripped his twin spears and let out a fierce roar. The next moment, hundreds of first-tier skeleton soldiers came charging from all directions with bone-chilling shrieks, their pale bone blades gleaming coldly in the dim light. Seeing the overwhelming tide, Gu Erdan's legs instantly turned to jelly, and he scrambled back into the narrow hiding spot he had dug earlier. The entrance was barely wide enough for one person, yet the skeletons swarmed toward it, crushing against each other with crackling sounds. None would yield, each desperate to be the first to get inside and strike Gu Erdan down. This chaotic pushing and shoving was exactly what Gu Erdan wanted with his enemies unable to move freely. He simply raised his broken spear and thrust repeatedly, shattering skull after skull with each strike. In moments, bone fragments piled up like a small mountain at the entrance. Just as he was secretly congratulating himself on finding this perfect, bug-exploiting spot, the rock walls beside him suddenly trembled. With a thunderous crash, both side walls exploded inward, and a mass of skeleton heads mixed with bone fragments burst through, nearly causing Gu Erdan to drop his weapon in fright. The real melee began. The newly emerged skeleton soldiers were also first tier, and they forcibly dragged him from his stone shelter before raining down punches, kicks, and blade strikes like a torrential downpour. Initially, Gu Erdan panicked completely, but after a dozen exchanges, he suddenly realized something these creatures couldn't break through his defenses. The effects of his low-tier bone reinforcement technique were fully displayed at this moment. While steel weapons might still pose a threat, against these bone weapons, he was practically invincible. They couldn't cut him, couldn't smash him, couldn't break him. After being attacked dozens of times without a scratch, Gu Erdan finally understood his absolute advantage. Against well-equipped humans or undead of the same level, this technique might be somewhat limited, but against these weaklings, it's the perfect tool for bullying. His confidence soared as he wielded his twin spears, charging into the sea of bones with sweeping strikes that resembled Zhao Zilong of Changshan's legendary 7 charges through enemy lines except, while Zhao Zilong emerged unscathed, Gu Erdan fought while taking hits, occasionally having to roll and crawl. Still maintaining his rationality, he observed while fighting, carefully avoiding any areas where he spotted second-tier skeleton soldiers she truly feared getting overwhelmed. At the same time, he didn't forget to attempt recruiting these low-tier skeletons. Theoretically, as long as he could overpower them and put them in crisis, being undead himself, He should be able to release necromantic waves and easily bring them under his command. However, today's skeleton soldiers were exceptionally brutal. No matter how Gu Erdan tried to persuade or coerce them, they maintained their fight to the death attitude with gritted teeth. Their violent souls, chaotic attacks, and suddenly increased numbers everything seemed eerily suspicious. Just as Gu Erdan continued his desperate slaughter while repeatedly failing at recruitment, a piercing whistle suddenly echoed from the distance. In the next moment, all the fighting skeleton soldiers stopped in perfect unison, their skulls turning toward the source of the sound. Gu Erdan seized the opportunity to finish off a few more, breathing heavily. Something was definitely wrong here. The brief but intense battle had significantly reduced the skeleton soldiers' numbers, but the quality of the survivors had rapidly improved. Many of those now surrounding him had reached the peak of first tier, their sharp bone blades capable of damaging his reinforced skeleton. If not for their still manageable numbers, he would have already turned tail and run. Oh, the distant sound rang out again, like a military horn's sharp cry. The surrounding skeletons remained motionless, their violent aura dissipating. Watching this scene, Gu Erdan's face suddenly showed a look of realization. So that's it. The reason this place is abnormal, with so many skeleton soldiers suddenly appearing, is most likely because some big shot is using it as a training ground. He's mass-producing high-quality skeletons? What exactly is he planning? Could he be trying to build an army? The resounding military horn continued to blare, but due to his limited vantage point, Gu Erdan craned his neck for quite some time, without being able to see what was happening in the distance. The skull head bobbing above him did have the advantage of height, but unfortunately, even if it could see anything, it wouldn't be of any help. The horn abruptly ceased, and in the next second, the skeleton soldiers who had just been fighting to the death turned in unison and began marching toward the same direction, clearly the source of the horn sound. Gu Erdan, puzzled but having no choice, steeled himself and followed along. The entire tide of bones was on the move, and if he went against the flow, wouldn't that be like writing, "I'm suspicious," across his face? The formation still contained nearly 1,000 surviving skeletons, wielding a motley assortment of weapons, their footsteps sending gravel flying along the riverbank. Despite their unsteady gait, each one was a fat sheep in the eyes of fellow predators. The soul flames accumulated from days of desperate combat hadn't yet been digested, causing their internal energy to glow brightly. Right now, each skeleton was like a re-additoet can meal. Crack one open and you'd have enough sustenance for a day, completely free of charge. As Gu Erdan walked, he gradually slowed his pace, deliberately sliding from the middle of the formation to the very back. He had already made up his mind. If things looked bad, he'd bolt immediately, and if escape proved impossible, he'd dig a hole and bury himself on the spot. Survival was the ultimate strategy. Now that he was a skeleton, he had plenty of time, no need to risk everything for rapid advancement. Let others pursue wealth through danger. He much preferred wealth through leisure. The formation finally emerged from the canyon's end, and the scene beyond the cliff's fissure came into view. It was actually a city constructed entirely of black bones. More precisely, it resembled a medieval western fortress. The river from the canyon flowed through the stronghold and branched out beyond it, forming a ring of black water as a moat. Behind the moat rose an imposing black bone wall, nearly 10 meters high. From his position inside the walls, Gu Erdan could clearly see the black-armored soldiers stationed atop the battlements, interspersed with a considerable number of skeleton guards. Within the city walls, there were no rows of houses or traces of civilian life, only concentric rings of smaller walls. This was unmistakably a purely military fortress. 7 walls extended from outer to inner, spaced over 100 meters apart, arranged from high to low. Though the innermost wall stood only 3 meters tall, the entire city was built on terraced terrain that rose from outside to inside, making the inner wall's overall height far exceed that of the outer walls. This naturally created a commanding high ground advantage. Even if the outer walls fell, attackers would face increasingly steep downward fire. Passing through a gate, Gu Erdan followed the main force through the canyon entrance into what was clearly the most heavily guarded inner city at the fortress's core. Yet the air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere. Everywhere he looked were wounded soldiers. Skeleton troops with severed limbs were carelessly dumped in corners, left untreated, simply waiting to slowly absorb the aura of death and heal their injuries on their own. In the center, a massive force of black-armored warriors had assembled. These soldiers wore pitch-black armor of exceptional quality, fully equipped with arm guards, war boots, helmets, and breastplates, with even battle skirts wrapped around their lower bodies to reinforce vital areas. Their equipment was of unprecedented specification. Each breastplate bore an enormous blood-red rose emblem. The interweaving of black and crimson made this black-armored force vastly superior to the bone-rattling skeleton soldiers outside the city. After entering the city, Gu Erdan finally got a clear view of the black-armored warriors leading the skeleton army ahead. They were organized in squads of 10. One held aloft a heavy horn, several wielded long spears as guards, while the warrior at the front gripped a banner standing 3 meters tall. The banner also displayed a blood-red rose, with a string of skulls hanging from its peak, ghostly green flames dancing between the gray-white bones. Gu Erdan's throat tightened. Those were 12 third-tier ghost flames, plus 5 fourth-tier ghost flames. This cursed place was actually using fourth-tier ghost flames as bait, luring the skeleton horde to follow obediently. Anyone capable of casually deploying such a formation had to be at least 5th tier, possibly even 6th tier. According to the books, 6th tier undead were already considered high-level, possessing intelligence rivaling humans and nearly terrifying power. Combined with the city full of skeleton soldiers and black-armored warriors, he had most likely stumbled into an undead lord's territory. The skeleton soldiers continued mindlessly chasing the ghost flames as they filed into the city. When the last skeleton crossed the threshold, a cracked skull suddenly peeked out from around a corner near the city gate, facing the canyon, its upper and lower jaws clacking together, as if cursing furiously. The skull looked around to confirm safety before its bearer finally emerged. It was Gu Erdan. Phew, safe for now. He reattached the skull to his neck and carefully slipped into the city, immediately turning his gaze to the black-armored soldiers by the gate and activating his system to examine them. Name: Black Knight. Identity: 3rd tier undead intermediate. Skills: 1st circle undead spell Armor of Resentment. 2nd circle undead spell Death Javelin. 3rd circle undead spell Death Chi Self-Destruction. Description: this is a madman. He may lose, but you definitely won't count as winning either. Seeing that his opponent came with a built-in self-destruct option, Gu Erdan's heart sank, and he immediately backed away quietly. Can't afford to provoke them. Better keep my distance. Using the skeleton army as cover, he followed stealthily at the rear, scanning his surroundings as his mood grew increasingly heavy. Everything felt wrong. Black Knights were 3rd tier undead, which wasn't unusual in itself, but their numbers were absurdly high. Looking around, while skeleton soldiers still made up the majority, there were at least 1,000 Black Knights. Normally, they preferred small squad cooperative hunting. When had anyone seen them in regimented military formations? Even more bizarre was that these Black Knights' 1st and 2nd circle spells were completely uniform. Armor of Resentment to corrode and modify equipment, Death Javelin to double the power of their modified spears. Looking at their gear, standardized black armor, uniform rose emblems on their chests, for javelins on their backs, round shields and long spears in hand, they were clearly a professional army among professional armies. To cultivate Black Knights to this scale, while making their innate abilities uniform, could it be that? A certain hypothesis exploded in his mind, making Gu Erdan's heart race wildly. Before this thought could solidify, the distant skeleton formation suddenly erupted in commotion. The city gates opened once more, and dozens of Black Knights poured out in unison, moving with perfect coordination, spears and shields raised. Leading them was a figure also clad in black armor, but distinguished by a blood-red cloak flowing behind him. Pushing aside several obstructive skeleton soldiers, Gu Erdan craned his neck and peered around cautiously. Directly ahead stood a towering figure clad entirely in pitch-black heavy armor, with 2 points of ghostly green soul fire flickering through the gaps in his helmet. Once Gu Erdan got a clear look at his appearance, he quickly pulled up the system panel. The next second, he was so excited he nearly screamed. It was a king. A Black Knight king. His guess had been correct. There really was a king-level ruler here. A king referred to the natural supreme leader of a particular undead race. Black Knight kings, Terror Knight kings, Headless Knight kings, Lich kings. Almost every undead species had its own sovereign, with skeleton soldiers being the sole exception. Their king wasn't called a king at all, but rather a skeleton wizard, those specialists who revived skeleton cannon fodder. Speaking of kings, one couldn't ignore their most heaven-defying talent, creating members of their own race. The system panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Black Knight King Kalundasera. Identity: 5th tier Black Knight Superior. Skills: 1st circle Necromancy, Armor of Resentment. 2nd circle Necromancy, Death Javelin. 3rd circle Necromancy, Black Knight Resurrection. 4th circle Necromancy, Soul Stealing Hand. 5th circle Necromancy, Soul Blast. Description: a natural-born Black Knight king whose dominion over the Black Knight race cannot be challenged by anyone. Looking at this data, Gu Erdan's heart pounded wildly. A true powerhouse. Skeleton wizards could only resurrect 1st-tier skeleton soldiers, but this lord could resurrect Black Knights. As long as he prepared corpses that met the standards and gathered sufficient souls, Kalundasera could immediately create a brand new Black Knight. Those resurrected would inevitably come with 1st and 2nd circle spells as standard. These were marks of their identity. 3rd circle abilities varied according to individual personalities. For instance, that Black Knight from earlier who guarded the gate and was prone to self-destruction had likely awakened such skills due to his explosive temperament. Gu Erdan looked up and surveyed his surroundings. The black stone walls were magnificent and imposing, with neat and uniform armor patterns interwoven in dark gold. all demonstrating that this king was extraordinary, definitely not just a brute, but an extremely intelligent strategist as well. Even the smartest, ordinary fifth-tier undead couldn't build such a nearly perfect castle. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, already fantasizing from his position at the back of the queue about how to infiltrate this big shot's ranks and casually recruit a few black knights as his personal bodyguards. Just imagine that pitch-black heavy armor and fierce appearance. Then look at these skeletons beside him. Their weapons were cobbled together, their frames were frail, and calling them ragtag would be generous. If he could actually get his hands on a few black knights, wouldn't that be like reaching heaven in a single step? The more he thought about it, the more wonderful it seemed. He pushed aside the skeleton soldiers in front of him while desperately squeezing forward. The Black Knight King hadn't gathered these skeleton soldiers here just for fun. With wounded soldiers everywhere inside the city, they had clearly just finished a tough battle and urgently needed reinforcements. Skeleton soldiers could also be seen in the shadows along the city walls. Obviously, the other party wasn't a perfectionist who would only recruit Black Knights. He was perfectly happy to use low-cost troops like skeleton soldiers to fill gaps in the battle line. In fact, one could say that skeleton soldiers held a certain position in his army. With Gu Erdan's current second-tier status, clever mind, and healing abilities like skeletal regeneration, he figured he could at least secure some minor position in the army. His calculations were swift. With thousands of third-tier masters under the commander's command, why would they covet the sole fragment of a mere second-tier foot soldier? Even if they did demand it, so be it. He had plenty of soul fire in his skull to spare, and worst case, he could offer his entire head since it wasn't original equipment anyway. With these thoughts, Gu Erdan dusted off his worn, dirt-covered armor while stuffing the soul fire back into his chest cavity, preparing to rush forward and volunteer himself. But then everything went sideways. The Black Knight King gave no greeting, no inspiring speech. He simply raised his hand and grasped. Thick black mist surged from his palm, instantly forming dozens of dark arms that pierced through the skulls of the front row skeleton soldiers with wet thunks. In the next instant, the pale green ghost fires within their skulls were violently yanked out, trailing long streams. The soulless skeletons crashed to the ground with clattering sounds, their bones crumbling into piles of debris dead beyond dead. The Black Knight King swept his arm, and the ghost fires clinging to it whooshed out, trailing ethereal green flames as they drilled into the wounded Black Knights. Accompanied by sizzling sounds, the Black Knight's fractured bones rapidly healed, cracks visibly closing, with the lightly wounded even standing up immediately. Witnessing this scene, Gu Erdan froze like a statue, standing stunned for a full 10 seconds before sharply inhaling. Holy shit. This isn't recruitment, this is killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. His scalp prickled as he turned to flee, only to find himself blocked by the dense crowd of skeletons behind him. Those idiots were all mesmerized by the enticing ghost fire swirling on the banner. Though intimidated by the Black Knight's presence and afraid to approach, they were equally reluctant to leave, continuing to push forward. Gu Erdan was trapped in the middle, caught between a rock and a hard place. Too little force wouldn't move them, too much might draw attention, and not pushing meant certain death. Meanwhile, the sounds of crack and clatter echoed continuously from the front. Batch after batch of skeleton soldiers had their souls drained by the Black Knight King's fourth circle spell, Soul Drain, instantly becoming scattered bones. This was absolutely a divine skill for slaughtering cannon fodder. The Black Knight King didn't even bother drawing his sword while harvesting energy endlessly. The sounds grew closer. Seeing the Black Knight King approaching while unable to push through the brain-dead crowd behind him, Gu Erdan took a deep breath, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Damn it all, here goes nothing. Another row of skeleton soldiers collapsed after having their souls drained. After the clattering sounds, it was finally the turn of Gu Erdan's row. The Black Knight King casually tossed the newly extracted soul fire toward his subordinates, then stood before Gu Erdan, black mist swirling in his palm as his 5 fingers slowly closed. Just as that black misty hand had yet to fully clench, a crisp sound suddenly rang out from the skeleton format. Iona skeleton soldier toppled straight to the ground, head separated from neck, the skull rolling to the Black Knight King's feet, with its pale green ghost fire already extinguished. The Black Knight King looked down at the hollow skull by his feet, then up at his own not yet fully closed palm, his face full of bewilderment. When had his soul drain become this powerful? Had he actually scared someone to death before even making his move? He stretched out his foot and kicked the skull that had rolled to his feet. The Dark Knight King bent down to examine it closely. The skull's jaw was tightly clenched, and the remnants of green, ghostly fire flickered dimly in its eye sockets, as if they might extinguish at any moment. As for the headless corpse lying in a pool of blood not far away, he didn't even spare it a glance, which was exactly what Gu Erdan had hoped for. This was precisely the sacrifice, the pawn to save the king's strategy that Gu Erdan had devised long ago. You want soul fire? Here's my head, served on a silver platter, help yourself. As for the body, with bones scattered everywhere, one more or less wouldn't make a difference. As long as he remained perfectly still, who would guess he was still alive? Of course, being naturally headless with his ghostly fire hidden in his chest cavity wasn't unheard of among skeleton soldiers, but those who had fire in their chests while deliberately wearing fake heads were virtually non-existent. Normal undead would never think he could play dead. The Dark Knight King turned the skull over and over for quite some time, still unable to figure out how it had fallen off. If it was from fright, that seemed too cowardly, scared so badly that his own head flew off, Gu Erdan urged silently. Hurry up and devour it. Quickly absorb the ghostly fire. However, the Dark Knight King didn't immediately consume the ghostly fire in the skull as he had expected. Instead, he strode toward the body, grabbed the prone Gu Erdan with one hand, and prepared to reattach the head. With this forceful motion, the tattered armor clanked and rattled, instantly exposing the soul fire hidden behind the metal plates in his chest cavity. The Dark Knight King froze, then looked down at the second cluster of ghostly fire flickering in the skull in his hand. Two masses of eerie green flames danced in the air as his eye sockets widened like copper bells. Holy crap! Two ghostly fires. I'm doomed. Gu Erdan's heart sank. Before his opponent could react, he twisted his waist violently, tearing his broken armor to shreds and escaping like a cicada shedding its shell. The bare skeleton frame took off running, grabbing a nearby skeleton soldier's head and hurling it backward. Whoosh! The skull flew past the Dark Knight King's shoulder. He tilted his head slightly to dodge and stretched out his 5 fingers to catch it. Soul drain. The air seemed to be suddenly sucked away. Gu Erdan felt his legs go light as his entire skeleton frame was pulled backward through the air, crossing the short distance in an instant before his cervical vertebrae were seized by an iron grip hand. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Gu Erdan shrieked. I have an 80-year-old elder bone above me and newly sprouted little bones below. My entire family of over 4,000 depends on me for survival. If you kill me, our headless riding bone clan will go extinct, boss. The Dark Knight King was momentarily stunned. His castle housed nearly 10,000 undead, including over 1,000 third-tier Dark Knights. But Dark Knights were ultimately low-tier undead with limited intelligence, at best touching the threshold of mid-tier undead. In all his years, this was the first time he had encountered such a lively and spirited undead. Shut up. But I don't have a mouth. I don't even have a head. I can't eat, can't drink, can't have children. I'm so miserable. If you don't shut up right now, I'll rip your ghostly soul right out of you. Bombarded by Gu Erdan's relentless verbal assault without pause, the Black Knight King's helmet buzzed with noise. His shoulder guards trembled with rage, yet he couldn't find an opening to counterattack. Left with no choice, he resorted to threats. As it turned out, this tactic was super effective. Gu Erdan, who had been flailing wildly and shouting at the top of his lungs, instantly fell silent, as if someone had hit his mute button. The two skeletons stared at each other across the space. The Black Knight King stood in place, his gaze behind the metal mask scanning Gu Erdan from toe bones all the way up to his neck gap, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. You're a skeleton soldier? No, I'm a headless knight. Gu Erdan puffed out his chest, though unfortunately his ribcage was completely hollow. I'm just not fully grown yet, so my strength is a bit lacking. Bah, you a headless knight. The Black Knight King scoffed. Even the weakest headless knight is at least 7th tier. Forget being a knight, you couldn't even beat his horse. But I really am a headless knight. Look, Gu Erdan pointed at his neck. Headless. This is discrimination. The Black Knight King simply grabbed him and strode over to sit on a nearby rock. Compared to the skeletal and scrawny Gu Erdan, his frame was tall and sturdy, his pitch-black heavy armor reflecting an eerie gleam under the undead firelight. Casually tossing Gu Erdan to the ground, his metal boots ground against the gravel with a creaking sound as he lowered his voice, seeming somewhat excited. You have intelligence, don't you? Gu Erdan instinctively reached for his neck, only to grasp at empty air. He quickly snatched the enemy's head from the Black Knight King's hand and snapped it onto his neck bone with a click. With the head in place, he patted his skull and proudly looked up, but the head actually rotated half a circle with a creak, facing backward. Gu Erdan had to awkwardly twist it back into position with both hands. The Black Knight King chuckled lowly at the sight. Intelligence actually emerging from a low-tier skeleton? How curious. You know, none of the Black Knights under my command possess true consciousness. This intelligence of yours, was it naturally born, or is it residual memory from your previous life? Gu Erdan thought for a moment. Probably the latter. Awakening with the wisdom of your living days. The Black Knight King seemed to remember something and suddenly fell into a long silence, his tattered cloak fluttering in the deathly wind. After a long while, he sighed. Cherish this hard-won intelligence well, for your days are numbered, boy. Gu Erdan had been secretly celebrating his temporary survival, but one sentence from the other party pushed him back into the abyss of despair. He muttered to himself. Could this guy actually read fortunes? But fortune-telling for bones seemed way too absurd. Seeing Gu Erdan's bewildered expression, the Black Knight King didn't continue playing coy and explained in a deep voice. Your revival with memories from life means your soul hasn't been completely assimilated by the ghostly aura of the undead realm. This is both good and bad news. Good news, you can still remember your past. Bad news, those memories will gradually blur as the ghostly aura erodes them, and eventually you'll become just like them. He raised his hand to point into the distance. By the fire basin, those skeleton soldiers stood in vacant stillness, the ghostly flames in their hollow eye sockets flickering dimly. Gu Erdan glanced over and felt his spine chill, his bones nearly chattering audibly. Then how can I preserve my memories? The method is simple. First, break through to the 9th tier and become a legendary undead lord. At that point, your soul becomes nearly immortal, naturally immune to the erosion of death's aura. Is that the only way? There's a second method. The Black Knight King raised another finger bone. Obtain a top-tier treasure crafted by humans, something that can protect the soul and block ghostly aura. Carry it with you, and you can preserve your life. Gu Erdan nodded repeatedly, though his heart was already silently drumming with worry. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but ask, "Then, Lord Black Knight King, which method do you use?" "I." The Black Knight King caressed the blood-red rose pendant at his chest. The dark crimson gem gleamed like dripping blood in the firelight as he spoke ethereally. "I have been revived in this place for 5 long years. Though I live by the will of the living, after such a lengthy time, I can barely remember my previous memories anymore." On the 6th wall of the Dark Knight City, Gu Erdan strutted along on patrol wearing his tattered armor, followed by dozens of subordinates. The cold wind howled across the battlements as banners fluttered in the breeze. He walked with supreme confidence, partly to display his newfound authority, and partly to ensure every passing undead knew that Gu Erdan was no longer the pushover cannon fodder he once was. This patrol unit was quite a mixed bunch. The most conspicuous were over 40 first-tier skeleton soldiers with their frail frames and slovenly gait. Interspersed among them were 10 Dark Knights, their towering black armor reflecting the dim ghostly flames, each carrying 4 sharp javelins neatly arranged on their backs. When they marched, their metal plates clanged together like beating drums. The more Gu Erdan observed, the more pleased he became, still savoring the memory of his meteoric rise to power. At that time, Kalindasara, the 5th-tier powerhouse who ruled the entire Dark Knight City, had not eliminated the foreign invader as other lords might have done. Instead, he personally extended an olive branch to Gu Erdan, inviting him to join his ranks. Faced with recruitment by such a formidable 5th-tier boss, how could Gu Erdan hesitate? He nodded enthusiastically on the spot and was promptly promoted to squad leader. Sarah had been quite generous, providing impressive resources. 1. Permission for Gu Erdan to select over 40 first-tier skeleton soldiers from the armory. 2. An additional gift of 10 third-tier Dark Knights as his personal combat force. Originally, Sarah had wanted to add some second-tier skeleton guards and bone warriors to make the squad look more impressive, but Gu Erdan declined outright. "Training subordinates from scratch gives me a sense of accomplishment." Though he spoke with noble rhetoric, he understood the Trith Secondier troops were harder to recruit, while first-tier skeletons were more obedient. Thus, the 10 third-tier Dark Knights truly came under his command. They weren't there to spy but to follow orders, and unless Gu Erdan lost his mind and decided to rebel, they would execute his commands without reservation. At this moment, the Dark Knights formed a protective formation around him, their dark armor plates and sharp spears making Gu Erdan look like a paper marshal. As he gazed at their equipment, saliva nearly dripped onto his rust-stained breastplate. Now this is what I call a real boss, a true benefactor. The more Gu Erdan thought about it, the more satisfied he became, cursing his former skeleton wizard master 100 times over. "With your petty ways, how dare you compare yourself to Lord Sarah?" In his elation, he suddenly remembered his own armor set. During his desperate escape, this already damaged armor had been battered beyond recognition, and even after patching it up, it barely served to cover his shame. Comparing it to the pristine armor of the Dark Knights beside him left a bitter taste in his mouth. Patting the shoulder plate of the nearest Dark Knight, Gu Erdan sighed. "You lot are a tier higher than me in strength, yet you don't provide soul fragments. My enhancement methods are useless on Yuri, not truly my own people after all." The Dark Knights remained silent, their ice-blue, ghostly flames fixed straight ahead. Gu Erdan didn't expect a response anyway. He shook his head and continued forward, his broken armor pieces clanging together with a chaotic din. Glancing down, he noticed a rusted armor fragment falling from his cracked shoulder guard. Gu Erdan picked up the scrap of metal, grumbling as he stuffed it back into his belt. When he looked up again at the Dark Knight's armor with its flowing metallic luster, his eyes rolled cunningly, and he grinned like a cat that had stolen fish. He quickly sidled up to the nearest Dark Knight, draping an arm around his shoulders with an intimate yet hushed voice. "Little brother, looking at this armor without a single scratch, you must be a greenhorn fresh to the battlefield, right? Let me tell you something, armor isn't necessarily better when it's newer." He suddenly puffed out his chest, slapping his own shattered breastplate with a tone of pride only he could understand. "You see, scars are a different kind of honor on the battlefield. Look at my Set the Meow King armor, covered in battle wounds. These are the finest proof of having survived bloody, tear-soaked combat. As Gu Erdan spoke, he suddenly reached for the weapon at his waist, intending to draw it. Unfortunately, the blade was severely rusted and took considerable effort to pull out, only to reveal that it was broken. Half the blade was exposed, with chunks of blue-black rust falling off, but Gu Erdan felt no shame. Instead, he brandished the broken sword forward with a booming voice. Behold, this is the tetanus blade, a rare treasure personally enchanted by a top master. He patted his chest boastfully. It comes with special effects against humans. Mild cases result in infection and festering. Severe cases lead to instant death. After saying this, he sighed as if suddenly filled with compassion. Boss, you look so pitiful that I'll reluctantly trade equipment with you. Quick, take off all your clothes and weapons. Before he finished speaking, he stripped off his own tattered Meow King beggar's outfit in a few swift motions and shoved the rust-covered broken sword into the Black Knight's palm. However, though the Black Knight was foolish, he wasn't stupid. He looked down at the piece of scrap metal in his hand that would struggle to cut chicken, then at Gu Erdan's clothes that were so torn they let the wind through. He remained completely motionless, not even bothering to lift a finger. Gu Erdan's smile froze on his face, his gaze gradually sharpening. Little brother, refusing a toast only to drink a penalty? I'm the boss. I now declare your outfit is confiscated. With a roar, he lunged forward, his claws gripping tightly onto the Black Knight's breastplate. The Black Knight naturally refused to comply, swinging his thick arms, but constrained by the command not to fight back. He could only dodge left and right. Thus, the two suits of armor rolled back and forth on the city wall, clanging loudly, struggling for over an hour. Finally, the Black Knight's stamina was exhausted, and he was forced to give up resistance. Arm guards, war boots, helmet, and even the cloak were all stripped away piece by Gu Erdan, leaving only the coarse chain mail undergarment. The reason he managed to keep this last line of defense wasn't due to Gu Erdan's mercy, but because the latter found the chain links scratchy against bones and too troublesome to put on and take off. After finishing his looting, Gu Erdan beamed with joy. He kicked off his shoes and skillfully put on the black armor. Moments later, what had been a skeletal frame that could be scattered by the wind transformed into a fully armed foot knight. Pitch black heavy armor fitting perfectly, for javelins crossed on his back, a round shield in his left hand, and a lance in his right, radiating an intimidating aura. The only flaw was the glaring blood-red rose on his chest, which looked somewhat feminine no matter how you looked at it. Fortunately, Gu Erdan remembered that Western nobles in his world also loved using flowers as banners. Roses, lilies, and marigolds were everywhere, which somewhat consoled him. With his equipment ready, he grabbed the helmet to put it on, but the skull head, still filled with resentment, suddenly bit at him with a clack, only managing to bite the arm guard without harming him at all. Gu Erdan's anger flared, nearly smashing the helmet to pieces on the spot. Looking around, he suddenly noticed the disheveled Black Knight wearing only chain mail, and had a flash of inspiration. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Little brother, from now on you'll be the deputy captain, my right-hand man. Your code name will be the Helmetless Knight. With that, he slammed the biting helmet onto the other's head with a resounding thud. This helmet will be under your protection from now on. Perhaps feeling he should give some sort of title, Gu Erdan became more enthusiastic as he spoke, while the Black Knight, wearing the precariously perched skull helmet and looking thin and tall, cut quite a comical figure. Gazing at this scene, Gu Erdan couldn't help but grin, wanting to laugh, but feeling too embarrassed to laugh out loud. The Dark Knight. Many people mistakenly assume he's an advanced version of skeleton soldiers, but that's not the case. Strictly speaking, he belongs to a variant of the Walking Dead, an evolved form of mummified corpses. Once the armor is removed, his frame immediately shrinks, nowhere near as imposing as his outward appearance suggests. Withered skin clings tightly to bones, wrinkled like dried jerky, with sunken features and hollow cheeks that actually look more wretched than naked skeleton soldiers. Gu Erdan placed a helmet on this mummy, covering that hideous face, then nodded with satisfaction and swaggered off to continue patrolling with his soldiers. Equipment acquired. This suit of armor was certainly no worse than the Headless Knight's, at least it looked cool enough. If he could get his hands on a warhorse, he could immediately cosplay as the Headless Knight. At this thought, Gu Erdan became so excited that his steps grew lighter. He enthusiastically made a circuit around the city walls, then led his minions back to the town center. In truth, there was nothing worth patrolling on the 7th ring of walls when even the outermost ring hadn't been breached. How could enemies possibly appear in the inner circles? The so-called patrol was just busy work. Returning to the core area, Gu Erdan once again encountered Sarah, the king of Dark Knights. In the days since his surrender, he often sought out Sarah for conversation, hoping to learn the true nature of this world from him. Incomplete books were far less reliable than first-hand accounts. Sarah was also happy to have company. He hadn't spoken with a living person in years, especially someone as amusing as Gu Erdan, who constantly came up with bizarre and fascinating knowledge. If placed beside an emperor, Gu Erdan would be considered a favored minister. Before the King of Dark Knights, he had become a trusted confidant. This time Gu Erdan had changed his outfit, and Sarah didn't recognize him at first glance. After identifying who it was and seeing the style of armor, Sarah's eyes inexplicably filled with amusement. When Gu Erdan immediately pressed for answers, he only received laughter and a turn back as Sarah walked away. That laughter sounded like glass scraping across a blackboard, so grating that it made Gu Erdan's mouth twitch. The mummy's organs had all withered, and his throat had long since dried out. So being able to make any sound at all was remarkable. Expecting it to sound pleasant was pure fantasy. This harsh, piercing voice was enough to make children cry and sounded nothing like a good person. After several days of rest, the injured Dark Knights had almost fully recovered. Among the skeleton soldiers, those with minor injuries could move freely again, while the severely wounded had been broken down to serve as nourishment for their companions. The black sun once again emanated its ghostly light. Invisible forces of death shrouded the land, and countless qualifying corpses were awakened to join the undead army. Above the Dark Knight castle, dense formations of troops stood ready for orders. 7 defensive lines had been established, and the blood-red rose banner slowly rose. Only today did Gu Erdan finally understand completely why these seemingly formidable Dark Knights had been so badly wounded, because they had brought it upon themselves. The massive banner hanging high above was far from lonely. Countless skulls containing 4th-tier soul flames swayed before the banner, with an enormous bull's head mounted at the very top. Within the bull's hollow eye sockets, soul flames so dark they were nearly black burned Fiercelia, 5th-tier soul flame, blatant bait. Combined with over 24th-tier flames, this brazen display at the castle's center instantly captivated the hearts of countless undead. The undead, driven by instinct, had virtually no resistance. In mere moments, skeletons, zombies, and specters surged forward like a tide, blanketing the horizon in darkness. Gazing at this endless enemy force, Gu Erdan stood beside Sarah, his mouth twitching frantically. "Boss, are you sure we can win this?" Sarah leaned on her knight's sword with both hands, not even turning her head. "Yes. How can you be so certain? I did this exact same thing 3 years ago. I'm still standing here, that's my confidence." Before she finished speaking, the undead's assault erupted. Strictly speaking, they only had this one wave, a complete mindless charge. Skeletons trampled each other, zombies piled upon one another, and mountains of corpses and bones instantly filled the moat, even using their bodies to form ramps against the castle walls. The brutal melee combat officially began. This region wasn't particularly valuable territory, and Gu Erdan had never encountered truly high-level undead. Sarah, this 5th-tier Death Knight King, was the strongest being he'd met in months. For this very reason, a single 5th-tier soul flame was incredibly precious. Those drawn here were mostly newly awakened weaklings, though their numbers covered mountains and valleys. Mixed among them were opportunistic group skeleton legions centered around skeleton wizards, animal armies gathered by species, and so forth. Gu Erdan also spotted several massive figures, enormous skeletal frames over 5 meters tall, muscle-bound zombies, and even a monster completely stitched together from countless corpses. Had he visited the human world, he would surely know this creature's name, the flesh golem. This was typically a necromancer's ultimate trump card. Unlike high-end undead such as bone dragons, zombie dragons, or headless horsemen, flesh golems didn't rely on single premium materials. Creating high-tier undead was prohibitively expensive. Making a headless horseman required a 7th-tier warrior's corpse with exceptional physique, plus a 6th-tier or higher soul, preferably 7th-tier quality. However, human warriors typically focused on physical cultivation, leaving their soul strength mismatched to their realm. 7th-tier warriors usually possessed only 5th-tier or even weaker souls. In other words, creating a headless horseman wasn't a matter of killing one person. You needed the warrior's corpse first, then had to eliminate at least a 6th-tier mage to harvest their soul. The problem was, if a necromancer truly had such power, what would they need a headless horseman for? Insufficient strength, inability to hunt high-tier targets, inability to create high-tier undead. It was a vicious cycle. Eventually, a necromancer genius invented stitching techniques, sewing various corpses together, using quantity to compensate for quality. The more corpses used, and the higher their quality, the stronger the final product. Thus was born the infamous flesh golem, which became the ultimate trump card for the vast majority of today's necromancers. Requiring no premium corpses, only large quantities of bodies, this quantity over quality approach became a spell any necromancer could utilize. The brutal slaughter continued relentlessly. The first line of defense barely held for long. A massive 7-meter mummified corpse swung its iron hammer, smashing a gaping breach in the wall and declaring its fall. Immediately after, the second defensive line was torn open by another monstrosity, a gigantic corpse demon stitched together from countless bodies. Gu Erdan had thought that becoming a skeleton made him immune to all horrors, but when he laid eyes on this corpse demon, his heart still couldn't help but turn cold. Broken limbs dangled from various parts of the creature, some hanging limply and dragging on the ground, while others could still swing fists and strike. Countless heads were sewn into the flesh, some with eyes wide open, others with mouths frozen in silent screams, creating a scene that made one's scalp crawl. Even more terrifying was the fact that this was the realm of the undead, where all components should be completely dead. If this were in the mortal world, these stitched together humans and beasts would likely still be breathing, yet forever unable to escape their torment. Their wails capable of driving the strongest warriors to madness. This was precisely why necromancers were reviled like rats crossing the street. The first and second lines of defense collapsed in succession, and the third and fourth fell within moments. The enemy tides surged forward, reaching the middle section of the castle. At that moment, Sarah suddenly raised her hand, and the black knights who had been lying in wait behind stepped onto the stone walkways atop the walls, advancing swiftly. Despite their terrifying appearance, the giant mummy and stitched corpse demon barely scraped into the fourth tier, relying merely on size and brute force. Against the Black Knights, a 20-man squad could easily surround and eliminate them. The only reason they had rampaged all the way to the fifth defensive line was because Sarah had allowed each wanted to lure the enemy army inside, close the door, and catch them like fish in a barrel. In the first four defensive lines, forget Black Knights, there weren't even skeleton soldiers above the second tier. They were all cannon fodder used for sacrifice, delay, and dividing enemy forces. Now that the enemy had entered the core area, the castle's true defensive power finally revealed itself. The catapults that had remained motionless atop the walls began clicking and whirring as gears turned. Skeleton soldiers lined up to carry stones, aiming at the breaches for bombardment. Meanwhile, armored Black Knights had already taken positions on the battlements, raising their spears to target high-tier undead. Dozens of pitch-black javelins fell simultaneously. Fourth-tier monsters were wounded upon impact, while third-tier ones died instantly. The Black Knights only dealt with powerful enemies, too lazy to waste attention on first and second-tier small fry. Below, those low-tier undead witnessed the mighty beings beside them falling one after another, but rather than retreating, they went mad and rushed forward to tear at the soul flames, devouring them ravenously. Fighting over the remaining flames, they bit and clawed at each other, instantly descending into chaos. The originally mindless charging army suddenly collapsed into disorder, halting before the fifth wall. Both flanking walls were already lined with Black Knights, their javelins falling like rain in wave after wave, creating layer upon layer of corpses below. Under such terrifying firepower, the undead below continued their frenzied slaughter for the soul flames, completely oblivious to whether they'd have any chance of escaping alive. Dense volleys of arrows, molten hot fireballs, and cascading spear rain from above bathed the entire ruined wall in crimson light. Yet the undead, like beasts stripped of all reason, still lunged toward that dark soul fire. Gu Erdan stood behind the battlements, unable to help but shake his head repeatedly. Indeed, all ailments have cures, but stupidity alone is beyond remedy. This siege lasted for several hours, with the sun moving from overhead toward the horizon. Only when dusk approached were the undead finally crushed. A few cunning stragglers tried to slip away in the chaos, but the moment they reached the gate breach, they found themselves blocked by the Black Knights formation. Sharp spears pressed forward inch by inch, leaving them no chance to retreat. During the battle, Gu Erdan witnessed an incident firsthand. Several black-winged undead took advantage of the chaos to soar high, spreading their claws to seize the trophy on the banner. However, the Black Knights had prepared their projectile weapons well in advance. A volley of javelins shrieked through the air, pinning them one by one to the rubble below. Dark flames burst from their wounds, extinguishing before they could even scream. Clearly, this legion was well versed in aerial ambushes, air defense, blockade, and hunting, with each squad's duties clearly defined, leaving enemies no gaps to exploit. As the siege concluded, Sarah's losses were virtually zero. Not only had they lost no high-grade soul flames, but they had actually gained 6 fourth-tier flames, 27 third-tier ones, and countless lower-grade specimens. After clearing the battlefield, he tilted his head back and swallowed a fourth-tier soul flame, the gray-black fire sliding down his throat into his chest. His eyes flashed with brilliance, and after a moment's hesitation, he casually handed Gu Erdan a fourth-tier soul flame. Gu Erdan was flattered beyond words, his fingertips still touching the warm flame while he stood there stunned, unable to react for quite some time. Sarah paid no attention to his daze and walked directly toward the mountain of undead corpses, selecting those with clear muscle definition and intact bone structures to forge new Black Knights. The third-tier soul flames in his palm dispersed into black fire, instantly enveloping the bodies. As the third circle necromantic spell Black Knight Resurrection thundered to life, the prone corpses convulsed violently. Withered flesh twisted into rope-like forms while prepositioned bones crawled up the bodies and quickly sealed together. Moments later, heavily armored black knights with blood-red rose totems on their chests knelt in unison, their armor clanging resonantly. Watching Sarah consume over 23rd-tier soul flames without hesitation just to create more black knights, Gu Erdan scratched his head. Elite subordinates were certainly important, but no matter how many you had, you needed somewhere to house them. This city had limited space, and over 1,000 black knights were already sufficient for defense. Why was he so desperately expanding his army? He decided to ask directly. Sarah's answer was extremely concise. They'll be useful later, so we need more. The first day's battle concluded amid this bustle. Night fell without incident. The black sun leaped forth, and the second day's bloodlight once again stained the sky red as a new round of warfare thundered open. Still the raised banner and soul flame bait. Still the undead hordes swarming to attack and charging into the city for slaughter. Such battles continued for an entire week. During this time, all manner of unexpected incidents occurred. Bizarre necromantic spells, monstrous physiques, and even a rare few powerful enough to threaten the Black Knights. Whenever such moments arose, Sarah would immediately appear, using his terrifying strength to crush opponents and maintain the city's defenses. 7 days passed, and on the 8th morning, the Black Knight city finally ceased its suicidal enemy attraction, instead heading deep into the canyon to gather fresh skeleton soldiers while tending to wounded warriors. Through casual conversation, Gu Erdan learned the canyon's peculiarity. Every 7 days, batches of skeleton soldiers would resurrect from underground, their temperaments too violent for taming. Sarah didn't understand the cause either, only knowing that when he first arrived, the canyon was already this strange. It was precisely for this reason that he built his fortress. Hiria treasure trove that regularly produced vast quantities of soul flames was too good to pass up. Not to mention the canyon's treacherous terrain made it easily defensible and an excellent strategic position. Naturally, everyone coveted such a treasure. Because of this canyon, Sarah had faced constant troubles in recent years. The Black Knight's heavy casualties from a few days prior were the price paid for powerful enemies' intrusion. Yet those enemies hadn't come solely for this canyon. So this place used to belong to a bone general? Gu Erdan stood in the center of the city lord's hall with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Beside him, Sarah explained everything clearly: the origins of the Black Knight city and the secrets of that mysterious great canyon behind it. Indeed, this city originally belonged to a bone general. Sarah had taken a fancy to the mineral veins and fortifications here, seized it like a magpie taking over a dove's nest, and nearly killed the original owner in the process. That bone general was lucky enough to escape and began recruiting troops. Now he comes to cause trouble every few days. After hearing this, Gu Erdan felt like he had become a villain by following Sarah, and his frown deepened. Sarah remained self-righteous. That's just how the undead realm works. If he couldn't defend his city, someone else would take it. Even if it wasn't me, it would have been the next person sooner or later. Is that skeleton general hard to deal with? Gu Erdan asked. 5th tier strength, same level as me. In terms of actual combat power, he's just average, but he's tough and hard to beat. Sarah paused, then mentioned her recent losses. He found an accomplishing undead beast called Bone Beast. That's nearly 6th tier. I can't handle 2 against 1. Gu Erdan quickly pulled out that worn manual from his backpack. Bone Beast, Death God's pet, can devour bones to grow larger, causes earthquakes when moving, strength varies, countermeasures. He opened the pages and his face immediately darkened. Damn, the key page is missing again. Sarah turned her head and reminded him coolly. Restrict their movement, find narrow terrain, or gang up on them. That's common knowledge. Your book is an antique from over 100 years ago. The information is outdated, and it's missing chapters. Gu Erdan glanced at her suspiciously. Didn't this woman say she completely forgot her memories from when she was alive? How does she know all this information so well? However, he wisely didn't pursue the question. After putting away the manual, he continued gathering intelligence. Besides those two, are there other enemies? Of course. Skeleton soldiers, zombies, even undead animals, you name it. Sarah gestured in a messy circle. Those two don't know how to command troops. They recruit whatever they see, just going for numbers. At this point, she sighed with a somewhat helpless expression. Ragtag armies have their advantages too. We suffered a major defeat a few days ago. A group of skeleton rats good at digging created tunnels and sent that bone general and his elite troops directly into the city. The bone beast outside coordinated with them, attacking from within and without. My city was almost completely destroyed. If I hadn't fought desperately to scare him off, we'd probably all be dead by now. Digging tunnels. Gu Erdan rubbed his nose as scenes from the movie Tunnel Warfare flashed through his mind. There really wasn't any good way to counter tunnel warfare tactics. After all, there's an old saying, a thief can strike for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. The enemy could simply dig in any random direction, and Gu Erdan's forces couldn't possibly defend everywhere even if they wanted to. It would be impossible. Just as Gu Erdan was racking his brains for a solution, chaos suddenly erupted from deep within the city. Sarah sprang to her feet. gripping her sword firmly in her right hand while drawing the gleaming black spear at her side with her left, her face darkening. "Damn it! They're back!" she exclaimed. With that, she broke into a run, calling back to Gu Erdan over her shoulder. "The enemy is strong. Stay safe. Don't wander off." The Black Knight Guard followed Sarah closely, charging toward the source of the commotion in perfect formation. Gu Erdan, however, went against the grain, leading his small squad to quickly circle around the battlefield and climb toward a high vantage point far from the chaos. After reaching the castle's core, Gu Erdan stepped onto the battlements and raised a battered pair of binocular spoils of war he'd stripped from a corpse. The outer casing was covered in rust, one lens was completely shattered, and the other side had been painstakingly polished back into barely usable condition. Through the single working lens, Gu Erdan saw smoke billowing throughout the castle's interior. Swarms of skeleton rats emerged from underground, followed by waves of various undead creatures surging to the surface. Strangely, wherever they appeared, there were always high piles of soul flames near decoy banners, beside treasure warehouses, without exception. If Sarah hadn't deployed heavy forces in advance, the spoils of war everyone had fought so hard to claim over the past few days would have changed hands in an instant. Sarah's figure stood out prominently in his view. She was defending the area outside the sixth wall, right where the soul flame warehouse was located. She swung her sword, shattering approaching skeletons while pressing forward through enemy lines without pause. Suddenly, maniacal laughter erupted from a tunnel, followed by a thunderous boom as dust shot skyward. A towering skeleton clad in menacing bone armor and wielding a long blade leaped out, its blade flashing as it cleaved two black knights in half at the waist. "Skeleton General, Sarah." The powerful enemy roared toward the heavens, clearly harboring a blood feud with Sarah. Upon hearing this, Sarah first kicked away an attacking skeleton hound, then hurled her spirit jet black bone lance that tore through the air, trailing dark currents behind it. Clang! The skeleton general reacted with lightning speed, sweeping his long blade horizontally to deflect the spear. That death javelin was the product of a second-tier necromancy spell. No explosion, no shattering, only pure destruction. Fast, ruthless, and precise. Though the spear shaft was cleaved in two by the blade, it didn't slow down, merely deflecting slightly as the black gleam shot across the battlefield like lightning. Crash! The black cold light pierced through more than 20 undead creatures, connecting them in a straight line. Even though the skeleton general had been mentally prepared for such terrifying destructive power, watching the continuously collapsing remains, deep fear still flickered in the depths of his eye sockets. Witnessing such horrifying destructive force, even though this wasn't the first time he'd seen it, the skeleton general who had deflected the attack still showed deep wariness in his eyes. Sarah, Dekai, these two formidable warriors, bound by deep-seated hatred from years past, needed no words. Upon meeting, they immediately launched into a deadly battle. The deafening clang of steel on steel rang through the air. Dekai wielded a long-handled broadsword, its blade wide and gleaming with cold light, resembling the legendary green dragon crescent blade. Each sweeping strike generated howling winds, as if ready to cleave the very air itself. Sarah fought with a silver-gray spear and round shield, a sword of ancient design hanging at her waist. Her transitions between offense and defense flowed like drifting clouds and flowing water. Spear thrusts, sweeps, upward strikes, and shield blocks formed an impenetrable sequence. In mere moments, the two had exchanged dozens of brutal blows, sparks flying, yet neither gaining the upper hand. Any observer could see they both possessed fifth-tier undead strength, but Sarah's system-refined combat techniques, every spear angle, every advancing step executed with flawless precision, clearly outclassed Dekai's crude blade work honed through savage battlefield experience. However, Dekai's undead realm origins gave him bones as hard as forged alloy. Even Sarah's precisely aimed spear strikes could only scrape sparks from his joints, making him stagger half a step without leaving so much as a crack. Atop the city wall, Gu Erdan peered through his telescope, searching for weaknesses. Suddenly, he snapped the scope shut with a click, shaking it in frustration as the lenses rattled. "Damn it! The system's reconnaissance ability won't activate at this distance. I need to get closer." The soul flames in his eye sockets flickered with hesitation, but only for an instant before Gu Erdan made his decision. In battles between equals, intelligence was everything, and gathering intelligence was his specialty. He couldn't bear to lose this powerful ally Sarawam he'd worked so hard to befriend, especially not just days after meeting her. After all, in the undead realm, bosses as wonderfully naive as Sarah were rare treasures. "Follow me." Gu Erdan waved his hand and leaped first from the 10-foot wall, sending debris flying. His subordinates followed in a cascade of clattering bones. By now, Gu Erdan's forces had undergone a complete transformation. 1. Black Knights, still the contingent borrowed from Sarah, maintaining third-tier strength overall. Their jet-black armor gleamed like mirrors, their presence steady as bedrock, though they remained Sarah's troops in name. 2. Skeleton soldiers. After Gu Erdan personally recruited them and bestowed soul flames, their numbers had swelled to over 130, with overall strength reaching second-tier peak. They roughly divided into skeleton guard shields riddled with gaps, yet excelling at defense. Bone warriors, pale white skeletons wielding axes and blades wreathed in dark mist, specializing in frenzied attacks. Skeletal warriors, slightly heavier build, balanced offense and defense with average stats across the board. 3. Skeleton archers. Gu Erdan had scraped together over 30 of these. Their bone bows curved like barbed hooks, bowstrings wrapped with faint soul fire. Such classes rarely survived in the wild, let alone advanced to second tier, making them the second rarest type in the skeleton hierarchy. 4. As for the rarest species above them all, that would naturally be skeleton mage, which Gu Erdan had yet to encounter even once. I've heard these creatures can cast elemental spells just like human mages, but unfortunately, their limited internal energy means that while their burst damage is terrifying, they're not built for prolonged combat, making it nearly impossible for them to survive alone in the wild. To create a proper skeletal mage, the creator must find a corpse that practiced magical arts in life. Such corpses are virtually extinct in the undead realm, but they're not particularly rare in the mortal world, which is why every necromancer keeps several skeletal mages in reserve as their ultimate trump cards. At this moment, the battlefield was a chaos of clashing steel and piles of bones. Nearly 100 skeletal mages, swept along with the undead legion, charged down the slope into the second wall like a sharp dagger thrust into the enemy's back. Yet this force was merely a small contingent in a battlefield swarming with tens of thousands of undead, their impact vanishing like a fleeting splash. Gu Erdan was closely protected by his minions as he sprinted across the wall, stepping over rubble and bones, searching for an angle that would bring him within range of Sarah and her companions below. Jump down and fight Hedon? What a joke! If someone wanted to commit suicide, they could do it themselves without dragging him along. He charged through the debris and arrows until he finally found an opening and cast his reconnaissance spell at the target. A flood of data instantly spread before his eyes. Name: Skeleton General Dekai. Identity: 5th tier, undead, intermediate. Skills: 1st circle undead, spell bone armor. 2nd circle undead, spell minor bone enhancement. 3rd circle undead, spell wail of the dead. 4th circle undead, spell land of the dead. 5th circle undead, spell intermediate bone enhancement. Description: proof that even without tactical genius or combat skills, as long as your bones are tough enough, you can still survive long enough to rise through the ranks. Looking at this description and then at the list of skills, Gu Erdan cursed silently. Good grief. Out of 5 spells, 3 were defensive. He had just experienced the 3rd circle, Wail of the Dead. The skeleton general threw back its head in a silent roar, sending shockwaves rippling outward that forced 4th tier enemies to retreat, wounded 3rd tier ones, crippled 2nd tier ones, and instantly killed 1st tier ones. Yet it had no effect whatsoever on Sarah, purely a spell for bullying weaklings. The 4th circle, Land of the Dead, was more troublesome. Dekai would plunge his weapon into the ground, spreading cold, ghostly energy that condensed into countless phantom spirits attacking in all directions. Each enemy killed would have their soul fire devoured by the phantoms, converting it into energy to extend the spell's duration and spawn more spirits. When combined with the area-clearing Wail of the Dead, it formed a complete battlefield combo, but it was completely countered by Sarah. Sarah herself wielded an even more outrageous combination. 4th circle undead spell, soul-rending grasp, forcibly tears out the souls of enemies weaker than oneself. When focused on a single target, it could rip out a 4th tier opponent's soul. When facing multiple targets or stronger enemies, while it couldn't directly steal souls, it was enough to destabilize their spiritual foundation and slow their movements. 5th circle undead spell, soul detonation, detonates souls held in the palm, creating wide area, high damage destruction. The process was brutally simple. First, use soul-rending grasp to yank out the souls of weaker enemies, then hurl these souls like grenades, with soul detonation, blasting enemy forces into chaos. Before the explosion's aftermath had settled, Sarah would raise his hand again, drawing the scattered soul fragments toward his palm like projectiles, only to hurl them out again for another round of devastation. In comparison, Dekai's skill combination could be called meticulous and perfect, while Sarah's could only be described as outrageous. If not for Dekai's 5th circle, intermediate bone enhancement, that had forged him bones of steel, allowing him to emerge almost unscathed from the inferno of soul detonation, he would have died at Sarah's hands long ago. Dekai suddenly plunged his weapon into the ground, and black energy immediately surged up like a gushing tide, swirling around him in a rotating vortex. The undead souls that had not yet been devoured were torn away, transforming into pitch-black phantoms trailing wisps of dark smoke as they rushed towards Sarah. Sarah opened one hand and gently clenched his fist. Instantly, starlight burst forth from the fallen undead across the battlefield, transforming into streams of light that spun rapidly and converged into his tightly closed palm. he roared, thrusting his left palm forward violently. Countless soul fragments became dense beams of light, blooming into a dazzling web of radiance in midair soul blast. The light beams bombarded the dark vortex with deafening explosive sounds. Decai braced himself against his weapon with both hands, kneeling on one knee and struggling for several breaths before finally succumbing to the overwhelming force and being hurled away by the violent explosion. The land of the dead crumbled instantly. His body tumbled through the air, continuously pummeled by multicolored soul bombs, trembling as he was thrown over 30 meters before crashing down with a resounding clang. Sarah snorted coldly, giving his opponent no respite. He raised his left hand high and roared, "Fourth circle, necromancy soul drain." In an instant, more scattered souls were drawn by the light, swarming from all directions. With these two techniques, Sarah was virtually invincible on the battlefield. But virtually was not absolutely. Before the souls could fully coalesce, the sky suddenly darkened. Sarah jerked his head up to see a bone sphere several meters in diameter plummeting down with a howling sound. His eyes flashed coldly as the torrent of souls in his hand instantly shot skyward, creating colorful bands of light that arced upward to intercept it. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the thunderous explosions, the bone sphere shattered into pieces within the flames, its fragments burning to ash before hitting the ground. Having blocked the surprise attack, Sarah did not pursue but instead drew the javelin from his back and thrust it heavily into the ground beside him, his fierce gaze locking onto the distance. At the outermost edge of the city wall, a colossal beast slowly retracted its tail. Its entire body was composed of compressed and interlocked bones forming a solid shell with no visible gaps. Despite lying with all four limbs on the ground, its 20-meter-long frame still stood 4 to 5 meters tall, covered in spikes like bone caltrops. Its head was assembled from countless skulls, grotesque and terrifying. Standing outside the city, this figure was more horrifying than demons from the depths of nightmares. A fifth-order siege bone beast. The legendary pet of Death himself, a nightmare created specifically to harvest souls for its master, the Beast of Bones. The terrifying monster now had its two claws resting on the crumbling city wall, while its massive tail assembled from countless bones of various kinds thrashed continuously behind it. With each swing, numerous bones flew up from the ground, rapidly coalescing into a sphere of white bone above. The outer wall had already been breached, collapsed almost instantaneously upon impact. Judging from the gaping hole where more than half the wall had crumbled and the scattered bricks and stones, it was almost certain that this suddenly appeared skeletal beast had smashed through with sheer brute force. Now only half the wall remained, just enough for the creature to prop its claws upon as it loomed over the city like an active volcano. Gu Erdan stared at the colossal creature beyond the wall, his entire body freezing in place. Compared to this beast, the mummified giants and massive skeletons he had encountered before seemed like underdeveloped children. Such enormous size, such terrifying power. Could this really be just a fifth-tier undead? While he stood stunned, the distant skeletal behemoth moved again. Its tactics were brutally simple. Compress and fuse the bone fragments on its tail into larger bone spheres, then violently hurl them skyward, the entire tail functioning like a primitive yet terrifying catapult. The second massive bone sphere came whistling through the air, but this time Sarah chose not to block it heed. Fighting a monster specialized in frontal destruction would be tantamount to suicide. He twisted his form and slipped outside the projectile's trajectory, snorting disdainfully through his nostrils. Though he had dodged it, the undead fighting behind him had no time to escape. A thunderous crash echoed as the bone sphere, over 5 meters in diameter, struck the ground and bounced repeatedly with terrifying momentum. Gu Erdan watched helplessly as it careened toward the right wall. With just one impact, the black bone wall 3 meters wide and capable of withstanding dozens of full-force charges from fourth-tier giant skeletons was completely pierced through. Bone fragments scattered, dust billowed, and only then did the massive sphere finally come to rest behind the wall. Gu Erdan's legs trembled uncontrollably. This was called fifth tier? With such destructive power, people would believe it if you called it ninth tier. For the first time, he seriously questioned the world's power classification system. However, he didn't understand the local ranking standards. Combat assessment wasn't based solely on destructive power, but also incorporated speed, defense, and reaction time. The skeletal beast possessed tremendous strength and hardbone armor, excelling in both offense and defense. If it broke into a city, it would undoubtedly be catastrophic, which was why it was also called Death's Pet, a slaughter machine born specifically to harvest lives and souls. But in a true duel against an expert of the same tier, victory would still be uncertain. Massive size brought strength, but also weaknesses like a person swatting flies. One slap could kill 100 times over, but if you couldn't hit the target, all that strength was useless. The skeletal beast was precisely that type of giant with astonishing power, but sluggish movement and clumsy reactions. Unwilling to give up, it launched the third and fourth bone spheres in succession. Amid the thunderous roars, broken walls and rubble flew everywhere, the entire battlefield seeming to be under heavy artillery bombardment. But Sarah was, after all, a dark knight, and close combat with agile movement was precisely his specialty. Among peers of his tier, his reflexes were already top-notch. Such powerful yet predictable bombardments were easily evaded by him. Sarah up ahead was dodging with remarkable ease, but the undead forces engaged in battle behind her were suffering terribly. Each bone cannon blast that fell either collapsed walls or carved through the dense crowds, leaving trails of blood and shattered bones, claiming dozens or even hundreds of lives with a single strike. However, these battle results meant little as long as Sarah remained alive. Killing countless Dark Knights would be pointless. Sarah understood this, and the Bone Beast understood it even better. Don't let the Bone Beast's massive size fool you. It was actually quite intelligent, even more cunning than ordinary high-ranking undead. After all, with a body that enormous, just its brain alone probably weighed several pounds more than others. Who was Sarah? She was the king of Dark Knights, capable of creating Dark Knights out of thin air. If they didn't kill her on the spot, even if the Bone Beast and Skeleton General Decai joined forces to slaughter every Dark Knight present today, it would only give her a few days' rest before she could raise a new army within a month. Several days ago, the two sides had clashed once before. At that time, they held every advantage. Decai had burst forth from underground while the Bone Beast pressed the frontal assault, catching Sarah completely off guard with their pincer attack. The result? The two leaders went back to nurse their wounds for several days, while Sarah, who had commanded fewer than 1,000 Dark Knights and barely 2,000 skeleton soldiers at the time, now commanded over 10,000 troops. If they let her catch her breath again, what chance would the Bone Beast and the others have? Today, they had to finish her here. With this thought, the Bone Beast suddenly roared skyward, its barrel-shaped tail snapping open with a crack as bone blades extended, resembling a scorpion stinger. Its ability activated instantly. Bone fragments erupted from the ground, forming white bone spheres on the massive ribs flanking its tail. The next second, a rain of projectiles bombarded the city. This time it wasn't single massive shells, but dense shrapnel. Each piece was the size of a wagon wheel. A direct hit meant certain death, even a graze meant injury. The Bone Beast completely disregarded its own undead forces below, launching a carpet bombing attack. Boom. The third and fourth walls at the center were instantly devastated, with some sections completely leveled. Gu Erdan on the ramparts nearly jumped out of his skin. Originally, he had been following Decai and Sarah's running battle to fish in troubled waters, but now facing this overwhelming bone rain, heat and cold sweat poured down like raindrops. Fortunately, his subordinates were loyal, especially those 10 Dark Knights who raised their shields in formation before him, forcibly creating a makeshift shield wall that provided Gu Erdan with some psychological security. Though it could only be psychological, as whether they could withstand even one hit from these bone spheres remained uncertain. Get off the walls. Quick, get off the walls. Gu Erdan shouted, then caught sight of an unlucky skeleton soldier on the adjacent wall being blasted over 20 meters away by a single shot. Not daring to linger, he led his men in leaping down from the ramparts. This group escaped disaster, as the Bone Beast hadn't deliberately targeted them. The real target was Sarah. While she could easily dodge the previous single bombardments, evading this torrential barrage wouldn't be nearly so simple. After dodging several bone projectiles in succession, Sarah saw another one falling directly from above and frantically tried to roll away. The moment his body left the ground, he felt something tighten around his feet. His rolling form was forcibly intercepted. Looking down, Sarah saw that somehow a layer of black mist had crept along the ground, with countless dark, ghostly shadows crawling within the fog, their withered arms gripping his armor tightly. Fourth circle, necromancy land of the dead. You. Before his roar could finish, a bone projectile struck him square in the face with a thunderous crash, sending him flying over 10 meters before he tumbled into the rubble of a wall. Ha ha ha. Finally got you, Sarah. Decai, who had struck from the shadows, placed one hand on his hip and threw his head back in maniacal laughter. Seeing his formidable enemy down, he immediately wanted to rush forward to claim the kill. At that moment, another bone projectile whistled toward him from behind, smashing into his head with a loud thud. Poor Decai was completely unprepared and spun 3 times in midair before clanging to the ground. Dizzy and disoriented, he struggled for quite a while before getting up, his first reaction being explosive rage. Bastard! Aim properly. I'm on your side. Despite Decai's spectacular crash, he was actually completely unharmed. His one ridiculous talent was defense. Intermediate bone reinforcement made his physical body as hard as those 7th or 8th tier masters who specialized in defense. A mere small bone projectile posed no threat to him whatsoever. If there were real danger to his life, this guy would have turned tail and fled long ago, never daring to launch sneak attacks on Sarah in the midst of this bombardment. The skeletal beast conducting the bombardment from the perimeter didn't respond to his words, only letting out a contemptuous snort through its nasal cavity. Allies. They were only allies when there were mutual benefits. Now that Sarah was severely injured, Their relationship needed to be reassessed. Whether that recent friendly fire was accidental or intentional, no one could say for sure. It whipped its tail violently, the ribs above closing and locking onto the tailbone, followed by a thunderous roar as a massive bone projectile shot through the air, landing precisely on the ruins where Sarah lay. Dakai, who had been charging toward those ruins, immediately slammed on the brakes. He could take a hit from small bone projectiles, but the massive ones were beyond his capacity. A direct hit would leave him dead or crippled. Thunderous sounds echoed from outside the city wall as the skeletal beast that had fired the projectile began ramming the wall violently, pushing through rubble as it charged inward, its intentions crystal clear. Damn wild dog. Dakai cursed, but without hesitation, he accelerated at full speed. With the enemy down, it was time to claim the spoils. The skeletal beast and Dakai, this pair of allies, had joined forces for the same goal from the beginning. With their long-coveted prize within reach, neither wanted to fall behind. The two fifth-tier undead, one large and one small, broke into a mad sprint, but the skeletal beast's massive size meant one of its steps equaled 5 of Dakai's, and it was about to overtake him in the blink of an eye. Dakai naturally wouldn't stand for this. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he swung his blade, and where the edge pointed, black energy boiled. Whoosh! Ghostly shadows trailing long streams of black smoke shot out like black chains, instantly wrapping around the skeletal beast's limbs. Caught completely off guard, the massive creature's limbs tightened, and it immediately face-planted, its several-ton frame carving a formidable-long furrow in the ground. Ha ha ha! Dakai, having succeeded in his scheme, laughed maniacally as he leaped over the skeletal beast and charged excitedly toward the ruins ahead, ready to claim his prize. However, in the next second, the sound of wind came from behind him, followed by boom. Amid thunderous roars, a massive bone sphere smashed through the wall and flew overhead, while Gu Erdan stared in stunned disbelief. The sphere's surface bore the clear imprint of a complete giant skeleton, looking exactly like a dung beetle that had crashed into a rock and been flung into the air along with its dung ball, now the bone sphere. After confirming the imprint wasn't that of a dark knight, Gu Erdan shuddered and quickly waved to his subordinates to turn around and head straight for the city gate. The walls are too dangerous. Let's take the main gate. At almost the same moment, Dakai was desperately struggling to free himself from the ground inside the barbican. Thanks to his steel-reinforced bones, he had managed to save his life, but the close-range bombardment had slammed him into the earth, creating a large human-shaped crater. Just as he managed to claw his way out of the bone debris, the roaring bone beast charged at him again first, delivering a merciless stomp weighing 100 tons that sent Dakai screaming as he was trampled back into the pit, followed by a solid bone tail 2 meters thick that hammered down like a sledgehammer, driving him half a meter deeper into the bone layer. This damn beast was expert at kicking someone when they were down, but the undead weren't pushovers either. Crash! The charging bone beast was once again ensnared by dark mist chains around its front limbs, its head scraping a furrow nearly 10 meters long across the ground, while its hindquarters reared up high, nearly snapping in half. Dakai roared in fury. You damn beast! He broke free from the dirt, drew his long-handled broadsword, and lunged forward in great strides. The massive tail swept horizontally, and he leaped up with a flip, dark energy condensing in his palm into a grotesque specter that shot toward the beast's flank like a cannonball. Crack! The specter bit into the bone armor, the dark energy forming chains as Dakai swung himself up in a perfect swing maneuver, landing precisely on the bone beast's spine. Gu Erdan, who was rushing out through the city gate, looked up and couldn't help but curse. Holy shit! Spider-Man! Before he'd even finished speaking, he was already dragging his subordinates away at full speed. This isn't something a damn beast like you can handle. Get lost. Dakai was in high spirits, riding on the giant beast's back and repeatedly stabbing with his long blade. The bone beast howled and rolled in pain, unable to shake off the enemy on its back. The tragedy of large beast-type creatures was fully displayed. Those stubby little legs simply couldn't reach their own backs. Though Dakai had been dominated by Sarah, between him and this bone beast, it was actually Dakai who held the upper hand. The two had only formed their alliance because the skeletal beast's failed ambush on the exiled Dakai had backfired spectacularly, resulting in the beast getting thoroughly beaten instead. The skeletal beast possessed naturally astounding defenses, and Dakai's blade could only produce a shower of sparks against that ridiculously thick bone armor. Since neither could overcome the other, they reluctantly sat down to negotiate their corpses for you, soul flames for me, agreement. At this moment, Dakai sat astride the skeletal beast's spine, veins bulging in his arms as he hammered his blade down like driving nails. Remember the rules. Corpses are yours. Soul flames are mine. Don't touch what isn't yours. The blade rang against the bone plates with metallic clangs that numbed his hands and made the beast's neck ache. The skeletal beast felt so wronged it wanted to cry. I'm clearly stronger. My combat power is higher. Just because I'm too big to hit him properly, I have to endure this abuse. It could indeed grow by devouring corpses, and a fifth-tier undead body would be a great tonic. But if soul flames were available, who would bother gnawing on hard bones and flesh? Besides, it had defeated that enemy single-handedly be all rights. It should get the lion's share. Growing angrier by the moment, the skeletal beast suddenly roared like a mad thing, its massive body rolling around like an out-of-control bulldozer. Bone fragments scattered and dust clouds rose like a miniature earthquake. Caught completely off guard, Dakai was flung from the beast's back, then crushed solidly into the earth by several hundred tons of bone mountain. Fortunately, the skeletal beast was too busy throwing its tantrum to notice him. Dakai desperately fought his way out of the dust cloud, coughing and leaping toward the ruins that had buried Sarah. Just then, a piercing shriek came from nearby. That bastard's trying to hog everything. Dakai jerked violently as he turned to see a tail sweeping toward him. Boom. He was slammed into the thick bone layer again, this time embedded face first into a wall like a mounted decoration, unable to move. The skeletal beast's turning tail sweep was executed in one fluid motion without hesitation. Then it eagerly pounced on the ruins, claws frantically digging as stones and bone fragments flew everywhere. The wall-mounted Dakai drew a sharp breath, realizing his weapon had disappeared somewhere, but had no time to search for it. With a flick of both hands, dark energy churned within him, forming over 20 chains with ghastly souls manifesting at their ends. Crack! The chains wrapped around the skeletal beast's eye sockets, fangs, and vertebrae, yanking that massive head backward. The scene looked quite spectacular, but Dakai had overlooked the size difference. When the skeletal beast exerted force to break free, he was instead flung high into the air, spinning like a living meteor hammer. The two monsters grappled once more, their steel-hard bones colliding with deafening crashes. Neither noticed that the buried ruins were trembling slightly. Beneath the rubble, Gu Erdan was directing his minions specifically, two subordinates with earth-tunneling abilities and frantic excavation. Dig. Faster dig. Hey, no, not down. That way. You. Watch it, don't push upward. If we break the surface, we're all dead. Gu Erdan roared at the edge of the ruins, veins jumping at his temples. The two underlings in front of him still flailed like headless flies, one clawing at random, the other ramming blindly. Out of patience, he shoved one aside, grabbed the other, and threw himself onto the rubble, digging with his bare hands. The black warrior, who could burrow, at least understood orders and moved with some skill. But the skeleton soldier was like a runaway pile driver. Thump. Thump. Thump jabbed everything off target. Gu Erdan lost all hope and had to wade in himself. Numbers won out in the end. With dozens of undead working together, they quickly opened a passage beneath the debris. Gu Erdan dove in first and finally found the new boss Sarah at the bottom. Sarah, however, looked even worse than the ruins. If the skeleton General Dakai was a tank with high defense and health, then Sarah was a classic high-attack, high-agility striker, which meant he folded the moment he got blasted. First a hit from a small bone sphere, then a direct smash from a big one. His armor was webbed with cracks, his helmet was caved in, his left arm and its vambrace had been bent into a multifold horror, and both leg bones were shattered. Gu Erdan rushed over, grabbed Sarah by the ankles, dragged him close, and slapped him hard across the face. Damn it, boss. Don't you die on me. I haven't finished hugging your thigh yet. He raised his other hand to keep slapping, never expecting that one smack would jolt Sarah awake. Sarah struck back on reflex, clamping Gu Erdan's wrist and squeezing hard. Crack! Gu Erdan stared, dumbstruck, as his right hand dropped to the ground in a shower of bone chips. The air froze on the spot, and both he and the newly lucid Sarah went rigid. Ah! My king's might. My king's might. Gu Erdan hugged his severed arm and thumped it against Sarah's helmet. Whomp. Whomp. Whomp, making the iron helm wobble. Sarah finally lost patience. Enough. Stop wailing. They'll make it up to you when we get back. Gu Erdan shut up at once, picked up the severed hand, and pressed it to the stump. A pale halo flashed, bone regrowth activated, and the wrist knit back together in an instant. See, you should have said so sooner. He gave an awkward grin, motioned for the boys to get Sarah up, and signaled the retreat. But Sarah was too badly hurt. With his limbs nearly totaled, he couldn't stand, and their pace nosedived with him on a back. Gu Erdan glanced at the hollowed-out ruins, then at the bag of bones that was Sarah. He rubbed his chin for a beat, suddenly lunged over, grabbed Sarah's chest plate, and yanked. Come on, armor off. Gu Erdan, are you trying to rebel? Startled by Gu Erdan's sudden move, Sarah struggled desperately. He knew well that Gu Erdan had previously stolen armor from his subordinates, and the unlucky victim was standing right there watching the show, wearing nothing but a helmet. What Sarah never expected was that this subordinate, who had risked his life to rescue him, would shamelessly try to steal his armor while his combat strength was severely weakened. As if I'd want your lousy armor. It's useless to me anyway. Sarah protested with a grimace, though his movements grew stiff. Gu Erdan couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply pinned Sarah down and stripped off the entire suit of armor in just a few moves. The process went so smoothly not only because of his rough handling, but also because Sarah had given up struggling after hearing steel armor. If he truly wanted to fight back desperately, with his foundation as a 5th-tier undead, dealing with 2nd-tier Gu Erdan would be effortless. With the armor completely removed, Gu Erdan was about to turn away when he suddenly froze. Sarah beneath the armor was wrapped head to toe in thick bandages, bound tight like a dumpling, even more mummy-like than an actual mummy. Seeing Gu Erdan's surprise, Sarah instinctively raised his hand to cover his face and explained in a muffled voice. Nobody wants to see themselves turned into a withered monster. Covering up is better than being an eyesore. TSK, still caring about appearances after death? Gu Erdan rolled his eyes while complaining and sprinting toward his minion with the heavy armor. At least you still have a face, I don't even have a head. What am I supposed to do, find a fake head to wear? Sarah followed the voice and saw the skull on Gu Erdan's neck chattering its jaw. He wanted to retort, but hesitated, and ultimately said nothing. Wasn't this guy already wearing someone else's head? His vanity was even greater than his own. Gu Erdan couldn't care less about Sarah's thoughts, though if he knew, he might actually twist off his head and slap Sarah's face with it. This is for survival, you shallow fool, he cursed inwardly. If he really encountered dogs, wolves, or powerful enemies, throwing out a head would be better than losing his life. Running up to the bare-chested Dark Knight, Gu Erdan saw his innocent expression and hesitated for 2 seconds before ultimately deciding against being ruthless. After all, he was his own minion. He had donated clothes and weapons, and worked hardest at digging. Using him as cannon fodder again would be truly unconscionable. He grabbed the armor and casually placed the helmet on a nearby skeleton's skull, then frantically equipped the skeleton with the armor. After finishing the setup, Gu Erdan dragged this dramatically transformed skeleton soldier and pressed him firmly under the rubble. Here, I have an important mission for you. He pointed at the surrounding debris. Just sit here and don't wander off. If you survive, I'll promote you to deputy captain when I return, same rank as the helmetless knight you'll be called. White Bone Pioneer Officer. Yes, White Bone Pioneer Officer. With that, he gave the pioneer officer a heavy pat on the shoulder, then turned and ran with his remaining brothers, leaving the newly promoted pioneer sitting dumbfounded in the ruins. Boom. They sealed the tunnel entrance again, dust flying everywhere. While escaping, Gu Erdan didn't forget to instruct his minions to pack the rubble tight to avoid detection. As for the pioneer officer left behind, well, when disaster strikes, everyone flees for themselves. Nobody can look after anyone else, so good luck. The battle above ground raged on, with skeleton General Dekai now locked in fierce combat with the Bone Beast. These two invulnerable behemoths clashed relentlessly, shattering blades and sending bone fragments flying in all directions. The undead warriors fighting nearby suffered terribly from the collateral damage. A moment's distraction meant being pulverized into bone dust. Undead ranks 1 through 3 were considered low-tier cannon fodder. Ranks 4 through 6 were classified as mid-tier elites, and ranks 7 through 9 were high-tier monsters with terrifying combat prowess and cunning that rivaled the living. Though 4th and 5th rank differed by only 1 level, their power gap was like heaven and earth. Moreover, the 3 5th-rank powerhouses present weren't the naturally high-ranking nobles from the central regions, but wild bosses who had fought their way out from the borderlands of the undead realm, experienced, sharp-minded, and ruthlessly lethal. While ordinary 5th-rank beings might struggle against 4th-rank opponents, these few, especially that Bone Beast, could clearly annihilate them with a casual swipe. Both sides fought with bloodshot eyes, yet both knew that brute force was futile. Like a hammer striking an anvil, neither could break through the other's defenses. They battled while frantically digging into the ground. The Bone Beast was particularly desperate. Once it unearthed Sarah buried beneath the ruins, it would immediately flee the battlefield with its prey. After devouring Sarah's soul and advancing to 6th rank, it could return to deal with Dekai at leisure. How could Dekai not see through his opponent's scheme? But his smaller frame, though durable, couldn't stop the giant beast from excavating. After over 10 minutes of fierce combat, a crisp crack echoed as the soil layer above the ruins was completely cleared away, revealing the hollow space below. Without hesitation, the Bone Beast's massive maw descended, viciously snapping toward the decoy skeleton soldier in the pit. The poor bone frame still sat dutifully in place, following orders. Only when it heard the commotion did it look up to find a massive white bone maw larger than itself bearing down, clearly intending to use it as a chew toy. At this critical moment, Dekai lunged sideways, swinging both arms as dark mist condensed into chains that wrapped around the white bone vanguard with a rattling clang. Though he couldn't drag the Bone Beast, he could pull Sarah away. The chains tightened, and the white bone vanguard was yanked into the air. Under the Bone Beast's furious gaze, Dekai hoisted the chain-bound white bone vanguard onto his shoulder and bolted. Using the realm of the dead chains like a swing, he moved swift as wind, soaring through the air and covering dozens of meters with each swing. Dekai ran ahead while the skeletal beast pursued him from behind, roaring madly as it chased, and swinging its tail to conjure bone orbs that it hurled desperately, trying to intercept Dekai's escape. The bone orbs shrieked through the air, and in the blink of an eye, both figures reached the outermost city wall. Bang! A bone orb struck the chains in Dakai's hands deadened, sending him flying and crashing heavily into the wall, his armor ringing from the impact. As he rolled upon landing, even his helmet flew off, but this guy stubbornly clutched the corpse of the bone vanguard in his arms, refusing to let go despite his dislocated shoulder and cracked armor plates. He could withstand the impact, but the bone vanguard couldn't. The skeletal beast's roars grew closer, and Dakai half propped himself up to continue fleeing, but his movements came to an abrupt halt the next second. Sarah in his arms had lost her head. Where the hell was the head? This discovery nearly made Dakai faint on the spot. His first thought was, isn't an undead soul fire located in the head? Now that even the head was gone, what was the point? Like an office worker frantically searching for their phone in the morning, he rummaged around desperately until he finally spotted that familiar black heavy helmet a dozen meters away. Dakai lunged forward and scooped the helmet into his arms. When he got up and examined it closely, the interior of the armor was shriveled like it had been drained dry. Something was wrong. Sarah was at least a fifth-tier Death Knight with ridiculously high natural defense, and her heavy armor was like a tin can. Having her head chopped off was one thing, but having it fall off from a tumble? What a joke. Even ordinary skeleton soldiers weren't this fragile after reaching the 5th tier. This was a big problem. Could Sarah have mastered some undead spell for separating body parts? The 2nd circle limb detachment spell? Or the 5th circle corpse splitting spell? The more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Dakai lowered his head in silence for a second, then suddenly threw away the headless corpse and grabbed the face guard with both hands. Crack! The face guard was pried open by force, revealing a skull head frantically snapping its jaw, trying to bite him in midair. Dakai was stunned. The whooshing wind rushed past his ears as the skeletal beast pounced from behind, its gaping maw nearly biting his shoulder. Without even turning his head, Dakai grabbed the skull wearing the helmet and swung it in a wide arc toward the skeletal beast's feet. The skeletal beast reflexively retracted its claws and braked hard, its 2 small front paws desperately scraping the ground, barely managing to catch the skull head at the critical moment. Without hesitation, it clutched the skull and turned to flee, actually learning to stand upright and take quick little steps on its hind legs like a swaying giant lizard. Utterly ridiculous. After running a dozen steps, the skeletal beast suddenly froze. Its momentum was too great, and its rear end dragged along the ground for 2 meters before it stopped. It looked down at the skull head in its hands. This thing was obviously not Sarah. From behind came Dakai's furious roar through gritted teeth. Bait and switch. We've been played. Sarah is still in the city. The skeletal beast whipped its head around, locking eyes with Dakai. Without a single unnecessary word, both their gazes screamed the same message. How dare he make fools of us? Truce. Go back. Kill that bastard. A thunderous rumble echoed through the air as the colossal bone beast suddenly wheeled around and charged desperately toward the Dark Knight City. Skeleton General Dakai followed close behind, the ghostly flames in his eye sockets flickering violently, his rage nearly bursting from the gaps between his bleached bones. They had been played. For a single mouthful of high-grade soul fire, he had schemed endlessly, even willingly serving as bait and enduring the bone beast's crushing blows just to pin down Sarah. If he couldn't devour that soul today, he'd rather die again just to spite himself. Roar. The speechless bone beast was equally hysterical. Earlier, it had ambushed Dakai only to be beaten senseless by his steel-hard bones and nimble frame, then forced into cooperation. By all rights, obtaining the corpse should have been profitable enough, and claiming the soul too would have been a windfall. But now they had nothing to show for it, enduring constant beatings and scolding. With its massive head ringing from impacts, what was the point? What was any of this for? If it couldn't feast today, how could it ever show its face in the death realm again? Fury ignited madness as they charged side by side toward the city center. Countless white bones were sent flying. Hordes of minions fell in waves, most crushed to bone dust beneath the bone beast's massive hooves. Crash! The first wall, already cracked by the bone sphere, completely collapsed. Crash! The second crumbled to rubble. The third, the fourth. With no buildings to obstruct the view, everything beyond each wall lay exposed. The fourth wall, no target in sight. The fifth still empty. The sixth, nothing again. As the 2 maddened creatures lunged toward the final stone barrier, the bone beast suddenly dug its limbs into the ground, carving long furrows as dust clouds erupted. It skidded to a halt, for along the base of the left wall, a small mixed squad of about 10 skeleton soldiers and dark knights was creeping stealthily along the fortification. Normally, such temporary groups were common in Dark Knight City, as Dark Knights were known for their small unit tactics. But this squad was peculiar. At its center, protected in the safest position, wasn't a Dark Knight captain but rather a figure in tattered armor and a damaged helmet, his form concealed and movement stiff. From a distance, he looked like an ordinary skeleton soldier, but several ribs were stuck into his back as camouflage. Who was the bone beast? Death's own hound. Its skull was assembled from hundreds upon hundreds of skeleton heads, with countless eye sockets, each gaze sharp as a blade. Almost instantly, it knew something was off about that squad. It looked up to see Skeleton General Dekai had already scaled the wall, but instead of alerting him, it crouched low, flattening its bone joints as much as possible, burying the entire massive creature in the wall's shadow. Such an enormous frame trying to hide behind a wall barely 2 or 3 meters high, truly a sight to behold. Creeping forward stealthily, trying its best to avoid Dekai's line of sight, the bone beast charged toward the squad ahead at a speed that was both comical and ferocious. With a thunderous crash, the massive skeletal frame suddenly lunged forward, its head smashing straight through the entire mixed unit of 40 to 50 soldiers. The skeleton troops were almost instantly annihilated, and the black-armored Dark Knights were sent flying in complete disarray, suffering heavy casualties. The bone beast had no time to deal with these small fries, nor did it notice how surprisingly fragile these Dark Knights were. It opened its jaws and bit down hard on the target that had been heavily protected and hidden in the center of the formation, intending to swallow it whole. Just as it was tearing at its prey, the stone wall beside it exploded with a thunderous roar. A figure burst through the wall and pounced, delivering a heavy kick to the bone beast's cheek. It turned out that Dekai had long noticed the sudden silence of the giant beside him and had alertly pursued, attempting to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The bone beast, with astonishing tenacity, was kicked to the ground but refused to let go of its bite. The moment it hit the ground, it performed a lazy donkey roll, pulling back to create distance while frantically clawing with its front paws, sending sand and bone fragments flying everywhere. Despite the ridiculous posture, combined with its massive size, this move stirred up a sky-covering dust cloud. Dekai, who had been in hot pursuit, was pelted by the sand and stones, staggering as his vision was completely obscured. Immediately after, the bone beast raised its tail and condensed a giant bone sphere, which it whipped across the skeleton general's face with a whoosh. Crack! Dekai was once again slammed into the wall yet another time. By the time he stumbled out of the shadows, that damn dog had already taken off on all fours and fled far away. Seeing his prize snatched away right from his grasp, rage surged from his heart. He howled and gave chase through the air, using his own magic to swing like on a swing, transforming into a blur as he pursued relentlessly. The two fifth-tier undead departed one after the other, and their ragtag army immediately lost command, being picked off and devoured piece by the Dark Knights. Within an hour, the ground battle was completely over. After the outside world quieted down, in the hollow several meters underground, the wounded Sarah struggled to lift his head. "Seems like the fighting's over up there. Should we go take a look?" he asked breathlessly. Nearby, Gu Erdan was crouched by a weak campfire, recklessly warming himself by the flames. His gaze fixed on the crackling sparks. He didn't even lift his head. "How can you be sure our side won? Maybe they were completely wiped out, which is why there's no sound. Let's wait a bit longer." "Wait? For how long? 1 day? 2 days? A week? 2 weeks? Whatever." Gu Erdan shrugged. "We're undead anyway, immortal and indestructible. We can just wait it out slowly." Ever since discovering he had become undead and no longer needed to worry about lifespan, he had lost his appetite for taking risks. But not taking risks didn't mean he wouldn't court death at this very moment. He was conducting an absurd experiment, lighting a fire in an enclosed cave, desperately consuming the thin oxygen. If he were alive, he would have already passed out from oxygen deprivation, but he insisted on seeing whether a skeleton could suffocate. To put it in simple terms, he was bored out of his mind. The squad hiding deep underground ultimately couldn't remain concealed for very long. Sarah was naturally impatient, and he had an innate love for profiting from dangerous situations. When they previously encountered powerful enemies, instead of thinking about holding their ground, he actively lured the undead army into the city, all for the chance to gamble on plundering and expansion. This had already demonstrated his style clearly. After waiting in the cave for just a moment, his patience was completely worn thin. Sarah first ordered his soldiers to dig through the top layer of earth and stone, sending out only one person to scout. After confirming there were no large-scale enemy forces outside, and that the battlefield was now in their favor, he led all his men back to the surface. As for Gu Erdan, with no guards watching over him, he naturally couldn't continue staying in that pitch-black, little dark room. He climbed up following them, stepping over rubble and debris, and looked up at the devastated city, couldn't help but click his tongue softly. The destructive power of that bone beast was truly terrifying, charging like mountains collapsing and earth splitting. If this massive creature hadn't crashed through the city walls, the city would never have fallen so quickly. However, Sarah was after all the king of Dark Knights. Though the bone beast and the skeleton general Deki seemed to have the upper hand, that was only a temporary illusion. The cannon fodder legion they had painstakingly gathered only bought them a brief moment to duel with Sarah unknown, and even that was under the premise that Sarah actively engaged in battle. If Sarah had chosen to avoid fighting, The Dark Knight Legion would still ultimately be able to drive them out of the city, though the casualties would have been greater. After all, when the Bone Beast dealt with low-tier undead, its killing power was extraordinary. They've temporarily retreated. Without skeleton legions to take the bullets for them, they don't dare fight the Dark Knight's Hedon. For the short term, we're relatively safe. Sarah's injuries were quite severe. As he staggered toward the city's core area, he had the Dark Knights rush to the rear canyon to lure newly spawned skeletons into the city, while giving Gu Erdan a brief explanation. In no time, the Dark Knights who had gone to lure the enemy returned with over 1,000 skeleton soldiers trailing behind them. Sarah raised his palm, and soul power swirled like a whirlpool toward those skeletons, instantly devouring their soul fires completely. His wounds, and those of his Dark Knights, rapidly healed as a result. Gu Erdan stood nearby, his gaze falling on the blood rose banner stuck in the ruins. Several skeleton heads were strung on the flagpole, with the fifth-tier, bull-headed skeleton at the top being particularly eye-catching. His brow suddenly furrowed. Those two guys came for your soul fire, didn't they? Sarah nodded. Though the undead are immortal, they have a fatal flaw: natural growth is too slow. At normal speed, they might not advance even one tier in 100 years. Only by devouring soul fires of the same tier or higher can they evolve rapidly. This place is on the outskirts of the undead lands, where fifth-tier skeletons are pitifully rare, so we often hunt each other. Gu Erdan nodded repeatedly as he listened, but his confusion only deepened. He pointed toward the blood rose banner. But don't you have a ready-made fifth-tier soul fire hanging right there? Why didn't they just take it instead of fighting you to the death? What? Is your soul particularly fragrant? Puffed. Souls don't have flavors, it's all about their grade. As for why those two guys didn't come for this soul. Sarah looked up at the bull skull atop the flagpole, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. She raised her hand, bones crackling, and plucked the skull down, shoving it into Gu Erdan's arms. See for yourself. See what? Holy crap. Before Gu Erdan could react, the moment his fingertips touched the ghostly blue flame within the skull, his expression changed dramatically. The supposedly fifth-tier soul fire instantly faded in his palm, transforming into a pale green flame of merely second-tier quality. At this strange occurrence, he immediately pulled up his system interface to check. Name: second-tier soul fire. Type: consumable item. Skills: first circle necromancy gigantification. Second circle necromancy soul disguise. Description: pretending to be a tiger might scare away pigs, but it could also attract hunters. It's fake. Faced with this complete counterfeit, Gu Erdan couldn't help but cry out in shock. Sarah shook her head with a laugh. Of course it's fake. If it were really fifth tier, I would have devoured it long ago instead of letting it hang here as a flag ornament. She snatched the skull back and reinserted it into the banner, her tone light, yet tinged with pride. This guy had a rare innate spell. When he was a Livahi, could disguise his soul's aura up to 6th tier, and even gigantify his form. Looked pretty intimidating. I was genuinely startled at first, and spent months gathering forces, planning a siege. Only when the battle started did I discover it was just a second-tier fake. Recalling that embarrassing episode, Sarah looked both amused and exasperated. Later I figured this thing could still be useful, so I hung it here. And it worked pretty well. Last time when Decai and the Bone Beast invaded, this flame fooled the Bone Beast into leaving, allowing me to barely repel them. Too bad the same trick only works once they won't fall for it again. Yeah, they won't fall for it again. Gu Erdan nodded, his brow furrowed deeply. This little shell game won't hold up much longer. Those two weren't seriously hurt. They can just bring a few cartloads of cannon fodder and make a comeback. But you, how long will your injuries take to heal? Sarah's body was covered in cracks, with black mist seeping from exposed bone fragments everywhere. Gu Erdan's concern wasn't exaggerated. She waved dismissively. Don't worry. External injuries are the least of concerns for the undead. As long as the soul fire remains intact, physical wounds can heal by absorbing some soul fire. It'll just take a moment. The problem is, even if you recover completely, you still can't beat them. Gu Erdan touched the bear's skull, nearly getting bitten by its sharp teeth, and irritably patted it until it stopped. They figured out how to coordinate their attacks. You can't handle them alone. Fighting Hedon might scatter your soul, but if you don't stop them and let them slaughter freely, I doubt your Black Knight Legion can last more than a few rounds. Trading your carefully cultivated elite forces for the cannon fodder they casually recruit, that's a terrible deal. Sarah fell silent. Against their combined forces, she was no longer capable of single combat. When the enemy returned, she could neither easily let them pass nor dare to confront them directly, a truly impossible situation. She needed a new strategy. The ghostly fire at her brow flickered as her mind raced through calculations. Just then, Gu Erdan suddenly looked up, his gaze falling on the solitary banner planted on the city wall, his eyes lighting up instantly. I have an idea that might help us survive this crisis, maybe even turn defeat into victory. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and more than 10 days had passed since the last great battle. During these 10+ days, the Bone Beast and Skeleton General Decai had barely touched the ground. These two fifth-tier undead never lacked stamina, but at this moment, they were busy rushing between wastelands and ruins for one purpose alone: recruiting troops. Last time, they had finally managed to tear away spoils from the frontal battlefield, with the bone beast even carrying that corpse in its jaws as it ran wildly for dozens of miles, only to be eventually caught up by Decai, who was faster and more skilled in combat. That beating left the bone beast's bones nearly scattered, and the spoils it had swallowed were forcibly extracted by Decai. But when the two undead looked down to examine their prize, they saw only an ordinary skeleton soldier clad in black knight armor. The air fell silent instantly. Decai gripped his bone fists tightly, while ghostly flames blazed in the bone beast's hollow eye sockets. Their two pairs of fiery gazes met, sharing only one consensus: they had been deceived again. Of course, they wanted to immediately turn back and tear Sarah into a pile of bone fragments. But reason whispered in their ears if they truly returned, what awaited them would be Sarah's countless legions of black knights. The two could only swallow their rage, pressing their resentment deep into their bone marrow, and form an alliance once more. This partnership had two reasons: unwillingness to continue being played, and fear that Sarah might suddenly become clever. In their memories, although Sarah was fierce in battle, he was a brute lacking intelligence, relying on his vast forces and numerous subordinates while acting rigidly. Decai and the Bone Beast had always been confident that as long as they could lure Sarah out, they could accomplish a decapitation strike with their individual combat prowess. But now, with the enemy employing consecutive underhanded tactics, it proved that fellow had started using his brain. If they allowed such an opponent, who commanded legions and possessed cunning, to grow for a few years, the two of them might not even have a place to stand. Move away. This thought was cast aside the moment it emerged. The undead realm wasn't a place where one could relocate at will. 1. Territorial divisions were clear, with each area having its own leader. 2. 4 and 5th-tier undead who intruded would be torn apart by local powerhouses joining forces, just as they had tried to do to Sarah. 3. The unspoken rule of the undead realm was to collectively resist foreign enemies strangle you while your footing was unstable, lest you turn around and devour their territories in a few years. The Great Map resembled an irregular puzzle. The border regions were resource poor, where newly born undead were either first-tier skeletons or second-tier mummies, with the strongest reaching 5th tier at most, making high-tier undead rare. The closer to the center, the higher the level of newly born undead, and the more terrifying the strength of their leaders. Legend had it that at the very core, newly born undead possessed 5th-tier combat power from birth. And guarding the core was the master of the entire undead realm, the God of the Dead. Under the God of the Dead were 8 demigod-level powerhouses, known as the Undead Lords. These 8 overlords each ruled a region, and under each lord were undead commanders comparable to legendary heroes of the mortal world. Gods need no explanation. They are beings that transcend normal comprehension. Demigods, also known as lesser gods or subordinate deities, represent a level mortals can hardly reach. One must either possess divine blood or master the path of ascension, for even the most gifted cannot enter without these prerequisites. Below them are what humans call legendary heroes or legendary saints, the pinnacle of conventional power, the strongest beneath the gods. In the undead realm, they are called undead lords, while the demon realm knows them as demon kings. At this moment, 2 legendary powerhouses were eyeing the Black Knight's city with predatory intent. The pair split up to recruit followers, not expanding randomly, but each following circular routes around the city, clearing out newly resurrected undead along the way. This strategy left Sarah unable to lure enemies for attacks or expand her forces. The Black Knight city was effectively cut off from supplies and reinforcements. They calculated that as long as Sarah dared not leave the city, they could gradually wear down all the combat power within, then join forces to eliminate Sarah. While battle loomed outside the walls, intensive construction was underway within the city. Every Black Knight and skeleton soldier was digging, starting from the first wall and penetrating straight through to the 7th wall, carving out a massive trench over 20 meters wide and 6 to 7 meters deep. From above, this trench resembled an inner moat, cutting through the originally layered, impregnable defenses like a blade. Fortunately, low-level undead don't question orders or know fatigue. Otherwise, living beings would have abandoned such work long ago. At dawn the next day, the black sun erupted with flames once more, and waves of undead burst from the earth. The Black Knights on the walls immediately rang the alarm bells. As morning light broke, a dark mass of undead army surged forward from the distance, with the bone beast that treated walls like flat ground leading the charge. Boom! A bone projectile struck first, directly collapsing a corner of the wall. Immediately after, the bone beast lowered its head and charged, smashing the massive gate to pieces, instantly igniting a new siege battle. On the 7th wall, Sarah stood fully armed with her Black Knights arrayed in formation, but Gu Erdan was nowhere to be seen. As she surveyed the battlefield, the ground beneath the 3rd wall suddenly trembled violently. Countless skeleton rats burst from the earth, followed by large numbers of undead underground forces had infiltrated. Dakai, leading the assault, emerged from the soil and glanced at the straight trench before him with confusion. Why had Sarah destroyed her own defenses, digging a passage straight to the deepest point? Though the Black Knights occupied the high ground on both sides and could use powerful crossbows for ranged attacks on undead in the trench, Dakai and the Bone Beast had never feared casualties. Undead possessed remarkable climbing abilities. Even if some couldn't climb up, others could charge forward stepping on their comrades' corpses. Since they feared no death, any psychological warfare was meaningless. Unable to understand, he simply stopped thinking about it. Dakai waved his hand, signaling the army to assault Sarah. It was the same old strategy. Scatter the cannon fodder to force the Black Knights to divide their forces, then have him and the Bone Beast target the elite troops, forcing Sarah to engage personally. If Sarah remained defensive, they were confident they could eliminate all the Black Knights within 5 waves of attrition warfare. Then Sarah would be isolated and helpless, with nowhere to recruit reinforcements, leaving only the fate of being killed by their combined assault. Facing this straightforward strategy, Sarah instinctively glanced back at the city interior, hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and leaped down from the wall with her Black Knights. Seeing Sarah once again choose to engage proactively, Dakai and the Bone Beast's eyes lit up as they charged toward her with wild fury. Dark mist swirled everywhere. Brilliant light erupted. Bone spheres continuously plummeted from the sky. Below the third wall, 3 fifth-tier undead fought in a bloody frenzy. Sarah faced them alone, taking the full brunt of a dual assault from Dakai and the Bone Beast. Compared to Dachai's steel-like frame and the Bone Beast's rock-thick bone armor, he had only his razor-sharp offensive power to hold the line. A mage going head-to-head against 2 tanks, while being flanked from both sides calling it a disadvantage hardly did justice to his predicament. Atop the walls, the undead forces under both sides clashed in fierce combat. Though the troops brought by Dachai and the Bone Beast couldn't match Sarah's Black Knight Legion and Skeleton Army in direct confrontation, they had no trouble buying time and holding their ground. A thunderous crash. Another massive bone sphere came crashing down. Sarah rolled to dodge, plunging his palm into the cracked earth as soul fire instantly gathered soul blast. With a ring of explosive force, the ground erupted half a meter high. Just as Dachai was about to lock onto Sarah with a spell, the explosion sent him flying several yards. Seems you were well prepared, Dachai said, spitting out bone fragments as a cold smile crept across his lips. But how many more times can your soul fire save you? He landed and steadied himself with one leg. Extending his fingertip rolling black energy poured from his chest, transforming into countless vicious spirits that lunged at Sarah. 4th-tier spell, Land of the Dead. Sarah's Soul Blast was a 5th-tier spell, powerful enough to shake the skeleton general Dachai, but its consumption was equally staggering. In contrast, Dachai's 4th-tier control spell barely drained him, while the Bone Beast's aerial bombardment was merely its innate 1st-tier talent. Requiring almost no soul power, its destructive force came purely from its massive, sky-blocking form. In a war of attrition, Sarah stood no chance. In a quick, decisive battle, their coordination left him no openings. As his soul fire gradually dimmed, Sarah's movements became increasingly unsteady. Dachai and the Bone Beast could already taste victory, their eyes burning with greed, while secretly guarding against each other, each fearing their hard-won prize might be stolen by their ally. Just as the battle seemed decided, suddenly a silent ripple spread across the sky. It was a tremor on the soul level. The fighting undead soldiers all froze in unison, mechanically turning their heads toward the depths of the canyon. Even Dachai and the Bone Beast halted their assault, looking up in confusion. 5th-tier soul, ghost fire fluctuations? How could there be masterless ghost fire here? Dachai's heart raced with alarm. For a single 5th-tier soul ghost fire, they had schemed for ages and plotted against each other, knowing full well how difficult such a treasure was to obtain. If it hadn't been absolutely necessary, who would risk their lives? Yet now, a 5th-tier ghost fire hung openly in the distant sky, letting its soul power dissipate freely like someone burning millions in gold coins for warmth in broad daylight. A cold gleam flashed into Chai's eyes as he whipped around to face Sarah, a sneer forming on his lips. What? Think we'll go chasing after it? Dream on, fool. We know exactly what that ghost fire isets that imposters, isn't it? Such petty tricks won't save you. Dakai snorted coldly, thinking Sarah was trying to use that high-tier soul ghost fire to lure away his army and force a breakthrough. Sarah smiled contemptuously at his words. Of course I know it won't draw you away. I never intended for you to leave, quite the opposite. It would be troublesome if you actually were lured away. As her words fell, sharp cracking sounds suddenly erupted. Dakai and the Bone Beast whipped around to see the cannon fodder skeletons that had been fighting each other abruptly stop and surge toward the ghost fire like a tide. Blocked by the city walls, they simply leaped en masse into the deep pit, instantly filling the bottom with a seething mass of skulls that nearly leveled the trench. Without any obstruction or ambush, That mighty undead army of over 20,000 charged toward the deepest part of the canyon. The battlefield that had been clamorous moments before suddenly fell silent, leaving only the howling wind. Dakai and the bone beast exchanged glances, their expressions grave. The fodder troops had been drawn away. He said in a sinister tone, "Do you think you can beat both of us in single combat?" "Of course not." Sarah slowly rose, drawing her treasured sword and driving it heavily into the ground. "But you've forgotten something." A mysterious aura spread outward. Amid thunderous collapse, walls crumbled on all sides as thick armored arms burst from the earth. Masses of black knights emerged from hidden positions, nearly 100 black knights of at least third tier instantly forming an iron-tight encirclement around the two. In the distance, thousands more black knights were swarming from various wall positions. Dakai's heart sank as he immediately saw through Sarah's intent. Sarah grinned wickedly. "I am the king of black knights. Your cannon fodder and mine will both be entranced by high-tier soul ghost fire. But these black knights serve only me and obey only my commands." She raised her sword, pointing directly at Dakai and the bone beast. "Now tell me, who has the advantage?" The black knights, originally scattered along various wall sections, surged like a black tide toward the city center. Once surrounded by such numbers, even fifth-tier undead, let alone higher ranks, would struggle to break free. Dakai tried to command those mindless skeletons to return for support, only to find they were completely entranced by the ghost fire and utterly unresponsive. In fury, he shattered the enslavement fragments in his soul. Several fourth-tier undead hidden within the undead army immediately collapsed, their inner ghost fire dissipating and instantly devoured by surrounding soldiers. The orderly tunnel system lost control in an instant, fighting, scrambling, devouring, shoving, with cacophonous noise rising and falling, but no one cared anymore. The Black Knights possessed basic intelligence and were subject to the Black Knight King's soul pressure, making them immune to ghost fire temptation. They alone in the entire city had not rushed toward the tunnels, instead tightening their encirclement in place, preparing to hunt Dakai and the Bone Beast. Seeing the situation clearly, Dakai roared, "Bone Beast, let's retreat together." His answer came as a deafening crash. The Bone Beast suddenly turned and used its massive body to smash through the not yet closed defensive line, trampling walls as it fled into the distance. Dakai's expression changed drastically as he too tried to force his way through, but his size was limited, and his speed even less than the giant beasts. Using dark mist chains to swing into the air, he had barely reached mid-flight when over 20 spears whistled toward him, smashing him back to earth and instantly surrounding him with black knights. The black knights parted to create a path. Sarah emerged slowly, wielding spear and sword, her eyes cold with killing intent. "Don't leave. To prevent being hunted by you again in the future, at least one of you must stay here today." Once again deep in the canyon, Gu Erdan leaned against his banner, listlessly fidgeting with his fingers. The decorative bull skull atop his head had long been shattered by his own hand, and from its hollow cavity, fifth-tier soul flames flickered and danced, spilling outward with a whoosh. The fake fifth-tier soul waves rippled outward in circles. This was his key strategy against the pursuing enemies. They think they can rely on superior numbers? Then I'll make sure they can't gather their forces, Gu Erdan thought smugly. As long as all the cannon fodder were drawn in by these fifth-tier waves, his black knights could hold the front line. While it would be impossible to eliminate both enemy leaders in one strike, holding off one while Sarah concentrated firepower on the other should be manageable. As for whether those two might team up and flee, Gu Erdan snorted coldly. If they had that kind of sense, they wouldn't have backstabbed each other over loot earlier. He grabbed a nearby spear and swept it with a sharp crack, directly breaking the arm of a skeleton soldier trying to reach out. "Move again, and I'll shatter your bones." His fierce glare sent the skeleton scrambling backward. The allure of fifth-tier soul flames was truly remarkable. Even though these skeleton soldiers had signed soul contracts with Gu Erdan, fragments held in his very hands, all under his watchful eye, they were still driven mad by instinct. Thinking of how every undead in the entire city would be drawn to this flame, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Rumble. The ground trembled slightly as a dense tide of undead surged from the canyon's depths, looking like a pitch-black wave from afar. Gu Erdan's skeletal frame shuddered, and he bolted, abandoning his banner on the spot. "Want the flames? Take them. Carrying that damn flag just makes me a sitting duck." He called his minions into the hiding holes they'd dug beforehand, quickly sealing them with bones while leaving just a sliver of visibility through the gaps. Peering through the cracks, he watched the undead outside descend into chaos, first through fourth-tier creatures tearing at each other like rabid dogs. Anyone who dared reach for the soul flames was immediately mobbed and beaten senseless. Nearby, a fourth-tier mummy that barely touched the flames was instantly pounced on by a first-tier skeleton rat that bit into its lower regions. The scene was so brutal it made Gu Erdan's scalp tingle. At this moment, rank suppression had completely vanished. First-tier skeleton soldiers wielded massive bone clubs, gleefully bashing fourth-tier skulls with outrageous audacity. The more deaths, the greater the chaos. Some undead who couldn't grab the flames turned to stealing souls from the fallen, triggering even more carnage in an endless bloody cycle. Gu Erdan watched clearly through the bone wall, shaking his head with clicking sounds. See? That's what happens when you don't use your brain. Philosophical musings aside, there was work to be done. He directed his skeleton soldiers to reinforce their shelter and had the 10 Black Knights at his side keep watch over the skeletons, ensuring these brain-dead minions didn't do anything stupid. Throwing his arms around his 2 lieutenants, Gu Erdan swayed smugly with a self-satisfied grin. When choosing a boss, you gotta pick the smart one. Look at measure, my strength might be lacking, but I've got brains. Those powerhouses outside are still being played like fools by yours truly. The 2 lieutenants, under his arms, were recently promoted deputy captains. On the left, the helmetless knight, once clad in full black armor until Gu Erdan forcibly stripped him of his equipment, now reduced to just a black face and a long sword. On the right, the bone vanguard, who had heroically sacrificed himself half a month ago and was coerced into wearing Sarah's armor, becoming the skeleton soldier who served as Sarah No. 1's body double. There had originally been a third deputy captain, the skeleton soldier No. 2 hero, who had impersonated Sarah for Gu Erdan, luring the bone beast and Decai out of the city. Unfortunately, that poor fellow's luck ran out and met his end right at the start of the second round of disguise, leaving only 2 deputy captains remaining. Gu Erdan patted both their shoulders with a solemn expression. You 2 have followed me for so. Before he could finish, the pile of bones serving as cover behind them suddenly exploded. A large skeleton soldier was hurled through the air, smashing clean through their bone wall barrier. As their cover collapsed, everyone hiding in the pit was instantly exposed to the light. The undead fighting nearby barely hesitated before shrieking and charging toward them simultaneously. They had all caught the scent of the fourth-tier soul flame still being digested within Gu Erdan's body. A second-tier weakling dares to carry such treasure? Get him! Gu Erdan jumped in terror, instinctively shoving his 2 capable lieutenants forward while scrambling toward the deepest part of the pit. Protect your lord. 10 Black Knights quickly formed a shield wall in front of him, their barriers clanging shut with a resounding clang. As for the skeleton soldier, minions roughly half had their minds addled by the intoxicating aroma of the high-tier soul flame and charged toward the distant battlefield, completely ignoring orders. Gu Erdan stamped his feet in frustration. Fortunately, the other half remained loyally at their posts, joining the Black Knights to form a complete defensive line, with the Bone Vanguard prominently among them. Seeing the Bone Vanguard's unwavering loyalty, Gu Erdan grabbed both it and the helmetless knight, dragging them to the innermost position. Good brothers. Such loyalty. Don't stand so far away, get in front of me. I'm shy around strangers. He cowered behind his 2 deputy captains, constantly poking his head out to peek around, terrified of being blown to bits at any moment. The cave was deep enough, and the passage narrow enough to temporarily hold back the surging tide of undead. Digging this deep was precisely the lesson Gu Erdan had learned from getting beaten senseless last time. The fierce battle continued to intensify. Though the undead outside were numerous, the real threat was a fourth-tier monster that had set its sights on them. The Black Knights quickly exhausted their javelins, and their defensive line began to waver. Gu Erdan even reached for his neck, ready to pop his head off and play dead at any moment. Just then, reinforcements arrived. Sarah, carrying Decai's severed head at her waist, led the Black Knight Legion as they burst onto the scene, immediately pinpointing the cave entrance where Gu Erdan was hiding. Like a goddess descending from heaven, she raised her hand and tore the fourth-tier undead into scattered green flames, the multicolored soul light exploding and illuminating the entire passage. The main force poured in, and Sarah immediately spotted Gu Erdan flying toward her. Boss, you're finally here, Gu Erdan cried, tears of joy, his arms desperately clinging to Sarah. At the same moment, his skull head gave no warning before chomping down with a crack, actually biting into Sarah's shoulder. You, Sarah raised her hand and delivered a slap that sent the skull spinning 3 full rotations. All right. Everything's fine now, isn't it? Stop hugging me so tight. What do you mean everything's fine? You have no idea how dangerous that was. Gu Erdan angrily swatted away Sarah's hands. If you had arrived 2 seconds later, I would have had to throw out my 2 capable lieutenants, plus this one hanging around my neck, as bait. Aren't they your beloved generals? Sarah raised an eyebrow. Yes, they are. Then how could you bear to sacrifice them? When my life was on the line, what beloved generals? Forget beloved General 7, if he were my beloved consort, it wouldn't matter. Gu Erdan complained tearfully, but as he wiped his face with the back of his hand across his neck, the pale white skull hanging there bit him twice more with a crack. This infuriated Gu Erdan, who began slapping the skull left and right. The skull swayed from the blows, but bit down even tighter. Watching Gu Erdan's seemingly self-harming actions, Sarah rubbed her forehead helplessly. All right. The Black Knights will handle the remaining enemies. Let's head back first. Head back? You really dealt with them? Gu Erdan peered towards Sarah's waist, where he saw her carrying a skull head as translucent as Jade Dekiyi's head. Though he already knew the answer, he still asked, "That guy was a fifth-tier undead according to you. Dealt with. Though I only took down one. The bone beast is alone now and no longer poses a threat to me." Sarah shook the head in her hand, where faint soul fire flickered in the skull cavity. "Another fifth-tier soul. Once I devour it, I'll be one step closer to becoming a sixth-tier undead." "Well, congratulations." Gu Erdan immediately put on a cheerful expression. He felt no resentment about Sarah keeping the fifth-tier ghost fire for herself. First, she was the boss, and while he had contributed some strategy, Sarah deserved the most credit. Second, Gu Erdan was currently only a second-tier undead, so the difference between third-tier and fifth-tier ghost fire didn't matter much to him. He still hadn't fully digested the fourth-tier ghost fire in his body, which would suffice for the time being. Sarah keenly observed Gu Erdan's expression and, seeing no trace of resentment, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't actually stingy, but his urgency to improve his strength forced him to keep the ghost fire for himself. If he lost this intelligent companion he had finally encountered after all these years, it would give him a headache. The group began their return journey, leaving only about 100 Black Knights and the remaining obedient skeleton soldiers to clean up the undead remnants in the canyon. On the way, Sarah and Gu Erdan discussed their next plan. With Dekiyi defeated, the remaining bone beast was alone the perfect opportunity for a siege. For such a massive creature, military formation hunting was most effective. If not for concerns about the potential massive casualties from their combined counterattack earlier, Sarah was confident he could have eliminated them all in one go. The two discussed enthusiastically, but they failed to notice the strange changes quietly occurring among the undead corpses in the canyon behind them. The soul fires in the heads of the fallen undead did not rise into the air, but instead transformed into tiny points of light that slowly flowed along the ground, eventually gathering toward the deepest part of the canyon. There, on the rock wall formed by piles of pitch-black bones, intricate patterns began to glow. After a few seconds, a sharp crack echoed as the wall split open from the center, and a blood-red eyeball squeezed through. Then came the second, the third, densely covering the entire wall surface in a bone-chilling display. The scattered enemies in the city had been completely eliminated, and all the undead in the canyon had been slaughtered. After 3 days of preparation, Sarah led Gu Erdan and the Black Knight Legion in a grand expedition, targeting the bone beast directly. Over 1,000 Black Knights formed a black tide that even fifth-tier undead would avoid. Sarah had thoroughly investigated the enemy's background and lair location, not only the bone beast's nest, but every mountain, stream, powerful enemy, and type of undead within an 80-kilometer radius was mapped out in perfect detail. This further convinced Gu Erdan that Sarah must have been a soldier in life. Otherwise, he couldn't possess such decisive character, nor could he draw such an exquisite hand-drawn map that rivaled official military cartography. The map clearly marked mountain ranges, river courses, and even which forests harbored what types of undead. It was flawless. However, Sarah also understood the rules of the undead realm. A fifth-tier undead rashly entering another's territory was tantamount to challenging the leader's authority and would inevitably provoke war. Therefore, his map only detailed the 80-kilometer radius, precisely his domain. As long as he lived, no neighboring fifth-tier undead dared step foot on this land. The reputation of the Black Knight King was enough to dominate all beings in this border region. The Legion marched forward magnificently, only to find nothing at their destination. The cave was completely empty. Sarah raised his hand to remove his helmet and shook his head with a sigh. "Looks like that guy isn't stupid, Ran." Gu Erdan stood beside him, frowning deeply. "Where could he have gone?" "Not sure." Sarah gazed up at the darkening sunset. "Staying here would be a dead end, so he probably risked venturing into someone else's territory." With that, he waved his hand decisively. "Let's go, we're heading back." "Back where? Just retreat to our base like this?" Gu Erdan was puzzled. "Of course not." Sarah unfolded the map, his fingertip tapping lightly on several marked points. "We didn't come all this way to return empty-handed. Now that the crisis is resolved, we'll proceed as usual, split into 10-man squads, spread out to hunt third-tier and above undead in this area, and collect soul flames to create soldiers. I need to replenish my lost Black Knights and patrol for any unwelcome intruders." Gu Erdan raised an eyebrow. "You've always done this?" "Of course, this is my territory. I was too busy fighting those two before, so the borders haven't been cleared in a while. Now it's time to collect the rent." Once the order was given, the main force departed from the cave, their black armor gleaming as they formed a long, dark line across the wasteland. After all the figures had completely disappeared, the empty cave trembled slightly, a patch of ground lifted gently, and ghostly green flames appeared like fireflies. The bone beast crouched underground, watching the black tide depart before secretly breathing a sigh of relief, then quickly lowered itself and closed the soil layer. It no longer had the strength to confront Sarah directly and had thoroughly offended him. Going to other territories risked being surrounded and killed by local 5th-tier skeletons working together, so it could only endure. The bone beast sighed quietly. Fine, I'll sleep for 3 to 5 years. When there's an opportunity for a comeback, it won't be too late to emerge again. The howling wind swept across the realm of the dead, and the air gradually grew colder, though it was unclear whether this place even had the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The roaring wind stirred up dust and sand across the ash-colored earth, but Gu Erdan felt nothing at all. Skeletons had no flesh, so naturally there was no sense of cold. He was half reclining in a massive black bone palanquin that stood 2 zhang tall, its body assembled from thick spinal bones with ghostly green soul lamps mounted at the 4 corners. 4 second-tier skeleton soldiers carried the palanquin with perfect precision, flanking both sides. Dozens of 3rd-tier black knights formed a fan-shaped escort formation, and on the outer perimeter, nearly 300 second-tier skeleton soldiers marched in orderly ranks, creating a chilling yet disciplined sight. Ever since helping Sarah defeat powerful enemies and reclaim her territory, Gu Erdan had risen to become the second-in-command of the Black Knight City. With over 100 Black Knights under his command and nearly 1,000 skeleton minions, he only needed to direct his forces to hunt down 3rd and 4th-tier undead, and most of the time, he couldn't even be bothered to draw his blade. When they really encountered tough opponents, a 2nd-tier like him would just be cannon fodder anyway, so he simply continued playing the coward. 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye, and counting the time before, he had been a skeleton soldier for over 6 months now. Recently, he could feel his ghostly flames surging, just 1 step away from reaching the 3rd tier, and all of this was thanks to his nouveau riche devouring methods. In just 3 months, he had forcibly consumed 1 4th-tier ghost flame and a full 11 3rd-tier ghost flames. At this moment, he lounged comfortably in his palanquin chair, his skull filled with grand fantasies. 3rd tier. Once he broke through, he could immediately transform all his subordinates. Imagine the scene of 1,000 3rd-tier skeleton soldiers guarding him. When that time came, Gu Erdan would even have the confidence to match Sarah's Black Knight Legion on equal terms. Even better, he could create as many minions of this caliber as he wanted. In contrast, Sarah had only managed to produce about 400 more Black Knights in 3 months. After that 5th-tier soul ghost flame was exhausted, she could only slowly accumulate using low-tier ghost flames, causing her true production speed to plummet. He had personally witnessed Sarah's laborious process of creating subordinates, and his heart couldn't have been more delighted. What Black Knight King? She was nothing compared to him. Sarah still had to select corpses and carve bone joints, while he only needed sufficient energy to clap his hands together and instantly upgrade his minion san efficiency, so absurd it made one question reality. The only thing that gnawed at Gu Erdan was that the damn system could only enhance his minions, but couldn't enhance himself. He pulled up his status panel. Name: Gu Erdan. Identity: 2nd-tier skeleton guard peak. Skills: 1st circle necromancy bone regeneration. 2nd circle necromancy minor bone enhancement. Accumulated energy: 1,974,567 points. Looking at this string of numbers, he was so frustrated that he slapped his skull repeatedly, the crisp smack sounds echoing through the air as he tried to bite himself but couldn't reach. Over 3 months, he hadn't even spared the skeleton rats, and this was all the wealth he had accumulated. If he could directly dump this energy into himself, he might instantly leap to become a skeleton lord and achieve a true devastating victory. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. With a heavy sigh, Gu Erdan leaned back in his chair, glaring furiously. To be precise, it was the skull on the chair's backrest that was glaring at him, this former mortal enemy that had nearly cost him his life, now forcibly enhanced to the peak of 2nd tier, still as lively as ever. Whenever Gu Erdan had nothing to do, he'd give it a couple of slaps. When he was busy, he'd still hit it, and when idle, he'd continue the beatings. The skull wasn't one to take it lying down, either. Whenever a hand came near, it would snap its jaws without hesitation. These 2 sworn enemies had been locked in their love-hate relationship for 3 months, and rather than resolving their grudge, their battles had only grown more intense. At this moment, the main force was marching grandly toward the Black Knight City. Gu Erdan's expedition had lasted a full half-month, yielding considerable gains. 1. 1st-tier skeleton souls. Each provided 110 energy points for the system. 2. 2nd tier, 1150 points. 3. 3rd tier, 51,100 points. 4. 4th tier, 101,1000 points. 5. Above 4th tier. He'd never encountered any completely unknown territory. During this period, over 90% of the undead he'd slain were 1st and 2nd tier. Yet with these low-level creatures alone, he'd managed to accumulate over 1,000,000 energy points. He'd even led his minions to dig through rat holes, simply because they were crawling with skeleton rats each, giving only 15 energy points, but he didn't mind the meager rewards. Lying in his military palanquin, Gu Erdan began plotting his next moves. Primary objective: advance to 3rd tier. Next priority: acquire a mount. black armor paired with a headless body, plus a warhorse wound that make him an undead version of the headless horseman? Just imagining the majesty of riding into battle made his grin stretch from ear to ear. However, the sudden scene ahead left him stunned. In the distance, atop a towering mountain, the Black Knight city was completely shrouded in thick black mist. Within the fog, countless vengeful spirits flickered in and out of view, dancing wildly as they clashed with the Black Knights throughout the city. Gu Erdan jolted upright, and due to his sudden movement, both he and his head tumbled out of the palanquin. His head rolled twice before coming to a stop, but he paid no mind to the pain, staring intently at the black mist. He recognized that technique. It was Skeleton General Decky's fourth circle necromancy, realm of the dead. This spell could refine undigested soul flames into vengeful spirits for battle, growing fiercer with each fight. Absolutely vicious. Decky could barely cover a dozen meters even at full power, yet now the entire castle was consumed. The black mist stretched for kilometers. The caster had to be 8th tier, 9th tier, or possibly even an undead lord. A formidable enemy, far beyond his imagination. Gu Erdan's mind raced. Could it be Decky's father? But where would a skeleton soldier get a father? From bone calcification? Even a vampire would make sense. But he's clearly just a bone frame without any organs. After ruling out revenge as a motive, his headache only worsened. Charging in meant almost certain death. His meager forces wouldn't even fill the enemy's teeth. But not going. Sarah, the new boss, might perish. He picked up his skull from the ground, forcefully pressed it back onto his neck, his eyes flickering with uncertainty and inner turmoil. Damn it all. With a sudden stomp of his foot, Gu Erdan commanded his troops to turn around and retreat. A rumbling sound echoed continuously as dark clouds swirled in the sky, pressing down in layers over the entire castle. Sarah swiftly dodged and swung her sword, shattering a vengeful spirit, then flicked her wrist to throw a spear, striking an enemy charging at her. However, the third-tier dark mist creature shattered in midair, only to reassemble within 3 seconds, causing Sarah to grit her teeth in frustration. Soul explosion. She suddenly reached out, forcibly pulling the soul flames of the fallen soldiers around her into her palm, transforming them into a dazzling stream of light. In the next moment, over 100 beams shot up into the sky. The beams sliced through the dark mist like sharp blades, tearing a gaping hole. Yet, before the light could dissipate, more ghostly figures surged in, filling the void and forcing Sarah to retreat. Boom. A group of monsters collided with her chest, sending her flying over 10 meters before she landed and rolled to regain her footing. Sarah knelt on one knee, clutching her cold, aching chest as she surveyed the battlefield. Her black warriors were continuously falling. The sound of their weapons slicing through the air was relentless, but it couldn't keep pace with the speed of death. Each time a black warrior fell, their soul flame was consumed by the dark mist, only to re-emerge moments later as a new third-tier creature, joining the slaughter. So powerful, unbelievably strong. What was supposed to be a 4th-tier spell exhibited a terrifying effect akin to a domain. No matter how thoroughly they were destroyed, all dark mist creatures would regenerate within seconds. The more they fought, the stronger they became, offering no chance to catch a breath. Sarah's chest heaved rapidly, and a single word flashed in her mind. Domain. That was the power of law that transcended the peak, a technique only those who had broken their limits could master. If that were true, she was likely facing a Death Lord. 5th tier against 10th tier, this battle was unwinnable. She coughed up blood, forcing herself to stay calm as she scanned the battlefield. The black warriors were still fighting valiantly. Although the dark mist was troublesome, it couldn't eliminate them instantly. But at this rate of escalation, it wouldn't be long before the entire army perished here, even dragged into the dark mist to become part of the enemy. If it really is a Death Lord, why would they bother to engage us when they could easily wipe us out? Sarah's mind raced. The source of the dark mist lay in the canyon outside the castle, where an astonishing number of resurrected undead roamed. Yet they were completely uncoordinated unless that Death Lord was severely injured and could only delay them using the dark mist domain. With clarity, she deduced that the large-scale deaths of the undead in the canyon months ago had provided the opportunity for the enemy's resurrection. High-tier undead were already difficult to kill, and the stronger they were, the harder they became to eliminate. Just like a lich, as long as the soul jar remained intact and the soul was not extinguished, they could resurrect infinitely. Other undead also possessed various bizarre means of survival. Coupled with various undead spells, completely erasing a high-tier undead was more challenging than defeating a demon of the same level. The undead lord before them had clearly just been resurrected, and he was definitely a master of self-preservation. This much was evident from his mutated version of the land of the dead. Thick, ink-black fog churned beneath his feet as thousands of specters emerged from the mist walls, their ghastly pale skeletal faces lunging relentlessly at any living creature. The aura of endless cycles, immortal and indestructible, made Sarah immediately realize that reaching the main body through this domain would be virtually impossible. No escape. There was absolutely no way out. Despair filled Sarah's chest to the brim. Having finally been resurrected as an undead, having finally grasped the chance for revenge, if he were to die here, who would settle the blood debt of the kingdom and fulfill his family's expectations? What kept him swinging his sword was no longer strength, but sheer obsession. Dragging his half-kneeling body, he desperately tried to summon his remaining soul power to cast Soul Drain, once more, attempting to pull the souls of the fallen warriors around him into his body to mend his wounds. The spell's runes flickered to life in his palm, but it was too late. The scattered soul flames around him were swept away and devoured by the black mist before they could even leave their bodies, extinguished completely. Sarah watched helplessly as his subordinate souls turned to firefly-like lights, consumed by the black fog, and a chill spread from his heart to his fingertips. Once even souls were swallowed by this mist, his dreams, obsessions, past, and future would all turn to ash. Just as he neared complete despair, the ground beneath his feet exploded with a bang. A pair of iron gauntleted arms burst from underground, clamped onto his calves, and yanked him down hard. Caught off guard, Sarah tumbled into the hole and instinctively swung his sword in retaliation, only to have it hastily blocked by the newcomer. Damn, boss. Show some mercy. I'm on your side. The familiar cursing made Sarah pause for half a beat as he recognized Gu Erdan. Nearly getting his skull split open, Erdan's head rattled with fear as he switched hands to parry while shouting. Erdan, forget the names. Let's get out of here first. Gu Erdan grabbed Sarah's arm and ran, his feet finding the escape tunnel his minions had secretly dug. The soldiers behind them busily backfilled the dirt, trying their best to erase any traces. Rumble. Just as the two had run 10 meters, the soil layer above suddenly shook violently. Several worn weapons pierced through the earth, followed by black mist pouring through the cracks into the tunnel, with several specters twisting their forms to squeeze inside. They looked almost identical to the Black Knight's broken armor, glowing blue eye sockets, but moved as fast as if they were gliding across the ground. Hold them off. Gu Erdan's face darkened as he waved for his subordinates to engage. Cold steel flashed, but no matter how many times these specters were pierced, severed, or shredded, they would always reform perfectly in the next second. Don't waste your energy. Unless you have spells that specifically target souls, they're immortal. Sarah pressed against the gaping wound on his chest as he warned them. Gu Erdan's expression grew even darker. This wasn't just ordinary magic, it was downright cheating. Magic? Sarah shook his head. This is more like divine arts, or a domain. Despite his words, he still endured his injuries to lead Gu Erdan through the chaos, using his personal combat skills and terrain awareness to forcibly break through the specter blockade. However, most of the minions who had helped them dig were trapped and killed, and 2 deputy captains had also gone missing. In this life-or-death moment, the two could only grit their teeth and continue fleeing. Dust filled the tunnel as they ran frantically while dodging the newly entering specters. Weak daylight filtered through the tunnel wall ahead. The exit was within reach. Just then, boom! The black mist outside suddenly churned and twisted, forming a massive hand in midair. The palm alone spanned dozens of meters as it suddenly slammed downward like a shovel digging earth, scooping up large amounts of sand along with Sarah and Gu Erdan, hurling them high into the air. The two tumbled through the air with yellow sand whistling past their ears, then crashed back down into the sea of black mist with a splash. Gu Erdan's head went flying clean off. Cough. Staggering to his feet from the ground, Gu Erdan looked up at the sky, where the slowly dissipating giant hand of black mist made him truly understand powerlessness for the first time. This was no longer a battle between equals, but a complete dimensional strike, like a human casually crushing an ant. Sarah, who had fallen beside him, suddenly grabbed a broken spear and hurled it backward with a reverse throw, the spearhead piercing through the air into the body of a black mist specter lunging at Gu Erdan from behind. In the next instant, he grabbed Gu Erdan and shielded him behind his back. Looking up, the sky churned with black mist, more and more specters looming in and out of sight, their chilling howls echoing. Sarah clenched his fists tightly, knuckles turning white, then slowly released them, his voice hoarse and bitter. Erdan, I'm afraid I can't leave. I'm the only 5th-tier undead here, and he has locked onto me. Desperate to recover from his injuries, he will never let me go. I can't escape. Gu Erdan opened his mouth, but could only manage a dry big brother. You're only 2nd tier. He won't bother with you. If you flee alone, you'll definitely survive. Sarah looked up and let out a silent shriek. The Black Knights wandering in the distance heard the command, their ghostly flames suddenly blazing brighter in their eye sockets as they converged from all directions, even disregarding that they would be torn apart by the black mist specters. I've given my final order. They will obey and protect you. Erdan survive. Before his words finished, he forcefully pushed Gu Erdan away and charged into the black mist. After running several steps, he suddenly stopped, reached up to tear off the pendant from his chest, and hurled it toward Gu Erdan with all his might. I lied to you before. I haven't lost my memories of being alive. This pendant is my family heirloom. It can protect the soul from corruption. If you ever reach the human realm and hear of the Rose Kingdom, please tell the royal family for Mikalinda Sarah died in battle. The Blood Rose Legion has no deserters. As his roar echoed, he turned without hesitation and charged again. That resolute silhouette made Gu Erdan seem to see that battle from 5 years ago. Sarah leading 3,000 soldiers of the Blood Rose Legion, using flesh and blood to hold back hundreds of thousands of enemy troops. Also, the people of the entire city could evacuate. Today, he made the same choice again, and even though this time he could only save one person, he had no regrets. A soldier never exposes his back to enemy blades. Charge! Charge again! The black mist grew thicker, specters swarmed in, claws tearing at armor, blood soaking through. Sarah's pace slowed from a sprint to a quick walk, then to labored steps. Suddenly, there was emptiness. His ancestral sword had been torn away by the specters. He looked around at the shadows closing in, slowly closed his eyes, and waited for the end. A thunderous roar erupted. Dozens of spears came whistling through the air, carrying the force of thunder as they pierced through and scattered all the surrounding specters. Hearing the sound, Sarah whipped around to see Gu Erdan emerging from the black mist, followed by dozens of black knights. Her eyes first showed bewilderment, then shifted to understanding and melancholy. Erdan, you're just like my former adjutant, making the same foolish decision, she mocked hoarsely. Before she finished speaking, she snatched a spear from a nearby black knight. Her mangled, blood-soaked body had been swaying unsteadily, but now seemed reignited by the flames of war, her spirit soaring. Are you ready to fight alongside me on this battlefield? Then let us bloom our final. Stop, stop, stop! Gu Erdan waved his hands frantically. Who said I want to die with you? Don't flatter yourself. He grabbed the spear from Sarah's hands. If I'm going to die for love, it better be with a woman. A normal woman. How could I possibly choose a mummy like you? Sarah was stunned. Then why did you come back? I ran in the wrong direction. Okay. Gu Erdan rolled his eyes, mentally complaining about her severe case of delusions of grandeur, while extending his palm towards Sarah. Come on, give it to me. Huh. Don't me. Give it to me. Oh. Sarah looked down at his outstretched hand, hesitated for a moment, then placed her own hand in his. Gu Erdan looked down to find himself holding a heavy piece of armor. After 3 seconds of silence, he flung it away. Are you a dog? Who told you to give me your hand? I want the soul fire. Soul fire? I don't have any left. Yours. What would I want someone else's for? Hand over your soul fire fragment. What do you need it for? Even if you devour my flame now, it won't help you, and you'll just attract their attention. Enough with the chatter. Big brother. Please. The guys can't hold on much longer. Gu Erdan frantically scratched his skull. Around them, black knights fell one by one, their screams swallowed by the black mist. Before he finished speaking, the black mist ahead writhed and suddenly formed into a massive palm that blotted out the sky. The arm was thick as a mountain range, countless ghosts and demons coiling around it as it swooped down toward their heads. The shadow, dozens of meters wide, swept down with nowhere to hide. Give me the fire. Give me the fire. Give me the fire. Seeing Sarah actually closing her eyes to await death, Gu Erdan furiously stepped forward and began slapping her helmet repeatedly. Stop, stop hitting me. Here, I'll give it to you. Sarah's helmet rattled from the slapping as she finally pressed a fragment of ghostly green flame into his hand, her expression complex. Throughout her life of warfare, she had never experienced personal emotions, but now being able to entrust her life to a companion made it all worthwhile, even if that companion was just a brainless skeleton. Gu Erdan had no time for her sentiments, frantically stuffing the fragment into his abdominal cavity. The flame instantly illuminated his bone-white ribs. The giant palm drew closer, dark winds howling in their ears. He quickly pulled up the system panel, madly clicking buttons. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Hurry up and upgrade me, damn it. The energy accumulated over so long was instantly drained, countless white light points erupting from his body and pouring entirely into Sarah's chest. The next moment, a blinding pillar of light shot skyward, completely engulfing Sarah. The giant palm was shattered into pieces midair, crumbling into black mist. The sky-covering fog was torn open, revealing the pitch-black sun above. At the center of the light, Sarah's withered flesh rapidly expanded, every tissue pulsing, regenerating, evolving. 6th tier, 7th tier, 8th tier, 9th tier, until, with a long, piercing shriek, the pitch-black mist churned like boiling water stirred by a giant hand, and countless undead specters screamed as they rushed towards Sarah, only to transform into streams of dark purple light swirling around him in the next instant. 4th circle, necromancy soul drain. Sarah growled. He grasped the swirling streams of light, instantly draining their life force. The overwhelming horde of specters that had filled the sky moments before crumbled to nothing in the blink of an eye, leaving only scattered glimmers floating in the air. Standing at the center of the drifting lights, Sarah slowly closed his fingers. All the remaining glimmers surged toward his palm like a tide, exploding in perfect unison the moment they made contact. Domain power soul domain. Boom. Invisible waves of soul energy rippled outward in layers, forming visible shockwaves that swept in all directions. The rampaging black mist was torn to shreds and instantly reduced to nothingness. Domain power. Undead Lord. A woo. From a dark corner, the small wolf-shaped shadow that had hoped to serve as an appetizer let out a mournful wail. The undead lord, who had been hiding deep within the black mist and had only recently been revived, suddenly turned and fled in panic. After being defeated and lying dormant for 100 years, he had finally managed to recover just enough strength to seek some energy to fill the void within him. Who could have expected that an undead lord would emerge from such a barren outer region? This was simply impossible. Run? I must run. The undead lord's heart raced with desperation. His opponent was not only another lord, but also wielded soul power, his natural nemesis. His own soul had been severely damaged long ago, and now he could barely bully lower-tier undead. He was no match at all. If he didn't escape, death was certain. The black mist churned as the undead lord fled desperately, trailing wisps of fog behind him while splitting into countless specters and mist clusters to confuse Sarah's vision. The strategy was half successful. Sarah indeed couldn't immediately identify the true form, but he couldn't be bothered to search for it either. He brought his palms inward, and all the soul flames surrounding him condensed and refined into the purest energy. Fifth circle spell soul blast. Thunderous roars echoed continuously. Intense beams of light shot out like cannonballs in all directions, causing the dark mist to collapse and specters to vanish in droves. The mist cluster hiding the undead lord barely withstood the first wave of impact, but this completely exposed his location. In the next moment, tens of thousands of light beams fired simultaneously. The undead lord only had time for one agonized scream before being swallowed by the sea of light. Sarah kicked off with both legs, his figure vanishing instantly as he shot straight into the barrage of light beams. Half a minute later, he descended from above, holding a dark flame in his palm, the soul fire of an undead lord. However, it was now incomplete and dim. Sarah studied the flame for a moment, then without hesitation, handed it to Gu Erdan. Gu Erdan was overjoyed, secretly celebrating that he had finally recovered some of his earlier losses. But before he could fully savor his happiness, Sarah suddenly grabbed his chest armor and lifted him up. Their foreheads met well. Gu Erdan didn't have a forehead, or even a head for that matter. Sarah's helmet pressed against Gu Erdan's chest as he glared fiercely at the soul fire flickering within the other's body. Now, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Gu Erdan trembled all over upon hearing this, hastily stuffing the massive ball of soul fire into his chest. After the fusion was complete, he kicked his legs and let out a croak as the life left his body. Seeing this scene, Sarah said nothing more, simply taking a long spear from a nearby soldier, its tip still dripping with cold, menacing light. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Erdan stood dumbly in front of the watchtower inside the castle, responsible for defense. He had retrieved that skull head that had rolled away. The thing was frighteningly resilient and hadn't died at the hands of the dark mist creatures. Since his enemy wasn't dead, he had securely fitted the skull back onto his neck. The two deputy captains who had fled with him were equally tough, now standing to his left and right like door gods, motionless. As for Sarah, he had spent almost the entire half-month hunting outside, and the days when he could be seen in the city were few and far between. Gu Erdan leaned on his spear and stood for another long while, finding nothing to do. So he simply spread his limbs and flopped down on the rough stone slabs with a thud, sighing boring. In the past, he could occasionally see a few reckless undead crashing into the city walls, but now even the brain-dead ones were gone, because Sarah had turned the surrounding area upside down for miles around. Sarah's killing method was like sifting grain, meticulous and ruthless, even more brutal than Gu Erdan had been in his day. Not only his own territory, but even the hostile forces within thousands of miles around had been plowed through by him. Those fifth-tier undead who had once ruled their lands and called themselves kings had all become Sarah's energy reserves, melted down in forges and crafted into one black knight after another. The result was that the black knights in the city had surged from a few hundred survivors to several thousand, and now looked set to break 10,000. Gu Erdan himself had officially broken through to the third tier a few days ago, while also upgrading all of his 1,000-plus skeleton soldiers. The city of Black Knights was now strong and well-equipped. Several thousand third-tier Black Knights, over 1,000 third-tier skeleton soldiers, plus an undead lord-level boss. Looking across the entire border region, and even further toward the core areas, they were strong enough to establish themselves anywhere. Sarah had long since figured out Gu Erdan's secret ability to upgrade undead. In fact, he had never intended to hide it if he really wanted to conceal it. He wouldn't have exhausted all his energy to save Sarah in the first place, much less let Sarah witness a super evolution firsthand. The moment Sarah was willing to risk his life to draw away the enemy, Gu Erdan had decided this brother was worth keeping. However, there was one unexpected development that still bothered Gu Erdan to this day. Evening came, and the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from the wilderness. Sarah had left the city alone, and now returned with nearly 1,000 black knights. The city guards pulled open the heavy iron gates, and Sarah entered through dust and fire, his armor clanging, before sitting down with a clang beside Gu Erdan. Gu Erdan glanced at him sideways, his gaze finally settling on Sarah's severely deformed breastplate. After several seconds of silence, he looked away. Sarah raised an eyebrow and stared at him coldly. What are you peeking at? Who's peeking? Gu Erdan held his skull head higher. With that shifty look of yours, you dare say you weren't peeking? Sarah's voice was quite unfriendly. Slander. Pure slander. Gu Erdan patted his empty eye sockets. I don't even have eyes. How could I possibly peek? If anyone's peeking, it's this head doing the looking. If you don't like it, here, take my head and hit it however you want. He thrust his skull forward as he spoke. Sarah snorted coldly. Find it surprising? Ah, yes, I do. If I wasn't surprised, that would be the real mystery. Gu Erdan took another look at Sarah's bulging, deformed chest area and turned away with his arms crossed. He wondered to himself, how did his previously upright big brother end up with a protruding chest after advancing? Those pectoral muscles were way too exaggerated. Could advancing actually change one's gender? Anyone who suddenly discovered that the big brother they'd been following and calling boss was actually a woman would probably find it hard to accept. No wonder Gu Erdan couldn't accept it now. Anyone who suddenly found out that the big brother they'd been chasing after and calling boss all this time was actually a woman would probably be unable to accept it. The once withered body fully regained its vitality, and the desiccated flesh was filled with energy. Sarah straightened up again as her bones rapidly expanded, muscles layering over her arm bones, and skin swiftly closing together in the dim light. As this body was restored, the tight-fitting armor also reshaped itself accordingly. The originally neutral chest suddenly bulged outward with a loud pop, clearly revealing the contours of female armor, with blood red rose patterns blooming layer by layer across the metal. He and Gu Erdan sat side by side, neither saying a word. After a long while, Sarah finally spoke. The Blood Rose Legion was originally one of the few all-female military units in the Rose Kingdom. Every member was a woman. Gu Erdan slapped his thigh, his voice full of disgust. No wonder the name sounds so feminine. I knew it. What normal man would have flowers embroidered on his chest? Wait, all women? Then the armor I'm wearing is. He looked down and saw his own matching female breastplate, the blood red rose patterns vivid and striking. His skull immediately trembled with rage. Damn it all. Nearby, the vice captain, a helmetless knight wearing only an undershirt and still half withered, sat upright, as if watching a show. Gu Erdan glared at her. Couldn't you all develop some feminine characteristics? This is misleading. If people find out I'm wearing women's clothing, how can I ever hold my head up again? Sarah rolled her eyes. When you're withered down to skin and bones, show me how you develop secondary sexual characteristics. Besides, you can't tell if you're male or female right now anyway. Speaking of which, what gender are you actually? Male. A real man. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Gu Erdan started to undo his pants like a rogue, but when he looked down at his empty pelvis, he deflated completely and quietly sat back down. Forget it. Say whatever you want. It's all the same anyway. Seeing his dejection, Sarah reached over and patted his shoulder, saying with certainty, don't worry, with your special abilities, you'll definitely be able to restore your physical body. Gu Erdan's eyes immediately lit up as he nodded repeatedly. Big brother, no, big sister. You're so good to me. It's just a pity you're a woman. If you were a man, I would definitely become sworn brothers with you. Get lost. Sarah slapped him, making Gu Erdan's head ring. She then looked up, gazing at the dim sky, seemingly lost in thought and falling into silence. After a long while, she patted Gu Erdan's shoulder again and stood up to leave with large strides. Rest well, Erdan. Your future is limitless. Maybe you really could become a god someday. Big sister, rest assured. As long as your brother has meat to eat, big sister is guaranteed to get some bones to gnaw on. Do you believe I'll gnaw on you right now? Night fell completely, yet figures still moved through the Black Night City. The undead needed no sleep, guards patrolled, blacksmiths forged, and the entire city operated day and night without rest. Gu Erdan lay on a makeshift bone bed, carefully calculating his future plans. With Sarah as his powerful ally, the path suddenly became clear. Close the gates and unleash Sarah. Let the boss charge ahead, while he collected spoils of war from behind, simultaneously using fresh soul fire to strengthen soldiers and improve himself. The ghostly fire left by the undead lord in his body could conservatively push him to the 5th tier, given enough time. If he didn't use wasteful quick advancement methods, he could easily reach the 7th tier. The future looked bright, and prospects were excellent. Although the previous gamble had been quite risky, the facts proved that Gu Erdan had bet correctly. This filled his heart with joy, and he couldn't help but fantasize about the wonderful life that lay ahead. However, The good times didn't last long. The next morning at dawn, he rolled out of bed and instinctively began his patrol of the castle, only to discover something was terribly wrong. Sarah, along with nearly 10,000 dark knights, had vanished without a trace. All that remained were his direct subordinates, just over 1,000 skeleton soldiers and 500 dark knights who still obeyed his commands. He rushed to Sarah's bedroom. Pushing open the door, he found the room empty, with only a few items quietly placed inside. On the nightstand, a family heirloom pendant carved with rose patterns gleamed coldly, with an envelope beneath it. Gu Erdan sat on the edge of the bed, picked up the pendant, and opened the envelope, remaining silent for a long time. On the letter paper was line after line of elegant, yet powerful handwriting. To my dear friend Gu Erdan. My friend, please forgive my departure without farewell. I have matters to attend to, things I must complete. I am the eldest princess of the Rose Kingdom and commander of the Blood Rose Legion. When foreign enemies invaded and our nation could not resist, I chose death to demonstrate my resolve, and my entire army perished on the battlefield. After being resurrected as an undead, I have spent years in constant warfare, continuously reviving fallen soldiers, all for the day when I could return and reclaim my homeland. Thank you, my friend. You granted me strength and gave me the chance for revenge, but I cannot take you with me. Humans harbor deep hatred for the undead, and your power is limited. If you were to leave with me, you would face almost certain death. Please forgive my departure without farewell. I, Kalinda Sarah, swear this oath. If I successfully complete my mission and do not die on the path of war, I will surely return here to reunite with you. Wait for me, my friend. Kalinda Sarah, with respect. Gu Erdan stood holding the letter for several minutes, finally folding it carefully and putting it away. Well, there goes my powerful ally again. She could have been content as an undead, but no, she had to go back for some revenge mission. Isn't she afraid those religious fanatics will exorcise her? He turned to look at his remaining Asetsa group of skeleton soldiers and a small number of dark knights scratching his skull in frustration. Without top-tier combat power, how could he resist strong enemies? Fine, relying on others is ultimately unreliable. A man must be self-reliant. So he made up his mind. Recruit troops and buy weapons. Equip the unarmored knights with rifles. Give the bone vanguards AKs. Grow stronger and create glory once more. In the days that followed, Gu Erdan was incredibly busy. The castle gates remained open day and night as large forces poured out of his territory. Whenever they encountered any undead, whether first or second tier, they would beat them first and then discuss loyalty. Those willing to kneel were recruited. Those who refused were eliminated on the spot. Without Sarah's confidence to sweep across the world, he didn't dare cross boundaries and only dominated within his own small territory. Half a month passed in a flash. The already imposing Dark Knight City was expanded significantly. Walls were raised higher, moats were dug deeper, and everything that could be fortified was reinforced. His military force also surged from the initial 1,000+ to over 30 to stand a motley crew that even included skeleton rats in formation. The only thing driving him crazy was that after half a month of effort, he hadn't managed to obtain a single decent mount. Perhaps because Sarah's initial slaughter had been too fierce, any animal-type undead with intelligence had either been wiped out or fled far away. He had searched his entire territory without seeing even the shadow of a horse. Until today, when the Dark Knights out hunting finally brought back their spoils of war. In the center of the training ground stood a skeletal pony that didn't even reach his shin, snorting in confusion. Gu Erdan stared at it, looking again and again, silent for a long time. Do you think this thing can be ridden? The many Dark Knights looked at the little pony before them, which might not even be as big as a dog, and also fell into silence. Outside the city walls, the ground began to bulge slightly as a familiar head emerged from beneath. It was the fifth-tier undead skeletal beast, Sarah's old nemesis, who had nearly finished her off. Upon awakening, it immediately sensed that the winds of change had swept across the land. All nearby fifth-tier undead had vanished without a trace, and only 2 or 3 third and fourth-tier powerhouses remained. Alarmed by this discovery, it stealthily made its way to the Black Knight City and spent 7 full days secretly observing from the shadows, finally confirming that even Sarah, the Black Knight King, had disappeared completely. This conclusion sent tremors of excitement through the skeletal beast's tailbone. With its mortal enemy gone and all peers withdrawn, thousands of miles of territory lay ripe for the taking. If it could establish itself here and gather minions to scavenge energy on its behalf, a meteoric rise to power was within reach. But to become a boss, one first needed a stronghold, so it came charging over with territorial ambitions. Shaking the dirt from its bone armor, it burst forth from the earth with several thousand cannon fodder minions it had painstakingly recruited trailing behind. With a sudden tail sweep, it launched a massive bone sphere skyward, sending it crashing into the city wall with a thunderous impact. Unfortunately, the wall didn't budge an inch. Gu Erdan had already reinforced the originally 3-meter thick walls to a full 6 meters, making them impervious even to artillery shells, let alone a single bone sphere. Seeing the impregnable walls, the skeletal beast felt not anger but joy, its eye sockets flickering with phosphorescent flames that seemed ready to spill out. What a perfect place. Easily defended and difficult to attack, hold this, and one could rule supreme. It immediately lunged forward as its minions surged toward the ramparts like a tide, launching a new siege battle with thunderous fanfare. However, the crackling sounds of impact from outside failed to disturb Gu Erdan. Finding his skeleton soldiers too noisy, he had specifically ordered additional soundproofing installed in his quarters, making the room eerily quiet. Only when a bone sphere came crashing down from above, striking his roof with tremendous force, did he jolt awake. Pausing his current task of tallying the system's energy income, Gu Erdan bolted from his room, spear flailing wildly as he cursed. What's going on? What's happening? Which bastard dares to jump on my roof? Do they have a death wish? Guards! Where are the guards? Arrest him and string him up on a lamppost. The two door guards, his snorting and grunting generals, the helmetless knight and bone vanguard rushed to report in unison. Your Majesty, we're under attack by a powerful enemy. They were no longer third-tier undead, but had advanced to the fourth tier, their intelligence upgraded accordingly. Though they still maintained their somewhat dim-witted appearance, they could finally communicate smoothly with Gu Erdan. Moreover, at least 1,000 undead throughout the entire castle had broken through to the fourth tier. The reason was simple. 2 days ago, Gu Erdan had gorged himself to excess and successfully charged into the fourth-tier ranks. As the saying goes, when one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. If not for insufficient energy reserves in the system, Gu Erdan would have loved to elevate all his subordinates to the fourth tier. Name: Gu Erdan. Identity: fourth tier skeleton, vanguard, lower class. Skills: first circle spell bone regeneration, second circle spell basic bone enhancement, third circle spell death perception, fourth circle spell phantom rush. Description: tank type premium cannon fodder. You deserve to have one. Gu Erdan had just advanced to the fourth tier and casually learned 2 new spells, though he was quite disdainful of their effects. The third circle death perception was originally a reconnaissance spell that could only be maintained for 10 minutes to an hour when cast by living beings. However, once it fell upon this undead skeleton, it automatically upgraded to a passive skill due to his innate undead magic talent. Just like basic bone enhancement, it remained active 24 hours a day. As for the fourth circle phantom rush, the principle was simple and brutal, forcibly channeling energy to boost speed, accelerate, and charge at them. Gu Erdan could accelerate himself to speeds comparable to an F1 race car, but his turning performance was abysmal, crashing into every wall he encountered. Yesterday he had knocked out several front teeth, and the fragments were still scattered throughout the fortress corridors. Even the skull that had been feuding with him for years, now also enhanced to the fourth tier, was left dizzy from the impacts. Perhaps having tasted the sweetness of advancement, this skull had recently become well-behaved. Not only had it stopped causing trouble, but it hadn't even gotten angry when its front teeth were knocked out, being so obedient that it made Gu Erdan feel uncomfortable all over. With his nemesis suddenly being so docile, how could he feel justified using it as a shield in the future? He definitely needed to find ways to provoke it. While pondering this, a fierce wind suddenly whipped through the air. Death perception sounded the alarm. Just as Gu Erdan was about to inquire about the details, a massive bone sphere whistled down and struck the city wall solidly. That familiar trajectory made his soul fire jump. Holy crap, that's the bone beast's signature move. That guy was back. He roughly pushed aside his left and right guardian generals and bellowed at the top of his lungs. Tell the boys to capture it alive. My mount finally has hope. Gu Erdan charged through 4 city gates, his mind already filled with visions of himself riding the bone beast and sweeping across battlefields. However, when he stepped onto the battlefield, only a massive undead corpse greeted him. The bone beast was pressed against the city wall, apparently trying to climb over, but would never have another chance. Its skull had been brutally smashed open, its soul fire extracted, and it lay dead on the spot. Gu Erdan's skeletal frame shook like a sieve. Who did this? Couldn't you have been a little slower? The Black Knight squad captain was holding that ball of soul fire, about to claim credit, when he heard the roar and froze completely. Reflexively, he dropped the ghostly fire to the ground and began looking around to catch the culprit. With their overall advancement to the fourth tier, these guys under Gu Erdan's command had seen their intelligence skyrocket. They learned to speak, understood cunning, and remembered that Gu Erdan could make them evolve out of nowhere. If they were lower tier undead, they would have already devoured this fifth tier ghost fire. But now everyone was shrewd, and no one dared touch that flame, fearing it would ruin their great advancement opportunity. Seeing his subordinates avoiding the ghost fire like the plague, Gu Erdan dropped to his knees, cupped the fire in both hands, and wailed. Finally a mount comes along, and instead of capturing it alive, you just know how to kill and eat. Do I really need this one bite from you? You, sob, went too far. With that, he stuffed the soul fire into his chest cavity. After some shoving, The weakest poor soul in the group was dragged out to take the blame. A few minutes later, beneath the banner flying high on the city wall, an unfortunate skeleton soldier hung swaying in the wind. Under the banner, Gu Erdan sat dejectedly, his gaze fixed intently on the distance. Crouched beside his feet was his current mount, a pony codenamed Wind Chaser. This guy was also 4th tier with fierce combatability, daring to bite anyone except Gu Erdan, to whom it was completely submissive. It had even crafted its own horse armor, looking quite majestic. But it was only half a meter tall. Gu Erdan looked down at the half-human hate pony, then at the forced upon him women's armor he was wearing, his skull twitching. Riding a half-meter pony while wearing ladies' armor, what kind of headless knight was this? Clearly a complete lunatic. At this moment, Gu Erdan felt like crying but had no tears. Across the desolate plains, a group of riders pressed forward through the wasteland. Yellow sand swirled beneath their horses' hooves as storm clouds blotted out the sky on the horizon. In the distance, a black citadel perched atop a mountain peak loomed like death's own throne. Nearby, a towering skeletal steed stepped across the cracked earth, its bone hooves grinding out harsh, grating sounds. The figure mounted upon it wore a black cloak with a deep hood that half concealed his pale features. He gazed up at the dark city, his penetrating stare seeming to pierce through the swirling dust. Between his ashen lips, sharp fangs protruded slightly, marking his identity as a vampire. The riders following behind were dressed identically. Black cloaks, black hoods, the same pallid skin and pointed teeth, though they lacked his commanding presence. They were retainers to this vampire duke who led them. As they rode in silence, one of the men to the left, also mounted on a skeletal horse, finally spoke in hushed, respectful tones tinged with hesitation. Your Grace, it's merely a Death Knight King. Do you really need to handle this personally? I could manage such a trivial task myself. The duke's eyebrow arched slightly, his gaze turning cold. Are you questioning me? No, no, no. I wouldn't dare, my lord. The other quickly bowed his head, his voice dropping even lower. The duke slowly withdrew his gaze, but didn't relent. Marquis Dre, the individual we're visiting is different from other 5th-tier undead. Tell me, could you sweep away every 5th-tier being within 1,000 miles in just 1 month? Gray-white mist puffed from the skeletal horse's nostrils. Dre fell silent for a moment before bowing his head in admission. I lack such ability, my lord. The duke nodded with satisfaction. Not just you, even ordinary 6th-tier undead couldn't accomplish such a feat. That's why His Highness suspects a 6th-tier powerhouse has emerged here, and not just any ordinary 6th-tier. The prince has specifically sent me to negotiate. Wind swept past, making their cloaks flutter. The procession continued toward the Black Citadel. The duke spoke casually, as if talking to himself, yet clearly intending for all to hear. The appearance of a 6th-tier powerhouse in the borderlands is exceedingly rare. Perhaps he stumbled upon some incredible Fortunino matter. Either he submits obediently and serves His Highness, or he let out a soft snort, fangs gleaming. His good luck ends here. This arrogance wasn't unfounded. Unlike the mindless howling of lower-tier undead, vampires possessed intelligence equal to, if not exceeding that of humans, along with far greater cunning. Their hierarchy was rigid. Emperor undead, lords who transcended all rules. Prince 9th-tier pinnacle. Elder 8th tier. Grand Duke 7th tier. Duke 6th tier. Below them came Marquis, Count, Viscount, Baron, down to blood thralls. Each rank carried corresponding authority that commanded the submission of countless undead. Legend spoke of 8 great lords who once served under this world's god of death, one being the Blood Lord, the supreme glory of vampire kind. However, following the recent interdimensional war, 4 of the 8 lords had fallen, including the Blood Lord himself. This duke clearly fell far short of such heights. With his 6th-tier strength, he wouldn't even qualify to tend the Blood Lord's horses. His allegiance belonged to a nearby vampire prince. The vast territory where Gu Erdan currently resided fell under that prince's domain. Previously, this had been a remote frontier that the prince barely bothered to oversee. Only recently, when Sarah had gone on her rampage and swept away all high-tier undead in the surrounding area, did news reach the prince and alert him to the anomaly. Suspecting a new 6th-tier powerhouse had emerged, he immediately dispatched this duke to investigate. If negotiations succeeded, they would recruit this 6th-tier expert and generously grant him dominion over the surrounding 1,000 miles, with one condition: annual tribute must be delivered at year's end. This was a common tactic among the undead, and precisely why countless undead creatures carved out their own kingdoms throughout this realm of the dead. The higher-ranking undead never cared about territorial ownership changes as long as tributes were delivered. They would tacitly allow their subordinates to slaughter each other. This unspoken rule was well understood by everyone, both inside and outside the city. At this moment, a formidable force of 100 soldiers approached the city. The skeletal archers on the walls immediately drew their bows, dark arrowheads aimed in unison. Looking up at those bone frames, Duke Andrew and Marquis Dre, who were traveling with the force, both sneered simultaneously, their eyes filled with mockery. Though they only had 100 men, Aside from the Duke and Marquis themselves, the rest were all fourth-tier elites together. They could sweep through the entire outer region. Marquis Dre looked up at the crudely crafted skeleton soldiers on the wall and shook his head with a light sneer, relying on skeletons to guard the gates, not even willing to show a single high-tier unit. It seems this city lord's capabilities are just that limited. Duke Andrew maintained a solemn expression, refusing to join in to preserve his dignity, only offering a mild reminder. Caution never hurts. Don't let anyone play the fool to catch the wise. Their trump cards might be hidden within the city. Your grace is most perceptive. Marquis Dre bowed respectfully, giving proper face. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, over 300 fourth-tier skeletal archers exchanged glances. They were the ace troops that Gu Erdan had painstakingly assembled. A single volley of their bone arrows could destroy even a fifth-tier undead on the spot. Seeing the impressive bearing of the approaching group below, one skeleton whispered, "Should we attack or not?" "I don't know either," another replied. Recalling the last battle, a giant skeleton had stormed the city, only to be shot full of holes by the Black Knight's javelins, and one unlucky brother had been hung on a flagpole for 2 whole days. The memory cast a shadow in its voice. The Black Knight did the killing. So why did he hang our skeleton? Can you beat the Black Knight? The other immediately fell silent. The previous lesson made them hesitant to start killing, especially seeing several skeletal horses on the opposing side. While their bone arrows would explode, it was uncertain whether the enemies would die in one round, but those horses would likely be finished. So someone suggested simply opening the gates and luring the enemies into close combat. Below, Marquis Dre suddenly raised his hand and cast a spell to amplify his voice. "Listen, you inside. I am Marquis Dre under Prince Nikolai. Beside me is Duke Andrew. We come by the prince's command to negotiate. Open the gates immediately." His thunderous voice shook dust from the walls. Inside the city, Gu Erdan was startled awake by the noise. Several messenger skeleton soldiers rushed into the hall simultaneously. "Boss, they came on horses." Horses? Gu Erdan's eyes lit up, and he immediately brought his 2 generals and rushed toward the city gate. By the time he reached the gate, a large number of soldiers had already assembled there. With a creaking groan, the heavy city gates slowly swung open, and Duke Andrew and Marquis Dre strutted through with great swagger. Gu Erdan's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he gazed at the magnificent warhorses beneath them. "Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome indeed. Come, come." He rushed forward to greet them. "The streets inside are narrow and unsuitable for riding. Please dismount, and we'll take excellent care of your horses." As he spoke, he turned and shouted, "You there! Take these 2 fine steeds to my stable and put them with my swift-wind stallion." By the end of his words, he was patting his chest with complete sincerity. Gu Erdan's excessive enthusiasm left both nobles momentarily stunned, but they had come to negotiate and didn't want to start off on the wrong foot. The 2 exchanged glances and dismounted. As servants led away their 2 second-tier skeletal horses, neither nobleman so much as lifted an eyelid, never imagining that Gu Erdan had no intention of returning their mounts. The Duke and Marquis adjusted their cloaks and began surveying the city's garrison, which supposedly had swept away all 5th-tier undead in the surrounding area. Nearby, several formations of dark knights stood in black armor, their rows of obsidian spears pointing toward the sky. Further back, a mass of skeleton soldiers milled about in complete disarray, unable to even maintain proper formation. Duke Andrew raised an eyebrow at his companion, and Marquis Dre let out a soft snort. The mockery in both their eyes grew increasingly obvious. This is it. Through their exchanged glances, they reached nearly the same conclusion. Those 3rd-tier Dark Knights might be decent fighters, but the skeleton soldiers behind them were nothing but cannon fodder. To actually count on such troops in battle? Absolutely ridiculous. Seeing this scene, Duke Andrew was already beginning to regret coming personally. Had he known the garrison was this weak, he could have simply sent Marquis Red from his retinue to make the trip. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of 4th-tier undead lying in ambush on both sides of the gate were secretly gripping their weapons tighter, blades and bone armor creating tiny glints of cold light in the shadows. They were just waiting for their boss's command to pounce and tear these 2 human nobles to shreds. If they could achieve such a great feat, surely their boss would reward them handsomely and boost their power by a tier or 2. He respectfully welcomed the vampires into the city and led them to his specially reinforced room. Watching the 2 leaders step across the threshold, Gu Erdan excitedly rubbed his hands together. His eager expression resembled a child about to unwrap presents. Creak. The door closed. 4 vampire guards lined up beside the entrance, their cold gazes sweeping the corridor. Gu Erdan quietly stepped back 2 paces, moving closer to his 2 generals, the Helmetless Knight and the Bone Vanguard, and whispered his orders. "Listen carefully, Helmetless Knight. Take your men and eliminate all those dozens of vampires in the city. Leave none alive, understood?" "Yes, your majesty." The Helmetless Knight nodded firmly and immediately departed with his troops. Gu Erdan then turned to the Bone Vanguard. "Gather the brothers and quietly take out these sentries at the door first. Wait for my signal, then open fire with everything we've got." The Bone Vanguard hesitantly scratched his chin. Your Majesty, since they came to negotiate, shouldn't we try talking first?" "Talk. Talk my ass." Gu Erdan shook his head so vigorously it looked like a rattle drum. "If we actually reach an agreement, I'll lose my horse." "Kill them." He was fed up with that little pony. Its power had been enhanced to 4th tier, but its size hadn't grown at all. When he rode it, his legs dragged on the ground, making him look like a rocking toy. Gu Erdan wanted a majestic warhorse. So today these vampires had to die, and not even Jesus could save them. Gu Erdan's word. Seeing his boss nearly losing it, the Bone Vanguard wisely shut up, fearing he'd be strung up on a flagpole the next second. The helmetless knight led over 1,000 black knights charging toward the vampire squad in the city, while the Bone Vanguard summoned about 2,000 skeleton soldiers to surround the entire building. As their intelligence improved, clear factions had emerged among Gu Erdan's forces. 1. The Black Knights only obeyed Gu Erdan and their fellow Black Knight. The helmetless knight, no one else could command them. 2. The skeleton soldiers preferred taking orders from the Bone Vanguard, who was also a skeleton. The battle formation was clearly divided. On one side, Black Knights gripped their spears menacingly. On the other, skeleton soldiers had their crossbows drawn, javelins ready, and heavy shield bearers formed a phalanx at the front. The 2,000-plus skeletons made virtually no sound, silent as a moving wall of bone. Inside the room, the two vampire lords remained completely unaware of the brewing storm outside. The thick, soundproof walls blocked every noise. They leisurely sipped tea they'd brought themselves, since Gu Erdan's place lacked not only good tea, but even proper tea sets. Duke Andrew took a light sip, his expression serious, fingers impatiently tapping the table. The soft, tap-tap sounds reached Marquis Dre's ears, who immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. "Duke Andrew, I'll go outside to check. These lowly creatures have no manners. How dare they keep you waiting? I'll go scold them right now." Seeing his subordinate being so considerate, Duke Andrew nodded with satisfaction. However, to maintain his noble demeanor, he still offered a few words of comfort. "No need to be so hasty. Their lack of manners doesn't reflect poorly on us. As members of the noble vampire bloodline, patience is an essential virtue we must possess. Skip the scolding and have them come quickly for negotiations. Let's not waste any more time." "Yes, Your Grace." Marquis Dre responded respectfully, stepping back to the doorway before turning to pull open the heavy wooden door. Outside, Gu Erdan was waving his arms, directing skeleton soldiers to occupy strategic positions like doorways and windowsills. When the door suddenly swung open, the unexpected loud noise startled him, and he instinctively turned around. At that very moment, whether due to a skeleton archer's slip or eagerness to score an early victory, an arrow whistled through the air with a sharp whoosh. The next second came a dull thud as the arrow struck solidly into Marquis Dre's chest. Marquis Dre had actually detected the incoming attack. With a 5th-tier vampire's speed and bloodline abilities, he could have easily dodged it. However, to display his nobility and intimidation, he disdained to avoid a mere skeleton soldier's attack. The sudden commotion caught him off guard, and by the time he realized the danger, it was too late. Thunk! The 4th-tier skeleton archer's arrow was already capable of threatening 5th-tier opponents, especially when enhanced with the 4th circle spell, armor-piercing divine power. The arrow tore through his blood energy armor and instantly pierced his heart. Dre stared down in bewilderment at the quivering arrow shaft protruding from his chest, his hands still gripping the door in a pushing motion, frozen like a statue. Seeing their comrade attack, the skeleton archers outside released their bowstrings in unison. The sound of strings rang out as arrows fell like a sudden storm. Inside, Duke Andrew was delicately sipping tea from an expensive bone china cup when he saw his subordinate at the doorway convulse violently for several moments before collapsing heavily. Countless arrows covered Dre's entire body, turning him into a vampire porcupine. Uffed. Witnessing his subordinate's instant death, Duke Andrew spat tea across the table. He shrieked as he launched into the air, abandoning even his precious teapot as his blood energy exploded, carrying him through the roof into the night sky. The moment he burst through the roof, he saw the castle's surroundings clearly. Rows of skeleton soldiers in formation, their cold arrowheads all aimed skyward. Marquis Dre, only 1 tier below himself, hadn't even had a chance to counterattack before falling. These undead were clearly beyond normal combat capabilities. Can't fight them, Hedon. The thought flashed through his mind as Andrew transformed into over 1,000 black bats, scattering in all directions. Don't let him escape. Shoot him down. Gu Erdan reacted, raising his hand and roaring. Arrows, javelins, stones, axes, bone clubs attacks filled the night sky with continuous explosions. After just one volley, the original 1,000 bats were reduced to fewer than 100. Hidden among the surviving bats, Andrew's heart raced. 4th tier. They're all peak 4th tier. How could a mere border castle gather thousands of 4th tier skeletons? This isn't normal. There must be an undead lord planning a rebellion. I have to get this intelligence back. If he didn't escape now, he'd die without a burial ground. He forcibly burned his life essence, explosively splitting into tens of thousands of bats that formed a sky-covering black cloud. But this cloud was quickly shredded by even denser projectiles. Through self-mutilation, Andrew finally reached the outer wall's edge, only to see everything suddenly go dark. Those weren't night mists, but thousands of gleaming javelins. The Black Knight Legion was executing orders to eliminate the vampire squad, and he had crashed right into them. The outcome was predictable most unfortunately. He had collided with the Black Knight Legion, which was dutifully carrying out orders to eliminate the vampire squad. A few minutes later, the helmetless knight strode through the city gates, carrying the corpse of a bat that had been turned into a pincushion. His blood-soaked cloak billowed in the wind, and behind him, over 100 dark knights formed two neat rows, each holding a ghostly blue soul flame in their palms, all of 4th-tier energy level. Your Majesty, 1 6th-tier enemy and 98 4th-tier enemies, all accounted for. The helmetless knight knelt on one knee, presenting the more solid, purple-black intertwined 6th-tier soul flame along with the other 98. Gu Erdan grinned from ear to ear, stuffing all the spoils of war into his spatial pouch, while patting the helmetless knight heavily on the shoulder. Well done. Truly worthy of being my first vice-captain, absolutely formidable. The Bone Vanguard following behind tilted his jaw, the soul flames in his eye sockets flickering repeatedly, but ultimately didn't dare to object. They had indeed failed first in this mission, and without the Dark Knight's timely intervention, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Gu Erdan couldn't be bothered with their subtle rivalry and excitedly rushed toward the stable where his two newly acquired skeleton horses were kept. For these two thoroughbreds, he had personally killed over 100 people. However, the moment he burst into the stable, he froze completely. The little colt he had named Swift Windbreaker was violently shaking the skull of one skeleton horse in its mouth, while the body of another skeleton horse had been torn apart completely, its remains scattered everywhere. No! Gu Erdan dropped to his knees and slid several meters, lunging toward the little colt. The startled colt turned and bolted, but he had already scooped up the mangled skull, his voice piercing with anguish. My horses! You little bastard, how dare you kill my horses? Today I'm making stew out of you. He chased after it, waving the skull, but in the next second, the colt's hoof struck him square in the chest, sending him flying backward to roll across the ground. A mighty city lord with only 4th-tier beginner cultivation couldn't even defeat this immature colt, let alone elite skeleton soldiers. The helmetless knight and Bone Vanguard quickly helped him up. Don't stop me. I'm definitely making stew out of this horse. Boss, calm down. It's just a pile of bones. I don't care what it is. Today I'm stewing it. It took their combined effort to hold him down. The helmetless knight glanced back at the little colt, which had buried its head in the mud and was trembling all over, then at the scattered skeleton horse bones on the ground, shaking his head silently. He then directed 2 dark knights to clean up the stable and drag the still-roaring Gu Erdan away. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On his newly forged bone throne, Gu Erdan sprawled in a dejected slouch, his hollow gaze drifting past the city walls toward the gray-blue sky. Killed the people, lost the horses aside from a bloody battle, gained absolutely nothing, and stirred up a whole mess too. What kind of nonsense is this? He muttered to himself. Footsteps echoed from outside the door as his 2 lieutenants, the helmetless knight and Bone Vanguard, entered side by side. Gu Erdan maintained his lifeless pose, only his eyeballs shifting slightly. The 2 stopped before the throne and spoke in unison. How are you feeling? Did that dead horse show any remorse? The 2 guardian generals exchanged glances and answered sheepishly. No. What? Making mistakes and refusing to admit them. What is it thinking? It said. It's going on a hunger strike, planning to starve itself to death, so your majesty won't even have a single horse left to ride. With that bag of bones, what's it going to starve? The nerve of that thing. Gu Erdan cursed, then couldn't be bothered to argue further and sighed deeply. Forget it. Why am I fighting with a dead horse? He gripped the table edge and stood up, swaying toward the stable in a half-drunk state. Though the swift-wind beast was short, ugly, and looked ridiculous, it was still his only mount. What else could he do but pamper it? Just as he reached the doorway, a thunderous bang echoed as a black knight burst through the door, dropping to one knee with fist clasped. Your Majesty. General. Enemy attack. Who dares approach? Vampires. How many? Over 3,000. Damn. Only 3,000. Someone fetch my sky piercer halberd. Hearing that only 3,000 enemy troops had arrived, Gu Erdan immediately perked up. Forgetting about his philosophical discussion with the dead horse, he grabbed his knockoff sky piercer halberd and charged toward the city walls. The walls were already bustling with activity. Thousands of skeleton soldiers and black knights formed battle lines, while more troops in the barbican stood ready for combat. Gu Erdan bounded up the wall in 2 steps, planted his halberd on the ground, and despite his black armor paired with a cape sewn from red scraps, he actually looked quite imposing. He stepped onto the parapet, gazed into the distance, and after confirming there was indeed a sizable army approaching, roared, "Who goes there? How dare you invade my territory? Dismount and surrender immediately." Outside the city, several vampires exchanged glances. Looking at the ragtag army of black knights and skeleton soldiers atop the walls, then back at their 3,000 well-equipped vampire legions, the leader was somewhat puzzled. Andrew really died here? It doesn't look likely at all. Another vampire raised a telescope, golden light flashing in his eyes. Everyone be careful. That guy has an extremely powerful force within him, quality soul fire. This one is not to be underestimated. Is it his own power? Doesn't seem like it, more like soul fire that hasn't been fully absorbed yet. But we haven't heard of any high-level undead being killed around here. Probably just dumb luck found someone else's hidden phylactery. Many liches like to hide their phylacteries in godforsaken places like this. Among the three leaders, the one standing in the center wearing an elegant tailcoat wiped his pocket watch with a handkerchief while speaking indifferently. Sixth tier soul fire would greatly benefit our advancement. Such opportunities don't come often. Upon finishing, his two companions nodded simultaneously, greed flashing in their eyes. They had rushed here not to avenge their dead colleague, but for profit. Sixth tier soul fire was typically only bestowed by superiors. Now they could seize treasure while quelling a rebellion and impressing their boss. Why not? That's why they deployed 3 dukes at once, bringing nearly all their private armies. This force was formidable. 3,000 elite troops of 4th tier and above, over 10 5th tier warriors, plus the 3 6th tier dukes themselves. Enough to make inner circle undead leaders frown, and more than sufficient to crush an upstart newcomer from the outer territories. The three couldn't be bothered responding to Gu Erdan and simply waved their hands, ordering their troops to form battle formations and attack the city. Atop the walls, Gu Erdan watched the enemy army begin advancing, his brow furrowing as well. 30,000 against 3,000 advantage is mine, he calculated silently. Though the enemy came quickly and in large numbers, it was still within manageable limits. This battle could be fought. Standing atop the city wall, Gu Erdan gazed down at the vampires forming their battle formations below, feeling a surge of indignation. In his original world, vampires were always portrayed as refined gentlemen, yet when he had spoken courteously to them, they hadn't even bothered to look up. They lacked even the most basic manners. He spat in disgust. Bah, no honor whatsoever. They need to be taught a lesson. The wind whipped sand across the battlements as Gu Erdan swept his robes dramatically and gestured proudly to his 2 lieutenant generals, beside him the helmetless knight commander and the bone vanguard officer. The enemy has merely 3,000 ragtag troops, while I command over 30,000 elite soldiers. His voice rose with official pomposity. Tell me, what are our chances of victory in this battle? The bone vanguard officer, well-versed in this theatrical routine of foolish ruler and flattering minister, quickly bowed his head in agreement. Your Majesty is a dragon among bones, commanding clouds of elite skeletal warriors. Taking the enemy's heads would be as easy as reaching into a bag. There's no need for your Majesty to personally intervene. Just grant me 10,000 troops, and I shall present the heads of those 3 enemy leaders to the great king. However, the helmetless knight commander, who usually joined in the flattery, remained silent. He stood with arms crossed, brow deeply furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the orderly crimson formations below. After a long moment, he spoke gravely. Your Majesty, these enemies are no ordinary foes. If we engage in direct combat, our casualties may be severe. Severe casualties? Gu Erdan waved dismissively. We have 10 times their numbers. Even if we had 30,000 pigs, they could trample them to death. How severe could the casualties be? He asked casually, not taking it seriously. The helmetless knight commander's gaze was ice-cold. I fear no fewer than 10,000. Ha ha! Gu Erdan burst into laughter, but his mirth abruptly ceased mid-laugh. A mere 10,000. Nothing to worry about. I have elite troops. What? 10,000. In that moment, realization struck him, and the soul fire in his chest nearly burst forth. How was this possible? His legion consisted entirely of 4th-tier undead, who had always dominated the outer regions. The helmetless knight commander calmly explained. Because they too are 4th-tier undead. Vampire society is strictly hierarchical, with each rank permitted only corresponding decorations. Your Majesty, observe their armor bears red-eye markings, and they wear counts cloaks. These are 4th-tier vampire counts. Vampires have always been formidable in battle, and now these 3,000 are fully armed. I must speak frankly, though we outnumber them 10 to 1. Only we Black Knights can truly face them in direct combat. Our other troops can only rely on sheer numbers to deal damage. 10,000 casualties is already a conservative estimate. The helmetless knight commander's analysis was methodical and clear. Though his memories from life had faded, he retained the instincts of a seasoned battlefield veteran. While the bone vanguard officer bristled at the suggestion that skeleton soldiers can only win through numbers, he could find no grounds for rebuttal. After all, skeleton soldiers were inherently linked with the concept of cannon fodder. Even the strongest units converted from dragon corpses, bone dragons, were only relatively powerful. Against lower-tier forces, bone dragons with their immunity to certain magical and physical attacks were indeed formidable. But when facing true dragons, they remained inferior. When Gu Erdan heard about the potential casualties, his arrogant demeanor instantly vanished as he stroked his skeletal chin, deep in thought. The skeleton soldiers below, who had been eagerly preparing for battle, also froze in place, their hollow eye sockets darting back and forth between one another. The side effects of wisdom were now fully on display. Any thinking being would value their life and feel fear, as this was the instinct of all intelligent creatures. Though their intelligence remained limited, now that they had gained awareness, none wanted to carelessly throw their bones away here. The murderous aura that had been thick as fog was now swept away by terror. As Gu Erdan hesitated, the helmetless knight stepped forward and delivered another crushing blow. Your Majesty, intelligence reports indicate the enemy has 3 sixth-tier dukes. You've witnessed firsthand how difficult that duke we surrounded was to deal with. If those 3 personally lead elite troops in a direct assault, even if all our Dark Knights mobilize, we may not be able to protect you. As soon as these words landed, Gu Erdan's bones rattled like wind chimes in a storm. Without a second thought, he spun around and began tearing off his armor while shrieking, "Guards, protect me. You there, that soldier over there. Take off your armor and give it to me. Let's switch." The helmetless knight's skull nearly cracked as he grabbed Gu Erdan by the neck and dragged him back. Your Majesty, calm down. The enemy hasn't even begun their assault. It'll be too late once they attack. Gu Erdan waved his bone blade frantically, as if on fire. They'll definitely go for a decapitation strike. First they'll transform into a swarm of bats and rush in, then tear me into 108 pieces. No way, we can't stay here. Everyone retreat with me. Abandon this city. The more he spoke, the more terrified he became, his mind automatically playing scenes of various tortures he might endure if captured. Though he felt no pain, he was still afraid of death. In the past, with Sarah's powerful protection, all enemies would focus their fire on her first. Now that his shield was gone, this weakling had become the prime target. Being the boss is too terrifying. Gu Erdan grew more panicked by the moment. I'm the weakest among my 30,000 troops in a real fight. I'm worse than an ordinary skeleton soldier. How could I survive being targeted? Run. I must run. The 30,000 soldiers watched their leader wanting to flee before the battle even began, looking at each other in bewilderment, their bones nearly shaking like rattles. Finally, the helmetless knight firmly blocked his path, using a combination of persuasion and coaxing to abandon the idea of deserting the city. But when everyone came to their senses, Gu Erdan had already changed into a set of tattered skeleton soldier equipment, damaged bone armor with chips and cracks, a dull bone blade, and in his other hand a bone shield split in two, blending unremarkably among the skeleton soldier ranks. Even with a 24-beam searchlight sweeping back and forth, no one could possibly pick out this ordinary bone from the crowd. Meanwhile, his original Dark Knight heavy armor and the red tattered cloak sewn from discarded fabric over half a month now adorned the newly appointed skeleton vanguard officer. This loyal general had just received a promotion. The skeleton vanguard officer strode to the city gate, took a deep breath of cool air with lungs he didn't possess, and raised his hand to signal the soldiers on both sides to open the heavy gates. The massive bone doors shrieked as they opened, and he stepped beyond the city walls, faced the enemy army, straightened his posture, and bellowed at the top of his voice. "Sir, don't shoot. We're on the same side." What? The enemies who had been so arrogant just moments before suddenly became respectful in the blink of an eye, leaving the vampires who were preparing to force their way in completely bewildered. The city gate creaked open with a groan, and the skeletal vanguard officer who had volunteered to disguise himself as Gu Erdan stepped out in clattering bone boots. He raised his voice to the maximum, wailing like a mourner as he announced, "The city of Dark Knights has gone bankrupt. That bastard Dark Knight King ran off with his 8,000 mistresses. There's no money, no food, no equipment, and no people left in the city. We can't survive anymore, so we're willing to surrender. We just ask for food and shelter." As he shouted, he raised his skeletal arm and waved it frantically, afraid the other side couldn't hear him clearly. At the same time, he used the opportunity to approach and quietly close the distance to its shortest. The opposing side saw only a skeleton walking toward them, apparently the enemy leader. The 3 vampire dukes mounted on blood-red warhorses and draped in dark crimson cloaks exchanged glances, amused smiles playing at the corners of their lips. "What do you think?" the left duke whispered. "Humph. Obviously a Fakih doesn't have the soul ghost fire we're looking for." The middle one responded ominously. "Seems they know the gap between us is insurmountable." The right duke sneered. "Should we just kill him and advance?" "Don't rush." The leader raised his hand. "If we really scare that guy off and he mixes into the crowd, we'll have trouble finding him. Rather than waste effort searching, let's play along and flush the kid out first." The 3 vampire dukes, confident in their superior skills and courage, had never taken the undead in the city seriously from the beginning. Seeing that a mere skeleton soldier dared to play tricks, they simply dismounted and approached with feigned friendliness. The skeletal vanguard officer nodded repeatedly and led the three dukes inside. Amid the pleasantries, 3,000 armored vampires surged in like a tide, flowing through the city gates straight down the main street and passing through three defensive lines in one breath. Iron hooves struck dense sparks on the bluestone pavement, and the heavy footsteps echoed through the empty alleyways. The deeper they went into the city, the more undead soldiers appeared on the surrounding walls. Armor and withered bones intermingled in a dark mass. By the time they passed through the third gatehouse, countless figures had nearly filled every battlement. The three dukes traveling alongside swept their blade-like gazes through the shadows, trying to capture the glow of that high-level soul ghost fire. However, no matter how much they strained their vision, they couldn't see a trace of their target for good reason, as Gu Erdan had long since burrowed into the crisscrossing underground tunnels. Those passages, eroded by time, spread like a spider web beneath the city's foundation with intricate, tangled routes. Even Gu Erdan, familiar as he was with the paths, occasionally lost his way, let alone vampires with no map. Unable to find their prey, the three finally stopped. Banners fluttered on the surrounding walls as black-armored undead looked down at the central square. The three dukes exchanged glances and frowned simultaneously. They had spotted Dark Knights. Though Dark Knights were only third-tier undead, they had always been the backbone of undead armies. Low-cost, mass-producible, and formidable in battle. Whether the undead realm was invading other worlds or undead mages were fighting major battles, these heavily armored warriors wielding broadswords were always the most fundamental and crucial troops. In contrast, the 3,000 vampires they had painstakingly cultivated over hundreds of years were truly precious. The scattered skeletons they had encountered earlier were just trash that couldn't even scratch these steel vampires. But Dark Knights were different. If this group skilled in squad combat focused their fire, there would definitely be casualties. How could they waste the elite forces they had painstakingly cultivated in such a place? The three vampire dukes reached a consensus almost instantly. Instead of continuing their frontal assault, they would strike directly from within the castle to force the enemy leader to reveal himself. Cold steel gleamed as the clash of blades rang out continuously. Behind them, over 2,000 vampire legionnaires drew their long swords in unison, their crimson pupils flickering in the darkness. The three dukes also gripped their weapons. Though they remained sheathed, their opponent was merely a decoy skeletal vanguard officer. And even if this pile of bones seemed to possess intelligence, it wasn't worthy of such noble beings taking action personally. One of the dukes suddenly turned around, grinning maliciously at the skeletal vanguard officer. You bang. Before he could finish speaking, or rather, before he could even begin, the skeletal figure was dragged underground by several skeleton soldiers skilled in earth tunneling, vanishing into the ground in an instant. The faces of all three dukes darkened simultaneously. The one on the left snorted coldly, and over 100 fourth-tier vampire counts behind them stomped their feet upon hearing the signal, transforming into blood mist and drilling into the earth. Third circle necromantic spell, blood escape technique? How dare you show off such tricks before this duke? The enraged duke growled in a low voice. Seeing his subordinates take action, he maintained his elegance, gently adjusting his white gloves and bowing slightly to his two companions. Gentlemen, I'll go down and play with them. I'll leave what's above to you two. Very well, then we'll leave what's below to you. The other two maintained their composure as well, quickly dividing the tasks. With that, the speaking duke transformed into blood mist and sank underground, pursuing the earth-tunneling skeleton soldiers. The two dukes remaining on the surface adjusted their tailcoats and spread their arms, surveying their surroundings. At this moment, the clearing where they stood was surrounded by high walls, with countless skeletons peering down from the battlements. On the castle walls, ordinary skeleton soldiers drew their bowstrings taut, while spear throwers raised their javelins ready to strike. Directly ahead stood rows of black knights, over 1,000 gleaming silver spears pointing toward the center of the field. Clearly, the vampires had fallen into a genuine city trap, with nowhere to hide and nowhere to flee. However, the two sixth-tier vampire dukes showed no fear. The one on the right raised an eyebrow slightly, actively taunting. You insects, are you ready to face your second death? Roar. The over 2,000 vampire legionnaires behind them responded with furious battle cries, striking the ground with their weapons in a deafening cacophony. On the wall ahead, the helmetless knight looked down with his withered face showing a cold smile full of mockery. Pride goes before destruction, he declared, sweeping his arm forward as a thunderous roar erupted. Arrows, spears, sling stones, and crude bone clubs rained down from all directions. Though varied in type, each attack carried tremendous force, many flickering with magical auras of frost, lightning, flame, and other enchantments. In an instant, the sky darkened like night. Facing this torrential barrage, the left duke closed his eyes and assumed a pose as if embracing the sun, seemingly prepared to mock this pitiful baptism. But the right duke's smile suddenly froze, his eyes widening as if he had seen a ghost. Fourth circle innate spell Crimson Eye activated silently, allowing him to perceive the power carried by that dense assault. All fourth tier. These aren't ordinary skeleton soldiers. Horror exploded in his mind. Boom. Unable to warn his companion who was still posturing beside him, he immediately deployed his strongest trump card, instantly transforming into surging blood mist that spread outward. At that very moment, the rain of attacks descended. A few minutes earlier, the vampire duke who had transformed into a blood mist and burrowed underground expected to witness his subordinates capturing the enemy. The moment he landed, the ground gave way beneath his feet, and he plummeted directly into a dark tunnel that stretched across the underground. The tunnels crisscrossed in all directions, their rough walls shedding stone dust that trickled down steadily. The vampire duke surveyed his surroundings and let out a cold snort, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Petty tricks. He slammed both palms against the ground, and deep crimson blood surged down his pale arms. Upon touching the earth, it transformed into thick mist that spread in all directions like a living creature. Fourth circle spell, blood mist permeation. The blood mist served both offensive and defensive purposes, while also possessing reconnaissance abilities. As the mist spread, the duke's mind seemed to sprout countless eyes. Every subtle fluctuation in the air currents and every trace of lingering aura became crystal clear. Did they go this way? He slowly withdrew his spell, rose to his feet, and adjusted his formal attire before strolling forward in the direction marked by the blood mist, his demeanor remaining elegant throughout. He felt no urgency. Ahead, 100 fourth-tier vampire counts were encircling the Anemia Special Forces unit he had personally trained over 4 centuries, masters of coordinated combat techniques. Even if the enemy had the incredible luck to produce a 6th-tier powerhouse, this unit could still eliminate them, though at a devastating cost to themselves. In fact, even he himself wouldn't have complete confidence in an unknown battle against this 100-man squad. They were his strongest and most prized trump card. The blood mist continued to flow along the ground, guiding his path. Soon, he detected a large concentration of his kinsmen's auras around a corner, knowing he had caught up with the main force. With one hand tucked in his pocket and the other holding a pristine white handkerchief, the vampire duke rounded the corner with measured steps, his voice low and condescending. "You've taken so long with mere enemies that I must personally." Aha! His words cut off abruptly as a scream escaped his lips, the handkerchief dropping to the ground with a soft thud. A massive underground cavern stretched before him, rubble scattered everywhere, flickering lamps casting unsteady light, and the bodies of his kinsmen lying scattered in all directions. Over 1,000 skeleton soldiers wielding rusty axes, halberds, and bone spears were methodically delivering finishing blows to prevent anyone from playing dead. The cavern walls were riddled with exits, clearly marking this as a central hub of the underground tunnel network, doubling as a granary or military fortress. More skeletons streamed in and out of the various passages. The 100-strong elite vampire unit that had charged in earlier had first fallen into the sea of skeletons at the cavern's center, where they were beaten and crippled by the mob. When they attempted to flee toward the tunnels, they were blocked by guards at the entrances, resulting in total annihilation. The vampire duke's entire body went rigid, too shocked to speak. Hearing his cry of alarm, the skeleton soldiers examining the corpses stopped their movements in unison. 1,000 skeletal heads turned with a collective crack, all focusing on the vampire duke as the ghostly soul fires in their eye sockets blazed to life. Those vicious eyes and that icy aura sent chills through the vampire duke who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, forcing him to involuntarily step back. That single step stirred up a hornet's nest of skeleton soldiers. Someone hurled the first spear, and in the next moment, the skeletons came charging like a tsunami, their jaws chattering and clacking as they surged forward like rabid dogs. The vampire duke barely hesitated before clapping his hands together in front of him. Fifth circle spell Crimson Arrow Storm. Blood sprayed from his arms, and the droplets instantly accelerated in midair, forming into a dense barrage of blood-red arrows. Crack! Crack! The charging skeleton soldiers fell in waves, dozens of their bones shattered to pieces by the arrows, while the survivors were riddled with holes. The might of a 6th-tier undead was on full display. But there weren't just dozens of skeleton soldiers, there were thousands. They pressed forward layer upon layer through the Tenfuthai tunnel, trampling over any fallen comrades without hesitation. A wall of white bones surged toward him with a putrid wind, hundreds of skeletal hands grasping wildly, forcing the vampire duke to retreat while firing volley after volley of crimson arrows that blasted the bone soldiers to fragments. However, even the most careful plans have flaws. While he was busy intercepting the bone wall above, a skeleton soldier reduced to half a torso crawled rapidly across the ground and suddenly grabbed his ankle. Shocked and enraged, he raised his palm to crush the skull. But at the moment his hand descended, the half-skeleton's bones began expanding like a balloon inflated by fierce winds, growing 5 times larger in an instant. Bang! The damaged skeleton soldier self-destructed. Bone fragments flew everywhere, blasting the nearby vampire duke backward, his flesh torn and both legs stripped to bear Bonia's special spell, self-destruction. The excruciating pain made him let out a piercing scream, but the sound lasted only 2 seconds before being swallowed by a new wave of skeletons. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time ticked by slowly, and after a long silence, a battered arm finally broke through the debris. The ragged vampire duke had barely escaped the encirclement using his blood mist technique, desperately clawing at the rubble while gasping for breath. Instinctively, he reached out and finally grasped what he thought was a comrade's ankle. No, this is wrong. The strength of these skeleton soldiers is all wrong. Quick, rally the troops and break out. Quick, quick, quick. His voice grew weaker and weaker until it stopped abruptly. A sudden unease gripped his heart as he slowly looked up. All around him was hell. The fallen vampire corpses had been turned into pincushions by various weapons. Arrows, javelins, bone swords, bone knives, everything imaginable. Thousands of bodies were piled into mounds throughout the Barbican. Above them, tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers and a group of death knights were methodically delivering finishing blows. Whenever a vampire tried to rise, a dozen javelins would immediately pin it down for good. What he had grabbed wasn't a comrade's ankle at all. The death knight looked down at him expressionlessly, eyes radiating bone-chilling killing intent. The death knight raised his hand, lifted his spear, and under the vampire duke's disbelieving gaze, thrust it straight into his face. The ground was littered with corpses, carelessly piled together, with the bodies of 3 vampire dukes and a dozen vampire marquises at the forefront. Re-equipped in his obsidian armor, Gu Erdan eagerly rummaged through the heap of bodies, occasionally collecting clusters of ghostly blue soul flames into his system. Over 3,000 fourth-tier soul ghost flames caused a surge in system energy by nearly 1,000,000, and he rubbed his hands together in excitement, exclaiming, "This is a big score." Not far away, the armored knight stood in the bloody wind, quietly observing the remains of the vampires. After a moment of silence, he softly reminded, "Your Majesty, according to their last words, there is another leader behind these guys. To make a group of proud high-tier vampires willingly walk to their deaths, that leader's strength must be." He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was enough to make Gu Erdan's heart skip a beat. The ease of this battle was entirely due to the opponent's inexplicable decision to walk into a trap. They swaggered into Wang's city, provocatively unguarded, and one even flaunted a golden throat-locking gun, only to be instantly killed by the Black Knight's spear, turning into a pile of ash. Another, quick to react, transformed into a blood mist to escape, but was bombarded by concentrated fire from the others, struggling in vain for several minutes without getting away. Gu Erdan couldn't help but think, if these vampires had chosen to charge Hedon, the Black Knight and the skeleton soldiers, without the advantage of the city walls, could have won, but it would have been far from unscathed. If even a few 6th-tier vampires were so troublesome, how terrifying must that leader be? 7th tier? 8th tier? 9th tier? Or perhaps, the memory of the grand battle from a month ago flashed in his mind. The just resurrected undead lord had left the entire city powerless. The ascended Sarah had effortlessly drawn away thousands of souls and used a soul explosion to disperse endless black mist. If he were to face such a monster, even with 30,000 4th-tier undead soldiers, he wouldn't have any confidence, even if he had 100,000. I can't just sit here and wait. Gu Erdan paced back and forth in agitation, suddenly stopping with a fierce glint in his eyes. We must fight to grow stronger, recruit more soldiers, and expand our power. Even if it means overwhelming him with sheer numbers, I will bury him. With his mind made up, he immediately decided to increase the number of skeleton soldiers to 100,000, intending to unleash all the energy he had accumulated in one go. However, his declaration made the armored knight and the bone vanguard exchange glances. After a moment of hesitation, the bone vanguard spoke up, "Your Majesty, it's not about quantity, but quality. I believe it's more prudent to enhance our top-tier combat power rather than just piling up numbers." Gu Erdan was taken aback, sizing up the 2 generals beside him. He fell silent for a few moments, offering no response, and continued to rub his hands as he strode away. The bone vanguard opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him further, but was stopped by the armored knight's hand. "Enough, just be quiet. But what I'm saying is the truth. If the enemy launches a decapitation strike, how can we protect your Majesty with our current strength?" "I know you're speaking the truth, and His Majesty is aware of it too," the armored knight replied in a low voice. "Then why doesn't His Majesty agree?" "What?" The armored knight gave the bone vanguard a deep look. "Among the undead, there exists no friendship, no bonds, no trust, only the law of survival of the fittest. This is the truth that governs all undead. His Majesty possesses 4th-tier strength, which is why he dares to elevate us to the 4th tier, for he can control us through soul fire fragments. But he will never advance us to the 5th tier, because then his hold over us would vanish. If you were to turn against His Majesty at that point, how would he defend himself? On the vast, pitch-black training ground, the helmetless knights gazed pierced like nails into the bone vanguard. Each word struck like cold iron against hollow bone, echoing dully in the emptiness. The bone vanguard's expression darkened, the blue ghost fire in his chest cavity surging and dancing. I have absolute loyalty to His Majesty. He granted me wisdom. That's merely what you believe to be loyalty. The helmetless knight turned his head away, his black cloak stirring up dust. His Majesty has never acknowledged it. The bone vanguard retorted through gritted teeth. But His Majesty has already enhanced one before. You mean General Sarah? Yes. She is different from you. The helmetless knight raised his hand, pointing to the countless skeleton soldiers surrounding them. She is His Majesty's friend, one of a kind. But Yuri everywhere, just another skeleton soldier. Cold wind whistled through empty skulls with a mournful wail. The helmetless knight turned away, his boots crushing scattered finger bones. If His Majesty wished, any skeleton here could be called Bone Vanguard Officer. Remember, you're no different from them. He walked away, his footsteps gradually fading. The Bone Vanguard stared down at his pale bone hands, fingers trembling slightly, before slowly clenching into fists. I am different from them. Only a soldier understands true loyalty. Night fell. The Black Knight's city blazed with lights, hammering sounds echoing everywhere. Outside the city walls, rows of skeleton soldiers carried massive stones and steel plates, reinforcing the defenses. At the city's core, Black Knights led by the helmetless knight stood in formation with 2,000 selected mutant skeleton soldiers, their eye sockets flickering with ghost fire like eternal beacons. Deep within the castle, in a stone chamber, Gu Erdan sat cross-legged at the center of a magic circle made from bone fragments, eyes closed. The ghost fire in his chest compressed into a blazing white vortex. He was absorbing the concentrated ghost fire left by the undead lord. Its purity far exceeded ordinary souls, making his bones crackle and pop. Under this energy infusion, his aura expanded at a visible rate, yet still couldn't touch the threshold of the 5th tier. Compared to the system's instantaneous enhancement, this self-directed growth was undeniably slow, months at best, a year at worst. By normal standards, this was already remarkable speed, but Gu Erdan remained unsatisfied. His enemies wouldn't grant him such a lengthy respite. 3 days. In merely 3 days, new trouble arrived with eager haste. When the black sun once again reached its zenith, a vast crimson appeared on the distant horizon. What began as thin clouds quickly transformed into sky-covering blood mist, rolling closer. Countless bats darted through the fog, their shrill cries like tearing silk. Before the alarm could sound, Gu Erdan had already ordered Plan B into action. Black Knights and skeleton soldiers swiftly retreated into pre-dug tunnels according to the contingency plan, sealing the entrances with earth. The entire city fell into deathly silence in an instant. The blood mist surged to the city's edge but didn't engulf it. Instead, it suddenly fractured into countless humanoid forms. Blood shadows descended onto the city walls, gazing down at the quiet fortress. Hiding, are we? Humph, at least they have some self-awareness. The leader wore an elegant blood-red tailcoat, its hem fluttering in the wind. A scepter topped with a blood-colored bat was embroidered on his chest, symbolizing his unique Statusa blood clan elder. An 8th-tier undead. Underground, Gu Erdan sensed that overwhelming pressure through the thick layers of earth and couldn't help but sigh softly. It seemed he had no choice but to abandon this place and retreat. Though this wasn't entirely unexpected, it had been part of his original plan all along. Gu Erdan was no madman, so naturally he wouldn't provoke enemies over 2 mere horses. His unhesitating slaughter of the vampire envoy had only one true purpose: killing to accumulate energy. He had already harvested most of the common soldiers within a 1,000-mile radius, making it a pipe dream to stockpile energy through conventional raids. The last surprise attack had taught him a painful lesson. Energy was his trump card. Without the million-plus energy he had painstakingly accumulated, he never could have instantly summoned an undead lord, let alone turn the tide. Having learned this lesson, he decided to take risks, actively provoking the vampire clan and using their fresh soul flames to recharge himself. Now, with powerful enemies at his gates, even if his Black Knights and skeleton soldiers fought to the death, they might not kill their opponents, and even victory wouldn't yield soul flames, making such a win meaningless. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to retreat, leading his subordinates into the underground passages he had prepared in advance. He planned to wage guerrilla warfare against the vampires. As long as he stayed hidden, no matter how heavy his losses, he could quickly replenish his forces. This was his greatest advantage. Just as Gu Erdan ordered the retreat, a thunderous voice suddenly boomed from above. I am Grace, one of the 4 great elders under Prince Nicholas. I offer you one chance to negotiate. Come out and meet me. His eyes darted frantically as he hesitated briefly, then removed his armor and fitted it onto a nearby skeleton soldier, patting its shoulder. Go, negotiate in my place. The skeleton soldier obeyed, leading over 100 companions as they shambled out of the tunnels. Grace in midair immediately saw through the deception and snorted coldly. but didn't lose his temper. Instead, he lowered his voice and made a direct offer. Your strength is considerable. It would be a pity for us to remain enemies. If you're willing to assist me with one matter, our vampire clan can cease hostilities with you and offer substantial rewards. What say you? The skeleton soldier tilted its head without responding, only staring at Grace with those eyes of condensed blue-green flames. After several moments of this stare, Grace felt his chest tighten and could only wave his sleeve dismissively. Within 3 days, come find me at the vampire castle to the left. If you don't come, may fortune favor you. With the order given, the vampire army retreated as swiftly as a receding tide, clean and decisive. Clearly, these blood-loving creatures of the undead wanted to spend not 1 second longer in this stronghold crawling with skeletons and black knights. After the enemy departed, the surface of the Black Knight city remained calm, and Gu Erdan had no intention of showing himself. In the secret tunnel beneath the castle, he immediately summoned his trusted advisors for an emergency meeting. The meeting consisted of 4 members, including Gu Erdan himself, the self-proclaimed king of 10,000 bones, ruler of a 1,000-mile territory, who called himself a headless knight, but was actually just a brainless skeleton soldier serving as supreme commander. There was also Bone Vanguard, the army commander-in-chief, who commanded tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers. Standing alongside him was the helmetless knight commander, who was neither a knight nor capable of flight, yet had somehow been appointed as Air Force commander-in-chief. The reasoning was simple. Air defense is still air, isn't it? The 4th attendee had an even more impressive background. He was Gale Steed, the cavalry commander-in-chief, horse division commander, and logistics officer of the Black Knight City, and the loyal companion of the headless knight, Gu Erdan. Looking across the entire Black Knight City, there was truly only 1 man and 1 horse in the cavalry. The man was Gu Erdan, and the horse was Gale Steed himself, a rarity as scarce as hen's teeth. They say 3 cobblers can match 1 Zhuge Liang, Gu Erdan thought, recalling this old saying as he gathered these 4 faces, hoping to come up with some breakthrough strategies. However, the meeting room remained eerily quiet, with everyone staring at each other, unable to spark even the slightest idea. Forget about good strategies, they couldn't even come up with bad ones. Under Gu Erdan's command were 3 fierce generals. One was a brain nature-feed mummy, another was a brainless skeleton, and the third was an underdeveloped little vinegar jar. Expecting these 3 to devise good strategies, it would be more straightforward to consider a direct frontal assault. As for Gu Erdan himself, if he truly had a solution, why would he have gathered these 3 disabled misfits for consultation? Time ticked by, and the atmosphere in the temporary war room grew increasingly tense. The helmetless knight commander sat upright like a stone statue, having remained silent since entering the room. Bone Vanguard lowered his head, counting his ribs for entertainment. Though he had spoken earlier, his silence would have been preferable. His suggestions nearly made Gu Erdan faint from frustration. The first plan was mutual destruction, having Gu Erdan's 2 lieutenants lead the entire army in a frontal assault against the enemy. Why bother thinking? Even someone without a brain could understand this. If Gu Erdan was truly prepared for a death match, he would have charged already. What was the point of holding a meeting? The second plan was to feint east and attack west. One lieutenant would lead a small force to draw fire, while the other led elite troops in a flanking maneuver. It sounded reasonable, but the problem was this was a siege battle. Not only were they surrounded, but the enemy was implementing an elite force strategy. Using scattered troops for a pincer attack? That would be asking the enemy to bloom from within. The third plan was even more ridiculous, the final strategy of the 36 stratagems, retreat, as the best option. Did he really need to say that? When it came to running away, 10 bone vanguards couldn't match Gu Erdan. If not for fear of shattering those bones with 1 punch, Gu Erdan would have grabbed a bone club to teach him a lesson. The 2 lieutenants had exhausted their ideas. Gu Erdan instinctively turned his gaze to the last fierce General Gale Steed. The little horse was spirited and excited, bouncing around ready to show off. But just as he raised his head, Gu Erdan reached out and forcibly pushed it back down. The horse was stunned on the spot. Excitement suddenly turned to bewilderment. Bewilderment transformed into shock, and shock became anger. With a thud, he plopped down on the ground, lying on his back with all 4 hooves in the air, giving up completely, while kicking over the chair beside him that belonged to him. Nobody knew why a horse needed a chair anyway. Bang! Gu Erdan, having reached his breaking point, slammed his fist on the table and shot to his feet in fury, roaring with grief and indignation. My Dark Knight City boasts 30,000 strong soldiers and countless capable warriors. Is there not a single person among them who can solve my problems? Even 30,000 pigs could use their pig brains to come up with some solution. Seeing him rise in anger, the helmetless knight and the bone vanguard officer immediately fell silent as cicadas in winter, standing rigidly at attention. Their armor trembled slightly in the candlelight, yet neither dared utter a word. Gu Erdan gazed at these 2 mighty generals upon whom he had placed such high hopes, feeling a burning sensation in his chest. He let out a cold snort and swept his tattered crimson cape behind him. Spread my command. I shall issue a call for heroes throughout the realm. All soldiers regardless of rank, whoever can devise a solution shall be appointed general, even grand general. The two generals, as if granted amnesty, clasped their fists in salute and hurried out of the great hall. Gu Erdan strode to the main entrance with hands behind his back, departing with a dark expression. There was only one door in this vast room, so he had no choice but to use it. A few minutes later, he returned and grabbed the still prone swift wind broken colt, who was playing dead on the floor. The little colt's legs went stiff and its ears drooped, but it was still dragged out. Once both man and horse had left, the skeleton soldiers responsible for holding soul flames as lanterns also filed out in formation, plunging the dim hall into deathly silence and darkness. An hour later, torches blazed before the military platform of Dark Knight City. Gu Erdan sat fully armored on a hastily constructed skeleton throne, with a fierce general standing on each side and the still feigning death little colt tethered at his feet. Below the platform, 30,000 skeleton soldiers and over 1,000 Dark Knights had assembled in formation. The Dark Knight phalanx stood in perfect squares, their halberds and shields moving as one. The skeleton soldiers, however, were crooked and disheveled, swaying as if they could give any famous general a heart attack. Yet Gu Erdan was quite satisfied at least the melee fighters knew to stand in front while the ranged units stayed in back. With lower-grade skeletons, even skeleton archers would dare charge forward with their bone bows as meat shields. He snapped his fingers to signal the beginning. The undead immediately began chattering, each offering their ancestral wisdom to discuss strategies. Though fourth-tier skeleton soldiers had limited intelligence, basic stumbling communication posed no problem. Moreover, after system enhancement, this batch of fourth-tier undead was considerably superior to ordinary peers in both physique and intellect. Time ticked away as the minions deliberated for over an hour before finally selecting their ultimate strategist. The 30,000 skeletons parted like a sea, creating a pathway, their eye sockets flickering with green flames full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. In the center of the pathway, a skeleton soldier strode proudly and confidently onto the platform, approaching Gu Erdan. Gu Erdan stared at this victor and couldn't help but fall silent. The figure was exceptionally tall and imposing, with a frame that must have exceeded 2 meters. Even his tattered bone armor couldn't conceal his magnificent bearing. The bright green ghostly flames in his eye sockets gazed directly at Gu Erdan. Though their angles seemed problematic, the left one looked left, the right one looked right, creating a distinctly cross-eyed appearance. Gu Erdan, who was staring back at him, couldn't even tell who exactly this guy was looking at. The skeleton head in front of him was completely hollow, with even the skull cap missing somewhere, leaving a fist-sized gap that led straight into the cranium where eerie green soul flames flickered and danced. And yet, this fellow was recognized as the highest intelligence being in the entire Black Knight City. Gu Erdan immediately wanted to retreat. Maybe he should just run away? The kind where he wouldn't even bring a single subordinate. He looked the skeleton soldier up and down with conflicted feelings, then spoke as gently as possible. "My good fellow, may I ask your honorable name?" The skeleton soldier didn't make a sound, just stared at him with those eye sockets that seemed to contain a hint of wisdom mixed with confusion, tilting his head slightly. "Ga. I'm asking for your honorable name. Ga. Your honor." Abel, Gu Erdan was completely speechless and waved his hand in defeat. "Forget it. Whatever your name is." Such wise eyes, such a transparent heat. If this guy could actually give good advice, Gu Erdan would eat that dead horse right there on the spot. With this thought, he cut straight to the chase. "You said you have a way to help me?" This time, the skeleton soldier finally stopped saying "Ga" and nodded excitedly, his head bobbing like a rattle drum. Gu Erdan worried that if he nodded any harder, the soul flames would be shaken right out. "What method?" he asked absent-mindedly. The ghost flames in the skeleton soldier's eye sockets suddenly spun wildly in different directions, completely out of sync, crackling for a moment before one flame pointed up and one pointed down, freezing in place. Then, the skeleton soldier suddenly straightened up and, before Gu Erdan could react, collapsed toward him. With a thud, the limp bone frame crashed directly into Gu Erdan's arms, scaring him out of his wits. "What are you doing? What is this? Are you trying to scam me? Playing tricks, are you? You all bear witness. I didn't touch him at all." Fell over by himself. Seeing him shouting and flailing helplessly, the Whitebone Vanguard officer couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed the skeleton soldier by the neck, pulling him out. "Your Majesty, this is one of his abilities, can separate his soul from his skeletal frame." "Soul separation? And he can only separate his own? What the hell use is that?" Gu Erdan couldn't help but complain. The Whitebone Vanguard officer shook his head with a smile. "Don't be hasty, Your Majesty. This ability is quite extraordinary. Once his soul is separated, it can possess a new skeletal frame and be reborn, which can be used to escape in critical moments. Of course, this isn't particularly useful to Your Majesty. The real value lies in the side effects after separation." "Side effects?" Gu Erdan perked up. "Yes, the side effects." The Whitebone Vanguard officer shook the skeletal frame in his hand, making it rattle. After soul separation, his body becomes essentially ownerless. As long as he's willing to relinquish control and leave his soul as a foundation, Your Majesty can completely inject a wisp of soul flame into it and remotely control this skeletal frame in battle. Gu Erdan wasn't stupid with such a clear explanation. He immediately understood, his eyes lighting up. You mean let me use his body to negotiate with the opponent? Exactly. That's actually a good idea, but will this skeleton soldier agree? Gu Erdan looked at the limp skeletal frame, keeping one thought to himself. With this guy's low intelligence, using his body won't drag down my own IQ, will it? Without a word, the Whitebone Vanguard officer twisted the skeleton soldier's head around and slapped him several times with a smack, waking the withdrawn skeleton soldier. His Majesty is asking you. Are you willing to die for His Majesty? The skeleton soldier jolted, pressed his hand to his chest, and gave a standard military salute. The Whitebone Vanguard officer expressionlessly grabbed his head and forcefully turned it around, directing it toward Gu Erdan. Hey there, little brother, what's your name? Ga. Gu Erdan was stroking his chin, ready for some friendly small talk, but the skeleton warrior across from him only let out this sharp, strange cry. With such intelligent eyes, how about I call you Big Smart? Ga. Still the same Ga. Undeterred, Gu Erdan continued patiently. You've contributed greatly with your strategy this time. I want to make you a general. What kind of general would you like to be? Ga. Damn it. Vanguard officer. Gu Erdan finally lost it, turning to shout at the Bone Vanguard officer. What's wrong with this kid? Why does he only go ga? Was he reincarnated from a duck? He had wanted to have a heart-to-heart with this warrior, but after just a few exchanges, he was driven to the brink of collapse. The nearby Bone Vanguard officer, holding his spear, looked rather awkward beneath his mask. Your Majesty, while our 30,000 skeleton soldiers generally have decent intelligence, that's only generally speaking. There are always a few oddballs. He's one of them? No, he's an oddball among oddballs, with even lower intelligence than the typical oddball. During recruitment, it seems he injured his brain and wasn't very bright to begin with. Not very bright. Gu Erdan's eyes widened. Look at this brain. Look at those eyes. What part of him has anything to do with smart? His rapid-fire complaints made the Bone Vanguard officer even more embarrassed. As for Big Smart, who had been standing there dumbly, upon hearing words like brain and not bright, his head drooped down, the blue flames in his eye sockets dimmed by half, and his entire skeletal frame seemed drained of strength. After all, he might be stupid, but he wasn't deaf, could still hear the hurtful words. Ga? Hearing the other's dejected moan, Gu Erdan's heart tightened. Good grief, the righteous warrior willing to sacrifice himself was about to be driven away by his scolding. He quickly rushed over and coaxed in a lowered voice. No. I'm not saying you're stupid. Your intelligence isn't very obvious. Looking up, he noticed a bullseyed hole in Big Smart's skull. After glancing around and finding no suitable cover, he simply pulled off his own horned helmet and clunked it onto the other's head, fastening the leather strap for him definitely not, because he was worried the other wouldn't know how to do it. Absolutely not. After securing the helmet, Gu Erdan stepped back and patted Big Smart's bony shoulder blade. See, now you look much more imposing, clearly a fierce general at first glance. However, when he looked up to meet those wisdom-filled, but completely unfocused eye sockets, he was so stunned that he awkwardly tore a strip of cloth from his cloak to blindfold the other. Embracing this knockoff Aladdin, he turned to face the 30,000 skeleton soldiers and raised his voice to the maximum. Student Big Smart has contributed greatly with his strategy. I now specially appoint him as one of the Humha duo. Before finishing, he quickly counted around and realized they were over quota, so he had to make a sharp turn. I specially appoint him as one of the 4 heavenly kings under my command. Title Crouching Dragon General. Everyone give him a round of applause. Clatter, clatter. Countless bony palms clapped together, creating an impressive scene. The helmetless knight standing nearby frowned slightly and reminded, Your Majesty, including him, we only have 3 in total. No problem. We'll just find one more person to make up the numbers. Gu Erdan glanced to his side. The little pony, who had been playing dead, immediately sprang up like a zombie, its tail practically reaching the sky, its face written all over with, I want to be a general. Unfortunately, just as its excitement ignited, Gu Erdan doused it with cold water, grabbed the disobedient skeleton head, and twisted it forward. Let's leave the last position vacant for now. We'll appoint whoever achieves merit in the future. This statement from Gu Erdan sent the little pony plummeting into an icy abyss, and it flopped back down to lie on the ground and sulk. The helmetless knight standing nearby watched Gu Erdan's excitement with growing concern, his brow furrowing deeper by the moment. Using a substitute for negotiations was indeed a clever strategy. It kept the real leader out of danger while allowing them to probe the enemy's intentions, but even the most brilliant plan had its fatal flaw. The substitute was too weak. After a moment's hesitation, this knight who had spent years immersed in warfare followed his duty and lowered his voice to remind, Your Majesty, this plan is good and all, But the problem is his strength is only 4th tier. Gu Erdan waved dismissively upon hearing this, looking completely unconcerned. What's wrong with 4th tier? A 4th tier can still beat me. In our Black Knight city, who isn't 4th tier? That may be true. The helmetless knight chose his words carefully. But if we send a 4th tier leader to represent us, the vampire clan will only see it as provocation. Those arrogant creatures turn hostile at the drop of a hat. The negotiations might turn into a bloodbath. These words left Gu Erdan stunned on the spot. He stroked his chin and paced back and forth. Indeed, sending a weakling to important negotiations was clearly showing disrespect. After long contemplation, his gaze fell upon General Wulong, sizing him up and down, ultimately unable to make a decision. Moments later, he suddenly pulled his 2 lieutenants aside, dragging them away to whisper instructions. Helmetless Knight, go select 300 of our most elite Black Knights and have them stand ready. Bone Vanguard Officer, gather all 300 of my specially trained skeleton axemen. Black Knights were already the cream of the crop among undead of the same tier, their combat prowess beyond question. As for these skeleton axemen, originally called skeleton shield axemen, they were a fierce variant of skeleton soldiers capable of rapidly burning their soul fire to unleash tremendous combat power in short bursts. Their weakness was equally fatal, strong in offense, poor in endurance. When 1st-tier axemen went berserk, they could cut down 2nd-tier skeleton soldiers like vegetables. But once the frenzy passed, being counterattacked by 1st-tier comrades was equally effortless. Now that they had advanced to 4th tier, their rampage duration had leaped from 5-second warriors to 90 seconds. Don't underestimate those brief 90 seconds during that time. They could even clash head-on with 5th-tier undead. But once time ran out and their soul flames were depleted, even 3rd-tier skeleton soldiers could harvest them. More than 10 minutes later, killing intent permeated the air outside the specially constructed bone house. On the left wing, 300 Black Knights formed ranks, their shield walls solid as rock, javelins ready to launch. On the right wing, 300 berserkers sharpened their weapons, bone fragments crunching underfoot. In the outer perimeter, 30,000 skeleton soldiers gripped swords and spears, awaiting Gu Erdan's command for rescue at any moment. The atmosphere was tense with drawn swords, not guarding against external enemies, but preparing for their own forces going berserk. Inside the drafty white bone hut, Gu Erdan and General Wulong sat facing each other, with the 2 lieutenants flanking them. The helmetless knight's suggestion had ultimately been adopted. Sending a 4th tier for negotiations was inappropriate, so they would simply force-feed General Wulong a power boost. The problem was, this guy's intelligence was questionable, and if he truly followed the undead rule of whoever's stronger becomes the boss, then Gu Erdan might face a blade to his throat. Hence the heavy troops surrounding the building, ready for him to smash a cup as signal for 300 axemen to burst through the windows for protection. Gu Erdan took a deep breath, activated the system, locked onto General Wulong's soul fragment, and began injecting pure energy. Pale blue soul flames flowed from his fingertips, forming threads that entered General Wulong's body. The latter's entire skeletal frame erupted in crackling sounds as his cavernous skull threw back and roared skyward. Gah! Power surged along trajectories that defied logic. Gah! 4th-tier peak was shattered. In the next instant, the 5th-tier barrier collapsed thunderously. Immediately after, the momentum broke through 6th tier in one breath. Only when touching 6th tier peak did the rampaging energy finally halt. Gu Erdan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. 6th tier was enough, any higher would be hard to control. Open system. General Wulong's current data appeared before Gu Erdan. Name, Wulong General. Identity, Skeleton Grand General, 6th tier peak. Skills, 1st Circle Necromancy, Bone Regeneration. 2nd Circle Necromancy, Basic Bone Enhancement. 3rd Circle Necromancy, Bone Claws. 4th Circle Necromancy, Soul Transfer. 5th Circle Necromancy, Limb Separation. 6th Circle Necromancy, Corpse Modification. Evaluation. Since ancient times, strength and intelligence cannot coexist, one must sacrifice wisdom to gain power. Looking at the information panel that appeared before him, Gu Erdan felt a sour sensation rush straight to the top of his skull. How could this guy's skills be more outrageous than the last? The 1st Circle Bone Regeneration and 2nd Circle Basic Bone Enhancement were virtually identical to his own bone proliferation and bone hardening. But starting from the 3rd Circle, Wulong General's spells went completely off the rails. The 3rd Circle spell, Bone Claws, was notoriously useless in human eyes. The caster simply channeled mana into the ground, causing masses of withered white skeletal hands to burst forth, grasping and tearing. The damage wasn't high, and the arms were brittle, but precisely because they often attacked from underfoot with rather underhanded methods, they earned a spot on the most terrifying list. Gu Erdan wasn't worried about being groped after all. He was just a skeleton now, so there wasn't anywhere to grab, even if someone tried. The fourth circle spell, Soul Transfer, immediately reminded Gu Erdan of that traumatic experience when his opponent had banished his soul with a single cast, forcing him into complete isolation, a true nightmare upgrade. The fifth circle, Limb Separation, was even more absurd after casting. All joints could detach and float independently, with each body part fighting separately, creating literal divide and conquer tactics. This wasn't like Gu Erdan's little trick of wearing a fake head, but genuine three-dimensional hunting. The sixth circle, Corpse Modification, was downright perverted. Wulong General could resurrect and modify corpses from the battlefield, essentially functioning as half a necromancer. While the summoned undead might not fully obey his commands, it wasn't much of a problem according to undead instincts. Higher-level undead naturally dominated lower-level ones. In the human world, this ability was like a walking disaster factory, capable of recruiting fallen enemies mid-battle and growing stronger with each fight. After this comprehensive assessment, Gu Erdan could only reach one conclusion. This Wulong general was both capable in combat and survival. Practically perfect, except his intelligence clearly couldn't keep up with his strength, the type who'd hold a winning hand but still manage to throw the game. However, the aura of dramatically increased power instantly alerted the surrounding skeleton soldiers and dark knights, even catching the attention of the usually dismissive, humming and hawing generals. Yet the person in question, Wulong general, remained perfectly calm. Crooked posture, askew helmet, vacant and foolish expression, looking no different from before his upgrade. Gu Erdan swallowed nervously and carefully lifted the bandages covering the other's eye sockets. In that instant, he saw those familiar eyes of wisdom, and sighed, then quietly put the bandages back. Yes. Still that wisdom beyond mortal comprehension. Only then did he realize he shouldn't have doubted Wulong General's intelligence. How could mere double promotion shake the foundation of such a sage? Confirming that Wulong General hadn't changed, Gu Erdan began testing his loyalty. As it turned out, General Wulong might have been a bit dim-witted, but his loyalty was beyond question. When Gu Erdan asked to borrow his body, the foolish general didn't hesitate for even a moment. His eyes rolled back, and with a loud thud, he collapsed on the spot. Gu Erdan seized the opportunity to embed a fragment of his soul deep within General Wulong's spirit. The moment he took control, the world spun around him had become General Wulong. He jumped in place a couple of times, then threw a series of punches. By rough estimation, this new body possessed more than 10 times his original strength. He nodded with satisfaction. Even more remarkable was General Wulong's panoramic vision. Standing in one spot, he could take in the entire world around him. Gu Erdan suspected that this seeing too much made General Wulong's thinking more scattered than ordinary people, which explained why he seemed so out of place in the world. He gestured for his subordinates to bring a mirror. The Bone Vanguard officer presented a painstakingly polished bronze mirror. Gu Erdan took one look and immediately turned away. The foolish expression staring back at him nearly dragged his own intelligence down to the same level. Merging bodies really did reduce one's intellect. He'd better use this body sparingly. The black sun rose once again as Gu Erdan led his army away from the Black Knight City toward the location designated by the Vampire Elder. His force numbered 3,500 Black Knights, 300 Axe Warriors, and the remaining 2,200 were fourth-tier skeleton soldiers. He left his two trusted generals, the Bone Vanguard officer and the Helmetless Knight, in the city, fearing they might all perish if a real battle broke out. As for that little pony, he simply found it too embarrassing to ride and left it behind. When they reached the vampire castle, a formidable formation awaited them at the gates. Over 1,000 vampires stood in silence, all clad in magnificent armor and wielding standardized weapons, their killing intent palpable. Undoubtedly elite troops. In comparison, Gu Erdan's forces looked more like refugees. Their damaged bone weapons were mostly fashioned from their own ribs, cracked shields and mismatched bone armor were everywhere. Their helmets were a motley collection: horned helmets, cylindrical helmets, disc-shaped helmets, square helmets, spiked helmets. Some had even stuck entire trash cans on their heads. Only 2 units were presentable. The first was the Black Knight Legion. Their shields gleamed, their javelins stood straight, all thanks to the 2 spells they inherited from Sarah, Death Javelin, and Armor of Resentment, which allowed them to forge their own equipment. The second was Gu Erdan's ace unit for this mission, the 300 Axe Warriors, sporting wild Spartan brush-crested helmets, though the brushes were made of bone and wouldn't flutter without wind. They wore the standard 5-piece set of arm guards, leg guards, wore skirts, breastplates, and combat boots. Unfortunately, they lacked red cloaks. Gu Erdan's cloak was patched together from scraps, so they certainly couldn't expect any. The Axe Warriors' complete equipment was crafted by the Black Knights, but the Black Knights never believed these fellows deserved the armor they had forged. The 2 sides settled the matter with a good old-fashioned brawl. The outcome? The complete sets of armor worn by the Axe Warriors served as the best proof. Upon arriving at this vampire castle, Gu Erdan discovered the situation was quite different from what he had expected. First, he quickly realized this wasn't a trap specifically set for him, the most direct evidence being the rows of motionless vampires lining both sides of the broad stone path in front of the castle, who clearly weren't there to welcome him. At that moment, zombies, vampires, corpse demons, death knights, and various other undead were marching in formation through the towering archway, continuously streaming into the castle's interior. The retinues following behind them wore pristine armor and exuded an intimidating presence, obviously all territorial lords who governed the border regions of this undead realm. Traveling alongside these forces, Gu Erdan even witnessed a lich halfway through the journey, its bone staff covered in runic cracks, and the deep blue flames flickering in its eye sockets made its identity unmistakable. According to legend, even the lowest-ranking lich possessed 6th tier strength or above, mastering spells from all schools of magic and possessing cunning intellect. They were either high-ranking mages who had awakened within their own corpses after death, or living mages who had voluntarily transformed in pursuit of immortality. Mages capable of ascending to lichdom not only possessed astounding magical prowess, but also had unfathomably deep understanding of death magic. Combined with the universally arrogant nature of archmages, especially those who had died once, that defiant attitude was practically etched into their very bones. Gu Erdan clicked his tongue in amazement. These vampires certainly had impressive connections to actually invite even a lich. Observing along the way, he noticed another detail. While various types of undead were present throughout the journey, ordinary skeleton soldiers were nowhere to be seen. Strictly speaking, it wasn't completely absent, as at that very moment a cavalry unit of several dozen skeleton riders came thundering past. Their jet-black bones, muscle-like patterns etched across their frames, magnificent undead warhorses, and armor covered in dark purple runes created an aura that was both domineering and evil. Gu Erdan looked down at his own mismatched equipment that seemed cobbled together from a junkyard, immediately feeling self-conscious as he shrank back into the depths of the formation, not daring to raise his head again. That cavalry unit also belonged to the skeleton classification, yet they were worlds apart from low-level skeletons like Gu Erdan were naturally born mid-tier undead, the Bone Clan. Bone Knights, 4th-tier bone undead, possessed skeletal frames hard enough to deflect most physical attacks, with combat prowess far beyond the ordinary. Mid-tier necromancers typically employed bone undead as their personal guard, essentially their elite bodyguard units. Though the Bone Clan was technically a branch of skeletons, they considered themselves vastly superior. Even the lowest-ranking members of their clan were 3rd-tier bone warriors, with over a dozen advanced evolutionary forms above that. Bone champions skilled in charging enemy lines, bone guardians who held their ground unflinchingly, bone archers for ranged attacks, highly mobile bone knights, and even bone mages who commanded elemental forces. If ordinary skeleton soldiers were considered the losers among skeletons, then the Bone Clan were undoubtedly the elite aristocrats. At the ceiling of 3rd-tier undead, even the lowest-ranking bone warriors could go toe-to-toe with death knights, though that was limited to unknown combat. The true advantage of death knights lay in small squad-coordinated warfare. If two armies clashed with equal numbers, bone warriors would likely be at a disadvantage. For this very reason, the Bone Clan had always looked down upon ordinary skeletons, even refusing to call themselves skeletons, consistently emphasizing that they were an independent undead classification that merely looked somewhat similar to skeleton soldiers. If not for this superficial resemblance, they would have long since escaped the fate of being associated with skeleton soldiers. The thundering Bone Knight regiment swept past the mighty skeleton army with a disdainful snort, clearly looking down on these low-grade cannon fodder. The 300 skeleton swordsmen and axemen heard the commotion and immediately flew into a rage, their blades and axe handles clattering ominously. If not for their companions holding them back desperately, they would have already charged forward to fight to the death. At the main gate, Gu Erdan's skeleton army was stopped by a row of vampires wearing black and red cloaks. In fact, all the undead forces that had arrived were blocked outside. The vampire castle had its own rules. Each visitor could not bring too many troops. The castle was gathering regional overlords from all around, each with substantial resources. If too many gathered and caused trouble, it would give the vampires endless headaches. Gu Erdan looked up and saw that the Bone Knight captain nearby had entered the city smoothly with only 50 Bone Knights. He immediately called several skeleton minions to hurry toward the registration desk. The vampire count in charge of registration glanced at him, his already pale face becoming even more rigid. The force before him was a ragtag bunch, all different types of skeleton soldiers scattered here and there. His expression seemed to say, "Are you kidding me? A lord bringing first-tier skeleton soldiers to attend a meeting?" Such a look couldn't be blamed on his narrow-mindedness. Skeleton soldiers were just skeleton soldiers who would be idle enough to use expensive resources to forcibly upgrade them to 4th tier. With that kind of capital, wouldn't it be better to cultivate a few vampires? Or at least get some skeleton warriors? Even though skeleton soldiers could mutate and advance, they still ranked at the bottom among the same tier. Despite this vampire count having lived for over 400 years, he had never actually seen skeleton soldiers above 3rd tier in his lifetime. In fact, undead outside the core region had never heard of 3rd tier or higher skeletons either. The occasional high-tier skeletons that appeared in the core region were mostly born that way, not cultivated later. Which region are you from? State your name, the leading vampire count said with a stern face. Gu Erdan was stumped by the question. How would he know which territory he belonged to? Previously, he had only seen Sarah's hand-drawn military map, which only marked valleys and rivers within a few dozen kilometers. As for the power distribution across the entire outer region, forget seeing it. He had never even heard of it. After all, Sarah was merely a 5th-tier undead with neither territory nor qualifications to access larger situations, at most a local thug leader. Seeing Gu Erdan's silence, the vampire count frowned and spread out a large parchment map. Gu Erdan had no choice but to shuffle over, recognized a familiar skeleton mark on the map, and pointed. Here. Oh, that emerging new force that recently appeared in the skeleton plains. The count looked him up and down, and the contempt in his eyes immediately lessened by 3 parts. Rumor had it this guy had taken down several dukes, so his strength was probably considerable. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. May I ask your distinguished name? Gu Erdan. Bone Erdan? Strange name. Bone Lord. According to castle regulations, each city lord may bring at most 50 personal guards into the city. 50? That's too few. With so few people, I have no sense of security at all. Rules are rules. But rules should be flexible. Gu Erdan turned back and pointed at those skeleton soldiers standing in disarray. Look at this bunch of misfits I have. Forget 50 of them, the enemy could probably wipe them all out with just 5. This. Do me a favor, big brother. Gu Erdan lowered his voice, moved closer to the count, and secretly slipped into his hand a 2nd-tier soul ghost fire. Looking down at the snacks in his hand, then up at Gu Erdan's pained expression, the vampire count nearly slapped a soul flame right across his face. What was this? Charity handouts. He was at least a 5th-tier vampire. If not a 5th-tier soul flame, it should be 4th tier at minimum, or 3rd tier as a compromise. But to toss him a measly 2nd-tier flame. The count's mind even flashed to an even more insulting scenario: Gu Erdan simply pulling out a skeleton soldier's soul flame and stuffing it into his arms. Crack! The soul flame shattered in his palm, scattering blue sparks everywhere. The count suppressed his urge to smash the man into the ground and raised his hand to negotiate. You can bring 100 men. Too few. 500. Gu Erdan raised his voice. Don't push your luck. 120. How about 400? After several rounds of haggling, both sides finally settled on the round number of 300. The count's face darkened, but he still nodded. Fine, but no Black Knights. 3rd-tier Black Knight teams were formidable in combat. Even though he didn't believe a mere 300 could cause much trouble, it was better to be safe. Deal. Gu Erdan agreed readily, having never planned to bring Black Knights anyway. As he spoke, he casually pulled out a tattered pouch, blue light streaming through the gaps, all 2nd-tier soul flames. The count's face instantly turned blacker than a pot bottom as he grabbed his arm. Enough. 300 it is. Stop waving that junk in my face. After reaching the agreement, Gu Erdan grabbed the count's hand and shook it frantically up and down, even removing his newly made sealed eye patch. Brother, thank you. Those strange eyes, split left and right, gleamed with cunning light. The count forcibly pulled his hand back and wiped it vigorously on his clothes twice, expressionless. Don't mention it. Please leave. The main force made camp outside the city. Gu Erdan immediately selected 300 elite warriors, 100 skeleton axemen, 200 advanced skeleton guards, with a proper mix of sword and shield and spear and shield fighters. He didn't bring his strongest 300 axemen because those guys only went berserk for 90 seconds before becoming sluggish for hours. They were fine for assassination missions, but suicide for protection duty if they got too excited and mistook him for an enemy. That would be disastrous. The 300 skeleton soldiers formed ranks, bone boots striking the stone pavement, armor and bone shields clanging crisply. The procession marched grandly through the city gates. The undead guards glanced over briefly, saw they were all skeleton soldiers, immediately lost interest, and went back to their business. Gu Erdan followed the tide of undead toward the city center, gaping in amazement along the way. Taverns, workshops, trading posts. In this world filled with undead, he discovered for the first time that the streetscape was so similar to cities from his previous life. He had never imagined that in this world overrun with undead, he could witness scenes so reminiscent of his former existence. Merchants peddling their wares, armored guards, and elegantly dressed ladies lined the road. The scenery on both sides resembled medieval Europe from a past life, except for one crucial difference. Every single person had a ghastly pale complexion and prominent fangs protruding from their mouths. Vampires. Every merchant, guard, and noblewoman on the entire road was a vampire without exception. Even more absurd was that these blood-sucking creatures, who pursued refined living, had somehow managed to construct their own city in the realm of the undead. Though it was more accurately described as a town, they still proudly called it their castle. No wonder vampires always looked down on other undead with such arrogance. If Gu Erdan still possessed body temperature, physical sensation, and taste, he'd probably despise those pleasure-ignorant kinfolk just as much. But now that he was nothing but a skeleton, and since everyone had lost their flesh anyway, he couldn't be bothered with such petty superiority. Following the broad cobblestone avenue, Gu Erdan moved with the crowd toward the castle's central square. According to vampire protocol, all undead lords had to queue in order. Gu Erdan initially tried to find a random spot, but his enthusiastic peers kept pushing and shoving him from the center of the crowd all the way to the outer edge. Time crawled by, and the square fell so silent it seemed even the air had stopped moving. The undead were accustomed to slow paces, but Gu Erdan lacked such patience. Growing bored from waiting, he simply squatted to one side and pulled out a worn deck of cards with a few skeleton minions to play poker. As the chief representative of skeleton axe wielders, this captain had repeatedly started brawls during card games due to poor teammate coordination. While he criticized others for their low intelligence, he wasn't much better himself, opening with a pair of jokers right off the bat, hoping to intimidate opponents with such a ridiculous move that only earned him beatings. Just as Gu Erdan was clapping his bony hands and preparing to play his next card, the air suddenly filled with a thick, bloody scent. A cloud of blood mist condensed and took shape. Landing at the center of the platform, it was none other than Elder Grace, the vampire who had previously threatened Gu Erdan. Eighth tier terrifying pressure emanated from his body, instantly dropping the square's temperature to freezing. Behind the platform, for 7th tier vampire Grand Dukes stood in stern formation, their armor gleaming and gazes ice cold. First, on behalf of the vampire clan, I thank you all for your attendance. Grace's voice echoed across the square like an ice blade scraping against iron walls. I won't waste time with pleasantries, let me get straight to the point. He raised his hand, and blood mist transformed into a three-dimensional map floating in midair, showing mountain ranges and territorial distributions in perfect detail. Recently, the Netherworld Palace has repeatedly sent troops to harass us. In the past period, several lords have fallen, mostly 6th tier, with one 7th tier among them. Grace paused, giving the crowd time to process this information. Seeing the lords below furrowing their brows, he continued. Our scouts report that they're amassing forces on the other side of the mountain range and will likely launch a large-scale offensive. Therefore, I'm inviting you lords to assist in defending various canyon entrances to prevent them from sending surprise attacks against our main force. Of course, your contributions won't go unrewarded. Grace clapped his hands, and one of the Grand Dukes lifted a massive chest, opening it with a sharp click. Dozens of 6th tier soul flames were neatly arranged. 19 7th tier flames flickered with ghostly blue light, and at the very top lay a single 8th tier flame, burning so intensely it seemed ready to ignite the air itself. The radiance of these high-quality soul flames reflected in the undead's hollow eye sockets, causing green lights to flicker as excited murmurs erupted instantly. Grace snorted coldly, his 8th tier pressure crashing down like a hammer, immediately silencing the square. The canyons vary in difficulty, and I'll distribute rewards based on defensive intensity. Half payment up front, the other half upon completion. With that, he produced a list and began calling out names for assignments. Originally, Gu Erdan had wanted to speak up and question why he'd somehow become a defensive laborer when he'd clearly come to negotiate. But the moment those soul flames caught his eye, his words stuck in his throat. Fine, he'd help out. With such high-quality soul flames at stake, it would be foolish not to take them. Skeletal Lord Vokras, you are assigned to guard the Shadow Wind Tunnel, and I will provide you with a total of 2 7th tier soul flames as compensation. As Elder Grace read through the list one by one, the lords in the hall successively received their respective defensive zones. Those with outstanding strength were assigned to guard a gate alone, while those with slightly weaker abilities were arranged in groups of 2 or 3 to jointly defend their positions. Vokras was no ordinary figure. His Skeletal Knight Legion had earned a fearsome reputation among the many undead forces. Upon hearing that he would only receive the Shadow Wind Tunnel and merely 2 7th tier soul flames, the silver flame deep within Vokras's skull flared violently, and his bones trembled slightly. He instinctively turned his head to glare at the Lich Alund in the same row, his finger bones creaking as he clenched them. Lord Grace, Vokras spoke in a deep voice. Who do you plan to assign to the most difficult Toadfinned Wailing Canyon? That Lich. As his words fell, the previously noisy council hall instantly fell silent. Elder Grace looked up with a calm tone. No, Lich Alund has another mission who will guard the Blackbone Pass. Since you're not giving it to him, Vokras pressed further. Then aside from us two, who else could hold Wailing Canyon? And who else deserves that 8th tier soul flame? He stepped forward, his bone-white war boots striking the stone floor with a thunderous boom. In an instant, dense death energy wrapped in silver-white soul flames surged skyward, demonstrating the overwhelming presence of a high-level 7th tier undead. You wouldn't be planning to save the best for one of your own Grand Dukes, would you? If that's the case, I take my leave. Vokras's tone was resolute. His true purpose in coming here was that 8th-tier soul flame, rarely seen in ordinary times. If someone tried to deceive him with inferior substitutes, he would immediately turn and leave, never again participating in any of Grace's operations. He knew very well that under Prince Nikolai's command, for other elders were recruiting powerful allies. His skeletal legion was strong and well-equipped. Whichever faction he joined would treat him as an honored guest. He had no fear of falling out with Grace. The Lich Alund beside him remained silent, merely bowing slightly in agreement. However, the silver flames in his eye sockets were equally restless too, disdained mere 7th-tier soul flames, and his goal for this venture was identical to Focus's. Faced with the questioning from these two formidable generals, Elder Grace maintained his smile. Normally, Wailing Canyon should be assigned to one of you two, but this time the situation is special. You must have heard about the recent disturbances in the Skeleton Plains, haven't you? I have, Vokras nodded. All the undead there were slaughtered. Correct. Grace continued his explanation. Moreover, that person directly defeated 3 vampire dukes and their combined forces. If my judgment is correct, his strength has likely surpassed the 6th tier. Therefore, I believe he is also qualified to guard Wailing Canyon. To cultivate new talent, I intend to entrust this fortress to him. At this point, Grace looked up toward the back of the group and smiled. Master of the Black Knight City, please step forward and meet your colleagues. As soon as the words were spoken, the great lords quickly led their soldiers aside, directly exposing Gu Erdan to everyone's view. At that moment, Gu Erdan was crouched beside a broken wooden crate, playing poker with a group of his subordinates using bone picks as chips. Bloodstained cloth strips dangled from the edge of his helmet, making him look exactly like a gambling addict who had just looted cards from a battlefield. Suddenly finding himself exposed by the parting of thousands of troops, his entire skeletal frame froze. He first looked at the platform. Elder Grace was smiling, his crimson pupils examining him like a lamb for slaughter. Then he looked below Valkyras, and the Lich Alund wore dark expressions, their eyes practically breathing fire. Gu Erdan's heart sank. Damn it, this was the classic 2 peaches kill 3 warriors scheme. The old fox had set him up. He slammed his terrible hand of cards to the ground and shot to his feet, his chest cavity churning with the urge to howl at the sky and flee. But a pale golden glow caught his eye socket. The 8th-tier soul flame in the wooden crate was quietly flickering. Gu Erdan silently sat back down, gathered up his scattered cards, and casually palmed a few better ones, accepting his fate. Conspiracy or not, he wanted that thing too. This is the rising star who just joined. Valkyras' voice was heavy with disdain, his gaze filled only with contempt. The Lich Alund chimed in coldly. Peak 6th tier, barely passable. But he's just a skeleton soldier after all. Does Elder Grace really think he's worthy of standing as our equal? Elder Grace narrowed his eyes, his voice calm. Yes. Then I'm afraid you've misjudged. Alund swept up a 7th-tier soul flame with his sleeve and flew away in a cold huff of light. Valkyras followed suit, taking another 7th-tier soul flame and departing with his troops. In the square, the undead filed out to collect their rewards, their numbers gradually thinning. When the last undead left, only Gu Erdan and his subordinates remained on the empty stone ground, along with Elder Grace and his vampire entourage. Several vampires strode forward menacingly. Before they could speak, Gu Erdan said quietly without looking up. You want to use them to eliminate me, don't you? Elder Grace paused slightly. What makes you think so? Gu Erdan threw out a pair of threes, only to be crushed by his axe-wielding captain's bomb. He looked up, gritting his teeth. Damn it. We're both peasants. Why are you bombing me? I'll make you pay for this later. Then his tone turned cold. They look down on my strength, but covet the howling valley I control. Since you won't change your plan, murder and land grabbing is the only path left. Elder Grace's gaze was profound. What method? If I die, naturally someone else will guard the valley. In the undead realm, might makes right. Do you think they'll make their move? Elder Grace suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha! You're very clever, little skeleton. Are you angry? Not really. I killed so many of your 6th-tier vampires. If you didn't retaliate at all, I'd be more worried. Gu Erdan threw down his cards and stood to face him directly. If I can survive this time, shall we call our grudges even? Elder Grace stared at him for a moment, his smile growing wider. Agreed. It's a deal. Gu Erdan took the map and a 7th-tier soul flame, turned his back and waved, leading his troops in a swift retreat from the square. Elder Grace watched the row of black skeletons disappear around the street corner without a word. The 4 vampire Grand Dukes beside him exchanged glances, and one couldn't help but lower his voice. Elder, that fellow caused us significant losses. Are we really just letting him go? Of course. Elder Grace replied coolly. This elder always keeps his word provided he survives this ordeal first. With that, he adjusted his collar and transformed into countless bats that scattered like a dark cloud, leaving only a string of cold laughter echoing in the air. Little bag of bones. You really think my revenge against you is just this much? Ha ha ha. Let's take our time playing. Howling Valley lies on the eastern side of the Dead Mountain Range, stretching as a narrow, winding tunnel for over 10 kilometers. The valley passage varies in width at its broadest points spanning several miles, while at its narrowest barely a few hundred meters across, resembling a chasm split by a giant axe. Gu Erdan's mission this time was to defend this valley and stand ready to block any potential enemy assault. Beneath the shadow of the desolate mountain range, a mighty army advanced slowly. 120,000 white bones crowded together like a tide, creating an endless sea of white that stretched hundreds of meters into the distance. For this operation, Gu Erdan had spared no expense bringing a full 12,000 skeleton troops at once. His main body remained safely seated in the city, commanding another 20,000 skeletons to guard the rear, grandly calling it defending the home front. No march could be complete without vanguards, so the two generals were naturally present in full force. However, these two were positioned more like traditional cannon fodder, the type who would shout, "Who dares challenge me? I am General Panfoam," only to lose their heads the next second. Yet what truly hindered them wasn't enemy forces, but the terrain itself. The outer perimeter of the King's Mountain Range was surrounded by countless smaller peaks and hills, with scattered rocks everywhere, turning the entire area into a natural maze. Until reaching the end, no one could tell whether the path ahead was a dead end. As for maps, Gu Erdan didn't trust them at all. They were drawn by the undead, so who knew how reliable they were? Moreover, with the rise of the Black Sun, the mountain terrain would constantly shift. While the main range remained solid as rock, the surrounding smaller mountains could completely change their appearance within 3 days. Dried bones lying as roadblocks today might all stand up tomorrow to become skeleton soldiers, while previously clear mountain paths could be blocked into dead ends at any moment due to landslides. Thus, to leave this place, only one option remained: wandering. Gu Erdan and his forces had been going in circles for 3 full days. At this moment, he sat on a protruding gray-blue boulder, gripping a thick bone club and rhythmically striking a nearby skull. Thud, 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 the sound echoed through the valley. This poor skull had originally retained one arm, but had audaciously attempted to ambush him earlier. Gu Erdan had casually removed its only remaining arm and was now giving it a comprehensive cranial massage, planning to recruit it later for gradual training. Indeed, he was just that vindictive, as evidenced by the head mounted atop his main body. The surrounding skeleton axemen stood in a circle like stone statues, clearly considering themselves Gu Erdan's personal guards, ready to intercept anyone who dared approach. They had previously rudely blocked the white bone vanguard officer, resulting in both sides refusing to yield and each suffering some setbacks. Nearby, the helmetless knight kept his hand on his sword hilt, his gaze sharp and constantly surveying the surroundings, his entire being tense like a drawn bowstring. After more than 10 minutes, the white bone vanguard officer returned covered in dust with his scouts, and before Gu Erdan could speak, he shook his head. The path ahead was yet another dead end. Damn it! Gu Erdan yanked out the old parchment. We've been following the map. Even if the mountain paths have changed, the positions shouldn't be completely off. The parchment map had been personally handed over by Elder Grace. He stared at the crooked, twisted route markings, growing more suspicious the longer he looked, muttering under his breath. Could that old bastard have screwed me over? Did he give me a fake map? What a bunch of sinister creatures living in underground holes. Despicable. Shameless. May the holy light fool them. Amen. Gu Erdan kept muttering complaints throughout the journey. Ever since getting lost in this bizarre mountain range, he hadn't stopped grumbling. The environment here was ridiculously hostile. Reach out to pick a flower, and there might be a massive beast lurking beneath its roots. Seek shade under a large tree, and the next second it would kick its legs, stand up, and slap you across the face. No wonder humans treated the undead as mortal enemies and purified them on sight. These guys truly didn't act like decent beings. What he couldn't get over most was being utterly deceived by a bone-white jade sword bathed in holy light. The sword was cosplaying as Excalibur, standing upright and proper atop a skull, looking exactly like a heaven-sent opportunity. The moment he reached out to pull it, over 100 burly skeleton warriors burst from the surrounding soil, surrounding him in a tight circle and beating him since a less blatant case of entrapment. In his fury, Gu Erdan immediately sawed that cursed sword in half and shoved the unfortunate skull headfirst back into the ground as revenge. After being repeatedly tricked and left physically and mentally exhausted, his eyes lit up when he saw the map. According to the markings, there should be a giant skull head serving as a landmark straight ahead. But looking around, forget about landmarks, she couldn't even spot a single bone stick. Had he gone the wrong way? He excitedly shook the map back and forth. The accompanying headless knight remained silent for a long moment, then gently reached out and rotated the map in his hands a full 180 degrees. Gu Erdan froze, then turned around to indeed see the massive skull head towering hundreds of meters high. No wonder he'd missed such an obvious structure. Who drew this crappy map without even marking up, down, left, or right? He sat back down on a rock in frustration, secretly vowing to bring knives. axes, gloves, and sacks someday to deal with whoever drew this map. At least the landmark proved they hadn't gone astray. This was indeed near the Wailing Valley. But where was the valley? They spent an entire day searching this area, combing through every inch of ground. Over 30 branching paths, and every single one was a dead end, with not even a shadow of the Wailing Valley. The more Gu Erdan thought about it, the more it felt like the heavens were hinting at something. No matter which way they went, it was all a dead end. He even considered hiring a feng shui master from the Bone Realm for a divination. While lost in these wild thoughts, the earth suddenly trembled lightly. The trembling grew from weak to strong, until visible ripples appeared on the surface. Scattered bones bounced around like popping candy. Gu Erdan stepped on an equally bouncing skull and looked up. Boom! A massive bone arm over 10 meters long and more than a meter thick burst from the ground, sending soil flying skyward, followed by a sinister skull and enormous torso. As the dust settled, a giant skeleton 50 meters tall with deep green ghostly flames burning in its eye sockets stood before them, throwing back its head to release a valley-splitting roar. Sixth tier, giant skeleton, roar. The roar cut off abruptly. The Black Knights had already raised their hands, launching javelins like raindrops that instantly turned the massive skeleton into a pincushion before it crashed to the ground. Gu Erdan looked down expressionlessly and continued studying the map he despised to the extreme. Why roar so loudly? It nearly startled him for a moment, making him think some legendary powerhouse had actually appeared, but it turned out to be just a large target. What a waste of his emotions. Your Majesty, we have a situation. A scout came running at full speed, shouting his report. Upon hearing this, Gu Erdan immediately commanded his two generals to accelerate, climbing up along the skeleton soldiers who were working together to transport the massive bone framework. The latter, made of withered bones, stretched over 10 meters, and he reached the top in just a few steps, his view suddenly opening up. The earthen mound that had originally blocked the road, standing dozens of meters high, had now been mostly uprooted and moved away by the giant's remains, finally revealing the terrain hidden behind it completely. A vast grayish-brown plain spread out before them, so wide that its edges couldn't be seen, connecting with towering mountains that reached the clouds in the distance. And in the center of that mountain range, a pitch-black, profound crevice appeared as if split open by a divine axe, forcibly breaking the entire mountain system into two halves. Wind howled out from between the cliffs, its sharp, piercing wails sounding like the cries of vengeful spirits, making their eardrums ache. At that moment, a system notification popped up with a crisp sound. Ding! The Wailing Valley has appeared. The giant's corpse was completely pushed aside, and the temporary earthen mound was successfully crossed. Gu Erdan led his forces to approach the crevice. Dark winds rushed from the valley entrance, and they couldn't see the darkness seemed to layer upon itself. Everyone fell silent, looking at each other, with no one speaking first. Finally, the most experienced Faceless Knight was the first to propose a plan. According to the map, this valley is over 10 kilometers long. The narrowest point is at 6 kilometers, about 100 meters wide. We could build our defensive line there. His tone was rigorous and confident, but Gu Erdan only shook his head. Not good. Not good. Your Majesty, what's wrong with this plan? Everything's wrong. Gu Erdan took the map, his fingertip moving back and forth along the valley line. A narrow pass is indeed easy to defend, but that requires elite troops. Only elite troops can hold Thermopylae. Replace the 300 Spartans with 300 ordinary soldiers, and they wouldn't survive the first charge. He turned around, raising his hand to point at the 10,000-plus soldiers behind him, his expression unusually serious. Our troops are decent, but they're definitely not elite. Going head-to-head with them in a brave wins when enemies meet on a narrow path. Scenario, don't have that confidence. Don't forget, they're an established major power that's existed for who knows how many years. Their foundation is definitely solid. Just gathering over 150 undead would be child's play for them. The Faceless Knight pressed. Then what does your Majesty suggest? Guard the exit, set up a pincer formation, attack from 3 sides. Gu Erdan jabbed heavily at the exit location on the map. The valley mouth is only so big, getting 1,000 troops out at once would be impressive. They might be able to assemble a 100-strong 5th-tier elite force, but stuffing 1,000 5th-tier undead in there? Impossible. They probably can't even gather 1,000 4th-tier troops. Even if they could, it's 10,000 of us against 1,000 of them. The advantage is ours. Gu Erdan's reasoning was clear and forceful, making the Faceless Knight's eyes gleam. Catching turtles in a jar? Excellent plan. But if their experts force their way through our formation, with our forces scattered outside the valley, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them. If we can't stop them, let them run. Gu Erdan waved dismissively. Don't forget, our mission is only to delay the main army, not specifically to eliminate their leaders. With such a large enemy force, it's perfectly normal for a few experts to slip through. As long as we don't let the entire army break through, we've achieved our objective. If 1 or 2 strong fighters escape, the experts in the rear will handle them. This logical, step-by-step strategic analysis left the faceless knight speechless for a moment, his eyes showing a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Not only him, but the white-bone vanguard officer nearby was also looking at Gu Erdan with a strange expression. When did their boss, who usually played it safe and avoided making decisions, become so clever? Noticing everyone's stares, Gu Erdan curled his lips with disdain. What a bunch of brainless idiots. Short hair, short vision. Any fool who's watched a few war movies could come up with such a simple plan. Pincer movements, diversionary tactics, besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, breaking through at key points. Even a 3-year-old could recite these strategies. As expected, the undead were truly pathetic in terms of intelligence. Still, this was good news. If his own minions were this dim-witted, the enemy probably wasn't much brighter either. Fighting against morons was always better than battling against masterminds. About 10,000 soldiers began forming their battle formation. Gu Erdan didn't understand the finer points of military tactics, but he grasped the basics. Everyone formed an encirclement, leaving only one gap at the exit to create a 3-sided attack. The most durable tanks took the front lines, soldiers with longer reach stayed in the middle, and ranged attackers held the rear. Behind the ranged units, they positioned a group skilled in close-quarters combat, normally serving as bodyguards for the ranged fighters, defending against aerial assaults and underground attacks. If the front lines collapsed, they would charge forward as reinforcements. At that point, the formation would completely scatter, and everyone would swarm forward in a chaotic, beat-the-hell-out-of-them approach. This motley crew of skeleton soldiers, with their diverse races and weapons, excelled at such disorganized melee combat. After arranging the formation, everyone just waited. And waited. For 7 whole days. Gu Erdan's scalp tingled with frustration as he grumbled internally. Did these undead have no concept of time? Didn't they know that speed was crucial in warfare? Taking so long to prepare for battle, by the time they reached the battlefield, they wouldn't even get the scraps. 7 days later, at dawn, as the black sun slowly climbed the sky, the long-awaited enemy finally appeared in the depths of the tunnel. Only then did Gu Erdan understand why they had taken so long. At the tunnel's end, death energy churned as an endless undead army advanced with heavy, slow but determined step. Skeletons, zombies, death knights, liches, various undead creatures formed a ragtag army that stretched beyond sight. Gu Erdan's mouth twitched. No wonder. The enemy ranks included skeleton heads and zombies. With those half-paralyzed legs, even an old lady with a cane could move faster. He instantly grasped their strategy. Since they were all undead, why play the undead scourge card? The attacking enemy had clearly invaded the mortal realm before and was now employing the infamous tactic that had terrorized the living world, the undead scourge. The so-called undead scourge referred to an endless tide of undead, slow in speed but overwhelming in numbers. Like a marching column of ants that devoured everything in its path. Legend has it that when you spot an undead scourge, there's already no escape. Waves of corpses and seas of skeletons come rolling over the horizon, stretching endlessly across dozens of kilometers in a dark, oppressive mass. Even if you immediately sprint left or right, you could never outrun their reach. So survivors can only grit their teeth and flee ahead of the tide. But the undead never tire, while the living eventually exhaust themselves. When your legs feel like lead and can no longer carry you, all you can do is watch helplessly as the endless horde swallows you whole. That's just one person's fate. If there's any sliver of hope, it exists only when facing an undead scourge alone. But when an entire city encounters such a catastrophe, it's almost certainly doomed. People can flee, but cities don't have legs. The population is massive, and collective movement is painfully slow. They face only 2 choices. Either the whole city flees together, usually ending with thousands running until they're all exhausted, then caught, devoured, and assimilated by the pursuing undead scourge, or they defend the city walls, using the strength of one city to resist an endless sea of undead. That never-ending slaughter, those endless expanses of bones and rotting flesh, have broken countless heroes and brave souls throughout history. The undead scourge is undoubtedly synonymous with terror, but terror for whom? At this moment, distant waves of corpses surge forward like an overwhelming tide. Looking closely, the undead at the front are merely first or second tier. Turning back, over 10,000 fourth-tier undead stand in formation, awaiting orders. Gu Erdan squinted, his gaze looking at them like they were fools. What's this? Using undead tactics against the undead? Think you can wear us down to death like you do with the living? He waved toward the rear and retreated to his position. Instantly, over 10,000 soldiers steadied their weapons, black blades gleaming coldly in the sunlight, coordinated and deadly. Before the battle even began, a sharp killing intent had already begun to spread silently. Whoa! The deep horn blared, mingling with the terrifying natural acoustics of Howling Valley to create a bone-chilling battle march. An endless sea of undead surged forward like crashing waves against Gu Erdan's battle lines. Bone fragments scattered and severed limbs flew as colorful attacks instantly shredded waves of cannon fodder. On one side were cheap skeletal soldiers ready to be discarded at will. On the other were battle-hardened elites. There was simply no comparison. The scene resembled an undead scourge colliding head-on with humanity's ace army. Except this time, it was the undead themselves being sliced like vegetables. The only difference was that humans grow weary, but the undead do not. The undead legion's usual tactic against human forces was to drag their opponents into exhaustion until they were completely spent. But Gu Erdan commanded undead as well, so stamina was never an issue. Think you're the only one with back problems? He stood in the rear, supervising the battle while leisurely arranging rotations. Whenever a subordinate was severely injured or had fought continuously for too long, they were immediately pulled back for rest and recovery. After a full day of fierce combat, the enemy had lost tens of thousands while Gu Erdan had only lost 17 subordinates. These 17 hadn't fallen to cannon fodder, but were slain by high-tier undead hidden among the masses in sneak attacks. The enemy tried their old trick-bearing powerful units among the rabble to tear open gaps, but each time they emerged, they were instantly vaporized by Gu Erdan's concentrated firepower. While his side lost 17, the enemy paid with over 30 high-tier undead of equivalent rank, including 2 fifth-tier powerhouses. Sensing the unfavorable situation, the enemy was forced to sound the retreat. Standing among his own formation, Gu Erdan was so delighted he nearly took flight on the spot. In one battle, he had harvested tens of thousands of undead first and second tier combined, representing hundreds of thousands, nearly 1 million in profits, enough to cultivate a 10th tier undead lord. Indeed, warfare is the most profitable business. He bounced excitedly into the pile of enemy corpses to scavenge, quickly digging out a batch of creatures not yet completely dead. After knocking heads for recruitment and transferring energy, the entire process netted him over 100 4th-tier soldiers, instantly offsetting frontline losses while actually expanding his forces. This new batch of troops was astonishingly diverse, not just the common death knights and skeleton soldiers. Zombies units considered rare treasures on the bone, Plainshi recruited 12 in one go. 4th-tier rotting corpses, 4th-tier poison corpses, 4th-tier black zombies. There was even a 4th-tier corpse demon that had completed its transformation and earned quite a reputation in undead circles. Corpse demons weren't the popular stitched-together contraptions from the outside world. The virulent poison within their bodies could transform ordinary corpses into rotting undead, like a viral outbreak from a biological horror film. Gu Erdan picked up a stick and poked the corpse demon, watching its putrid flesh writhe while its eyes held a bewildered innocence. Gu Erdan grinned indeed. Compared to these half-rotted creatures, skeletons were much more pleasing to the eye. This world is seriously messed up. Corpse demons resembling zombies would be normal, and undead transformations are common in magical worlds, but what appeared before him was a standard jiangshi from Eastern legends, impervious to blades and bullets with absurdly monstrous strength. Watching the creature beside him with its black fur covering its body, arms held rigidly straight, hopping around, Gu Erdan thought to himself that he might have guessed wrong. This undead realm probably wasn't just a simple magical otherworld. If a Gundam or a sword immortal flying on a blade suddenly popped up someday, he'd actually be a bit excited. Just please don't let a bunch of hulking brutes in heavy armor wielding chainswords and shouting, "For the God Emperor!" show off. Most likely lose against those things. The invading army temporarily retreated, leaving only piles of corpses and debris on the ground. Gu Erdan didn't dare let the bodies pile up into hills, or the enemy would occupy the high ground and instantly reverse the situation. So he commanded his soldiers to immediately drag away the corpses and stack them into tiered slopes, which from a distance looked exactly like a bone-made Roman Colosseum. The only difference was that in the Roman Colosseum, spectators watched the show, while here the spectators grabbed weapons and entered the arena themselves. The ceasefire lasted less than 10 minutes before the second round of attacks began. The overwhelming undead pressed forward again, this time with a noticeably increased number of high-level undead among them. Both sides clashed at the front lines, locked in fierce combat. Just as the battle was reaching its climax, sudden howling winds swept across the sky. Large numbers of flying undead dove down. Carrion birds and bloodbats mixed with third-tier gargoyles formed a black cloud. The gargoyles were entirely made of stone blocks, powered by the death force within them, making them formidable fighters. In the mortal world, they were often placed in tombs as guardians, tearing apart any living creature that dared intrude. The enemy had calculated that the frontline skeletons would be tied up by cannon fodder, planning to have their air force bypass the defensive line and directly smash through Gu Erdan's ranged formation. Crash black shadows poured down. The flying undead slammed into the space between skeleton archers and skeleton spearmen like cannonballs, instantly scattering white bones and spraying blood and flesh everywhere. The reserve troops immediately surrounded them, protecting the archers in the center, but couldn't spare attention for the other ranged units. Fortunately, skeleton spearmen functioned as ranged units when throwing, but became spearmen in close combat, with fighting power equal to regular skeleton soldiers. As for skeleton throwers and skeleton slingers, these makeshift ranged units whose attacks were like flicking someone's forehead, they simply dropped their slings and pulled out meter-long bone clubs to deliver crushing blows. Thud! With one heavy strike, the supposedly indestructible gargoyle's head shattered by more than half. Before it could even fall, several more clubs struck it in succession. The scene was brutal. The melee among ranged units continued. Gu Erdan's regular ranged forces were indeed sparse, but the enemy's air force wasn't numerous either, and they were no match. The enemy commander mistakenly thought Gu Erdan had thrown all his main forces into the front lines, never expecting that these pseudo-ranged units in the rear weren't weak at all. The scattered air force units totaled just over 3,000, with the vast majority being first and second tier, fewer than 200 third tier, and only about 24th tier. They charged like sparrows crashing into tempered glass, dying cleanly and efficiently while achieving almost no results. The only one to achieve anything was the Air Force Lidera high-level gargoyle that had reached the 5th tier. It furiously destroyed 2 skeletons and crippled 3 slingers before charging menacingly toward the rear ranks. Unfortunately, the next second, reinforcements arrived and surrounded it with bone blades and spears. Then it was hacked to death by the reserve troops that rushed over from behind. The enemy's second wave of assault came fast and retreated just as quickly. As their air units were shredded at low altitude, the menacing undead force that had charged forward turned tail and fled, leaving behind over 10,000 scattered bones on the ground. As soon as the battle ended, Gu Erdan solemnly buried 2 skeleton javelin throwers who had died heroically in front of the entire army, those 2 oddballs who played with slingshots while others threw javelins. Although their combat record was questionable, they had at least fallen for the greater good, making a participation counts contribution to the undead cause. Gu Erdan stood solemnly by the grave, clasping his fists and sighing deeply. Rest in peace. The party and nation will never forget their loyalty. Then he casually swallowed the 2 scattered soul flames in one gulp since their souls were already dispersed. Even recycling required making the most of waste. After handling the funeral arrangements for the fallen heroes, Gu Erdan began tallying the spoils of war. The enemy had over 10,000 casualties while his side only lost 7 this time, even fewer than the previous battle. The enemy hadn't been careless in the second round. They had secretly embedded nearly 100 high-level undead of 4th rank and above among the cannon fodder, attempting a sneak attack. The strategy was sound, but unfortunately these creatures wore increasingly flamboyant gear to display their status. When fully armored noble types suddenly appeared among the ragged skeleton hordes, who else would they focus fire on? As a result, these high-tier targets were immediately surrounded by arrows and javelins from all directions the moment they appeared, with most of the nearly 100 elites being reduced to bone fragments before they could even act. His side's real losses were concentrated in the front lines. 5 tough warriors were killed by a 5th-rank necromancer engaging in range combat. That necromancer, hiding over 100 meters away, cast a chain corpse explosion spell that directly killed 5 brave generals and wounded nearly 100 soldiers. How could Gu Erdan's skeleton soldiers take such a loss lying down? They roared as they drew their bows and released arrows, combined with a volley of javelins, turning the 100-meter range into a steel rain that turned the necromancer into a sieve. Besides the mountains of equipment and bone materials, Gu Erdan unexpectedly gained an air force, 3 bloodbats, 1 gargoyle, and 2 carrion birds. The 6 new brothers formed his first aerial squad, codenamed Kamikaze Suicide Squad. After all, with only 6 members total, any diving attack would likely be a suicide mission. The enemy army, having suffered defeat twice, finally ceased their attacks. Clearly they realized something was wrong. These skeleton soldiers had astonishing combat effectiveness, and where exactly had those suddenly appearing vampires come from? The 2 sides faced off across several kilometers, with Gu Erdan leading his troops in a pocket formation at the exit, waiting for prey, while the enemy, having been burned twice, formed ranks inside the tunnel and dared not show themselves. The 2 sides remained locked in this stalemate for half a day. After 2 charges, the undead army had left behind over 40,000 skeletal remains. Though cannon fodder was cheap, continuing this heathen approach would make it entirely possible for the entire force to be buried here, let alone breaking through the defense line or launching a surprise attack on the enemy's stronghold. As night fell, the canyon tunnel above was so quiet that the wind could be heard, yet 10 meters underground. It was a scene of bustling activity with pickaxes and shovels flying. The ones digging underground were the remnants of the undead forces that had suffered complete defeat in those 2 assaults. After painful reflection, they abandoned the frontal assault and switched to a covert route, secretly crossing through hidden passages. After several hours, the winding tunnel stretching several kilometers finally penetrated through Gu Erdan's troops' perimeter. The leading undead commander signaled to halt construction. With a muffled rumble, the earth split open as a creature burst through the soil, dirt cascading from its form. It was a 5th-tier undead gravedigger beast, its conical skull resembling a massive drill that could easily collapse city walls when spinning. making it the nightmare of human defenders. Having completed its reconnaissance, the gravedigger beast dove back underground. Subsequently, countless undead soldiers crawled out of the opening like ants. However, in less than 10 seconds, this tide of troops was forced back into the hull. Over 2,000 defending skeleton soldiers pursued relentlessly, literally pushing them back into the tunnel. What's happening? Why are we retreating? Inside the tunnel, the undead leader with a ghost head blade slung over his shoulder turned ashen-faced, cutting down several fleeing soldiers in frustration, yet unable to stem the flood of retreat. Report, General. There are defenders outside. Nonsense. We don't even know where the exit is ourselves. How could they possibly be guarding there already? Every word is true, sir. And they're all exceptionally skilled. We lost several hundred brothers the moment we made contact. Useless fools, stand aside. Corpse Demon Elite Guard. Follow this general to break their formation. His roar shook stone dust from the tunnel walls. The 6th-tier Corpse Demon General charged out of the opening first, only to collide head-on with a skeletal formation of several thousand troops, while his own forces had already been beaten into steady retreat. Fury surging, he swung his blade in a direct assault blade, light forming afterimages as he bellowed. 5th circle spell, Phantom Strike. The sound of cracking was incessant as he consecutively cut down 5 enemy officers, sending stone fragments flying, as if entering an undefended territory. Seeing the ferocity of this incoming commander, the opposing formation stirred with unrest. Amid piercing howls, over 20 skeletons wielding shields in their left hands and axes in their right, with blood-red ghost fire burning in their eye sockets, leaped forward. These were Gu Erdan's ace troops, the skeleton axe warriors. The first axe warrior jumped over 10 meters and brought his axe down in a frontal strike. The Corpse Demon General countered with a backhand slash, cleaving it in half at the waist, but didn't expect the upper torso to continue swinging its axe with a resounding clang against his helmet, the massive axe actually cracking the metal bone helm. Get lost, he roared in pain and fury, punching away the half-skeleton. But immediately, more axe warriors pounced like rabid dogs, pinning him to the ground. The Berserk Axe Warriors' instantaneous combat power approached the 5th tier, and with their numbers and wave after wave of suicidal charges, they left the Corpse Demon General in complete disarray. In the melee, one dishonorable fighter crawled on the ground and swung his axe to chop off half of the general's foot, blood and bone fragments splattering the tunnel entrance in crimson gore. The Corpse Demon General staggered, unable to stand properly, and could only fight desperately to carve out an escape route under the protection of his remaining 100-plus 4th-tier Corpse Demon Elite Guards, retreating back into the tunnel. By this time, the Elite Guard had been reduced to merely 30-some survivors. The tunnel entrance was narrow, preventing the Axe Warriors from forming an encirclement. They could only stand outside, raising their axes and shields in a staring contest with the enemies within, occasionally hurling bone fragments and javelins for harassment. The Corpse Demon General, his body a bloody mess, was completely bewildered. Had no idea that the enemy was relying on Berserker Rage to forcibly boost their strength, and mistakenly believed he had encountered a true 5th-tier elite force. What is this situation? Did Elder Grace's vampire personal guards arrive too? Why are there so many 5th-tier undead? They're treating me like I'm commanding a full army. Looking up at those skeleton soldiers pacing back and forth outside, occasionally hurling weapons, the Corpse Demon General grew more frustrated the more he thought about it, finally roaring in uncontainable rage. You bunch of bastards. With his thunderous roar, the skeleton soldiers fell silent in an instant. The Corpse Demon General was secretly pleased with himself when the skeleton formation before him split open like a knife. Coup. A small, thin skeleton soldier charged out, wielding a bone warhammer. As he passed the axe-wielder captain, he quickly tore off a piece of his own skull and pressed it into the captain's hand, earning a solemn nod in return. In one fluid motion, he raised his warhammer high again and roared as he charged straight at the Corpse Demon General. The moment the skeleton soldier's aura exploded, all the undead felt the oppressive force. 4th tier. A skeleton soldier. You're asking for death. The Corpse Demon General's eyes blazed with fury as his massive frost blade slashed down toward his opponent's skull. Simultaneously, the skeleton soldier threw back his head and shrieked, his entire body glowing with an eerie red light as lava-like patterns spread wildly across his white bones. For the Emperor. Silence. Their roars intertwined as the two figures collided instantly. The massive blade struck the skeleton soldier first, then in the next second, boom. Blinding flames erupted from within the skeleton's body, his entire frame exploding into a rain of bone fragments that swept in all directions like cutting blades. The shockwave caused the earth above the tunnel to bulge high, sending over 6 feet of soil tumbling down. The Corpse Demon General, being closest, bore the brunt of the blast and was immediately blown in half. 4th circle necromantic spell soul explosion. Half the cave collapsed, leaving nothing of the skeleton soldier behind. The 6th-tier Corpse Demon General was formidable enough to survive a direct hit from the self-destruction, though barely. His lower half was blasted into a deep crater, his upper body slammed against the ceiling before crashing to the ground, his sword arm shattered to pieces, his left arm twisted and deformed, his skull covered in cracks. A single move had left him completely crippled. Seeing the general's broken form writhing on the ground, unable to rise, soldiers from both sides locked eyes for a moment. The next instant, the corpse demon general's personal guards rushed forward to protect their master, while the skeleton axe wielders roared back in fury, their berserker rage instantly igniting the battlefield. Half an hour later, at the enemy's main command post outside the canyon, Death Knight Yale was encased in black, menacing armor, his faceplate revealing only two ghostly flame-filled eye sockets. He stood in silent contemplation, looking down at the lower torso at his feet. Several distinguished 6th-tier undead stood around him, the air cold as needles. Yale kicked the corpse with his foot, then fixed his gaze on the row of kneeling 5th-tier corpse demons, his voice like an ice blade. So this fool was killed by a 4th-tier undead self-destruction? Sir, the general was only crippled by the blast, not killed. The lead corpse demon replied tremblingly. Then where's his upper half? The enemy seized it and finished him off. You just watched as they seized him and finished him off? Of course not. They went completely mad. Dozens of 5th-tier undead charged together who simply couldn't hold them back. They fought like it was their own general who had died. The more urgently the corpse demon guard captain spoke, the deeper Yale's frown became. He didn't think they were lying after all. Of over 100 personal guard members, only 3 had managed to escape, and each was missing limbs. The corpse demon captain before him had half his head hacked off, a testament to how brutal the fight had been. Blood pulsed from the gash, and rotted muscle and suture threads spilled down beside his boots. Death Knight Yale frowned at the half-ruined corpse. This was the third assault, and not only had his forces gained nothing, they'd even lost a trusted commander here. Where were those suddenly appearing skeleton soldiers hiding? Their combat strength bordered on absurd. Were they really a trump card secretly raised by the vampire clans? Whatever their origin, anyone who could push him this far deserved the title of worthy foe. At the same time, in the command post on the far side of Howling Gorge, Gu Erdan wore the same troubled look. On the desk, a wisp of 6th-tier soul ghost flame Bob spoils pride from that corpse demon general who had exploded. Beside the flame, a carefully preserved shard of bone glowed with a faint phosphorescence. Once his men brought over an empty frame, Gu Erdan set the bone shard into its chest cavity. The shard melted at once. The dry bones shivered in a moment later. A line of pale green system text scrolled into the air. Name, Skeleton Soldier number 4396. Rank, Tier 4 Skeleton Vanguard Power Damaged, currently Tier 1. Tier 1 Necromancy, Soul Split. Tier 2 Necromancy, Spectral Phase. Tier 3 Necromancy, Death Acceleration. Tier 4 Necromancy, Soul Detonation. Bio, Explosion is damn well an art. Looking at the scrawny little skeleton in front of him down to Tier 1, and all bone Gu Erdan nodded in satisfaction. This was the one who had just maimed a 6th-tier undead boss with a point-blank soul detonation, earning major merit. As for how he survived after self-destructing, the answer lay in that Tier 1 spell Soul Split. Strictly speaking, it isn't constrained by tier and can be cast at any level, splitting one's soul in two. As long as a remnant remains, one can be reborn through it. It's just that he knew the Tier 1 version, so the split-off soul was only Tier 1, which is why he's in this sorry state. Gu Erdan raised a hand solemnly and gave the skinny shoulder a hearty pat. As the saying goes, heroes have been bones since ancient times. Kid, you're solid. I've got my eye on you. You've got the makings to be the 4th of my 4 heavenly kings under this king's banner. Praised, Skeleton Soldier number 4396 nodded so hard his skull almost toppled off. The happier he looked, the less at ease Gu Erdan felt. This guy would put on a live art performance at the drop of a hat, blowing himself up to kill the enemy. That's some unhinged zeal. What if he spaced out someday and gave his own side a demo? Ahem. Don't get ahead of yourself. Kid, I'm not finished, Gu Erdan said, waving a hand. You did great, but the merit's still short. The helmless captain gave me a full suit of armor. The Bone Vanguard pledged absolute loyalty. Wulong General handed over his whole intact body. And you blew your soul, only half of it. That's not quite enough for a general. The little skeleton drooped on the spot, the ghost fire in his eye sockets dimming by half. Gu Erdan couldn't help feeling a pang after all. The kid blew himself up for him, and here he was dragging his feet on the promotion because he feared a terror incident. That felt a bit low. After a moment's thought, he thumped the bony shoulder again. Don't lose heart. You're already halfway to general. Keep it up, and I believe you'll make it as the 4th war general before long. The future's bright, kid. With that, he lifted a hand and poured in energy. Necrotic power of black and violet coiled through the dry bones, and number 4390 SIXS strength surged, climbing from Tier 1 straight back to the peak of Tier 4. Gu Erdan instinctively edged half a step away from the walking bomb, opening some space. Given this one's glorious feat of injuring a 6th-tier undead, safety first. To be safe, Gu Erdan stationed him outside the core camp, an instant promotion to battalion captain, 1,000 elite troops under his command, and orders to resume reconnaissance. In practice, that meant watching the perimeter and the underground approaches. The reason Gu Erdan could detect the enemy's tunnel digging and even precisely dispatch 2,000 elite troops to follow their path, delivering a devastating blow when they emerged, was actually quite simple. He possessed a special reconnaissance squad dedicated to monitoring underground activities. Fourth-tier skeleton rats. 4 ordinary undead. Encountering even a second-tier skeleton rat was nearly impossible, let alone fourth-tier ones, since almost no one would bother cultivating such useless troops. This assessment was largely accurate. Even at fourth tier, skeleton rats remained weak in combat. However, their digging speed underwent a qualitative transformation, and more importantly, their perception of underground movements was terrifyingly acute. They could detect any minute vibration within a 10-mile radius, functioning like living underground radar. It was precisely through these skeleton rats that Gu Erdan immediately discovered the enemy's covert maneuvers, enabling his perfectly timed ambush. At dawn the next day, as the black sun once again rose above the horizon, the enemy's fourth wave of attacks commenced. Unlike their previous mindless charges, this time they deployed in proper formation, committing their full force in a true display of overwhelming military might. At the front of their ranks, a cavalry unit of 300 formed a spearhead formation, black flames wreathing their armor as murderous intent radiated from them. Death Knights, the pinnacle of mid-tier undead forces, born with fifth-tier strength. 300 such riders charging together could sweep across vast battlefields. Yet ahead of these 300 riders stood an even more imposing figure, the Death Knight King. A 7th-tier powerhouse, one of the 3 kings of the Netherworld Palace, and a direct subordinate of the Lord of the Underworld. Legend had it that his Death Knight Legion had once slain 3 opponents of equal rank in a single charge, and could even briefly contend with 8th-tier beings. Now, he commanded from the vanguard, cold flames swirling around him, his killing intent palpable. The successive battle losses didn't concern Death Knight Yale. What mattered to him was time. According to his original plan, he would conceal his identity and preserve his strength, letting the recruited cannon fodder break through the defensive lines first, then lead his elite forces into the enemy's heartland for a surprise attack. To achieve this, he had spent several days dragging the slow-moving fodder army to this location. Unexpectedly, the enemy seemed to anticipate everything, positioning this tough obstacle right at the crucial choke point. With his plan disrupted, even if he forcibly broke through this defensive line, it would inevitably alert the enemy's rear forces. Though the 300 Death Knights were formidable, they weren't invincible. If bogged down by overwhelming numbers and stripped of their mobility, they would eventually be consumed by the tide of enemy forces. Considering this, Yale adjusted his heavy helmet, his gaze becoming utterly resolute. In that case, he could only gamble everything on a forceful breakthrough. As long as the Death Knight's mobility and impact could tear open a gap before the enemy's main forces could react, he still had a chance to reach his target and turn the tide of battle. Without any further words, Death Knight Yale raised his hand to lower his visor and sharply pulled the reins. His 4th-tier undead warhorse neighed as its steel hooves crushed dried bones, launching a fearless charge toward the tide-like undead battle lines ahead. Howling wind acceleration, death charge, Netherworld Phantom, all skills activated simultaneously as murderous auras surged and black flames billowed like a curtain. Wave after wave of light flickered across the Death Knight's form. 300 Death Knights, wreathed in towering flames of malice, unleashed their war. Leading the charge, Death Knight Yale raised his flat lance high and gave it a fierce swing. Black mist erupted from his chest like a tide, instantly transforming into chains that connected to every Nidus 7th circle necromantic spell, Death Shackles. 300 auras merged within the chains, beating like a single heart, their battle fervor reaching its peak. The distance closed rapidly. The sky turned pitch black as arrows and javelins rained down like a torrential storm, their whistling through the air forming one continuous sound. These deadly projectiles struck the black mist surrounding the Death Knights, creating vast ripples across its surface. The combined bombardment from hundreds of 4th-tier undead failed to pierce this magical barrier. On the hillside, Gu Erdan sharply inhaled in shock, while the Black Knights moved even faster, raising their shields in an arc to form a makeshift shield wall around him. At the same moment, Yale felt equally astonished. Had known the enemy was formidable, but not to this extent. This assault could have instantly killed 5th-tier undead, with each arrow and javelin carrying power rivaling that of 4th-tier beings. Without Death Shackles combining the entire regiment's strength to withstand it, his Knight Order would have lost 30% of their forces during the charge alone. Cavalry charges allow no retreat. Only by pressing forward with unwavering momentum could they find survival. The arrow had left the bow with no turning back. They must either break through the formation or fall where they stood. Thunder. The unified black aura of 300 knights crashed into the bone tower shields erected by elite skeleton guards. The heavy shields, standing taller than a man and thick as fortress walls, were sent flying along with their wielders, scattering bone fragments everywhere. The first line of heavy infantry defense broken. However, the black aura permeating the entire regiment was forcibly worn down by 3 layers. Yale roared, pointing his lance forward as he led the continued assault. The second defensive line they faced consisted of a forest of spears thrust out densely by skeleton spearmen, halberdiers, and pikemen. These troops, who should have been hiding behind shields for ambush attacks, now pressed tightly together, their sharp polearms thrusting forward in unison. Spearmen versus cavalry had always been bloody affairs. Yet under the enhancement of the 7-circle spell, the Death Knights showed no signs of slowing, crashing directly into the spear formation. The sounds of shattering metal and exploding bone frames intertwined as spear after spear snapped in half, and skeleton after skeleton was pulverized by tremendous force. The Knight Regiment tore through the second defensive line in a spearhead formation, once again emerging unscathed. However, the black mist enveloping the entire regiment had been reduced to 40%, growing thin and distorted. The third layer. Ranged units. The skeleton throwers simply grabbed their crude clubs, while the sling troops tucked away their leather pouches and brandished the war axes in their hands. Even the skeleton archers, who weren't built for close combat, didn't hesitate to drop their longbows and pull out bone-crafted miniature fruit knives, the sharp blades gleaming coldly in the moonlight, looking nothing like something you'd use to peel an apple. The third line of defense collapsed without any suspense. Though the Death Knight Regiment showed signs of fatigue after breaking through 2 formations, facing these undead who were never good at defense made charging through still effortless. Shield walls cracked, bone spears snapped, and fragments scattered everywhere. With all 3 elite enemy units routed, Death Knight Yale finally breathed a quiet sigh of relief behind his steel visor. Through the earlier aerial assault, he had already confirmed that the enemy's first 3 units, whether melee fighters, cavalry, or the skeleton archers responsible for ranged attacks, were all ridiculously powerful in combat. But that was as far as it went. Once past these 3 barriers, those skeleton soldiers in the rear with formations so chaotic they looked like they were taking a stroll were just cannon fodder the enemy commander used to pad numbers and put on a show, easily shattered with a snap of the fingers. Break through the encirclement, and the plan succeeds. Yale confirmed once more in his heart. Yanking the reins, his warhorse neighed as he raised his black flame scythe high, leading the charge toward that disheveled skeleton reserve unit, paying no attention whatsoever to Gu Erdan, who was surrounded by the Black Knight Legion at the center. Gu Erdan watched through the wall of bodies as Yale led his cavalry thundering past, skirting the edge of the Black Knights and roaring into the reserves, leaving only the back of his armor visible. The young man's face was full of bewilderment. He charged over here so desperately. Wasn't he supposed to come behead me? I'm right here. What's he doing running off to hack at the reserves? Meanwhile, the over 6,000 reserve members gathered in complete disarray at the rear finally got a clear view of that cavalry unit surging toward them like a black torrent. Instantly, bone shields, rusty blades, iron hammers, and scythes, weapons of every description, were raised in unison. Their jawbones clattered as excited soulfire blazed in their hollow eye sockets. Well, big fish swimming right into our net. Could it be that we foot soldiers are finally going to make it big? Outside Howling Canyon, the Death Knight Legion and the skeleton army had devolved into complete chaos. The Death Knight's once unstoppable collective charge had finally been brought to a grinding halt before the dense wall of bones. True, the reserve force of over 6,000 in the rear was far inferior in quality to the 3 defensive lines at the front that Gu Erdan had personally trained. Those vanguard troops, though only capable of opportunistic coordination, could at least be considered elite. But the problem was that even the most worthless member of the reserves was a genuine 4th-tier undead, and their numbers were terrifyingly vast. After their momentum was exhausted, the undead warhorses came to a dead stop in the ocean of reserves. Once the horses halted, the Death Knight's prized intimidation factor plummeted instantly. Stationary cavalry were nothing but sitting ducks, especially when trapped in the heart of enemy forces. 300 Death Knights were immediately surrounded by several thousand 4th-tier skeletons, attacked from all sides. Massive axes chopped relentlessly from one direction, short spears stabbed like rainfall from another, while some skeletons simply went for the horses' legs, and others brazenly lunged at the knights, trying to drag them from their mounts. The battlefield erupted in a cacophony of roars and shrieks. Death Knight Yale raised his bizarrely shaped flat lance and surveyed his surroundings, only to see countless 4th-tier skeleton soldiers chattering and striking at him from every angle, leaving him utterly bewildered. Weren't these rear troops supposed to be cannon fodder? Why were they all 4th-tier? Why were they so formidable in combat? Just as his attention wandered, a giant skeleton standing 3 meters tall pushed through its companions and charged forward, swinging a bone hammer larger than a human head in a devastating arc that crashed into his undead horse's skull. The poor warhorse, being only 4th tier itself, couldn't possibly withstand such a blow. With a pitiful whinny, it collapsed on the spot. Caught off guard, Yale was thrown from his saddle, and before he could even hit the ground, attacks from all directions descended like a torrential downpour. A series of metallic clangs rang out as countless axe blades and spear points struck his black iron armor, though few actually penetrated his defenses. Seeing that their slashing attacks were ineffective, the skeleton soldiers simply swarmed forward en masse, attempting to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. Boom! Black smoke exploded outward as the skeletons that had piled up like a small mountain were sent flying in all directions. Yale, his entire body wreathed in black flames, roared and charged forward, unleashing a 5th circle spell that sent energy surging wildly. Dodging to the side to avoid a short spear, his long blade flashed with dark light, severing the spear shaft in two and sending that skeleton flying as well. The wind howled again as 2 dagger-wielding skeletons lunged from behind, moving with an agility that seemed impossible for undead. Yale's pupils contracted as the aura around his body flared violently, once again scattering his attackers. He stood bathed in flames, his battle-hardened skills and strength intertwining as every slash and shoulder charge dealt devastating damage. But the overwhelming tide of skeleton assailants made the lone Yale appear particularly vulnerable. His subordinates around him were being picked off one by one, and he could no longer afford to hold back his techniques. He suddenly reached out and grasped. Surging black energy rose up. It transformed into a massive blade over 10 meters long. 6th circle necromancy, Spellsoul Reaper blade. Yale gripped the pitch-black giant blade with both hands, swinging it wildly. The blade's radiance swept across the battlefield, and the skeleton soldiers charging from all directions were severed upon contact. 10, 20, 30, 50, 100. In mere moments, he carved through the crowd like an unstoppable force, fully unleashing the terrifying power of a 7th-tier warrior. But what the skeleton sea feared least was an enemy's individual strength. Kill 1, and 2 immediately took its place. Slay 100, and 200 would surge forward. No matter how brilliant the blade's light, it could never cut through this endless torrent of white bones. The battle raged for over 20 minutes. Yale's Soul Reaper blade, originally 11 meters long, shrank rapidly as his energy depleted first to 6 meters, then 3 meters, 2.5 meters, and finally only 2 meters remained. The moment his inner strength was completely exhausted, the soul blade hissed and dissolved into a cloud of black mist. Almost simultaneously, countless skeleton soldiers swarmed toward him like a tidal wave. As far as the eye could see, there was still no end in sight. For the first time, true despair rose in Yale's heart. How many had he actually slain? 200? 300? Or more? The Death Knights who had charged into the bone tide alongside him were now almost all fallen. Even dismounted, these 5th-tier undead could take several enemies with them before falling. The few 6th-tier Death Knights had each cut down dozens. But even their glorious achievements were merely drops in the ocean. For the first time, they truly experienced the terror of the undead sea. As Yale stood stunned, a whistling sound came from his side. He spun around sharply as a bone hammer the size of a human head, wrapped in magical force, struck his helmet. It was the same skeleton that had killed his warhorse. With a thunderous crash, Yale was sent flying, tumbling and knocking down dozens of skeletal remains of his own kind before landing in a disheveled heap. From a gap in his armor, a crystal-clear small crystal clinked to the ground, refracting an unusual luster, clearly no ordinary object. The ghostly flames in the surrounding skeleton's eye sockets flared wildly, and without hesitation, they abandoned Yale and rushed toward the crystal. If they could present it to their king, promotion and rewards would be within reach. A small-framed skeleton reached the crystal first, scooped it up with both hands, and stuffed it into its ribcage. This was an unspoken rule among the skeleton horde. Once loot was hidden inside one's body, it was considered claimed and could not be stolen. Though the surrounding skeletons cursed their bad luck, none broke the rule. But Yale was not bound by such limitations. His eyes suddenly widened as he shrieked in fury. "Give me back that teleportation crystal." Before his words had finished echoing, he drained his remaining strength, condensing the Soul Reaper blade into a spear and hurling it with all his might. The dark, gleaming point created a vortex, scattering white bones wherever it passed, leaving the skeletons in its path either dead or maimed. The target skeleton was instantly cut in half by the weapon's storm, and the crystal clinked to the ground once more, only to be seized by the lunging Yale. Seeing Yale succeed, the surrounding undead immediately swarmed forward, intent on completely dismembering this cornered prey. At that very moment, the small skeleton that had been cut in half suddenly raised its bone hammer high, its severed torso erupting in brilliant red light. 4th circle spell, Soul Explosion, activated. Crash. The skeleton soldiers charging forward saw this troublemaker about to self-destruct again and slammed on the brakes in terror, turning tail and fleeing. Death Knight Yale had survived for hundreds of years and was extremely cunning. The moment this distinctive talent spell appeared, he immediately recognized it. But he was already exhausted, covered in wounds, and surrounded by a sea of skeletons on all sides. Even if he dodged this attack, he lacked the strength to break through the encirclement. I can only gamble once. His heart hardened as his fingers gripped the crystal tightly. These skeleton soldiers were all fourth-tier undead. If left unchecked, they could definitely sway the entire battle. Though he hadn't managed to directly assassinate Elder Grace as planned, wiping out this bizarre skeleton army on the spot would be equally worthwhile. He suddenly raised the crystal high, pale blue radiance washing over his entire body like water as his aura surged to its peak. The self-destructing little skeleton beside him also raised its arms, its bone frame swelling as it instantly transformed into a high-explosive bomb. Both their spiritual energies reached full capacity simultaneously, ready to unleash devastation in the next second. Boom! The ground suddenly exploded, sending sand and stones skyward. A massive gravedigger beast burst from the earth, its giant maw snapping shut as it swallowed Yale along with his crystal in one gulp. The gravedigger's body sank down, about to burrow underground again. However, the self-destructing skeleton's energy had finally overflowed. Boom! Fierce flames erupted as half the gravedigger's body was blown clean off, its shell shattered and flesh scattered, nearly severed at the waist. But undead feel no pain in battle. They fight until death, injuries never affecting their movements. With a terrifying gaping wound, it crashed to the ground with a dull thud, still forcing itself to drill back into the earth, instantly kicking up massive clouds of dust. The charging skeleton soldiers were blown about by the dust wave, unable to approach. When the smoke cleared, only a deep hole remained. The gravedigger and Death Knight Yale had vanished without a trace. In the distance, Gu Erdan held up his handmade telescope, witnessing everything. He let out a long breath, unsure whether he felt regret or relief. He immediately waved his hand, ordering his minions to sweep the battlefield and drag all the not completely destroyed skeleton soldiers before him. The system interface opened as Gu Erdan began repair operations. Every race had strengths and weaknesses. Demons were invulnerable and grew rapidly, but their violent nature made them distrust each other, only capable of fighting alone. Elves possessed exceptional talent, but had low birth rates and long growth cycles, overly dependent on the world tree. Orcs reproduced and matured quickly with natural strength, able to crush opponents through numbers and brute force, but 99% couldn't touch magic, a fatal weakness. As for humans, they could reproduce prolifically with short growth cycles. Though lacking earth-shattering innate abilities, they could learn anything: necromancy, elven magic, angelic divine arts, even demonic sorcery. If they hadn't seen it before, there was nothing they wouldn't dare to learn. Their massive population, adaptable constitution, and love of scheming made them extremely troublesome opponents. What's even more outrageous is that humans have no reproductive barriers with any other race. Half-orcs, half-demons, half-elves, you name it, they exist. As for the undead race where Gu Erdan now finds himself, their strengths and weaknesses are starkly pronounced. The undead grow extremely slowly. Without high-quality soul flames to devour, these creatures might not advance a single tier for decades, and that's just during their lower stages. Once they reach higher tiers, remaining stagnant for centuries becomes commonplace. However, they never age or decay. They are truly the immortal race, completely immune to the erosion of time. Even more staggering is the sheer number of undead. While they may fall by the thousands during battles, whenever the black sun rises, the awakened undead across the land number in the tens of millions at minimum. Since the world's creation, the resentment, bones, and souls of the dead from all realms unless claimed by special entities eventually flow into countless undead realms to become part of their ranks. After hundreds of thousands, millions of years, or even longer periods of accumulation, no one can calculate just how many corpses have piled up in these undead realms. In terms of scale, forget comparing them to any single race. Even if you combined all the living races together, they wouldn't fill a fraction of the undead army. Another terrifying talent of the undead is their immortality. Not only do they never die of old age, but they're also incredibly difficult to truly kill. The reason Gu Erdan can easily harvest his own kind is because he's also undead and can directly devour their soul flames. Other races cannot do this and can only avoid them at all costs. Priests must use holy light for purification, demons rely on hellfire for incineration, and elves use natural forces for cleansing, all time-consuming, laborious, and not necessarily thorough. When encountering soul flames that simply cannot be destroyed, that's when things get truly awkward. What the undead consider treasures, others see as harbingers of disaster. Bringing them home often leads to hauntings and possessions, and when someone in the household dies, it might even cause corpses to rise directly. Earlier, the Death Knight Yale had furiously slaughtered 500 or 600 skeleton soldiers, but being surrounded by enemies, he had no time to devour their soul flames, nor did he know spells like Soul Blast that could completely annihilate souls. As a result, More than half of these dismembered skeletons weren't truly dead, their soul flames still flickered weakly. Now his subordinates had piled the scattered bones before Gu Erdan, who directly expended energy to repair the damaged souls. Dark red flames gradually filled the cracks, followed by bone regeneration spells that reassembled the broken bodies with rattling sounds. Of the original 2,000-plus skeletons that the Death Knight regiment had brutally cut down, over 1,200 stood up again. Scattered across the ground remained a pile of fragmented soul flames that could no longer be enhanced by the system. Gu Erdan frowned. These were truly beyond salvation, their basic consciousness already shattered. Even if he reassembled their bones and revived them through the system, only newborns would emerge, not the original skeleton soldiers. After a moment's consideration, he simply swallowed all these remnant flames in one gulp, replenishing his own losses in the process. Having finished this task, he turned toward the spoils area to tally his gains. The faceless knight followed closely behind, glancing at the deep pit the gravedigger beast had excavated before quietly requesting instructions. "Your Majesty, shall we not pursue him? That fellow is severely wounded, cannot let the tiger return to the mountain. Grant me 1,000 elite troops, and I'm confident I can capture him." Hearing this, the Bone Vanguard officer hastily declared he could accomplish the same task, though he would need 2,000 troops after all. The 1,000 under the Faceless Knight's command were all 4th-tier Dark Warriors, true elites, while he could only mobilize ordinary skeleton soldiers. Though they were all 4th tier, even eggs have different grades, let alone undead. Hearing his 2 loyal generals eagerly requesting to join the battle, Gu Erdan couldn't help but roll his eyes. While strictly speaking, he had no eyes to roll, not even actual eyes, just eerie green soul flames dancing in his skull's eye sockets. The flames flickered as he glared at the helmetless knight with the disappointment of someone watching iron refuse to become steel, his voice dripping with disdain. "All you ever think about is fighting. What's the point? Cannon fodder that doesn't use their brain stays cannon fodder forever. Can't you see that kid still has trump cards? Something that a 7th-tier powerhouse would use as a desperate last resort. You think it can't kill us?" The helmetless knight and the Bone Vanguard were stunned by his outburst. The helmetless knight stubbornly retorted, "But if we let that guy recover his strength, won't he be even harder to deal with?" "How to deal with him isn't your concern, that's the vampire's headache." Gu Erdan waved his hand dismissively, flames dancing between his finger bones. "Our mission was just to intercept the invading army, and haven't we already done that? Even if there are minor flaws and one accidentally escaped, it's understandable. But he's a 7th-tier expert with unknown trump cards. Shouldn't we report?" "Report, report, report, what the hell?" Gu Erdan's flames blazed furiously. "Whose side are you on? Those vampires and I have never gotten along. I'd love nothing more than for that kid to craft a nuclear bomb with his bare hands and toss it into the vampire nest. If they want to use us as pawns, don't blame me for opening the door and letting the dogs loose." With that, he shoved the helmetless knight with such force that he staggered back several steps. "Go command the defense line. Stop showing off your military expertise, or you might overshadow your master, and I'll find some trumped-up charge to have you executed." The helmetless knight, thoroughly chastised and looking dejected, could only shake his head and sigh as he headed to the front lines, clearly disgusted by Gu Erdan's backstabbing behavior. The Bone Vanguard nearby, seeing this, couldn't help but gloat, but his snickering was quickly caught by Gu Erdan. "Laughing? Laughing? What the hell are you laughing at?" Gu Erdan's flames exploded with sound. "A powerful enemy has broken through our defenses, and you still have time to laugh. What use are you to me? Huh? Your Majesty, didn't you just say we don't need to worry about insolence? The vampires are our allies, and when allies are in trouble, how can I, Gu Erdan, stand idly by?" Gu Erdan pointed westward. "Ride with all haste to the city of Black Knights and gather 100,000 troops. I'm going to support headquarters." The Bone Vanguard was dumbfounded. 100,000? We only have 30,000 total. Besides, if you really want to provide support, couldn't you just switch back to your main body? Are you trying to tell me how to do my job? Who's the boss here?" Gu Erdan's curses shook the heavens. "I told you to go, so go. If you can't gather 100,000, then bring 10,000. Position them in ambush near the vampire castle, and don't move without my orders." "But what if the enemy attacks? Even if he summons angels to dance, you're not to move." Gu Erdan raised his hand, transforming his ghostly flames into a force that sent the Bone Vanguard flying as well. "Now get back to base and call for reinforcements." After finishing his orders, he finally turned his attention to the spoils of war. At his feet, over 300 Death Knights lay scattered across the ground, their armor shattered and black blood soaking the stone slabs. Nearby, piles of warhorse corpses emanated a chilling aura. Hundreds of 5th-tier soul flames glowed with fierce light, while hundreds of 4th-tier ghost fires flickered like candlelight. This haul was enough to make any undead lord's heart race. However, Gu Erdan wasn't paying attention to these matters at the moment, as he had become captivated by something else entirely. Beside the corpses of these Death Knights, there were actually 2 who hadn't died yet. Gu Erdan swept across the battlefield, his gaze settling on the two battered Death Knights. One had his entire left arm brutally severed, with dark purple soul fire flickering at the stump, yet he was still struggling to breathe. Holy crap, they actually left survivors. Gu Erdan muttered. His instincts told him this wasn't normal. Those rabid skeleton soldiers usually left no enemies standing, yet today they took prisoners? Had they really learned to show mercy? The skeleton axe-wielder captain had been waiting nearby to claim credit. Seeing his lord's confusion, he quickly explained in his raspy voice. Your Majesty, these two are unusual. As long as at least one survives within a certain range, they can resurrect using the other's soul fire. My brothers hacked them down dozens of times, but couldn't finish them off completely. Only after we ganged up on them were they finally beaten down. He unconsciously rubbed his finger bones. I thought they were interesting and might please your Majesty, so I took the liberty of sparing their lives. Excellent work. Gu Erdan immediately approved. I hereby promote you to Captain of 1,000, and you're on the shortlist for General. Keep it up. Thank you, your Majesty. The captain immediately knelt and kowtowed, satisfied with his reward before retreating to the side. After dismissing his exceptionally diligent subordinate, Gu Erdan crouched before the two severely wounded Death Knights and activated his system scan. The information panel appeared before his eyes, making him gasp. Both had identical talent spells, one of which was unprecedented. First circle spell soul twins. Two souls connected and merged, sharing consciousness. As long as one person survives within the designated range, the other can resurrect using their companion's soul even after death. This survival ability is absolutely ridiculous. Gu Erdan stared in amazement, finally understanding why they could be hacked dozens of times and still refuse to die. He stroked his chin while studying the two knights who had lost all ability to move, suddenly breaking into a smile so benevolent it practically glowed. My dear brothers, you've been thoroughly defeated. Lucky for you, you met this king. Someone else might actually treat prisoners well. The two on the ground gave no response, only staring at him coldly. Anyone beaten to near death and then mocked by the victor probably wouldn't be in a laughing mood. Gu Erdan awkwardly cleared his throat. Let me cut to the chase. I am the master of the Black Knight City, close friend of Lord-level bosses, pillar of 30,000 troops, and good partner of the Vampire Alliance Nicholas Gu Erdan. He spoke rapidly. Out of my love for talent, I formally invite you to join my ranks. Great benefits, excellent treatment, full insurance package, and you'll get general rank immediately upon joining. His words were met with cold rejection. Though the one-armed Death Knight couldn't move, his gaze was sharp enough to cut through steel. Silence. How dare a mere lowly skeleton soldier expect our loyalty? I am one of the Death Twins, and serve only Lord Yale for life. Halfway through, he launched into a barrage of curses. Stop, stop, stop. No more cursing. I get your point. Gu Erdan gestured to the axe-wielder captain beside him. Since you're so stubborn, how could I disgrace you? Take him away, give him a proper burial. Yes. The captain grabbed the man's remaining right arm and hoisted him over his shoulder, but after 2 steps he returned. Your Majesty, this guy's hard to kill. He'll resurrect. Are you stupid? Once he's 10 steps away from his companion, there's got to be a limit. Take him out of range and stab him. If he comes back to life, just keep stabbing him hundreds or thousands of times until you wear him down. Your Majesty is brilliant. The axe-wielder hefted his weapon and strode away. The Death Knight, slung over his shoulder, continued his sarcastic remarks without a single word of pleading. Amid the commotion, the other Death Knight who had remained silent suddenly spoke, his voice unexpectedly clear. Sir, if we were willing to surrender, would you spare General Yale? As the voice rang out, the soul flames in Gu Erdan's eye sockets flickered violently. Holy crap, what a sweet voice. At least a perfect 10, he screamed internally, blurting out a string of yes. Yes, yes, of course I can. I swear, as long as you pledge loyalty to me, I absolutely won't pursue that fleeing 7th-tier undead. Otherwise, may I suffer from osteoporosis. Since he never planned to chase after them anyway, the oath came easily. The Death Knight on the ground nodded slightly, her voice still gentle. Very well, we can pledge our loyalty to you. However, our strength has been severely damaged and our mounts have fallen in battle. We may not be of much help to you in the short term. No problem. No problem. I'll handle your injuries, and I'll take care of the mounts too. If worst comes to worst, I'll give you my swift broken colt. Gu Erdan's eyes lit up with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, rushing to her side and yanking off her helmet. Come on, don't be shy. I'll heal you right now. The helmet hit the ground, revealing a withered face. The features, corroded by death's aura, were severely sunken. Forget about beauty. It was hard to even tell the gender. Gu Erdan froze completely, his soul flames dimming before he quickly placed the helmet back gently, sighing toward the heavens. What was I getting excited about? No matter how sweet the voice, she's still undead. Unless it's a lord-level monster, how could any of them maintain a living appearance? This sweet girl was a mummy like the faceless knight, but slightly better preserved. At least her speech didn't sound like nails on a chalkboard. much easier on the ears than the Black Warrior's broken gong voice. The sister of the twin stars was clearly the decision-maker, while her foul-mouthed brother was probably just a mindless bruiser. Seeing his sister accept the recruitment, the one-armed brother, though displeased, stopped cursing. The battle axe pressed against his forehead was slowly withdrawn by the axeman captain. Gu Erdan couldn't yet control fifth-tier soul flame fragments. But fortunately, among his subordinates was the sixth-tier General Wulong. My subordinate's subordinate is also my subordinate. After the twin stars signed soul contracts with General Wulong, Gu Erdan accessed the system through their soul connection to heal their injuries. The severed arm rapidly regenerated, leaving the elder twin star stunned, looking at Gu Erdan as if he were a living dia. Mere skeleton soldier capable of such feats was completely beyond comprehension. Following such a boss might not be bad. The thought had barely formed when Gu Erdan revealed his true nature, instantly shattering the fantasy. Treasuring these hard-won cavalry, he directly appointed the pair as chief cavalry commanders of Black Warrior City. As for the original commander, Comrade Swift Broken Colt, it was demoted for the crime of stepping through the gate with its left foot first today. However, the two newly appointed high-ranking officers weren't exactly thrilled, because this so-called Black Knight City cavalry unit currently consisted of just the two of them, plus one donkey. The creature might have been a horse, or possibly a mule. Either way, it wasn't human, and worse yet, it probably wouldn't follow orders 9 times out of 10. Looking around at their colleagues, who commanded troops by the hundreds, they found themselves as barebones commanders facing the naked malice of their peers. Compete or die. Even among the undead who knew neither age nor death, the rat race remained brutal. The battle at Howling Canyon concluded 3 days later. With the enemy having lost their supreme commander and elite cavalry, only a few 6th-tier undead remained to hold the fort, but these creatures were too busy undermining each other to cooperate effectively. Gu Erdan seized the opportunity to divide his forces into 3 prongs, launching a coordinated land, sea, and air assault. The Air Force was hardly worth mentioning. 6 mediocre creatures serving purely as window dressing. The ground forces, led by the Bone Vanguard officer with 7,000 skeleton soldiers, launched a frontal assault. The naval forces, commanded by the Helmetless Knight, used the skeleton rat's remarkable digging abilities to tunnel underground and emerge behind enemy lines, creating a perfect pincer movement. After all, a sea of bones is still a sea, isn't it? Already superior in quality, Gu Erdan's forces combined their advantage with an underhanded sneak attack. Trapped in the canyon, the enemy found themselves surrounded by hundreds of thousands of skeletons, wrapped up like dumplings. Aside from a few high-ranking undead who managed to break through using special abilities, the rest were virtually annihilated, their remains piling up in thick layers across the valley floor. Despite the abundance of spoils, their quality left much to be desired. What Gu Erdan had assumed were mere probing attacks had actually been the enemy's best shots. 1. First wave pure cannon fodder reconnaissance. 2. Second wave elite troops mixed with fodder for a serious assault. 3. Third wave the entire air force. 4. Fourth wave the real ace units trying to slip away, only to be bottled up at the exit and lose half their numbers. The surviving elite were mostly personal retainers of the 6th-tier undead, who, while nominally under Death Knight Yale's command, would never risk their core assets in someone else's desperate gambit. The only one willing to fight to the death had already left his life in the tunnels. Had he not been completely out of options, Death Knight Yale would never have led his personal forces in such a desperate charge. With the campaign concluded and his forces well fed, Gu Erdan led his troops home in triumph. Still unable to find a decent mount, he simply selected several particularly robust skeleton soldiers and cobbled together a bone palanquin, finally achieving the proper victorious appearance. Before departing, he dispatched the third in command of his air squadron of 4th-tier blood back, carrying a personal message to the Bone Vanguard officer. The canyon was secured, and reinforcements from Black Knight City could now be deployed. As for Death Knight Yale, who had escaped into the interior, Gu Erdan rather hoped he might deliver a little surprise to the vampires. Hopefully, he wouldn't disappoint. The army navigated the ever-shifting mountain maze, winding through countless turns before reaching the exit, where they suddenly ground to a halt. Whether Death Knight Yale had delivered any gifts to the vampires remained unclear, but Gu Erdan could see that his allies had certainly prepared a surprise for him. At the entrance, a relief force marching toward the maze's interior came face-to-face with the mighty Skeleton Legion. They stared blankly at Gu Erdan, whose bones were nearly rattling apart from the bumpy palanquin ride, their expressions utterly bewildered. Had they arrived too late? At the entrance to the mountain maze, 2 armies faced each other in silent standoff around a corner, creating an atmosphere of extreme awkwardness. Gu Erdan gripped his sword tightly, staring expressionlessly at the opposing legion. Pitch-black skeletons, uniform gray-silver bone armor, and a formation radiating murderous intent. He immediately recognized these 1,500 black skeleton soldiers as direct subordinates of Vokras, the Bone King. Good thing he had withdrawn from that earlier battle when he did, or given this situation, his tender rear would surely be in jeopardy. The bone deputy leading the force was equally furious, glaring at Gu Erdan with dark eyes, while cursing internally. It's only been half a month. The vampire army and the main netherworld forces are still locked in fierce battle. Yet this guy retreated early? Isn't he afraid someone might break through from Howling Valley while he's gone, and face Elder Grace's wrath afterward? What was supposed to be a surprise attack had now become an awkward face-to-face encounter, leaving the deputy at a loss. He looked down on these lowly kinsmen, but 30,000 ants could still devour an elephant. His side only had 1,500 troops, all lightly armored infantry, whose bone armor had been thinned for mobility. Their plan relied on speed to break through defenses, but a frontal assault would surely result in heavy losses. He forced a dry laugh and lowered his voice tentatively. Lord Black Knight, if I told you we came to support you, would you believe me? Gu Erdan didn't respond, instead scanning the military formation behind the deputy. Among the dense ranks of skeletons, four massive creatures stood out conspicuously, 4 meters tall, over 10 meters long, with unrotted flesh and scattered scales, topped by enormous white bone horns. These were silver-horned rot rhinos, 4th-tier undead, transformed from 5th-tier silver-horned mad rhinos after death. Slow-moving but devastatingly powerful, once they built momentum, nothing could stop them. Bringing these 4 monsters, and still claiming support? Clearly, they were here to cause trouble. Clatter! The opposing skeleton soldiers simultaneously raised their spears, their blade tips gleaming coldly as waves of murderous intent swept through the maze entrance. Gu Erdan's forces quickly formed ranks as well, the valley echoing with the clash of weapons. The deputy knew the charade was over and stopped pretending, not even giving Gu Erdan time to organize his formation. With a wave of his bone hand, he roared, "Release the locks! Unleash the war rhinos!" Roar! Chains snapped as the 4 silver-horned rot rhinos let out air-splitting shrieks and charged forward. They completely ignored their own soldiers underfoot, even deliberately trampling through the ranks, instantly crushing over 20 skeleton soldiers who couldn't dodge in time into bone fragments. Breaking free from formation, the 4 giant rhinos lowered their heads in unison, snow-white horns pointing directly at Gu Erdan's forces. Their massive hooves shattered the rocky ground as they accelerated relentlessly, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. 4 rhinoceros charged forward like tanks in a thunderous assault. Following closely behind them were over 1,000 skeletal warriors of 3rd rank and above, their iron hooves churning up clouds of dust. The mountain pass entrance was instantly filled with deafening roars as blade flashes, bone fragments, and black soul fire intertwined in a brutal battle that lasted a full hour and a half. In the end, the skeleton soldiers pursued their fleeing enemies for over 10 kilometers before finally turning them all into sieves. While these opponents lacked the combat prowess of the skeleton army, their running speed was truly remarkable. At the canyon entrance, the axe-wielding captain stood guard with his shield raised, hollow eye sockets flickering with unwillingness. The bone vanguard officers and others had already been taken by Gu Erdan to hunt down the remaining enemies. Gu Erdan wanted no survivors who might escape to report back. The axe warriors were difficult to train and prone to rage-induced casualties, so they were all left at the canyon mouth to guard the prisoners. Though called prisoners, the captured skeletal soldiers numbered fewer than 20 in total, with the most conspicuous being that deputy officer. This 6th-rank deputy had fought with genuine valor during the battle, always leading the charge. It was precisely because of this that he and the 4 rhinoceros corpses became primary targets in the first wave of the skeleton army's assault. The 4 rhinoceros were instantly shattered to bone fragments, while he managed to withstand the attack through sheer strength, though severely wounded. He then encountered the Death Knight twins and a small squad of axe warriors in their encirclement, and within 3 minutes was cut down and thoroughly bound. Even as a prisoner, the deputy showed no fear. He acknowledged that the skeleton soldiers were numerous and formidable, but quantity could never match quality, and by quality, he meant his master's 7th-rank undead and the 1,004th-rank skeletal knights under his command. Moreover, he was one of his master's most trusted confidants. So what if he was captured? Would this bunch of bones really dare to kill him? Lost in these thoughts, he noticed a nearby skeleton soldier wearing a tattered hat, glaring at him with resentful eyes, and his temper immediately flared. Some worthless guard dog wearing a hat probably picked up from who knows where dared to stare at him like that. "What are you looking at?" The deputy's voice rose, echoing thunderously through the canyon. The axe captain was startled by this outburst. Then his ghostly fire flared in response. "A future for Heavenly King, being shouted at by a prisoner? Looking at you, so what? Try looking again." "Fine, I'll try. I'm not just looking, I'll fight you too." The captain had been holding back his anger and had no concept of treating prisoners well, slamming his shield against the deputy's skull with a clang, stunning his opponent. "You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? My master is the king of skeletal knights. I don't care who he is. My boss is the master of 30,000 undead." The captain shot back defiantly. The deputy continued his arrogance. "Lowly skeleton fodder. If you have the guts, kill me. When my master negotiates with the Black Warrior City Lord, you're as good as dead. The axe captain's ghostly fire danced wildly with rage. Yet he restrained himself from swinging his axe. Gu Erdan had specifically ordered them to keep prisoners alive, and killing one might displease his master. Seeing the captain's hesitation, the deputy became even more smug, leaning his head forward provocatively. Scared now? Strike here. Your master can't protect you. The captain's hesitation only emboldened the deputy further. Just as he was about to mock him again, he overlooked one crucial fact. The axe captain possessed only a little intelligence. And that little bit had just been completely ignited by his words. Seeking death, the captain roared, raising his axe high. The deputy heard the whoosh of air and instinctively looked up, only to see a cold gleam descending toward his head, causing him to scream in terror. Gah! Crack! The sound of splintering bone rang out, echoing for hundreds of meters before slowly fading away. So you just killed him? At the valley entrance, Gu Erdan held the newly seized equipment, his gaze falling on the skeletal deputy whose skull had been smashed into a honeycomb pattern on the ground, leaving him speechless. Beside him, the axeman captain hung his head low, not daring to breathe. He committed suicide, the captain mumbled. Suicide. Gu Erdan nearly threw the spoils of war in his hands. Then go ahead and hack yourself in the head 20 times and show me how to commit suicide. The captain shrank like a quail. He told me to do it. All the other skeletons can testify. Just because he told you to, you did it? What if he told you to let him go? Of course I couldn't let him go. I'm not stupid. I don't think you're particularly smart either. Gu Erdan tossed the corpse with its pierced skull, clearly having suffered brutal treatment before death, onto the ground, feeling frustrated. Among his 30,000 troops, not one had a brain. Not a single useful person in the entire court. His grand new dynasty had only been established for 2 months and was already on the verge of collapse. Although the deputy's unexpected death disrupted the original Plan A, Gu Erdan quickly switched tactics. If Plan A didn't work, there was always Plan B. Grabbing the prisoners, he immediately began interrogation. Tiger bench, chili water, whips, hot tongs. Don't even think about it. If this place actually had a tiger bench, his subordinates would have already used it as a shield. More importantly, torture devices for the living were useless on the undead whipping stones, and expecting them to be afraid was truly delusional. The real torture device was a third circle spell mastered by one of his mages, Soul Drain. One of Sarah's signature moves back in the day, capable of forcibly extracting souls weaker than the caster. The captured undead were generally 4th tier, with 2 5th tier among them, so theoretically they shouldn't fear this spell. However, with someone hammering their souls with magic, once their soul bodies weakened, the mage would step forward to show off. A beckoning gesture, out comes the soul. Releasing the grip, back goes the soul. Through this repetition, the undead experienced for the first time what it meant to feel dizzy and nauseous, like being strapped to a chair and spun wildly. After more than 10 minutes, 2 undead finally couldn't take it anymore and raised their hands before the next soul extraction. Lord, we're willing to talk. Why didn't you give in earlier? Speak up. Keep stalling, and we'll continue the extraction. We'll talk, but you must first tell us what you want to know. Gu Erdan cleared his throat. Where is that bastard Wukras now? He's stationed at the Shadowwind Tunnel. They quickly replied. How many men does he have? Around 3,000, all from the skeleton clan. Gu Erdan gasped. Still 3,000? Adding your 1,500. He actually has over 4,000 third tier and above undead under his command? What a formidable force. That's right. Lord Wukras is the strongest leader in this area. Except for the vampire clan, no one can suppress him, including that lich. Gu Erdan sneered and grabbed his weapon. Humph. Lead me to him. As they say, it's only polite to return the favor. He treated me with such enthusiasm. How could I possibly not return the favor? A burst of laughter pierced the cold air as Gu Erdan lifted his foot and delivered a thunderous kick, sending the grimacing undead creature flying with bones rattling. Lead the way and get to work. He pushed the group of captives to the front of the formation while leading his massive army close behind. The grinding noise of steel against bone merged into a deep, rumbling wave as the vast black shadows emerged from the mountain maze, charging straight toward the distant Shadowwind Tunnel. At the entrance of Shadowwind Tunnel, thousands of skeletal warriors had already formed their battle lines. Unlike ordinary bone-white skeletons, these were pitch black all over, with ghostly flames flickering between their bone joints. From a distance, they looked like a moving black wall. Black has always been the most intimidating color, and now rows upon rows of dark skeletons stood in perfect formation, instantly inspiring an instinctive dread that screamed, definitely not to be messed with. Shadowwind Tunnel was one of the largest entrances to the Deadlands Mountains, where conflicts never ceased. The so-called mountain defense was essentially a prolonged slaughter between the subordinate city lords of the Ghost Clan and the Vampire Clan. 2 top-tier undead races engaged in direct combat, while countless smaller clans fought to the death in the valleys. If someone could break through the defensive lines and penetrate deep into their territory, It would indeed cause considerable trouble for the vampire army, but only trouble, nothing more. Though vampires resembled humans in appearance, they were still undead who needed no supplies or rest. Trying to cut off their logistics was pure wishful thinking. They had no logistics to begin with. At this moment, facing off against the Blackbone army was a massive legion of ghouls. Ghouls, also known as corpse demons, were transformed from human corpses and varied greatly in strength. The weakest were only slightly tougher than skeleton soldiers, while the strongest could advance to become undead lords. The deadly poison within their bodies was their greatest threat, with terrifying infectivity that could trigger an ancient version of a biochemical crisis with the slightest carelessness. Therefore, ghouls had always been the most hated and feared undead among humans. In past undead sieges, they often charged at the front lines. Later, humans developed holy water specifically to counter their toxins, effectively neutralizing the virus, which greatly reduced the ghouls' terrifying effectiveness on large-scale battlefields. Additionally, they had one fatal weakness. Their toxins could only infect weaklings below the 3rd tier. When facing truly elite forces, especially high-tier powerhouses, they would often be instantly crushed. The ghoul lord before them clearly hadn't expected that guarding Shadowwind Tunnel this time would be the Bone King himself, Focris. Focris's fearsome reputation had spread among subordinate lords for hundreds of years. This Bone King had managed to surround and kill a 7th-tier powerhouse through sheer quantity and quality of troops when he was still 6th tier, using that soul's ghost fire to advance to the 7th tier. He excelled not only at direct confrontation, but also at human wave tactics. Faced with such a battlefield veteran, the Ghoul Lord wisely backed down. For the past half-month, though the ghouls had continuously sent troops to harass, they were all second-rate forces. Forget breaking through the defensive lines, even reaching the front under the Blackbone's ranged firepower was a pipe dream. To put it bluntly, this lord was openly slacking off and coasting through his duties. Vokras was happy to let this continue. After all, his opponent was also a high-tier 7th-level undead who would be no pushover in a real fight. Now that he had already deployed over 1,000 elite troops elsewhere to cause trouble, his own strength was somewhat diminished. If they could avoid fighting, that would be for the best. Besides, compared to battling a peer of equal rank, Vokras now had more pressing matters to attend to. Deep within the skeletal army's encampment stood a tent shrouded in multiple protective barriers. As the curtain lifted, deathly miasma surged at the entrance, only to be blocked by a crystalline barrier that kept it outside. The interior drapery and carved low tables had long been stained by the omnipresent corrosion of the undead realm, yet one could still faintly discern the golden threads, silver embroidery, and gemstone inlays of bygone days. This was no ordinary military equipment, but rather the luxury items that only imperial royalty of the mortal realm would dare bring on their grand tours. Vokras sat in the seat of honor. This battle-hardened 7th-tier Bone Lord, despite living in the resource-scarce undead realm, had still managed to collect quite a few rare treasures. Yet compared to vampires, his collection was merely scratching the surface. After all, skeletons had no need for food or pleasure, while vampires were extremely particular about their quality of life. Across from him, the young vampire leisurely set down his gilt porcelain cup. His black suit with golden trim fitted perfectly against his tall frame, the lace at his cuffs and collar trembling gently with his movements, making his handsome features all the more striking. He smiled as he spoke, his voice deep and magnetic. "Lord Vokras, regarding my father's proposal, what are your thoughts?" His tone was gentle, as if merely making casual conversation, yet Vokras could detect the sharp edge beneath his words. He bowed his head in silence for a long while, his bones producing soft clicking sounds, before responding in a raspy voice. "I too have hopes of advancing to the 8th tier. Why should I live under another's roof? Indeed, though you are currently a 7th tier powerhouse and quite rare in these borderlands, you still fall somewhat short compared to my father." The vampire smiled slightly, his slender fingers tapping lightly on the table. "Moreover, even if you successfully advance to the 8th tier, it would be difficult to truly establish yourself in the undead realm. For long-term development, one must find a solid backing, wouldn't you agree?" Vokras raised his head slightly, the soul fire in his eye sockets flickering. "Huh, find an 8th tier vampire as my backing? No, 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 me father's strength alone would certainly not be enough to make you submit." The young vampire spread his hands. "We vampires are part of a vast family. My father, Marquis Hussein, has followed Prince Nikolai in campaigns for 1,000 years, with footprints across the entire undead realm. Prince Nikolai is a 9th-tier peak existence. Surely, such backing carries sufficient weight." The tent fell into brief silence. After a moment, Vokras spoke quietly. "I belong to Elder Grace. To be precise, you are merely a lord stationed within Elder Grace's jurisdiction." The other's tone remained calm, yet each word was analytically cold. "This is nothing more than mutual benefit. Today you serve him. Tomorrow you could move territories and cooperate with others just as easily. Should you choose to follow my father, The Hussein bloodline can prepare territory for you in prime undead lands spanning 1,000 miles. You need only bring your subordinates and take residence. As for any trouble with Elder Grace, we will handle that ourselves. With that, he withdrew a small ebony box from his coat. As the lid opened, ghostly blue soul flames instantly illuminated the surrounding shadows, and 3 8th-tier soul fires burned quietly within, their dancing flames reflecting in the vampire's golden pupils like rippling light. This is a gift my father asked me to bring to Lord Volkras. Consider it a small token of our first meeting. Looking at the soul flames before him, Volkras's eyes blazed with excitement, the flames within them flickering as his grip tightened on the bone armrest, cracking it under the pressure. Having lived for centuries, he was no fool. Even though undead rarely engaged in scheming, the years had taught him to mask his emotions. Releasing his grip, he studied the young vampire across from him. Elder Hussein had truly spared no expense this time. You flatter me, the young vampire replied with a smile. If such a small price can recruit a distinguished lord like yourself, 3 8th-tier soul flames are nothing. Besides, the Hussein bloodline has considerable resources at our disposal. With just a few words, he had elevated Volkras's worth while subtly displaying his family's wealth. As his words faded, something resembling a smile appeared on the skeletal skull. 3 8th-tier soul flames. If he could absorb them all, Volkras was confident he could break through to the 8th tier. Compared to Elder Grace, Hussein was indeed far more generous. Of course, the Hussein bloodline's shortage of top-tier warriors and their urgent need for powerful lords was partly why they were so willing to pay such a price. The undead were never known for absolute loyalty, and the terms weren't unreasonable, only needed to surrender incomplete soul fragments. Even if they turned against each other later, they could at most weaken his power, not directly control the fragments to kill him. After a moment's consideration, Volkras nodded with interest. I can pledge loyalty to Elder Hussein, but I have another requirement. Before he could finish, the young vampire interrupted with a smile. On behalf of the Hussein family, I guarantee that if these 3 flames aren't enough to help you break through, we will do everything in our power to assist you. I swear this on the honor of our bloodline. This promise made Volkras's skeletal frame tremble as he looked up with shock and confusion. The young vampire smiled gently. Helping you break through benefits us as well. 1 8th-tier ally is worth far more than 10 7th-tier subordinates. You are the Bone King, capable of creating skeletal undead. We look forward to seeing you lead hundreds of 5th-tier bone generals across the battlefield. He pushed the small box forward, placing the 3 soul flames before Volkras. Now, please make your choice. Will you accept our family's friendship? With the flames so close, greed flashed in Volkras's eyes. He looked up coldly. Aren't you afraid I'll simply take them by force? Haha. You jest, my lord. The young vampire replied calmly. Since we dared to come negotiate, we naturally understand your character. Would 3 mere 8th-tier flames make you break your word? Besides, with Elder Hussein's wealth, this is truly nothing. If you really wanted them, we could simply give them as a gift. Boom. A deafening roar suddenly erupted from above. The young vampire lunged forward, shielding the box on the table with his arms, his face turning deathly pale. What's happening? 3 8th-tier soul ghost flames claiming he didn't care would be pure nonsense. Elder Hussein was merely 8th-tier himself, and even he coveted such treasures. If not for his desire to win over Volkras, he would never have been so generous. The young vampire's earlier nonchalant words were nothing but posturing. If he truly lost those soul ghost flames, his father would skin him alive. At this moment, he clutched the wooden box so tightly his knuckles turned white, terrified that others might even glance at it. Across from him, Volkras, who had been startled by the thunderous explosion, forced himself to remain calm and spoke in a low, reassuring voice. Young master, don't worry. This is merely a probing attack from the Ghoul Lord. With my superior numbers, he can't touch me. I'll have this resolved in under 3 minutes. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, another massive explosion rang out, causing even the hide tent they occupied to billow and shake. Several snow-white, demon-breaking bone arrows pierced through the tent walls, clanging as they embedded themselves in the low table between them. The arrow shafts gleamed with cold light, then rapidly began to expand. Being an explosive burst, bone fragments scattered like a violent rainstorm in all directions. Volkras's bones were harder than refined gold, and he weathered this barrage without so much as a scratch on his skin. The young vampire, however, possessed no such constitution. His entire body was raked by bone shards until he was covered in bloody streaks, as if he'd been point-blank peppered by an iron-shot cannon, instantly becoming a blood-soaked figure. Young master, are you all right? Volkras's anger vanished entirely as he rushed forward to support him. The personal guard burst in upon hearing the commotion, their shields forming an imposing iron wall to protect the two behind them. Cough. I'm fine. The vampire's wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, yet he never loosened his grip on the wooden box. Volkras marveled at the ferocity of the attack, speculating in a low voice. Could the Ghoul Lord himself be leading his personal guard in an assault? With that, his fury blazed. Young master, stay in camp, I'll go see what's happening. He swept aside the tent flap and strode out with large steps. Beyond the camp, the sky had turned leaden gray. Countless arrows and javelins traced shrieking arcs through the air like a black tide pressing down, blotting out the sun. The enemy's third wave of covering fire had arrived. Focus's pupils contracted sharply, then violent magical power surged through his body like a raging torrent. Roar! His deafening bellow accompanied an invisible shockwave that exploded outward from him in a fan shape. The javelins and arrows above instantly lost their momentum, even flying backward to collide with the incoming projectiles behind them. The sky erupted into a sea of flames, with fire and debris tumbling through the air. Fifth circle spell soul-rending roar. Though he pushed his technique to its absolute limit, the aerial assault was too vast in scope. His roar only carved out a small safe zone, barely managing to protect the camp behind him. The unintercepted attacks rained down from above, continuously striking the skeletal army and stirring up a grisly storm of bone fragments. The explosive energy contained within the javelins and arrows was terrifyingly powerful. Even fifth-tier vampires were left bloodied and battered by the barrage, while third-tier skeleton warriors fell in droves like harvested wheat, their bones and ghostly flames scattering in all directions. Witnessing this carnage, Foclus's eyes blazed with fury. He immediately sensed something was amiss. The assault wasn't coming from the tunnel, but from deep behind their own battle lines. Anyone capable of attacking from the rear had either flanked them or betrayed them from within. Between the two possibilities, he was more inclined to believe it was the work of one of their own. Boom! The fourth explosion thundered, but no more projectiles fell. The makeshift wall of corpses and bones at their rear was torn apart by brute force, sending bone fragments flying. A torrent of snow-white skeletons surged into the camp, led by a figure clad in crude black armor with a broken bullhorn helmet askew on his head and red cloth covering his eyes. It was Gu Erdan. He raised his bone blade and roared hoarsely. Kill them all! Roar! Deafening battle cries erupted one after another. Spearmen, sword and shield bearers, axe warriors, and slingshot troop skeletons of every type poured in like a flood. The bone wall behind them collapsed with a thunderous crash after the successive explosions, revealing an endless sea of skeletons. It's you. Upon recognizing the intruder, Voklas was filled with shock and rage. Gu Erdan stared back at him with equal intensity, his voice cold as death. That's right. It's your bone grandfather. Today I'll slaughter you. When bitter enemies meet, hatred flares instantly. Voklas grabbed his skeletal battle axe, ready to charge, but was restrained by a vampire at his side. My lord, they vastly outnumber us. Perhaps we should. Shut up, Voklas roared. They're nothing but rabble. I'll be back in no time. He shouldered his massive axe and burst from the tent, immediately facing a group of skeleton soldiers. In close combat, he already surpassed the Death Knight Yale, his explosive power truly fearsome. His battle axe swept horizontally, cleaving several skeletons in half at the waist. His iron fist struck out, instantly pulverizing another skeleton skull. Suddenly, a white bone axe wielder leaped from behind, landing on Foclus's back and delivering over 10 frenzied strikes, sparks flying everywhere. The attacker had activated Berserk mode, its destructive power approaching the 5th tier, yet still couldn't penetrate Foclus's bone frame. Instead, it cracked its own axe blade. Get off me! Startled by the sneak attack, Voklas reached back, grabbed the skeleton's leg, and hurled it with tremendous force. More and more skeletons gathered around him, each one formidable. He simply threw back his head and roared, forming hand seals while gripping his axe and spinning. 7th circle spell Death Storm. Dark energy transformed into a hurricane, spreading outward with him at its center. Within a 10-meter radius, whether skeleton soldiers or bone warriors, all crumbled at first contact. The bone fragments were swept into the vortex, torn apart at high speed, which in turn amplified the storm's power. For a full 50 seconds, the black whirlwind raged before gradually subsiding, bone dust falling like rain as the area was cleared. Voklas spun rapidly around the camp in a circle before returning to the breach, holding his axe in one hand, radiating murderous intent. The ground was littered with pulverized bones. This single technique had felled hundreds of enemies. He glared with fury and bellowed. Who else dares? The numerous skeleton soldiers exchanged glances upon hearing this, and tens of thousands of skeletons stepped forward in unison. Amid the crackling explosions, Vokras staggered back into the magical tent, several javelins piercing his ribs and a bone axe lodged in his neck, presenting quite a sorry sight. The thunderous roar still echoed in his ears as the 7th-tier senior undead was nearly concussed by a barrage of 4th-tier undead ranged bombardment. He turned to look at the dumbfounded vampire in the tent, his old face instinctively flushing red. For a mighty 7th-tier master to be reduced to such a state was truly humiliating. This was just a mistake. A mere mistake. I was careless. I didn't dodge. He hastily defended himself, raising his skeletal battle axe with both hands and charging out through the tent flap once more. Outside the tent, flames danced wildly. The moment he stepped out, he collided face-to-face with a small skeleton soldier. A second later, a deafening explosion tore through the darkness. Vokras was lifted by the shockwave and sent flying back into the tent, crashing through tables, chairs, and benches before landing flat on his back with a loud thud. His armor was riddled with cracks, half his helmet blown away, and 2 more ribs broken. He lay there stunned, with only one image replaying in his mind had struck that little thing with his axe, and then it exploded. Just as he was about to struggle to his feet, the entire magical tent suddenly shook. Faint magical radiance rippled across the tent's surface, each wave more violent than the last. They were under concentrated fire from outside, and definitely from more than one enemy. Vokras and the vampire locked eyes, both their faces changing color simultaneously. Before they could react, the ground beneath their feet suddenly heaved. Boom! Dozens of skeleton rats unleashed their combined earth-digging spell, forcibly lifting the soil within dozens of meters 2 meters high. The tent's support poles snapped instantly, and the magical barrier above shattered as well. Countless skeleton soldiers on the perimeter shrieked as they pulled at the tent fabric, literally overturning the entire magical tent. 200 meters away, Gu Erdan shouted mockingly, "Vokras, next year's today will be your death anniversary." With that roar, countless skeleton soldiers swarmed forward. Vokras bellowed in response, sweeping his battle axe and smashing away the charging skeleton soldiers one by one. "My name is Vokras," he charged furiously, using his 7th-tier physique to crash through the encirclement and rush straight at Gu Erdan. The Black Knights beside Gu Erdan, who had remained motionless until now, stepped forward in unison, shields raised and spears like a forest, forming an impenetrable spear formation in the blink of an eye. Thunderous crashes erupted one after another, severed limbs and broken bones flew everywhere, and the entire tunnel instantly descended into chaos of flesh, blood, and flames. On the other side, several 5th-tier vampires desperately protected their young master. The young vampire gazed at the battlefield, his eyes gleaming as if appreciating a grand fireworks display. However, his middle-aged vampire bodyguard frowned deeply and advised in a low voice, "Young master, Vokras's forces can't hold them off much longer. We should retreat." "Retreat? No, we cannot retreat. I haven't completed the mission father gave me." The young vampire clenched his fists. "But if we continue fighting, if we delay any longer, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape." "Escape? Why should we escape?" Pushing aside the 6th-tier bodyguard his father had assigned to him, the vampire suddenly roared, "Everyone stop!" Bang! Before he could finish speaking, a nearby skeleton soldier who heard the commotion swung his makeshift slingshot and landed a perfect headshot with a smack, causing the vampire's head to jerk back violently and nearly knocking him to the ground. "Young master," the bodyguard cried out in alarm. I'm fine." The young vampire rubbed his forehead. "They can't hear us from this distance. Let's get closer." The dozen vampires immediately huddled together and cautiously advanced. Along the way, countless skeleton soldiers charged at them from the chaotic battle, slashing with blades, hurling spears, and shooting arrows. Their firepower was fierce. Each impact made the young vampire's eyes grow brighter. The power of these skeletons was truly terrifying. The distance closed to 10 meters. "Please stop. I am." Whoosh. A spinning bone axe whistled through the air. The young vampire reflexively ducked, and the axe grazed his scalp as it flew past. Behind him, a companion screamed as he was pinned to the ground. Moving forward another 20 meters. "I am Hussein." As soon as the words left his mouth, several bone javelins came hurtling through the air. Fortunately, the 6th-tier bodyguard reacted extremely quickly, pressing his palms together and deploying a deep red magical shield that deflected all the attacks with a series of clangs. Just as the vampire was about to continue shouting, a chaotic barrage of bone spears, bone lances, and bone clubs came flying from all directions, dense as a rainstorm. As they drew closer to Gu Erdan, the firepower targeting them grew increasingly fierce. Even the 10 5th-tier vampires on the perimeter had their armor dented and blood seeping through. If not for their magical armor barely holding up, they would have been hacked to pieces long ago. With great difficulty, they endured the relentless assault and crawled to within 30 meters of Gu Erdan. The young vampire looked up, took a deep breath, gathered his strength, and bellowed, "Both sides cease fighting. I am the son of Elder Hussein. I request that you two discuss matters." In the distance, Gu Erdan, who was gripping a 3rd-tier skeleton soldier by the neck and giving its skull a massage with his small bone hammer, heard the shout and turned around with a stunned expression. "What the hell? How did a bunch of vampires get mixed in with these skeletons? When did I ever get involved with vampires?" He tossed aside the confusion in his hands, too lazy to investigate further. When something's abnormal, there's bound to be trouble. Whatever. I'll deal with him first. Before he finished speaking, Gu Erdan suddenly twisted his hand, tearing off the poor cannon fodder skeleton's head, raised it high, and hurled it with force, then followed up with a powerful kick. Thud! The skull shot through the crowd like a cannonball, striking the young vampire squarely in the face with such force that he was knocked backward, blood streaming down. At the same time, Gu Erdan's furious roar exploded in his ears. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you tell me to stop? And what kind of nobody is Hussein? Then he raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, chop him up." When the leader spoke, 10,000 bones responded. Countless skeleton soldiers swarmed toward the 12 vampires in a black mass, too numerous to count. This is bad. The Soul 6th tier vampire's face darkened as he suddenly pressed his palms together, and tremendous dark energy surged from within him. Sixth circle spell blood wave baptism. Boom. A crimson energy wave exploded outward with them at the center, accompanied by piercing wails. The skeleton soldiers within a 100-meter radius were instantly sent flying through the air, bones dancing chaotically across the sky as the ground was forcibly cleared into an open space. However, after unleashing his ultimate technique, the 6th tier vampire's face turned deathly pale, his breathing erratic. He grabbed the young master lying in a pool of blood and roared, "Young master, we must go. These are all 4th tier skeletons. I can't withstand a second round. Now's our chance." As he spoke, blood wings burst from his back, and he grabbed his young master, preparing to take to the sky. The young master, forcibly pulled to his feet, finally snapped out of his daze. At that moment, he was being dragged through the air by a 6th tier vampire, soaring dozens of meters above ground. 10 5th tier clansmen with outstretched wings flanked them on both sides, desperately deflecting the barrage of javelins and arrows to protect him. The next second, the young master's gaze suddenly sharpened. He violently shook off the 6th tier vampire's grip and plummeted to the ground with a thud. His expensive formal attire was torn open by the razor-sharp winds, leaving a long gash, but he paid it no mind. "Stop fighting. Everyone stop. My father is Elder Hussein. Please, just listen to me." He clutched the white bone casket in his arms desperately, his voice hoarse from screaming. But the ground was filled only with chattering skeleton soldiers seemingly intelligent on the surface, yet essentially mindless. Originally, these bone warriors had been foolishly focusing their attacks on the airborne targets, but his outburst instantly drew all their hatred toward him. Bone blades swept through the air with whistling sounds. Bone spears thrust forward with cold gleams. The young master dodged more than 10 strikes with his agile movements, but his defenses had limits. Amidst the howling winds, a bone hammer accelerated several times over by magic came hurtling toward his face, striking his temple with a resounding clang. Thud! He was sent flying 4 or 5 meters, crashing into and toppling over a dozen skeleton soldiers. Worse still, the precious casket he had been clutching traced an arc through the air before hitting the ground hard. He struggled to his feet, half his face covered in blood, his vision completely dark. Fortunately, vampires possessed extraordinary constitutions. As long as their blood core remained intact, they wouldn't die. Had it been an ordinary person, that blow would have been enough to send them straight to the crematorium. My casket! My casket! Ignoring the splitting pain in his head, he crawled and rolled toward the white bone casket. Skeleton soldiers from all directions raised their various weapons, ready to turn him into a pincushion. At the critical moment, he finally grasped the casket, violently threw open the lid, poured his internal energy into it, and roared toward the heavens. "Everyone, stop! Now!" Boom! Terrifying energy spread like a tide. 3 8th tier ghost flames were fully activated, silver fires dancing within the casket, releasing the overwhelming pressure of the powerful. The battlefield fell instantly silent. The Bone King Vokras, with 6 or 7 minions hanging off him, was raising his battle axe ready to split skulls. Gu Erdan was rhythmically tapping a 3rd tier skeleton skull with his golden melon hammers. The helmetless knight, skeleton axemen, the death twins, everyone present froze in place, turning in unison to stare at those 3 clusters of blazing silver ghost flames. The young master lay sprawled among the rubble and bone fragments, gasping heavily. Several clansmen descended from the sky, forming a protective circle around him like an iron barrel. Only then did he quietly exhale in relief. "Gentlemen, I am the 4th son of Elder Hussein, one of the 4 great elders under Prince Nikolai. I now formally represent my father and the Hussein bloodline of vampires to request negotiations with you both. Please show my father some respect." Hearing the young vampire bat's weak words, Gu Erdan pondered for a moment before finally raising his hand and waving, signaling his minions to return. Seeing that Gu Erdan's forces were retreating, Vokras, who was already at a disadvantage, naturally wouldn't seek trouble and hastily signaled for his skeletal undead to return to defensive positions. Once his troops had regrouped, his expression instantly darkened off his original 3,000 skeletal warriors. Barely over 1,000 remained. In just a brief moment, he had lost more than half his forces. Valkras's chest heaved as his entire skeletal frame trembled with rage. Through gritted teeth, he squeezed out an angry growl. "You bastard!" A dozen meters away, Gu Erdan, who had just stopped his retreat, was momentarily stunned before erupting in curses. You worthless piece of trash. Who are you calling names? I'm talking about you. So what? What are you looking at? If you've got a problem, come fight me unknown. Have you ever cut anyone down? Have you ever seen a dead body? When it came to actual combat, Gu Erdan was third-rate at best, but when it came to verbal warfare, that was his domain. He had once mastered C programming language and later traveled far to study in the legendary realm of Zon, where his keyboard skills had slain countless enemies along the way, ultimately earning him the crown of Son of Zon. Now transformed into Guth proud hunter of Mother's Orphan Slayer King of Zon Erdan. Anyone who dared match wits with him was simply courting destruction. Volkras stood behind his skeletal minions with only half his skull visible, completely silenced by this verbal bombardment and unable to utter a word for quite some time. Expecting this brainless skeleton to engage in a war of words with the supreme commander of keyboard warriors was indeed asking too much. Fortunately, the young vampire lord reacted quickly enough, jumping between the two to mediate and preventing what could have escalated into World War II. Out of respect for the unseen elder Hussein, Gu Erdan decided not to pursue the matter further with Volkras and strode aggressively toward the newly erected tent. Just as he reached the entrance, he noticed the tent had lost its magical glow. His eyes rolled as he slowed his pace. After Volkras and the young vampire lord entered the tent, he suddenly gestured to someone nearby. The skeletal axe-wielder captain came running over eagerly. "Boss, what's up? Gather the brothers and have them guard outside the tent." Gu Erdan lowered his voice. "Stay close, and if there's any commotion inside, charge in immediately. No matter what happens, stomp these guys into the ground." But what counts as commotion? I'll smash this cup as the signal. When you hear glass breaking, go get M." He grabbed a broken ceramic helmet-turned flowerpit from a nearby skeleton soldier, tucked it under his arm, and strode into the tent. Outside, the axe-wielders exchanged glances with the archers, Black Knights, and the Death Knight twins, quietly pushing aside the intellectually challenged regular skeletons to surround the tent in layers. Inside the tent, the vampires had already straightened the tables and chairs. The young lord pulled out his treasured tea set from his coat, boiling water, warming cups, and brewing tea in one fluid motion before smilingly pushing teacups toward the two skeletal figures. Gu Erdan and Volkras looked at each other, then at their own skeletal frames, staring expressionlessly at the young lord without saying a word. After 5 full seconds of silence, the young lord finally realized his mistake and awkwardly pushed the teacups aside with a dry laugh. "Both of you are heroes among bones. It's an honor to meet you today, and Hussein is truly impressed," he said with a bow. "I would like to recruit both of you on behalf of the Hussein family to join our great cause. What do you both think? Conspire together for great deeds? Right. With this piece of trash?" Gu Erdan raised his hand and pointed at Wukras across from him, whose eyes gleamed with sinister intent, his voice dripping with naked contempt. The wooden table shook with a thunderous bang. Wukras, a regional overlord, was provoked to fury by this series of taunts and immediately stood up, slamming the table and roaring. "What the hell is your problem? Do you really think I won't dare kill you?" Gu Erdan sneered coldly, likewise pounding heavily on the table surface, leaning forward with his voice booming as if he wanted to tear down the tent. "Huh? Finally showing your true colors. Let me tell you, you unlucky bone bastard. The moment you stepped into this tent, I saw right through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Who brings an axe to negotiations? Huh? Does this look like negotiating to you? You're clearly up to no good, wanting to take me out, right? I've already got 300 axe-wielding soldiers lying in ambush outside. The moment I smash this cup as a signal, they'll rush in and chop you into crispy bits. Before they hack me to death, I'll definitely hack you to death first. Think you can intimidate me? I wasn't raised on fear. Even if you manage to hack me to death today, in 20 years, I'll still be a fine skeleton." The cursing shook the heavens, and the situation was about to explode. Wukras raised his axe, its cold gleam dancing in the candlelight. Gu Erdan grabbed the copper spittoon he'd been using as a helmet, poised to hurl it across. The young vampire lord quickly stepped between them, his robes fluttering in the turbulent air. "Enough, enough. What good would it do for you two to fight to the death? Acting on momentary courage is not wise strategy. Even if you kill each other, you'd only gain a 7th-tier soul flame. I have 3 8th-tier flames right here. Why don't we all sit down and talk?" Under this peacemaker's intervention, the two furious lords finally sat back down, but the murderous intent hadn't dissipated. Instead, it grew even more intense. Gu Erdan crossed his arms and glared sideways at Wukras. "What benefits did you give this kid to recruit him?" The young vampire lord answered reluctantly. An 8th-tier soul flaw. I don't care what you gave him." Gu Erdan rudely interrupted. "If you want to buy me off, you'll have to add 30% to that price." "Why should we?" Wukras exploded with indignation, his massive frame nearly leaping from his chair. "You're just a 6th-tier undead. What gives you the right to demand a higher price than me?" Gu Erdan scoffed. "Because I have over 10,000 4th-tier brothers. Because my forces are strong. Because I can cut your army down to just 1,000 weaklings in half an hour. Is that enough? You what? Gu Erdan slammed the table. Wool chicken ass. If the vampires hadn't saved you, I'd already be using your skull as a bowl. Bullshit. I'd use your head as a chamber pot. You'd have to be able to piss first. You damn. The two shot up again, chairs and table overturning, the air nearly ignited by their rage. The young vampire lord wasn't frightened at all. Instead, he revealed a meaningful smile. He raised his hand and gently pressed downward. Gentlemen, please calm yourselves. Allow me to speak. His gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping back and forth across their faces. I previously promised that the Hussein family would fully assist Lord Wukras in advancing to the 8th tier, and this promise will not change. As for this lord, may I ask your distinguished name? Gu Erdan slammed the spittoon down on the table, straightened his back, and declared in a voice that made the tent curtains tremble. Gu Erdan, Nicholas King, Gu Erdan. Very well, Lord Gu Erdan. Your current strength hasn't yet reached the threshold of a high-level undead. To be frank, for someone at your level, there's little difference between 7th tier soul ghostfire and 8th tier soul ghostfire. Therefore, our family is willing to offer 24 7th tier soul ghostfires as the price to invite you to become our ally. What do you think? The young master's voice remained steady, yet carried an unmistakable air of grandeur. A delicate black wooden box quietly slid across the table toward Gu Erdan, its lid slightly ajar, revealing a dancing wisp of ghostly blue flame 7th tier soul ghostfire. 24 pieces. A flash of light flickered in Gu Erdan's eyes as his mind raced with calculations. This batch of ghost fire could instantly fill his energy reserves to overflowing, absolutely exhilarating. This young man was truly generous. He was definitely worth befriending. Maintaining his composure on the surface, one hand still resting on the bone armrest of his chair, his tone carried a playful probe. And the price? If it's merely an alliance in name, that seems rather too generous. Naturally, some sincerity must be shown. The young master made no attempt to hide his intentions, lightly tapping the table. You must surrender a fragment of your damaged soul. Just a fragment. It won't endanger your life. But should it be destroyed, your power would certainly suffer greatly. For us, this serves as the most reliable insurance. For the undead, power was everything. Gu Erdan understood perfectly. As long as that fragment remained in their hands, he wouldn't dare act rashly. But this risk was entirely acceptable after all. This body originally belonged to General Wulong. Thinking of this, he chuckled inwardly. Once he'd reaped all the benefits, he could use the system to patch things up. General Wulong was so shrewd, he surely wouldn't blame him. With his calculations clicking away like an abacus, he nodded in agreement. Beside him, Wukras had already settled terms with the young master, and was even less likely to back out. Now what if their refusal enraged the other party, causing them to join forces with that pretty boy and wipe them out on the spot? Seeing both promising allies nod their agreement, the young master beamed with delight. Not only had he successfully recruited the Bone King Wukras, but he'd also stumbled upon Gu Erdan, who commanded over 10,000 4th-tier skeletons and clearly possessed some secret manufacturing technique. What a windfall. The position of future clan leader seemed within reach. He raised his hand, lifting his most beloved obsidian teacup. Gentlemen. His voice rang out proudly. I, as the 4th son of Elder Hussein, lay formally declare our alliance with you both. Should anyone betray us, his tone shifted sharply as he swung his arm. They shall be shattered to pieces, just like this cup. The cup flew from his grasp, cutting through the air. No. Gu Erdan's expression changed drastically as he lunged forward. But he was a half-beat too slow. Crash. The obsidian teacup struck the ground hard, shattering into dozens of pieces. The crisp sound of impact exploded through the tent, as if the very air had been sliced by a blade. Hussein lay and Wukras stared blankly at Gu Erdan, still frozen in his diving position. It was just a cup. Was such a reaction really necessary? The next second, both men simultaneously realized the truth, their faces changing color. Kill him. Rip. The tent fabric was torn open by blades as cold wind rushed in. Over 200 skeleton axemen, with crimson ghost fire blazing in their eye sockets, surged in like a tide, their blade edges gleaming as they charged straight for the vampire guards and Wukras. Bursting in alongside them was Gu Erdan's strongest fighting force, the Death Twin Stars. The pair steadied themselves, crossing their guns before their chests, sparks flying as the barrels collided. In the next instant, pitch-black mist erupted wildly, instantly enveloping the entire tent in an impenetrable shroud of darkness. 4th-tier spell. Death Mist. Lights out. Release the hounds. Everyone stop, right now. Promotion and glory await us today. Cut him down. This old soldier has finally made it. For the tribe. Where's my helmet? Who stole my helmet? Black mist churned as piercing howls and screams rose and fell like a symphony of the damned, echoing through the chamber. Some threw punches, others took beatings, and still others hacked away while being stabbed themselves. The scene was utter chaos. Though Gu Erdan had quite a voice, the surrounding cacophony was even louder, and his roar was instantly drowned out by the shrieks of over 100 people. The vampire young master Hosaliai's personal bodyguard was the first to react, unleashing a blood wave baptism that whipped up a fierce wind and swept away all the black mist. With the cover gone, the fighting around them came to an abrupt halt. At that moment, Gu Erdan's group held an absolute advantage thanks to their ability to sense each other through soul fragments. After distinguishing friend from foe, they struck with ruthless precision, showing no mercy. In just a few breaths, 7 vampires lay dead, and over 20 corpses from Warkillaz's men who had charged in with him littered the ground. But the most striking sight was by the conference tablia body slumped backward in a chair, neck rigid, chest no longer rising and falling. It was the vampire young master Hosalii. Gu Erdan and Warkillaz locked eyes, both filled with bewilderment. No need for a pulse check to know he was beyond saving, with 2 axes embedded in his head and 4 spears piercing his chest and abdomen. If he were still alive, that would truly be supernatural. Gu Erdan slowly approached the corpse and reached out to close Hosalii's wide-open eyes, then suddenly spun around, pointing his finger directly at Warkillaz. Well, Warkillaz, for a mere 3 soul flames, you'd stoop to such vile treachery. Bullshit. Warkillaz raised his axe in fury. I use bone axes. The axes in his head are bone to your people did this, and you want to pin it on me. Would a villain leave evidence of his crimes? The fact that they're bone axes proves you planned this all along, trying to frame me. You're being unreasonable. You're slandering me. You're crying thief to catch a thief. You're bad luck incarnate when alive and a coal pile black to the bone when dead. You damn. The 2 traded insults like rapid-fire cannons while their subordinates split into 2 groups, shouting at the tops of their lungs to cheer on their respective bosses. Swords, axes, and spears pointed at each other as the air seemed ready to ignite with rage. Just as both sides were about to clash, a heart-wrenching wail exploded from nearby. Young master. This sudden cry of anguish startled Gu Erdan and Warkillaz into reflexively stepping apart. Everyone turned to see the 6th-tier vampire bodyguard finally snapping out of his shock, clutching Hosalii's corpse tightly while shaking and wailing like a father who had lost his son. Young master, you can't be hurt. If the master finds out I failed to protect you, he'll skin me alive. Young master. Young master. He frantically pulled the weapons from the corpse, then shook it wildly, causing Hosalii's head to repeatedly bang against the chair back with loud thuds. Blood droplets dripped from the axe handles and spear shafts, staining the ground red. Gu Erdan quietly shifted a step closer to Warkillaz and whispered, "Tell me, is he trying to save him or kill him?" "He's probably trying to kill him." Under the bewildered stares of the 2 onlookers, the bodyguard frantically attempted various rescue measures, shaking, chest compressions, slapping, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, blood feeding, and more slapping. In just a few dozen seconds, he had exhausted nearly every emergency technique imaginable. But as his final slap landed, the young master's neck made a sickening crack, and his head snapped backward at a 90-degree angle, successfully breaking his neck and ensuring he was thoroughly dead. Icy terror instantly gripped the bodyguard's heart. No one knew better than he did his master's ruthless methods. Cruel to outsiders, even crueler to his own people. Useful servants received care and concern, while useless ones were beaten to death or maimed without mercy. Now that he, as a bodyguard, had failed to protect even the 4th young master, what kind of useful person was he? Trembling uncontrollably, he held the young master's rigid corpse in silence for several seconds before suddenly raising his head, his vicious gaze shooting toward Gu Erdan and Warkillaz. "It was you. Both of you. You killed the young master." Gu Erdan shrugged with an innocent expression. "Brother, please calm down. One must face reality and not shirk responsibility just because of their own mistakes." Huh. The bodyguard was stunned. Gu Erdan looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. "I understand being a bodyguard is stressful, but you can't go around hitting your own young master. Look what you've done, you broke his cervical spine. Alas, such is fate. Don't worry, when I meet Elder Hussein, I'll put in a good word for you." These words dragged the bodyguard from confusion into bewilderment, then pushed him into shock. This bastard was actually pinning the blame on him. Such shamelessness was unprecedented. You're lying. It was clearly you 2 who killed the young master." He pointed at them with a trembling finger. Gu Erdan turned to Warkillaz. "Did you kill that Hosalii?" "No, I didn't." "Did I kill him then?" "I don't think you did either." "Then it can only be." Gu Erdan slowly turned his gaze back to the bodyguard. "Brother, I'll put in a good word for you with your master." Warkillaz quickly chimed in. Me too." The 2, who had been at each other's throats moments before, now stood united in their story, causing the bodyguard's vision to darken as he nearly collapsed on the spot. Staggering, he suddenly thought of something and excitedly slapped his forehead. I have a spell. It can extract all the scenes I've witnessed recently. You can't frame me. I'm going to tell the master and avenge the young master." With that, he clutched the young master's corpse tightly, preparing to leave. Gu Erdan and Warkillaz exchanged expressionless glances. Gu Erdan took the bone axe handed to him by the skeletal axe-wielder captain, while Wukras slowly tightened his grip on his massive battle axe. The bodyguard had barely taken a step when the sound of rushing wind came from behind. He spun around abruptly, only to see flashing steel. Gu Erdan rolled forward, his twin axes striking viciously at the bodyguard's knees. With the sound of cracking bone, the vampire bodyguard fell to his knees. Immediately after, a massive shadow descended from above as Wukras's giant battle axe came crashing down. Crack! Beyond the shadow wind tunnel, rare black rain began falling from the sky. Night pressed down completely. The surrounding area had been thoroughly cleared by skeletal warriors, leaving no trace of life by all accounts. Yet sparse torches now flickered in this desolate wilderness. Vokras and his minions wielded shovels with rhythmic thuds, sending dirt clods and bone fragments flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Gu Erdan commanded his personal subordinates to stuff corpse after corpse into heavy armor, rivets clicking and clattering. When the pit reached nearly 10 meters deep, the damp, earthy stench rose upward. Vokras casually tossed his shovel aside. His hollow bone palm struck the handle with a crisp crack, though hesitation flickered in his eyes. Is burying bodies really reliable? He asked in a lowered voice. Don't worry about it. Gu Erdan brushed off armor fragments with animated enthusiasm. I've been self-studying criminal law for years. Detective novels, crime movies, gangster comics IV, researched them all. Deep burial is the most foolproof and common method. Vokras still frowned. But buried in the ground, won't they resurrect and crawl back up under the Black Sun's influence? What's to fear? Gu Erdan tossed the last corpse into the pit. Even if they resurrect, they'll just be a few walking corpses. Didn't I put armor on them? With helmets on, who could guess they used to be vampires? This reasoning made sense. Everyone pushed the bodies down and worked together to backfill the soggy earth. Gu Erdan jumped right into the fresh soil, stomping it down hard and splashing black rain and mud everywhere. After finishing the cleanup, he suddenly turned and extended his hand toward Vokras. Hand it over. What? Hush money. What? Hush money, Gu Erdan declared righteously. Vokras laughed bitterly in rage. Why should I pay you hush money? Don't forget you participated to no wait. You were the mastermind. You're the one whose people killed them. Don't waste time with useless talk. Gu Erdan swatted away his pointing finger and spoke earnestly. Now we're in a situation where mud in your pants looks like shit whether it is or not. Once this comes to light, neither of us can escape. Since we killed them together, naturally we should split the loot 50-50 share and share alike. You want my 8th dear's soul ghost fire? Impossible. You're talking nonsense. Vokras was so furious his skeletal teeth chattered. You killed so many of my people and caused such huge trouble, and you still want a share of the benefits? Bah. Though merely a skeleton, he somehow produced saliva to spit right in Gu Erdan's face. Gu Erdan wiped the mud and water from his face, staring at him with disappointment. Really won't give it? Won't give it? You're sure? Sure. Fine then. Brothers, kill this bastard. Today we'll bury the entire Bone Clan here to accompany those vampires. I'm going to double-cross him. The skeleton soldiers standing idle in the distance all raised their heads at the sound, green fire jumping in their eye sockets as they howled and charged forward. Fokras's face went deathly pale on the spot. How had he forgotten this guy had superior numbers? If it really came to fighting, he'd lose everything he had. But those 3 8th deer soul ghost fires in his chest. Lost soldiers could be rebuilt, but ghost fires were worth their weight in gold. Once lost, they were truly gone. His gaze wandered, clearly wanting to abandon his subordinates and flee. Gu Erdan snorted coldly. You want to run, don't you? Fine, go ahead. Run to your heart's content. I forgot to tell you something. These 2 death knights beside me are the renowned twin stars. The skeletal brother on the left spews venom with his words, challenging heaven and earth, never meeting his match. The skeletal sister on the right has a sharp tongue and dark heart, excelling at manipulating people's emotions. Gu Erdan fixed his cold gaze on Wukras across from him, speaking rapidly. If you dare to flee, I'll immediately have these 2 spread the word everywhere at your hiding 3 8th tier soul ghost fires. Then let's see how you, a 7th tier rogue, survive the pursuit and siege of all those 8th tier powerhouses. Now, I'm giving you only 2 choices. First, hand over 1 soul ghost fire and we'll part ways peacefully. Second, we'll fight to the death, and I'll dig up his corpse right now and carry it to Elder Hussein. Good? Very good. Gu Erdan, I'll remember you. Wukras's voice rose sharply, his skeletal features twisting with rage. You, say 1 more word, and I'll demand 2. Then give them to me. Grinding groans echoed through the shadowy tunnel. Gu Erdan's threat had struck Wukras's most vulnerable nerve without subordinates. He simply couldn't protect those 3 soul ghost fires. Finally, a flame radiating ghostly blue light was handed to Gu Erdan. Gu Erdan snatched it away and said coldly, Thank you. Farewell. May we never meet again. Before his words finished, he had already shouted, Get lost, and turned to leave. The mighty skeletal army marched over broken stones and puddles, departing the shadowy tunnel. Torrential rain poured down as they marched through the night, forcing their way 100 miles out. The next morning, the black sun was obscured by heavy clouds and rarely failed to appear. Rain still dripped as Gu Erdan walked at the front, toying with the soul ghost fire between his fingers. Suddenly, his palm tightened. Crack! The soul ghost fire was crushed, transforming into pure energy that the system instantly devoured. His expression remained calm as he turned to look at the skeletal axeman captain. Is the matter taken care of? Rest assured, Your Majesty. The axeman lowered his voice. The skeletal rats have already secretly dug up the corpse and are following us through the underground tunnels. Very good. Well done. The skeletal archer nearby asked curiously. His boss, what do you want these corpses for? To give as gifts. To whom? To Elder Hussein. As Gu Erdan's words fell, several officers around him simultaneously paused their steps. Even the usually composed helmetless knight couldn't help but turn his head. Give to Elder Hussein. Your Majesty, that's the guy's own father. How could anything good come from sending it to him? Of course nothing good will come from sending it. Gu Erdan glanced at the axeman and shook his head in disappointment. But do you think nothing will happen if we don't send it? Hussein is an 8th-tier powerhouse, a blood clan elder, and founder of the Hussein blood clan. He has countless capable subordinates under his command. If he wants to, he'll always find a way to locate his son. Do you think burying the corpse a few meters deep will keep him from finding it? Don't be naive. The skeletons fell silent. Gu Erdan sighed again. Rather than wait for someone to come knocking, it's better to strike first. We'll pick a few ordinary skeleton soldiers to deliver this guy's corpse, insisting that Wukras did it. Besides Wukras and those dead vampires, who knows our true situation? In the undead realm, there are countless ordinary skeletons. Would you suspect that a bunch of cannon fodder could cleanly eliminate vampires of at least 5th-tier strength? And wipe them out completely? The axeman's eyes grew brighter as he nodded vigorously. Boss is brilliant. Spare me the flattery. I have a job for you. Please command me. Go. Pick me some clever skeleton soldiers. Really clever ones. The skeleton axe-wielder captain's skull clicked as he turned his head, his hollow eye sockets scanning the dense mass of bone soldiers behind him. After a few seconds of silence, he shook his head, his skull making a slight grinding sound. There are none. None. Gu Erdan's face darkened. Then find me some relatively clever ones. Also none. What about ones that aren't stupid? Still none. I swear, forget it. Just pick a few randomly. Preferably ones with strong survival skills. Gu Erdan pointed into the distance. Like that little guy who loves to self-destruct? Better yet, ones who don't matter if they die, as long as I can resurrect them here. Those we have. I'll go right away. With the order given, the skeleton camp immediately erupted in a cacophony of rattling bones. Moments later, the axe-wielder captain returned with 5 small soldiers. The self-destructing little skeleton led the way, with the other 4 minions lined up behind. All 5 bone soldiers had mastered soul-splitting techniques, allowing them to hide a wisp of their remnant soul in advance, so they could resurrect on the spot after dying in battle. Though their combat power would diminish, it was completely within Gu Erdan's control range. As long as they didn't completely turn to ash, even if they became severely disabled, he could pick them up again in minutes. Only 1 vampire corpse needed to be taken away. The rest Gu Erdan casually tossed aside. For these shells with residual energy inside, the undead realm had its own disposal procedures. Either they'd rise as zombies or reassemble as skeletons. Either way, the concept of eternal rest simply didn't exist. However, before discarding them, he still made one final waste utilization, stripping the corpses of their clothing to dress his 5 minions. This was all for concealment. Ever since gaining intelligence, the skeletons under Gu Erdan had become obsessed with imitating humans, carving family crests on armor and engraving words like Gu Erdan and Black Knight's Castle on weapons. If they went to deliver the corpse wearing such conspicuous equipment, someone might very well trace them back to their lair the next day. After changing clothes, he ordered the bone soldiers to gather bones on the spot, quickly assembling a white bone coffin and carefully placing Hoseliai's body inside. With preparations complete, the 5-man coffin-carrying team set off on their return journey under the watchful gaze of over 1,000 skeletons, white bones and moonlight gradually fading into the distance. The Hossein blood clan belonged to Prince Nikolai, but was the smallest in power among the 4 major blood clans. The reason was simple. Hossein rose to fame too late. By the time he stepped into the 8th-tier vampire realm, the surrounding territories had already been completely divided among the other 3 elders. He only managed to claim some scraps, pitifully meager pickings. Under his command, he had neither powerful subordinate lords nor an invincible army. The only thing that could make people prick up their ears was his own terrifying strength as an invincible 8th tier. Rumors said that Elder Hossein's innate magic was strong enough to make peers of the same tier tremble, and it was precisely because of this that he faced joint suppression from the other 3 elders. Hossein had 5 children. His youngest 5th son was only in his 30s, with strength reaching only the 3rd-tier Viscount level, unable to provide any help. His other sons were more promising. His eldest son possessed the strength of a 7th-tier Grand Duke, while his second and third sons were both 6th-tier dukes. Only the fourth son lacked strength, having cultivated for over 200 years yet achieving merely 5th-tier count level. However, this child had been clever since youth and excelled at winning people over, helping his father recruit many skilled fighters over the years. Recently, Huzali was preparing to make another move, attempting to recruit the strongest warrior under Elder Grace's command Focrus, the Bone King. To demonstrate sincerity, he took 3 8th-tier soul ghost fires in one go, practically emptying the family coffers. The 8th-tier soul ghost fires were equally precious to Elder Hussein, who normally couldn't bear to use them himself, let alone give them away as gifts. However, he understood that to escape his current constrained situation, he had to be willing to invest resources. Still, Elder Hussein remained anxious about this mission. He trusted his son's intelligence, but the undead outside were strange and unpredictable. If some reckless fool killed Huzali and made off with the ghost fires, this old father would surely faint from rage on the spot. Thus, from the moment his fourth son departed, Elder Hussein had remained stationed on his castle throne, staring intently at the communication crystal. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in the blink of an eye, it was already the 7th day, and still no word. A chill crept from his spine to his heart as he caught the scent of something ominous. Had something truly gone wrong? Just as Elder Hussein grew increasingly uneasy, outside the castle, a group of strange visitors appeared at the edge of the gray-green wasteland. The explosive little skeleton wore a well-fitted black formal suit and carried a walking stick, tap-tapping as he walked in front. Behind him, 4 skeleton soldiers carried a white bone coffin, swaying as they followed. This bizarre funeral procession consisted of 5 small skeletons sent by Gu Erdan, had taken their mission seriously, but unfortunately didn't know the way. Not only them, even Gu Erdan previously had no idea where Elder Hussein was located, much less heard of such a figure. After much inquiry and physical persuasion, they had finally struggled their way to the castle gates. The vampires guarding the entrance immediately noticed this bone brigade. The 5 skeleton soldiers were all dressed in formal wear, moving with rigid precision like a wandering circus troupe. Intelligent undead occasionally trained skeletons for acrobatics to curry favor with powerful blood clan members, so the guards initially just crossed their arms and watched with mocking eyes. However, as the group drew closer, the vampires' smiles gradually froze. Those formal suits were unmistakably their blood clan's exclusive designs: 4 count uniforms and 1 duke uniform. Mere skeletons daring to wear high-ranking noble attire was clearly naked provocation. Ho! A deep horn suddenly echoed across the sky. Countless bats burst from the towers, gathering into black clouds in the air before swooping down and transforming into cape-wearing vampire warriors. The leading Viscount's face was grim, and upon landing he immediately attacked, condensing blood into blade shadows that slashed downward. How dare you defile us? Seeking death, the 5 skeleton soldiers' eyes sharpened, and with a clatter they set the coffin on the ground. The skeleton soldier in the lead reached back and drew a battle axe, using momentum to swing it in a full arc straight toward the attacker's head. The Viscount, confident in his 3rd-tier cultivation, didn't bother dodging and simply planned to crush the skeleton's neck bones with his hand. Humph. A mere skeleton dares to. Before he could finish speaking, the axe blade, carrying pale spiritual fire, broke through his protective death aura and with a crack, split his head clean in half down the middle. 3rd-tier Viscount. Dead. Enemy attack. Screams shattered the night sky as waves of vampire soldiers poured out from the pitch-black castle, surging toward the coffin-bearing squad like a relentless tide. These Blood Clan warriors were all 3rd tier or above, charging with razor-sharp claws gleaming coldly in the darkness. Yet the 5-member coffin team showed no retreat. They had never expected to return alive, so naturally they felt no fear. Piercing shrieks echoed as vampires and skeleton soldiers clashed in an instant melee. More precisely, the vampires were ganging up on the 5 skeletons, whose bones cracked continuously under the assault. Though the skeleton soldiers possessed 4th-tier strength and were considered elite forces at the edge of the undead realm, they faced a Blood Clan army with over 1,000 years of heritage, teeming with countless masters. Had the vampires not wanted to capture them alive, the skeletons would have already been reduced to scattered bones. As the battle reached a stalemate, thunderous footsteps echoed from the castle's depths. The 8th-tier powerhouse and castle lord Elder Hussein emerged with the family's last 2 7th-tier vampires, his expression so dark it could drip ink. Blood Clan soldiers hastily stepped aside along his path, some even bowing respectfully, not daring to meet his gaze. Normally, mere skeleton soldiers infiltrating the castle wouldn't warrant Elder Hussein's personal attention. Even 7th-tier vampires would be unnecessary, as a 6th tier could easily crush them. However, sharp-eyed Blood Clan members had spotted something alarming. The black robes worn by the skeleton soldiers were actually the uniforms of the 4th young master's personal guard. The clothes were here, but the 4th young master was nowhere to be seen. This was a serious problem. News flew back swiftly, and Hussein, who had been enjoying his tea, crushed his beloved teacup to powder upon hearing the report. In an instant, the vampire hierarchy mobilized entirely, with the other four young masters hastily following as they rushed out the gates. If this brilliant fourth brother had truly met with misfortune, they couldn't allow the incident to be easily swept under the rug. What if the enemy showed mercy and released him? They'd heard some undead had learned human tactics of extortion and ransom. If it were just about money, that would be manageable, but if they actually kept their word and returned him, wouldn't future assassination attempts become troublesome? Should they hire fake assassins to strike during the exchange? The brothers calculated various backup elimination plans as they raced forward. To the outside world, vampires had always been viewed as the perfect human-undead hybrid, immortal and ageless, bearing striking resemblance to humans, understanding pleasure, and living with habits identical to humans. In numerous subspace dimensions, blood clans used their immortal bodies to seduce nobles and officials, manipulating entire worlds from the shadows. Their only weakness was slower growth compared to Haman's common affliction among all undead. As for why they thirsted for blood, this was actually a misunderstanding. They didn't consume actual blood, but rather the life essence of the living, also known as soul breath. Blood was merely a convenient medium. Their true target was always the soul itself. This similarity to humans brought both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that they can easily blend in among humans, and their intelligence naturally surpasses that of other undead. However, the corresponding drawback is equally fatal. The scheming, backstabbing, and political machinations that plague humanity will inevitably manifest among them as well. At this moment, those four who desperately wished their most favored fourth brother would be turned into roasted bat wouldn't lift a finger to help. It would be merciful if they didn't kick him while he was down. The vampires quickly spread out as Elder Hussein led the high-ranking members in a steady advance toward the 5 skeleton soldiers. The 5 battered bone frames exchanged glances, and despite their limited intellect, they instantly recognized that these newcomers were no ordinary foes. They were clearly figures of great importance. Without the slightest hesitation, the suicide skeleton hefted his pair of bone warhammers, crimson light blazing between his skeletal joints as he charged forward. Experience from multiple self-destructions had taught him that blowing up ordinary foot soldiers was meaningless. The more prestigious the target, the greater the military merit earned. This was precisely why he had endured the vampire's brutal beating, gritting his teeth and refusing to ignite his soul on the spot. Now, with such a prime target before him, he decisively ignited his soul fire, determined to take this powerful adversary down with him. The ideal was grand, but reality proved bone-chillingly harsh. Seeing the little skeleton charging toward him, Elder Hussein raised an eyebrow and instantly recognized the surging soul power self-destruction, a ruthless tactic, but utterly useless against him. The Elder raised his palm slightly, and blood mist churned around his body, condensing into crimson chains that shot toward his opponent with a whoosh, binding the skeleton tightly. The skeleton struggled frantically, but the burning power within him seemed to hit an impenetrable wall, unable to release itself. The blood chains wove together into an airtight barrier, trapping the explosive force within the bone frame. Elder Hussein snorted coldly, and the chains suddenly tightened, violently dragging the self-destructing skeleton high into the air. Boom! A blood-red fireball erupted in the clouds above with a deafening roar. The flames painted half the sky crimson as debris scattered like fine fireworks. Hussein sneered. Useless brute courage. He withdrew his gaze and looked down at the remaining 4 skeleton soldiers. You've all reached the 4th tier and possess some measure of intelligence. I offer you an opportunity. Reveal the truth and your puppet master. Pledge loyalty to me, and I shall pave your path to evolution. An olive branch personally extended by an 8th tier vampire elder was an incredible opportunity for any undead, especially for skeleton soldiers in situations with limited resources who would bother cultivating bone frames. With such capital, training vampires, corpse demons, or even death knights would be far more worthwhile. Hussein naturally assumed these 4 communicative skeletons would obediently submit. But before he could even finish speaking, the 4 skeleton soldiers suddenly raised their weapons and charged at him with battle cries. Being appreciated by an 8th tier powerhouse was indeed a wonderful thing, but it depended on who you were talking about. In the eyes of these 4 skeleton soldiers, no 8th or 9th tier deity mattered as much as their own boss. With just one word, their boss could elevate them to the peak of the 4th tier. Could this stranger do the same? If he couldn't even manage that, what kind of backing was he? Not to mention that following their boss meant opportunities for merit and promotion, even explosive power growth like General Wulong had experienced. With this guy, even with an endless supply of soul fire, reaching the 6th tier would take who knows how many years. The answer was crystal clear after a simple comparison. Having figured this out, the 4 skeleton soldiers charged forward fearlessly, each displaying their signature skills. I'll chop you down, roared the skeleton wielding a giant axe. I'll ruin your face, shouted the mage skeleton as he conjured a sickly green acid orb. For his majesty, cried the fanatical skeleton soldier, raising his bone sword high. Wabba dabba, yelled the last one, whose evolution had gone awry and left his intelligence questionable, spouting some incomprehensible battle cry. The four shadows had barely charged halfway when countless black iron chains suddenly shot out from the thick blood mist. Elder Hussein clenched his 5 fingers, and the chains instantly bound all 4 skeletons tight. Crack, crack. The chains spun wildly, grinding their bone bodies to powder in an instant, leaving only 4 intact skulls suspended in the air, their ghostly green soul fires flickering unsteadily. Elder Hussein suppressed his rage deep in his eyes, raised his hand, and summoned the 4 skulls to float before him, his voice low. I'll give you one last chance, tell me. Tui. A glob of green spit shot out the 3rd circle spell, acid spit. The corrosive acid mist hit his protective blood barrier with a sizzling sound. The remaining 3 skulls couldn't spit, but they all gnashed their teeth together, putting on a come fight me onion if you dare attitude, showing no signs of submission whatsoever. Elder Hussein's patience was completely exhausted. With a cold flash, he suddenly squeezed the hand holding the skulls. Crack. All 4 skulls exploded along with their soul fires, scattering fragments across the ground. Brainless idiots, he cursed under his breath, ignoring the remains as he turned and beckoned toward the distance. The white bone coffin on the ground slid over with a clatter. The lid opened, revealing his 4th son lying peacefully inside. Though he had anticipated this, Elder Hussein still felt his chest tighten, his expression instantly darkening. Several sons gathered around. Some lacked composure, their lips twitching involuntarily. The air fell silent as no one dared speak at this moment. After a minute of deathly quiet, the 5th son suddenly collapsed beside the coffin, wailing, "Fourth brother!" This cry startled everyone, making them shudder. The other brothers snapped back to reality and crowded around. "Fourth brother, you died so horribly. Don't worry, 4th brother. 2nd brother will definitely avenge you." "Yes, revenge." The brothers spoke one after another, their voices so grief-stricken and indignant that they could move listeners to tears and break hearts. Elder Hussein, who had been standing expressionless nearby, suddenly raised his hand and swept away the 4 posturing brothers, crouching down beside the coffin himself. Under the dim lamplight, he stared at his 4th son's cold corpse. His withered lips twitched violently, revealing a sinister smile. The 4 brothers' hearts skipped a beat as they stepped back in unison. Their clan leader was actually smiling at the sight of his own son's death? Had the shock driven him mad? If he truly had lost his mind, might they finally have a chance to compete for the next leadership position? Elder Hussein was oblivious to his son's scheming thoughts otherwise. He would have stuffed these little bastards into the coffin alongside their brother long ago. 4th son, it seems you've met with an accident, but fortunately your father prepared for this. He murmured, extending his 5 fingers and suddenly grasping at Huzali's forehead. Crystalline blood light instantly separated from the corpse, condensing into a blood-red gem that floated at his fingertips. The brothers' faces immediately turned as Shinthi recognized this object. It was a lich's phylactery, a trophy Hussein had claimed from slaying a lich in his youth. It possessed effects nearly identical to soul-splitting spells. It could seal a soul fragment within, and as long as either the phylactery or the original body remained, the bearer could quickly resurrect. Phylacteries were extremely difficult to obtain, not because liches were hard to kill, but because formed phylacteries were almost always immediately infused with the lich's own soul fragments, making masterless ones rare in the market. For this reason, this phylactery had always been Hussein's most treasured possession. Yet who could have imagined he had secretly used it on his 4th son? Is he the only real son? Were we picked up from some bat cave? The brothers' faces darkened with resentment, though they dared not speak. The bloodlight at Hussein's fingertip pulsed, fully activating the phylactery. Thick blood mist poured from the gem, rolling and twisting before condensing into a human figure none other than the deceased Huzali. The resurrected Huzali was paler than paper, his former 5th-tier strength having plummeted to 2nd tier. Yet he still felt fortunate getting his life back was better than anything. Pressing his throbbing temples, he steadied himself for quite a while before stabilizing his swaying body and bowing respectfully to his father. "Father, what happened? Was this Fokraz's doing?" "No." Huzali smiled bitterly. "While I was negotiating with Fokraz, his enemy suddenly burst in. Seeing that person had considerable power, I tried to win him over, but somehow violated some taboo. The skeleton soldiers outside swarmed in and hacked me to death." Barely suppressed laughter immediately came from the side his brothers. Huzali remained expressionless and continued his report. "I'm sorry, father. Those 3 8th-tier soul flames were likely seized by the opponent. Your son has failed you." Hussein narrowed his eyes, murderous intent churning within. Mere skeleton soldiers dared to kill his son and steal his treasures. The renowned ruthless figure immediately prepared to set out and settle the score. "Wait." Huzali's expression changed drastically as he reached out to stop him. "Father, that skeleton is extremely valuable. I suggest we spare no effort to win him over. Fourth brother, it's just a skeleton, so what if it has many subordinates? We can have as many of those cannon fodder as we want. There's no need to treat this so seriously, is there? In the side hall, flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows as the second son leaned against a stone pillar with his arms crossed, his tone dripping with mockery. To think he was actually killed by a bunch of skeleton soldiers, that's embarrassingly pathetic beyond words. His sneer drew strange expressions from several brothers, and even the vampire guards standing around them. They all knew the fourth young master wasn't skilled in close combat, but surely he wasn't so weak as to be overwhelmed by skeleton soldiers? Had the fourth young master's legs given out when he tried to flee? Only Elder Hussein on the main seat remained unmoved. He placed his hand on his obsidian staff, his steady gaze falling upon the young man sitting cross-legged before him, the one who had just been resurrected from death. He trusted his fourth son's intellect. Half the credit for the Hussein family's current ability to contend with other vampire elders belonged to this son's tireless efforts in building alliances. Even if his fourth son had truly been killed by a pile of skeletons, he would never mock him publicly. At least, he wouldn't be so discourteous to his face. Under that trusting gaze, Hussein wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled lightly. They were fourth-tier skeletons. Whispers immediately arose around them, quickly suppressed by the second son's cold snort. Fourth tier? That's nothing special. Is that so? Hussein's gaze swept over everyone present, his voice suddenly dropping low. What if there were over 10,000 fourth-tier skeletons? As his words fell, the hall instantly fell silent. All eyes fixed on him, as if trying to confirm whether he was joking. Hussein turned directly toward Hussein and bowed respectfully to report. Father, that lord named Gu Erdan is extremely unusual. He's only 6th tier himself, yet he brought over 10,000 4th-tier skeletons with his army. The border regions shouldn't be capable of producing 4th-tier skeletons in such numbers. I suspect he has mastered special magic that allows him to continuously create 4th-tier skeletons at minimal cost. Mass production of 4th-tier troops at low cost. The faces of the vampires present changed dramatically. They understood exactly what this meant. A powerful and inexhaustible skeleton army, with a lord whose strength wasn't at its peak, making him perfect for control. This was the ideal, perfect subordinate they had dreamed of. Elder Hussein's knuckles tightened slightly, but he still suppressed the restlessness in his heart and asked in a deep voice, "Are you certain you didn't see wrong? There were really 10,000 4th-tier skeleton soldiers." "No, not 10,000, at least 10,000. Hussein shook his head without hesitation. He only brought troops to probe this time. He couldn't have deployed his entire force. By my estimation, he has at least half his forces guarding his stronghold, ready to serve as reinforcements at any time. A series of sharp intakes of breath echoed through the hall. Someone exclaimed, "This." Hussein seized the opportunity to add, "Father, he's just a 6th-tier skeleton. The skeleton race grows slowly and generally has low intelligence. Recruiting him to our Hussein vampire clan wouldn't require much cost, far more worthwhile than that Bone King. This is precisely why I initially approached him with goodwill and attempted to recruit him." At this point, his expression darkened. My plan had already succeeded. I had persuaded that lord to set aside his conflict with another and pledge loyalty to us. Unfortunately, an accident occurred, and I perished in the chaotic battle before I could personally bring him back. He took a deep breath, his voice measured and deliberate. But we absolutely cannot give up on this skeleton lord. Whether the Hussein vampire clan can reach the pinnacle depends entirely on this. With him, we would have an inexhaustible army and the capital to defeat anything. Therefore, I suggest we continue recruiting him at any cost. These words made the vampire's eyes blaze with fervor, their dark pupils seeming to ignite with flame. Elder Hussein forcibly suppressed his emotions and fixed his piercing gaze on Hussein. "But he killed you." As Elder Hussein spoke these words, even he was startled by his own hoarse, gravel-like voice, his emotions so intense that his vocal cords trembled. Hussein clutched his chest but still shook his head with a smile. "Father, impatience in small matters leads to chaos in great plans. If we can reach the pinnacle, what does a single death matter? If you still trust me, give me one more chance. Let me personally lead the negotiations. Success or death." His voice rang out firm and resolute, filled with determination. Before he could finish speaking, the second son Hussein Fong, who had been practically pressing his head against the father and son's chests, suddenly looked up and interrupted. "Wait. Father, fourth brother is so badly injured, how can you bear to send him to his death again? Let me go? I guarantee I'll complete the mission and recruit that man under my command to him, under our Hussein family's command." The third son Hussein disagreed, waving his hand. "No, no. Second brother is too reckless and most likely to mess things up. Let me go? You know me. Father, I do everything with one principle: steady." As soon as the word steady left his lips, the fifth son Hussein Ming couldn't help but retort. "Third brother is stingy as hell, don't let him anger the other party. Father, let me go? I'm the best at talking." "Fifth brother, why are you butting in?" Hussein Fong glared. With your mediocre abilities? You'll only make him think we're looking down on him. That's still better than you secretly embezzling your subordinates' soul flames, isn't it? Hussein Ming sneered. Do you know what people say about you behind your back? They say you're 5 feet tall with 6-foot fangs when you stick your teeth in the ground. Your legs can't even touch the earth. You little. The vampire brothers grew more heated in their argument, as if they were about to come to blows any second. Elder Hussein finally lost patience and snorted coldly. Silence. All of you. His oppressive aura descended, and those who had been shouting immediately fell quiet. The old man turned his gaze to his eldest son, who had remained silent throughout. What's your opinion? The silver chess piece Hussein had been spinning between his fingers suddenly stopped. After a moment of contemplation, he tucked it into his sleeve. Father, leave this matter to me. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Remember, Elder Hussein's gaze was heavy. No matter the cost, we must recruit him. Yes, father. Hussein bowed slightly, swept his cloak, and charged out of the castle with his personal guards on horseback. The remaining brothers opened their mouths, but dared not speak again. Hussein Dev, Marshal, one among the 5 Hussein sons, was one of only 2 7th-tier undead in the family. His fierce abilities were identical to his father's, proud, battle-hungry, and highly respected. He was the top candidate for the next clan leader, bar none. After the crowd dispersed, the second son Hussein Fong and third son Hussein Yu did not leave. They stood side by side in the shadows of the castle wall, watching their eldest brother's cavalry disappear into distant dust clouds, their faces equally grim. Second brother, we're already at a disadvantage, Hussein Yu said in a low voice. If he manages to recruit that person too, do you think there'll still be a place for us in the family? Hussein Fong snorted coldly. Hussein Yu, stop trying to use me as your blade. But you're not wrong. If he succeeds again this time, we'll probably have to pack up and leave for good. The undead race had little familial affection. In their eyes, offspring were more like self-made generals, and the struggle between generals was always a fight to the death. The two men looked at each other for a moment, then turned and left the castle through a secret door, each heading to their secretly established strongholds. A new round and possibly the final round-off confrontation among the young masters of the Hussein blood clan had officially begun. Black rain fell endlessly over the desolate land of the dead, where countless white bones lay scattered like a blanket of snow stretching into the distance. The most common decoration in this realm of the undead was bones human, beast, and beastman remains beyond counting. If one took the time to search carefully, they could find mountains of white bones, plains of skeletal remains, and even undulating seas of bones that rolled like waves. Yet today, this bone field washed by the gentle rain revealed something eerie. The skeletal remains were arranged too neatly, as if someone had deliberately organized them. Rainwater carrying the essence of death seeped into the cracks, and a skeleton soldier that had been dismantled for years suddenly began to tremble and reassemble itself. Gripping a broken iron sword of unknown origin, it raised its head skyward and clattered its upper and lower jaws against the air. Roar! Before it could finish its 2 dry, rasping howls, a skull came flying through the air and struck its forehead bone with a thunk. The poor little skeleton scattered into fragments once again, leaving only a pale wisp of soul fire that quickly extinguished in the rain. Gu Erdan, who had casually thrown the skull, didn't bother to turn around to claim his victory. He crouched behind a section of ribcage, pressing a monocular telescope to his eye socket, staring intently at the battlefield ahead. Raindrops slid down the telescope tube, but he remained motionless, as if nailed to the ground. At the other end of the bone field, an army was setting up camp and forming battle lines. This was Elder Grace's direct forces from the Blood Clan, 4,000 vampires without exception, with even the weakest reaching the 4th tier. Particularly striking among them was the Bloodbat Legion, 800 5th-tier counts wearing crimson cloaks, with blood-red bat phantoms occasionally sweeping across the sky above their camp. Under Grace's command were also 4 7th-tier Grand Dukes, who had each led their troops to join with other vampire lords in a coalition army, currently engaged in fierce battle with the forces of the Ghost Palace at the front lines. Grace himself remained cautiously in the rear, watching the battle with cold eyes, unwilling to risk himself in the slightest. His caution was justified because the invaders were the direct forces of one of the 3 kings of the Ghost Palace, the King of Vengeful Souls. Though the Ghost Palace had only a few hundred years of history, its rise had been meteoric. All 3 kings had reached the 9th tier, and their combined strength even faintly surpassed that of Vampire Prince Nicola. If not for their shallow foundations and their mid and lower tier forces being unable to match the established Blood Clan, the vampire factions would have long been devoured. However, once they were allowed to build up their military might layer by layer, any powerhouse who had not broken through the 9th tier limit or mastered the power of laws would eventually be worn down by the surging enemy tide. Earlier, the 3 kings had joined forces to launch a surprise attack on Prince Nicola's territory, only to be met heated by Nicola's strongest trump card, the 307th tier Blood God Knights. If not for the ghost clan's naturally ethereal undead bodies that allowed them to flee faster than anyone else, they would have been hammered into spiritual fragments on the spot. Having learned their lesson, the three kings no longer dared to provoke Nicola directly. Instead, they turned their attention to the four great elder factions under the prince's command, planning to nibble away at them piece by piece to gradually weaken the prince's influence. Though Prince Nicola clearly understood these three schemes, he chose not to intervene to help his subordinates. The main reason was that when Prince Nikolai was under siege, these four guys chose to stand by and watch, hoping to reap the benefits. As a result, the already fragile vampire alliance instantly cracked. It's no wonder the four elders were resentful. Over 1,000 years ago, the five of them were brothers in arms, but Nikolai just got lucky when an undead lord chose him as a proxy, allowing him to advance to 9th tier first with that cheat code. Anyone would feel unbalanced if they were suddenly beaten down by someone who used to be the weakest among them. So although the four elders bore the title of being under Prince Nikolai's command, they never took his orders seriously. Now that these four were being targeted by the Ghost Palace, Nikolai simply stood by and watched, hoping both sides would exhaust their resources. The three kings of the Ghost Palace, with their 9th tier cultivation, thought they could easily crush the 8th tier vampire elders, but who knew these old vampires had an absurd number of trump cards and incredibly deep pockets. After several hard battles, not only did the three Ghost Kings gain no advantage, but whenever they joined forces, the four elders would immediately unite against them. The three kings also feared that if they fought to mutual destruction, Nikolai would swoop in to claim the spoils, so they could only drag it into a stalemate. This dragging went on for hundreds of years, with the Lord forces under both sides changing generation after generation, yet the big shots remained virtually unscathed. Both sides were old foxes, incredibly cautious. Especially the vampires. They encouraged their subordinates to fight desperately year after year, but would flee at the first sign of trouble themselves. The situation now was the same. Vampire minions were fighting desperately at the front lines. Various recruited minor lords were battling in the canyon, but Elder Grace's ace army was safely tucked away in the rear, perfectly embodying the principle of, when allies are in trouble, remain unmoved as a mountain. Without any surprises, this battle would likely end anticlimactically again. But Gu Erdan was certain there would be a surprise, because he had personally planted that surprise. At this moment, he led his people in hiding at the Bone Wasteland, with all his skeleton minions lying neatly on the ground playing dead. Gu Erdan held a blurry telescope, repeatedly observing the distant vampire camp. This location was extremely close to Elder Grace's main camp, with vampire patrols coming in waves, yet no one discovered them who would bother checking a pile of skeletons. With this perfect camouflage, they had avoided several rounds of reconnaissance. While searching for the Death Knight Yale and pondering how to profit from the situation, suddenly a blood-colored bat dove down and landed in front of him with a smack. This was the aerial messenger between him and the Bone Vanguard officer. The note unfolded, bearing two words, "Not found." Gu Erdan frowned and wrote back, "Continue standby." The bat flew away and returned 5 minutes later. "Standby until when?" He replied, "Until the target appears." For minutes later the bat came again. "It's been 3 days already. Will he really come?" Gu Erdan's anger flared. "Where do all these complaints come from? Are you the boss, or am I the boss?" 2 minutes later the bat fluttered back. "Your Majesty, I think being this close is unsafe. Will be discovered." Reply, "Nonsense. My camouflage is flawless." 1 minute later the bat landed again. "Your Majesty, are we here to provide support or to betray?" He wrote, "Depends on the situation. If he has the advantage, we're allies. If he's losing, we're the resistance." 3 seconds later the blood bat rushed back. "Then what if the Death Knight doesn't appear?" Gu Erdan wrote with flair, "He will definitely appear. Don't forget he still has a trump card. If you had a royal flush, wouldn't you use it?" After writing, he casually handed the note to the side. The note was taken, and he instinctively continued watching through the telescope, then suddenly froze. Turning his head, he saw the Bone Vanguard officer lying right beside him, head down writing. Thud! Gu Erdan swung a full slap that sent his skull crashing to the ground. "What the hell are you doing here?" Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The skeletal Vanguard officer, desperately pulling his head out of the dirt, looked utterly aggrieved. "I just thought passing notes was too slow. A general is the soul of an army." Gu Erdan roared. "You abandoned your post to run over here? Woes going to follow my commands? Tell me, what crime have you committed?" The skeletal Vanguard officer raised his hand to argue. "Huh? Isn't that a bit much? The 10,000 brothers I brought back are lying in wait just 800 meters away. I only need to shout once, and they'll all hear me. If you don't believe me, let me demonstrate." Just as he took a breath, Gu Erdan swung his palm and smacked the back of his head with a slap, burying him back in the dirt. "You fool. Do you want to draw those vampires over here? If they discover our tracks, we'll be completely wiped out." The skeletal Vanguard officer was buried with half his face in dirt, his brow slightly furrowed as he quickly calculated. 4,000 against 20,000, both sides 4th tier undead. They have 800 5th tier counts. but we also have 300 axe warriors, 8,000 fighting one side, the remaining 12,000 fighting the other. No matter how you look at it, we have the advantage, right? Advantage. Gu Erdan sneered coldly. The last guy who said that got his brains beaten out. The skeletal vanguard officer remained unconvinced, shaking the dust off his head. Boss, I don't think we need to be this cautious. 20,000 undead charging together. I'm 90% confident we can take them down. Confidence was written all over his bony face. Gu Erdan rolled his eyes. And then what? Wait for that Death Knight Yale, hiding who knows where, to play his trump card and turn us from fishermen into fish? Brother, we're here to fish in troubled waters, not jump in the water to become fish. Then what do you mean, Your Majesty? Wait. Gu Erdan gritted his teeth. Wait until the fire burns through the chains, the dog licks the bowl clean, the chicken finishes the rice, and the monkey steals all the peaches. I refuse to believe that bastard can stay hidden forever. He recalled the scene of Yale leading the Death Knight regiment in a bloody breakthrough, cold light flashing in his eyes. In that battle, the enemy had misjudged their own strength, but even without that misjudgment, a frontal assault would have cost them half their forces. Such a price, just to escort that crystal into the heartland. If that crystal wasn't special, he absolutely wouldn't believe it. Similarly, he didn't believe Yale would keep hiding forever. If it were Gu Erdan, having lost so many subordinates, even if he only had a pile of crap left in his hands, he'd charge over and smear it on the enemy's face. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. Obviously, the enemy was waiting for the right moment to strike. Gu Erdan was also waiting for Yale to show himself, then stab him in the back. As for who gets stabbed, that would depend on the opportunity. Thus the rear position maintained an eerie silence, as if separated by two different worlds from the front lines where flames lit up the sky. In the Vampire Elite Legion camp, Elder Grace sat upon his blood-red throne, quietly listening to his subordinates' reports. The front lines were indeed falling into disadvantage. The cunning old lords were busy slacking off to preserve their strength, while only those newly risen vampire lords were fighting desperately against the enemy, hoping to gain Elder Grace's favor through such means. This had become the norm. Newly risen vampire lords typically suffered over 50% casualties in their first blood battles, with the survivors dividing the spoils of war, including the souls of their own kind without hesitation. Through such plunder, they ascended to become Elder Lords, learning to read the winds while secretly draining others' soul flames. But once their power grew conspicuous enough to draw attention, they would be targeted by even stronger enemies, ultimately turning to ash on the battlefield as the cycle began anew. Elder Grace had never intervened to stop this cycle, and even took pleasure in it in his eyes. Only his direct subordinates were truly his people. Therefore, when facing repeated enemy attacks, he neither rescued the numerous minor lords under his banner nor took advantage of the chaos to steal their souls, using them to empower his direct legions. The fierce force before him was forged in precisely this manner. Besides the frontline situation, the scouts brought back an even more troublesome piece of intelligence. Multiple elite enemy forces had forcibly broken through the canyon defenses and vanished after infiltrating deep into their territory. Upon hearing this news, Elder Grace immediately became alert for the enemy to expend such costs. Breaking through their lines clearly indicated long-laid plans. But could those few experts really shake his ace legions? Forget about facing an entire army. He alone could annihilate all the intruders. However, the three opposing commanders had always been shrewd, yet they were willing to let their trusted forces fight desperately to break through. Their objective must be significant. Elder Grace stroked his chin, sitting upright on his throne in contemplation. Could they truly be coming for him? After a moment, he issued orders in a low voice. For safety's sake, notify the two Grand Dukes on the front lines to return with their forces for defense. Tell them large enemy forces have infiltrated our heartland, and I need to gather elites for a sweep. After further consideration, still feeling uneasy, he added, also send word back to the castle. Draw 3,000 from the remaining 6,000 elites to come as reinforcements. 8,000 fourth-tier vampire legions standing guard. I want to see what those three old ghosts can do to me. 8,000 mid-tier undead forming a wall. Even ninth-tier powerhouses would have to consider whether they could break through. This thought filled Elder Grace with confidence, and his expression immediately relaxed. Seeing his master's improved mood, the trusted subordinate kneeling below still hesitated for a moment before reporting in a low voice. Lord Grace, the scouts also discovered that over 20,000 skeleton soldiers appeared in the vicinity since yesterday, currently hiding among bone piles in disguise. What do you think? Skeleton soldiers? Grace raised an eyebrow. Yes. 9 times out of 10, it's some lower-tier lord hoping to strike it rich overnight, bringing cannon fodder to fish in troubled waters. Such gamblers have always existed. Pay them no mind. He flexed his knuckles as he spoke, his blood-red ring glinting in the candlelight. Just have any duke take some men and clear them out. Don't let them be an eyesore. Yes. The subordinate bowed, preparing to withdraw. Just then, a figure stepped out from the shadows, wearing a dark cloak, voice clear and confident. "Father, please leave this small task to your child." Clad in blood-red bat armor and wielding a three-pronged, double-bladed halberd, with a cape flowing like blood behind him and crimson hair flickering in the torchlight, the young man stood before Elder Grace. The elder's usually sinister face softened with rare tenderness as he gazed upon the speaker, his only son, Grace II, also known as Regis II. In merely a century, this youth had reached the threshold of sixth-tier undead status, poised to enter the ranks of high-level undead at any moment. More crucially, he possessed extremely rare vampiric innate magic that, once fully awakened, might help Elder Grace ascend to the pinnacle of power. For this reason, Elder Grace treasured his son like a precious gem, unwilling to let him venture into danger before reaching full maturity. However, the more one is constrained, the more one yearns to break free. Regis II embodied this truth. This voluntary request for battle was far from his first. Those crimson eyes burning with fighting spirit left Elder Grace in contemplative silence. With great enemies at their doorstep, he as a leader needed to set an example, and his son couldn't hide in the rear forever. Moreover, what if excessive protection actually ruined the boy's potential? Just then, intelligence arrived. A skeleton force was lurking on a nearby hillside. Elder Grace's mind raced. Letting his son lead troops to eliminate them would satisfy both his desire for military glory and vanity, while silencing other vampire lords' criticisms. As for whether slaying 10,000 skeletons seemed like a modest achievement, he snorted coldly. Since he would tally the battle merits, the numbers could be written however he pleased. He could easily add embellishments like thousands of elite bone warriors infiltrated and were heroically annihilated after being discovered by the young master. Thus, he spoke coolly. "This mission is yours. Lead 2,000 vampire warriors into battle, and take 400 bloodbat knights with you." This deployment represented half the camp's fighting force, clearly the scale of a major assault. Regis II's brow furrowed slightly as he slowly shook his head. "Unnecessary. Give me 1,000 elite soldiers, that will suffice. Leave the bloodbat knights to guard father." With these words, he swept his cape and turned away, his silhouette proud and resolute. Watching his son depart, Elder Grace nodded with satisfaction. Once the figure completely disappeared, he turned to his kneeling attendant with a mere raised eyebrow. Understanding the signal, the attendant respectfully withdrew from the tent. Moments later, the thunder of iron hooves shook the military camp. 1,000-strong vampire legion galloped forth, their armor reflecting dark, crimson gleams in the interplay of night and firelight. These fourth-tier elites, though merely standard forces under Elder Grace's command, excelled in numbers. Even deploying just 1,000 created a tide of blood-red torrent. Looking across the entire army, similar warriors numbered 13,000. If deployed in full force, they would strike terror into any enemy. The legion headed straight for the hillside. Along the way, withered grass was trampled beneath war horses' hooves, and the air filled with a rust-like metallic stench. Atop the hillside, the white-bone vanguard officer crouched beside Gu Erdan, ghostly flames dancing in his hollow eye sockets. Watching the approaching crimson-armored army, he whispered a reminder. "Your Majesty, they appear to be heading this way." Gu Erdan, who was lying face down playing dead, didn't even lift his head when he heard the sounds. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. My disguise is flawless," he muttered to himself, but the footsteps were heading straight for him. Bats just have small eyes and can only see in a straight line ahead. That's why they walk straight. No need to worry about them. He continued, consoling himself, but the next second he shuddered. But they're already taking aim. Taking aim? At who? How dare they aim at me? The audacity. Gu Erdan suddenly yanked his head out of the dirt, his furious eyes blazing like twin flames toward the front. The moment he raised his head, a blood-red arrow traced a sinister arc as it plummeted from above, splitting into hundreds of arrows midair that blanketed the pit where he lay. Fourth circle spell? Multiple image, he barely managed to roar before. Boom, boom, boom. Dense explosions tore through the night, flames instantly turning dozens of meters into a sea of fire as dirt, bone fragments, and blazing flames shot skyward. The nearby skeleton vanguard officer was caught off guard and sent flying by the shockwave. When the vanguard officer recovered from the deafening explosions, he immediately rushed toward the charred crater. "Boss!" With a thunderous rumble, the previously silent sea of white bones began to surge as tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers rose in unison, shrieking as they converged on Gu Erdan's position. 1,000 meters away, Regis II, having landed his shot, was momentarily stunned before breaking into a brilliant smile. "Hit with a casual shot? Don't tell me I actually killed their leader." His aide frowned and lowered his voice. "Young master, this will alert them to our presence." "That's exactly what I want." Regis II shoved his longbow into his aide's arms, his expression confident. "I'm here to kill the snake, not to turn over every inch of ground." His gaze coldly swept over the churning tide of skeletons. "Even cannon fodder skeletons have leaders. If I can't capture one, no one will believe in my abilities." Young master is wise. The aide bowed while holding the bow. Meanwhile, the skeleton soldiers frantically dug through the scorched earth and finally pulled out their sovereign. Gu Erdan was covered in mud and ash, his skull knocked askew onto his shoulder. Your Majesty! Dozens of skeletons roared in unison, and the hot-tempered skeleton axemen even flashed their weapons with cold gleams. Don't speak yet. Gu Erdan raised his hand to stop them, then twisted off his own head with a crack, dumped the dirt out of his skull, and snapped it back onto his neck. Finished, he sprang to his feet and snatched a slingshot from a nearby skeleton soldier, shooting while charging. Who? Who dares ambush me? Come out. Fight me unknown if you have the guts. The helmetless knight quickly grabbed him. Your Majesty, please calm down. I am calm. Very calm. Gu Erdan's eyes blazed with fire. I've already devised 108 ways to deal with him. Don't stop me. He roared, and his minions joined in the commotion, blades flashing as everyone wanted to charge out. The helmetless knight only had 2 hands. She could restrain one sovereign, but not hundreds or thousands of minions. At the critical moment, the calm Death Twins spoke up. Your Majesty, we're too close to the enemy's main camp. If we engage here, we might draw their main forces. Gu Erdan's breathing hitched as he forcibly suppressed his rage and looked down at the helmetless knight. Is that what you think too? The helmetless knight nodded frantically. Gu Erdan placed one hand on his hip and casually rested his other arm on the helmetless knight's helmet, studying the vampire formation in the distance. After firing their arrow, they hadn't moved an inch, standing in place as if in provocation. You there? Attack the one dressed most flamboyantly. Gu Erdan pointed. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Let them follow us. We'll lure them somewhere distant to fight. Whoosh. Dozens of projectiles tore through the sky, clattering noisily as they struck the ground still a good 200 meters short of the vampire forces positioned 1,000 meters away. The ridiculously wide miss sent the vampires into roaring laughter. Gu Erdan's face remained expressionless as he glanced at the self-proclaimed marksman. Beside him, skeleton slingshot troops cursing inwardly. And these call themselves ranged units? The embarrassed skeleton slingers hastily reloaded and fired another volley. Once again, under everyone's watchful eyes, all projectiles landed in the mud 100 meters away from the vampire vanguard. Gu Erdan's increasingly dark gaze made the skeleton slinger captain's skull nearly crack from stress as he sheepishly raised his hand. Insufficient range. Should we move closer? This skeleton slinger unit was already the most unreliable ranged force under Gu Erdan's command, supposedly long-range fighters, but actually devastating in close combat. Gu Erdan had deliberately let them attack first to appear weak. If his real archers had taken down half the enemy with one volley, anyone could tell this skeleton army was hiding its true strength. These slingers' ranged attack power barely reached 3rd-tier level, but they successfully misled the enemy while drawing them closer. The problem was, he'd given them the opportunity, and they were useless. Gu Erdan's ghostly flames flickered as he glared darkly at the slingers. Don't any of you have longer arms? I do. A skeleton stepped forward, his bone slingshot a full size larger than the others. Drawing the string taut, he released whoosh. The projectile accurately crossed hundreds of meters, flying straight at Regis II. However, the power gap was too great. Regis II casually waved his hand, deflecting the shot. The skeleton archer refused to give up, immediately firing a second shot, but the result remained the same. In his frustration, a nearby slinger handed him a dark green marble. Here, shoot this so night packs more punch. The skeleton archer took it without suspicion and released again whoosh. The dark green marble shot straight toward Regis II's face, only to be easily caught between his 2 fingers. Regis II looked down at the bone bead in his hand and sneered. Skeletons will always be skeletons, brainless fools who persist even knowing it's useless. Still ugh. Before he could finish, the dark green marble suddenly erupted with putrid yellow smoke, engulfing his face completely. The piercing stench shot straight up his nostrils, nearly making Regis II retch on the spot. 3rd circle spell. Stinking cloud. He waved frantically to dispel the smoke while seething with humiliated rage, crushing the bone bead to powder. Originally, when the marble was caught, it had only leaked a faint magical aura, but the moment he crushed it, the spell's full power exploded forth. Seeing this, the aide who had been snickering nearby turned pale instantly. Don't. The warning came too late. In an instant, an indescribable stench rapidly spread in all directions. The attack instantly enveloped Regis II and dozens of vampires around him. In an instant, a nauseating stench spread through the air, causing the vampires to cover their noses and mouths as they retched uncontrollably. Regis II, who had already endured this once before, could no longer hold back and vomited up everything remaining in his stomach on the spot. Gu Erdan, having gotten his sweet revenge, felt thoroughly satisfied. He wiped the filth from his armor and waved to his subordinates. Retreat. The skeleton soldiers then turned and withdrew with cheerful clanking sounds, their bones rattling with particular joy. In the distance, a vampire lieutenant fought through the stench to gather his men around their young master, his face full of concern. Young master, are you all right? Should I take the men and wipe them all out? Ugh, no need. Regis too steadied himself against a tree with one hand while raising the other to stop him. Patience in small matters prevents the ruin of great plans. Follow them slowly and strike when their leader appears. Even as he spoke through tears and snot from vomiting, he maintained clear thinking, struggling to grab his lieutenant's shoulder and growling menacingly. Make sure to find that skeleton soldier later. I'm going to twist off his head and use it as a chamber pot. Yes, sir. The lieutenant acknowledged the order and immediately organized the pursuit. The skeleton soldiers didn't run with much effort, and the vampires pursued at a leisurely pace. Both sides maintained a peculiar equilibrium as they charged into the crescent-shaped valley ahead. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Elder Grace received a report from his subordinates. The vampire forces have pursued the skeleton soldiers far from base. He nodded calmly. This might be an enemy trap, but contingencies were already in place. Even if something unexpected happened, it would be enough to give the enemy a serious setback. It would be good for his son to gain more experience in actual combat anyway, to cure his arrogance. With this thought, he turned his attention back to the frontline battle situation. Inside the valley, the skeleton soldiers running at the front suddenly stopped in unison, creaking as they turned to form battle lines. The vampires following close behind also halted, spreading out cautiously. Regis too spurred his horse forward, surveying the surroundings. Seeing no ambush, he sighed in disappointment. So you really are just scavenging jackals here to pick up scraps? I actually held a shred of expectation for you. But this is truly disappointing. Across from him, Gu Erdan, his eyes hidden beneath his helmet, stepped forward with a hoarse and arrogant voice. Humph. Don't underestimate skeleton soldiers as mere undead, or you'll break your teeth. With that, he thrust 2 fingers into his mouth. Hoo, hoo, hoo. But not a whistle came from his fingertips, leaving only awkward silence in the air. The vampires watched with barely suppressed smirks as Gu Erdan's face twitched for several seconds before he slapped the white-boned vanguard officer beside him on the head. Clatter clatter bones collided like a tide as thousands of skeleton soldiers poured out from the valley entrance, instantly blocking the retreat route. Gu Erdan placed his hands on his hips and shouted, "Surprise! Ambush! Are you shocked? Are you surprised?" Regis too shook his head with his hand on his forehead. Puffed, your so-called surprise is just these skeletons? I'll admit your comedic talent isn't bad. All right, I'm tired of watching clowns. I've lost patience. Finish them off. Yes, sir. The lieutenant beside him, whose strength reached the 6th tier, stepped forward boldly. With a fierce swing of his arm, crimson blood swirled and condensed into a long blade. He announced proudly, "Battle General under Elder Grace. Duke Regis, at your service." Before he finished speaking, with a swoosh, an arrow pierced through his chest, pinning him in place. The lieutenant grunted, enduring the pain as he broke off the arrow shaft. A mere scratch like Thiska. Before he could finish, a rain of arrows whistled down from all directions, striking with precision as if specifically targeting vital points. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, he was struck heating by over 200 arrows and crashed to the ground, dying on the spot. Regis too, who had been drinking water while mounted on his warhorse, witnessed this scene and immediately sprayed water from both his mouth and nose. Oh no! With this cry of alarm, the orderly formation of 1,000 vampires instantly erupted into chaos. Hundreds of dark shadows shot out from the ranks, clustering in layers around Regis too, their blood aura surging like a tide. That overwhelming pressure definitely didn't belong to 4th-tier undead, but was the standard oppression of 5th-tier beings. This elite force was none other than Elder Grace's secretly hidden trump, the Bloodbat Knights. 400 members clad in dark crimson heavy armor, their faces grim enough to drip blood. The 4 centurions leading them were even 6th-tier Duke-level existences. Almost simultaneously, all 4 swung their arms, blood flowing from their opened wrists rapidly stretching through the air, coalescing into 4 bizarrely shaped crimson warhorses. The enemy has set a trap. It's an ambush. Protect the young master and break through. Roars exploded through the valley as the knights mounted their steeds. With a kick of hooves, blood waves churned as they charged in unison toward the only exit, employing the classic heavy cavalry breakthrough strategy. However, Gu Erdan had already positioned his thickest defensive line at the valley mouth. The skeleton soldiers guarding the exit were among the most powerful in the entire encircling army. Amid the grinding of iron armor, masses of skeletons advanced rather than retreated, their spears and halberds pointed at the approaching enemy, emitting low clatter-clatter sounds. Leading the charge was a skeleton half a head shorter than the rest, wielding twin bone hammers. The next moment, boom, crash and clatter. The Bloodbat Knights plowed straight into the skeleton tide. Dense spears stabbed at the heavy armor, vicious spear points specifically targeting the horse's legs. Some knights were unhorsed, others toppled along with their mounts, creating a cacophony of shattered bone and clashing metal. Despite the Bloodbat Knights being bred for charging and protected by thick armor, their impact still couldn't tear through this wall of undead. After all, even the Death Knight regiment with its superior charging power had previously been defeated here. The 5th-tier count-level vampires could barely hold their ground relying on their physical strength and heavy armor, but the 3rd-tier blood horses beneath them, cultivated with special potions, couldn't withstand more than a few rounds. 4th-tier skeleton soldiers thrust fiercely from the front and slashed from both flanks, hoarse screams mixing with spraying blood. The front-rank bloodbat knights tumbled to the ground with their mounts, their charge grinding to a halt. Heavy cavalry, suddenly stripped of speed, found themselves trapped in the dense sea of bones. Forget accelerating. Even turning around became difficult. Leg hooks, head smashes, groin strikes. The skeletons' dishonorable gang tactics immediately overwhelmed most of the knights. Not everyone was trapped to death. At the very front, the breakthrough squad composed of 4 6th-tier dukes smashed through layer after layer of encirclement, their hooves trampling shattered bones as they charged recklessly through the chaotic melee. The 4 dukes swung their long blades desperately, hacking away with all their might to carve a path forward. Behind them, dozens of 5th-tier counts formed a defensive line, wielding their weapons to fend off the skeletal soldiers surging from all directions. Every few breaths, a knight was dragged from his mount or sent tumbling to the ground along with his horse. Once anyone fell behind, they were instantly swallowed by the endless tide of white bones. Forward, ever forward. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The 4 dukes turned a deaf ear to the casualties, continuously unleashing their blood energy as they charged wildly ahead, though fewer and fewer counts remained in their wake. Logically, vampires could fly, and the ideal escape would be to take to the air directly, but their flight altitude was limited. Moreover, Gu Erdan's skeletal army possessed considerable ranged units with decent intelligence. Any target daring to leave the ground would immediately be focused fired upon, meeting an even more gruesome fate than the previous adjutant. Thus, everyone could only choose to charge along the ground, at least dispersing the enemy's firepower. However, as their stamina and blood energy rapidly depleted, the Duke's charging speed gradually slowed. The path ahead remained sealed by endless white bones, and the leading Duke, gripping his lance, wore an expression so dark it seemed to drip blood. Before he could speak, a small skeleton hanging from his spear tip suddenly raised its twin hammers, delivering a fierce barrage of strikes to his helmet with crackling sounds. The Duke was left dizzy and disoriented, and in his fury, he shook his lance violently, but couldn't shake off this troublesome little bone creature no matter what. So he simply threw a heavy punch at its skull. Boom! A violent explosion tore through the dust, hurling the 4 dukes along with Regis II into the sky. The warhorses had no time to neigh before being torn to shreds by the blast. In the chaos of men and horses tumbling, Regis II crashed heavily to the ground, and before he could turn over, several skeletal soldiers pounced on him, their weapons resembling riot forks but embedded with spikes clicking as they locked onto his limbs. The spikes couldn't penetrate his steel armor but left him unable to move. Just as he was about to break free by force, a towering skeletal soldier raised a massive bone hammer and brought it crashing down. King Regis II's head was forcibly driven into the soft earth, the back of his helmet dented into a bowl shape. Had the ground beneath been solid stone, more than just his helmet would have been deformed by now. The bone hammer rose again as the skeletal soldier prepared for a second strike. At this critical moment, Regis II suddenly roared, "HHH!" His muscles coiled like pythons, his strength surging by more than 50%. Third circle spell, Flesh Awakening. He shot upward, flipping in midair and sending the skeletons that had locked onto him scattering in all directions. The instant he landed, he ducked to avoid a sweeping bone hammer and countered with a punch to his opponent's chest crack. Ribs flew in all directions as the hammer-wielding skeleton was shattered in two. Regis II reached out to catch the falling bone hammer and, like a maddened hound, began swinging it wildly, smashing the surrounding skeletal soldiers until bone fragments flew and ghostly flames scattered. The battle raged fiercely when suddenly 2 skeletal soldiers rolled along the ground to sneak up behind him, their hook-shaped weapons flashing out like lightning crack. The hooks caught his ankles and yanked hard. Caught off guard, Regis II tumbled down, and the moment he hit the ground, a rain of spears and blades hammered against his back armor like hailstones, striking sparks. The hook-wielding skeletons dragged him sliding across the battlefield, and wherever they pulled him, bone spears and bone blades followed with relentless, enthusiastic hospitality. If it weren't for the fact that Regis II's armor was no ordinary equipment, possessing terrifyingly formidable defensive capabilities, he would likely have perished under the chaotic blades by now. Attack! Attack again! Countless spears thrust down in a frenzied assault. Most spear points clanged harmlessly off Regis II's breastplate, but several found their mark through gaps in his armor, tearing into flesh with searing pain. His right leg was caught fast by 2 hooked chains, and the more he struggled, the denser the rain of spears became. In desperation, he grabbed a bone blade that had fallen nearby and swept it across the skeletal soldier's thin ankles, sending bone fragments flying. At that moment, one skeleton warrior shoved its companions aside and raised a skull-sized bone hammer, bringing it crashing down on his right hand from above. The crisp sound of cracking bone exploded alongside excruciating pain, and the tearing sensation in his fingers instantly contorted his face. The agony only unleashed his beast-like explosive power. Regis too planted both palms on the ground and suddenly contracted his legs, dragging the two skeletons that had hooked his calves right up to him. With a swift kick, two sharp cracks rang out as he shattered both skulls to pieces. Breaking free, he used his arms to spin upward, sweeping his legs in a circle to kick away the surrounding skeletal warriors, finally regaining his footing. But standing upright brought him no relief. His left hand was twisted at a grotesque angle, his back armor had been pierced through, and blood was streaming out. If not for a vampire's formidable regenerative abilities, he would already be crippled. Gripping the bone blade, he faced off against the dense mass of skeleton soldiers in panic. Sheltered by his father since childhood, he had never truly set foot on a battlefield. Elder Grace had only permitted his beloved son to march to war under the assumption that this would be a crushing victory. But this crushing victory had quickly devolved into a desperate fight to the death. The bewildered Regis too had forgotten about breaking through enemy lines and foolishly waited for his own knights to rescue him. Unfortunately, the Bloodbat Knights were barely able to protect themselves. In the distance, for-sixth-tier dukes were likewise being swallowed by the skeletal tide. Without the luxurious magical equipment that Regis II wore, they relied purely on experience accumulated over the years to dance on the edge of life and death. Though they had miraculously survived, they were covered in wounds and at the end of their strength. By contrast, the skeleton soldiers knew no fear whatsoever. Their simple battlefield logic consisted of just one principle: find the enemy, then eliminate him. Accompanied by howling sounds, masses of skeletal warriors surged forward like a tide. Regis too wielded his twin blades, desperately hacking and slashing. Having learned his lesson, he began focusing on his footing, kicking away any enemy that tried to ensnare his legs again. But he could defend for a moment, not forever. He had only one pair of eyes and couldn't watch everything at once. Crack! Suddenly, wind broke behind him as a long halberd thrust forward with full force. Relying on combat instinct, he dodged sideways, avoiding the spear point, but saw the halberd twist at his shoulder, its hooked blade rising vertically to rest across his throat before yanking backward with tremendous force. Once again, the armor saved Regis II's life. The hooked blade struck viciously against his neck guard, sparks flying as metal met metal, tearing only a gash along the upper edge, but failing to pierce even an inch of his skin. Before he could feel relief, however, the tremendous pulling force sent him crashing heavily to the ground. Still dizzy, a skeleton soldier pressed a shaped fork against his throat, while weapons of every kind rained down upon him. One skeleton swung a bone hammer, striking brutally at his groin. Even his sturdy armor couldn't fully absorb this blow, causing Regis II to curl up in agony. Before a groan could escape his throat, another spear thrust through the gap, its cold gleam sliding past his face guard and piercing straight into his left eye socket. Hit repeatedly in vital spots, his sanity shattered into fragments, fear burned into fury. Regis II gripped the spear with his left hand while his right arm swept across, forcibly snapping the shaft in two, then roared as he yanked the broken spear from his eye socket. Searing pain and blood blurred his left eye, so he simply rolled backward, flailing wildly like a mad dog. The broken spear shaft swept across, and with two sharp cracks, the leg bones of the skeletons on both sides were completely shattered. The restraints collapsed instantly. He sprang to his feet, clutching the broken spear handle as he lunged at the skeleton that had blinded his eye, driving the weapon upward through its skull. Revenge at last. Then, dragging this broken skeleton frame like a meteor hammer, he swept it around, sending bone fragments flying from the surrounding skeletons. Regis II had completely lost himself to bloodlust, paying no heed to the blood streaming from his left eye. He grabbed whatever weapon he could find, relying on his nearly impenetrable armor to fight with reckless abandon. This suicidal fighting style disrupted the skeleton's rhythm, forcing their encirclement to retreat. Gradually, with him at the center, a clear space of about 2 meters radius opened around him. Regis II held a broken spear in one hand and gripped a war blade in the other, his face twisted with rage and blood. Perhaps before he had been merely a nobleman's son with raw strength, but now, driven to desperation, he had truly crossed the threshold into becoming a warrior. The skeleton soldiers kept shifting positions, their blades clashing against bone fingers with an eerie, oppressive sound. Suddenly, Regis II felt an intense sense of crisis. Sure enough, in the next instant, the skeletons directly in front of him scattered, and a group wielding spears over 2 meters long swarmed in from all directions. A spear formation. His face changed dramatically. Drawing on military tactics he'd learned from books, he knew what this meant, so he charged forward desperately, hoping to tear through their ranks before the formation was complete. But he was half a beat too slow. More than a dozen long spears thrust toward him. their points simultaneously striking his armor and sending him flying backward with both feet off the ground. The moment he hit the ground, he swung his blade wildly, using brute force to sever several weapon shafts. However, as old spears fell, new ones took their place, and the deadly gleam continued to fill the sky. Regis too was pushed back several meters when he felt a tightness behind him. Spears from the rear had also locked him in place. Then thrusts came from left, right, and below, more and more spear points layering around him, completely pinning him at the center of the encirclement. He frantically swung his war blade, less than a meter long, but couldn't even reach the enemy's bones. The skeletons on all sides exerted force simultaneously, wooden shafts and bone arms tensing in unison. Regis too suddenly felt his body grow lithe, was being forcibly lifted into the air. Let me go. With his legs dangling in the air and no leverage to be found, Regis too couldn't even reach the tips of the skeletal soldiers' bone spears with his weapon. Suspended high above the ground, he could only watch helplessly as dozens of spears thrust toward him from all directions, unable to even struggle. No matter how sturdy his steel-plate armor was, it couldn't withstand such a relentless barrage. The armor's surface was quickly pockmarked with countless dents, cracks spreading across it, ready to shatter at any moment. His right eye turned blood red as he let out a furious roar. His flesh visibly withered before everyone's eyes, yet the brute force he unleashed was like a bursting dam. Crack! He swung his arms wide, snapping the crossbone spears at his chest simultaneously, sending bone fragments flying from the breaks. The instant he hit the ground, he pounced like a mad tiger, forcibly scattering the first line of spears the skeletal soldiers had formed. However, the real wall of spears lay behind them. These skeletal soldiers were no ragtag bunch. They stood in circle after circle, spears raised in perfect formation, all aimed at Regis too, waiting to serve as the next wave of replacements. Seeing no way to retreat, his face turned deathly pale, but despair was immediately consumed by overwhelming rage. More than a dozen spears pierced through the air and struck his body, yet he suddenly clamped his arms together, trapping the spear shafts tightly under his armpits. Roaring as he charged forward, he dragged the skeletal soldiers who refused to let go along with him as he crashed into the rear ranks. The sound of shattering bones echoed continuously as he tore through one line, then another, until the 8th defensive line was brutally ripped apart. Even the fiercest charge has its limits, and there were over 1,000 spear-wielding skeletons closing in around him. When the 8th circle of spears collapsed, his legs finally gave way, the last ounce of strength drained from his body. At that moment, a bone morning star came whistling through the air, striking him hard in the temple. Though his helmet absorbed some of the impact, the magical force within it still sent him flying sideways. Thud! He rolled across the ground several times, his vision instantly going black as he lost all sense of direction. He gritted his teeth and had just managed to flip over and rise when a spear was already thrusting toward his face. Instinct drove him to turn his head, and the spear tip grazed past his shoulder. Before he could counterattack, another skeletal soldier from the opposite side grabbed the spear, and together they pressed down, the spear shaft slamming hard against his shoulder armor. In the next breath, a second, third, fourth, more spears crossed over and pressed down, forcing him to his knees, one knee then the other, the interlocked spear shafts pinning him down like chains. Beyond the circle of spears, skeletal soldiers wielding massive bone hammers came charging forward, clearly intending to use his head as a drum. Get away from me! His soul-rending roar created sound waves as Regis too's body withered another third, and his already terrifying strength surged by more than half. Boom! The 100 or so skeletal soldiers clinging to him were sent flying into the sky in rows, bone fragments scattering like snow. Through sheer, incredible brute force, Regis too had actually managed to break free from the spear formation that had locked him down. However, the price he paid was equally devastating. At this moment, Regis too was sustained by the infamous 6th circle spell, Blood Dissolution, a technique that burned flesh and blood to temporarily gain tremendous power. Once the spell ended, the caster's strength would permanently decline. Regis too had already triggered this power burst twice in succession. Even if he managed to escape alive, once the enhancement wore off, his realm would plummet to around the 4th tier. But with his life hanging by a thread, he could no longer afford to worry about future consequences. Crimson blood energy surged across his body as he grabbed a spear and swept it around him. Skeletal warriors with bone hammers lunged forward, only to be smashed into bone fragments that scattered through the air with each successive strike. Regis too forcibly tore open a gap and burst through. Seeing that the skeleton soldiers could no longer withstand even a single blow from him, he seemed to glimpse a long-lost chance at survival. However, a sharp whoosh cut through the air as a meteor hammer arced upward from below, striking precisely toward his jaw. Though he still possessed immense power at this moment, his constitution had plummeted due to the blood dissolution spell. In his prime, he might have gritted his teeth and endured the blow, but now his true combat strength had fallen back to the 4th tier. The meteor hammer struck hard, sending his entire body flying high into the air. At a height of over 2 meters, his damaged helmet shattered completely. His body tumbled through the air before crashing heavily to the ground 4 or 5 meters away. The moment he hit the ground, the crimson power seemed to drain away, and darkness filled his vision. He braced himself with both hands and staggered to his knees, looking around in confusion. No matter which direction he turned, his field of vision was filled with countless skeleton soldiers and an endless sea of white bones that completely crushed his remaining sanity. You won't let me live? Then none of us will survive. Blood God, grant me your blessing. His hoarse, desperate roar cut off abruptly as Regis II's body exploded into a massive cloud of blood mist in the next second. Hundreds of crimson tentacles burst forth from the fog, thick as chopsticks and seemingly possessed of sight, precisely avoiding the skeleton soldiers while piercing into the surrounding dead and half-dead vampires. In an instant, the vampires withered at a visible rate. 4th-tier vampires were drained into husks before they could even moan. 5th-tier vampires struggled desperately, but only gained a few more seconds of agony. Only the 4 6th-tier dukes continued to scream in resistance. Young master, please stop. Young master. The 4 dukes called out repeatedly, but received no response whatsoever. Regis II threw back his head in maniacal laughter as the churning blood mist rapidly condensed into an expanding mass of flesh and blood. This was the blood god's blessing, a spell beyond conventional circles and surpassing normal limits. Legend claimed this technique originated from the higher deity known as the god of blood. Once activated, it would endlessly devour all blood and life in the surrounding area. The price of unlimited expansion was that the caster's sanity would gradually erode until they became nothing more than a flesh-eating monster driven by hunger. It was said that when the body expanded to a certain limit, the blood god would guide it to the divine realm and devour this fattened energy source. If it couldn't be destroyed before it grew too powerful, not even 9th circle mages or lord-level powerhouses could stop this catastrophe. In the blink of an eye, the 4 6th-tier dukes were completely drained. Regis II had transformed into a massive flesh sphere, dozens of meters in diameter, covered in writhing tentacles that cracked the ground and sent dust flying with each strike. The flesh ball slowly rotated as a giant crimson eye burst forth from the bloody mass with a wet squelch, fixing its gaze on every living thing in the area. I will devour you all completely. I will drain every drop of your blood and flesh. I will kill every last one of you bastards. Hearing this roar, the skeleton soldiers looked down at themselves nothing but bleached bone frames and found themselves at a loss for words. Regis II stared at these skeletal frames and fell into silence as well. Regis II was dead, and his death was utterly humiliating. By all logic, under the blood god's blessing, he should have been immortal, growing stronger as he devoured fresh flesh and blood. The more attackers surrounded him, the faster he would grow. The only way to defeat him was through single combat with a master warrior, never giving him a chance to feed. Yet today, this legend of invincibility in group battles had completely crashed and burned. Initially, he had consumed an entire vampire battalion, forcibly growing to the 7th tier. But just then, 20,000 skeleton soldiers swarmed in. The skeletons had nothing but snow-white bone frames, not a shred of flesh on them. Every time Regis II smashed one apart, it was a complete waste of energy. Without sustenance, his body and strength visibly diminished. With each punch that sent bone dust flying, he quietly shrank a bit shorter. He had struggled, rolling on the ground to crush the bone soldiers with his weight. However, the soft earth only turned him into a ball of flesh and blood, with few skeletons actually crushed beneath him. More skeletons took the opportunity to cling to his body like stubborn plasters that wouldn't come off. The blood god's blessing, that could devour flesh and blood, had met its natural nemesis in an undead army of pure bone. When his size shrank to a 3-meter radius and he crashed to the ground, Regis II's combat power had regressed to the 4th tier. Monster that could once challenge undead lords had fallen to mere skeleton soldiers. The moment Regis breathed his last, Gu Erdan pushed through his subordinates and rushed forward, delivering a fierce barrage of kicks to the flesh ball. Bastard! You nearly devoured my entire special forces squad. Ghouls, zombies, corpses, elite troops he had painstakingly recruited, plus 2 bats and a carrion bird, all consumed completely by this creature. Sweet or foul, it had swallowed everything without discrimination. Only after several kicks did his anger subside. Vampires? Gu Erdan decided never to recruit them again. These creatures were naturally arrogant, looking down on skeleton soldiers, and might rebel at any moment. Besides, after Regis's rampage, finding survivors on the battlefield was nearly impossible. Fortunately, the blood god's blessing didn't affect mummified corpses, so the armorless knight and the death twin stars had narrowly escaped unharmed. Otherwise, losing even his personal guard commander and cavalry commander would have driven him to desecrate corpses. After gathering the spoils of war, he immediately commanded his army to retreat. Marching openly through the canyon would make them too conspicuous. If enemies detected their movements and the main forces surrounded them, even a few dukes would be troublesome enough, let alone that elder-level boss. No amount of minions would be enough to fill that gap. So Gu Erdan decisively went underground. The most dangerous place is often the safest. He simply hid his entire force beneath the valley floor. After much effort, they finally sealed the tomb passages properly, leaving only deathly silence on the surface. Meanwhile, Elder Regis in the distance also sensed something was wrong. How could a mere squad of skeleton soldiers resist for so long? Something must have happened. He led the Bloodbat Knight regiment to the battlefield personally, but found not a single enemy, shadow only, a devastated battlefield littered with countless bone fragments and vampire corpses. Looking at the blob of flesh collapsed in the middle of the battlefield, Elder Grace felt his chest tighten, nearly fainting on the spot. Half an hour later, he had returned to the vampire encampment. In the spacious main tent, he sat rigidly on his throne, his face ashen. On the stone platform before the throne lay Regis Ith, corpse that his subordinates had forcibly restored to human form using shaping magic. The skin was grayish-white, with unnatural creases still visible at the joints. Gazing at his only son, Elder Grace's eyes twitched slightly, his fingertips trembling involuntarily. The longer his silence stretched, the more terrified his subordinates became. Even the two 7th-tier Grand Dukes who had just returned to camp dared not breathe too loudly. Only the crackling of torches broke the silence within the tent. Elder Grace stared at the corpse, as if he could hear his own heart's blood dripping drop by drop. His son's death was heartbreaking enough, but what was even more devastating was that his final trump card had been destroyed. Originally, he had dared to confront the three 9th-tier powerhouses of the Ghost Palace precisely because he held Regis II as his mutual destruction blade. For this day, he had even spent decades concocting a potion that could temporarily maintain rationality during transformation, planning to mass-produce it so Regis II could dominate the battlefield. Now that his son was dead, all his blueprints had turned to ash in an instant. He took a deep breath, his trembling hand resting on Regis II's forehead. The icy touch sent a shudder through his entire body. When he opened his eyes again, murderous intent filled them like ink. Who do you think did this? His subordinates exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before someone whispered. This subordinate believes it was likely other vampires. Umph. Ha ha. Elder Grace suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, slamming his hand on the stone platform. If it were truly vampires who fought my son, it wouldn't be him lying on the ground, but them. His voice dropped to a growl. The only beings capable of restraining the devouring power blessed by the blood god are those creatures without flesh and blood. The Ghost Palace. Was it Yale, the king of death knights? Minion Liosi? Or did the three kings come in person? He ground his molars, roaring as he swept all the vessels from the table. Bastards. All of them bastards. After a moment, he suppressed his rage and looked up with cold eyes. Earlier you said enemies had infiltrated with masters? Very well, since they dared to send gifts. How could I not return the favor? Give the order, search. Yes. All the vampires responded in unison. The ground forces instantly scattered into countless small squads, surging toward the surrounding mountains like a tide. Any suspicious presence would be mercilessly torn apart. This time, all the various factions that had been lurking suffered. Some were minor lords hoping to fish in troubled waters. Others were vampires from different clans with ulterior motives, and still others were spies from the Ghost Palace. Elder Grace had fallen into a frenzy, killing any enemy he encountered without asking questions. Thus, the silent plain suddenly erupted in flames of war, with flashing blades and wails rising and falling. Many of the observers were bewildered. They hadn't done anything yet, but were already being forced to flee in all directions. Meanwhile, deep underground, far from the surface, Gu Erdan remained completely oblivious to the chaos above. He huddled in the tunnel, his eyes gleaming with excitement, for a tremendous surprise had appeared before him. His system had evolved again. Ding! Divine Soul Fragment absorbed. System initiating secondary evolution. As Gu Erdan devoured all of Regis II's soul flames, a crisp electronic notification exploded in his mind. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he suddenly grabbed the bone-white, helmetless knight beside him and shook frantically with both hands, excited like a child. My dear system, you finally decided to update. I don't ask for much power, just let me level up. Quick, quick, quick. Ding. System upgrading. Upgrade. Upgrade. I want. Upgrade. Ding. System upgrade complete. Talent template loaded successfully. Enjoy your cheating experience. As the notification ended, Gu Erdan froze in place. He tremblingly opened the system interface, and upon seeing the newly added talent panel, his entire skeletal frame tensed up before he collapsed backward with excitement. Talent panel. Consume energy to re-roll talents for subordinate soldiers. First circle talent, 5 energy attempt. Second circle talent, 10 energy attempt. Third circle talent, 50 energy attempt. Fourth circle talent, 100 energy attempt. Fifth circle, 500 energy. 6th circle, 1000 energy. 7th circle, 5000 energy. 8th circle, 10,000 energy. Description: still troubled by your subordinates' insufficient strength? Still lamenting their uneven abilities? Pay up, young man. Your million legendary talent minions are waiting for you. Supported by the helmetless knight, Gu Erdan suddenly felt as if sand was swirling in his empty eye sockets. Troubled by his minion's strength? No, he was only frustrated by his own weakness. Among his 20,000 skeleton soldiers, he, their leader, was the weakest. Where was the justice in that? Please don't go down this single path. Don't just focus on strengthening the minions. Don't forget I'm the protagonist. In his emotional breakdown, he grabbed the helmetless knight and pressed him down in front of him. Come, sit. As the first veteran minion to follow me, this king will grant you a great fortune to die, a fortune even I haven't enjoyed. Halfway through his speech, he suddenly noticed the knight was still bare-chested and asked in confusion, "By the way, why aren't you wearing armor yet?" Addicted to going shirtless, the helmetless knight coughed awkwardly, his hard skull turning slightly away. The soldiers say my title is helmetless knight, so they won't let me wear armor. Hiss, there's such a rule. Gu Erdan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then if I find a female vampire later and title her Naked War God, I wonder if she would. Ahem. Enough idle talk. He quickly refocused and seriously opened the helmetless knight's panel to check his abilities. In Gu Erdan's view, there were no useless spells, only useless skeletons. Back when he started from nothing, he relied entirely on the worthless bone regeneration technique to make his name. A spell's strength depended on its user. However, now that he possessed the talent panel, his contented mindset began to crumble. The helmetless knight's 4 spells appeared in his vision one by one, and the more he looked, the more dissatisfied he became. Cursed armor? Too mediocre. Change it. Death javelin? Too extreme. Change it. Underground stealth? Too useless. Change it. Phantom shackles? Never heard of it. Change it. After all, each screening only consumed a tiny bit of energy, and Gu Erdan was loaded. He could afford to keep switching. So there he was, hiding underground, completely overhauling all his subordinates' innate spells and abilities. What thrilled him even more was discovering that this refresh function worked on himself too, nearly making him faint from excitement on the spot. Swish, swish, swish. Every day brought the rush of a lottery draw. Day 1. He contentedly selected what he considered the perfect combination for each subordinate. Day 2. He decided yesterday's choices were too hasty and started over from scratch. Day 3. He cursed his yesterday self as an idiot and tried again. Then came day 4, day 5, day 6, until finally, on day 9, the helmetless knight and the bone vanguard officer physically restrained him, putting an end to this endless gotcha spree. Let me go? I can still draw. I haven't spent all my energy yet. Gu Erdan's face contorted as he struggled desperately. Today I'll definitely get the abilities I want. The bone vanguard officer held him tight, nearly in tears. Please stop drawing, Chief. Your Majesty, we've slaughtered all the undead in the area. If we keep killing, we'll alert the vampires. Let them come. If they dare show up, I'll chop them all down for energy. Gu Erdan roared. Meanwhile, rows of skeleton soldiers formed a circle, exchanging hollow stares. Should they knock the general unconscious while they had the chance? As long as the boss was happy, whether the general got angry didn't matter. Just as they were rolling up their sleeves to move forward, a line of black knights silently blocked their path, their armor gleaming darkly, blade edges glinting coldly, separating the two groups of undead. Both sides faced off in tense silence, sparks flying. One side found the other obstructive, while the other questioned their loyalty. As tensions reached a breaking point, a bizarrely-styled scout skeleton came running at full speed. For small flags were planted on its back, the left, 2 reading, allies in trouble, thumbs up from all directions, and the right 2 declaring, invasion like fire, support like mountains. Under everyone's gaze, it charged through the crowd, dropped to one knee, and slid to a stop before Gu Erdan, reporting loudly. Report. The enemy forces that infiltrated our territory have suffered heavy casualties under days of vampire siege and are now gathering their remaining strength for a final stand. Requesting further reconnaissance. Yes. The scout skeleton saluted and rose, disappearing within a few steps of 4th-tier spell, dimensional shift, allowing instant teleportation between preset coordinates. Though obsessed with drawing abilities, Gu Erdan hadn't completely lost his mind, and his energy wouldn't allow him to do whatever he pleased. So he only went crazy screening 1st and 2nd-tier skills. For 3rd and 4th-tier abilities, he kept anything with decent effects. Of course, his elite forces received special attention. The Skeleton Axemen and Black Knight Legion underwent meticulous modifications, while his generals received even more detailed refinements with ridiculous amounts of energy invested. Beyond that, he personally assembled a brand new elite unit, the Gu Erdan Suicide Squad, also known as the Skeleton Suicide Squad. Leading them was none other than the little skeleton who had achieved great merit and was once suspected of being a reincarnated terrorist now titled Nicholas Gu, General of Self-Destruction. Granted the surname Gu, he commanded 123 Suicide Squad members, each equipped with 2 divine abilities, the 4th-tier spell Soul Explosion and the special spell Soul Split. With this, Gu Erdan's for Heavenly Kings were finally complete. Bone, Wulong, Helmetless, and Self-Destruction, plus the Death Twin 6 generals in total. What? Why do the 4 Heavenly Kings have 6 members? If you're loaded with wealth, must you only carry exactly 10,000 coins? It's just a figure of speech. Every general under Gu Erdan's command is called one of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Learning that a major battle was approaching, Gu Erdan finally managed to crawl out of his card-drawing abyss. Of course, having an empty wallet was also a major factor. He selected a narrow canyon and began conducting a formal military parade for his skeletal legion. Standing on high ground and looking down, Gu Erdan truly felt the weight of being a commander for the first time, with an inexplicable sense of pride burning in his chest. The skeleton soldiers' first 2 tiers of spells were highly standardized. First tier Bone Armament hardens one's own bones, allowing them to break off pieces to use as armor or weapons at any time. Second tier Basic Bone Hardening further enhances bone strength. Gu Erdan himself possessed this skill, and it was simple and brutal to use. The 3rd and 4th tiers were completely luck-based draws. Good skills were kept. Trash skills meant continuing to draw. This was the origin of Gu Erdan's card-drawing abyss. Logically, since everyone knew Bone Armament, their equipment should have been uniform. But reality was quite the opposite. Even skeletons had aesthetic preferences. This one found that bone blade ugly, that one disliked those shoulder guards. As a result, the entire army had weapons of varying lengths and bizarre designs, looking like a group of elite rabble. Gu Erdan couldn't be bothered to manage it. First, being too uniform would attract attention. Others would immediately recognize this as an elite force. Second, he really didn't want to design uniforms for a bunch of skeletons. It's not like I'm tailoring clothes for beautiful women. What am I supposed to do? Put them in stockings? As long as they could fight, even going shirtless wouldn't bother anyone. Unlike this motley crew of skeletons, the Black Knights on the other side appeared with murderous intent the moment they showed up. As his ace troops, they enjoyed the top-tier privilege. Gu Erdan granted them completely identical spells for the first 3 tiers, something impossible for other skeleton soldiers. Though it cost Gu Erdan massive amounts of energy, the visible improvement in combat power was worth it. First-tier Protection of the Dead allows free movement of soul flames within the body. In other words, trying to kill a Black Knight was like opening a mystery box. Chopping them into 8 pieces might leave them bouncing around, while stepping on a toe might instantly finish them off. Second-tier Black Knight armor fuses one's bones with metal or then uses dark energy to condense unique armaments and weapons. Third-tier Ghostly Formation March, a budget version of Blink. The caster transforms into black mist and whooshes to any point within 100 meters before reforming. The farther the distance, the higher the cost, but short-range consecutive jumps near enemies created seamless transitions. Imagine this: 1,000 Black Knights suddenly turn to mist, then in the next second appear at your throat with bone blades slashing. Before you can even raise your hand, they poof and scatter into black mist again. They gather, scatter, and repeat endlessly, 1,000 shadows weaving around you. What kind of despair would that be? It was precisely after discovering that the Black Warriors had this kind of god-tier skill that Gu Erdan went wild screening them for third-circle spells. As always, the Black Warriors wore jet black armor etched with rose motifs, round shields on the left, long swords on the right, and 4 javelins crossed on their backs. The difference now was that without spell buffs, their javelin throws hit a bit less hard, but their defense had skyrocketed. The reason was that second circle spell, their famed strongest talent, Black Warrior Aegis. They say any necromancer who recruits a Black Warrior with this technique would wake up laughing in the middle of the night, then pour every resource into training them. Once this armor is carefully cultivated, its defense is near invincible among peers and can absorb dark energy to grow without limit. This squad has only just learned it, and the armor hasn't fully caught up to their level, yet it already exudes the pressure of an iron wall. Meanwhile, the skeleton's first circle spell, Bone Armament, is a godsend in its own right. Armor hardness scales with bone quality, and they're born with basic bone reinforcement, letting them snap off their own bones for materials. No big deal. The skeleton will slowly regenerate. If they level up later and screen for intermediate bone reinforcement, advanced bone reinforcement, or even the legendary Reaper's Bone, their bone armor might outclass the Black Warrior's plate. At that point, if their own skeletons are tempered that hard, they may not need extra armor at all. Standing before the host, Gu Erdan grew more and more satisfied. These are my elite. When we carve out a realm, it'll be on their backs. His gaze swept the ranks. The fearless self-detonation corps. The fortress solid Black Warrior phalanx. The overwhelming tide of skeleton infantry. And those axemen with pitch black faces, well, skulls twisted into a cringe grimace. Huh. Black-faced? Gu Erdan looked again. The skeleton axeman's captain wore a full-and-scrunched skull, radiating pure, I'm not happy energy. Ahem. Captain Axeman, got a complaint? Wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare? So you do then? The captain fell silent, shot him a soulful side eye, then turned to the generals beside Gu Erdan, especially the freshly promoted self-detonation general. The meaning was obvious, even to Gu Erdan. Sumion felt slighted. Back in the day, the little self-destruct skeleton ate under the Axeman captain's banner. Now the junior had turned into a general, while he was still just a captain. Worse, that self-detonation general commanded only a bit over 100 bombers, and still got a general's seal. Those two newly recruited death twins held the honorary title of cavalry commander, but Gu Erdan's entire cavalry force consisted of exactly one horse's own mount. This temperamental black stallion would kick even its master and absolutely refuse to follow any orders. Such a bare-bones command, with only a horse and no soldiers, had been directly promoted to generals. And what about him? As the dignified captain of the Axe Guard, he commanded a solid 300 axemen who formed an imposing black mass when assembled in formation, their weapons gleaming menacingly. Why was he still stuck as a mere captain? At this thought, his skull face, missing a front tooth, was filled with resentful expression. Gu Erdan felt uncomfortable under the veteran's stare and could only cough awkwardly twice. The official promotion ceremony had formally concluded, and randomly handing out additional titles now would seem too frivolous, violating the principle of a ruler's word is law. If he casually promoted a captain to general on a whim, wouldn't that completely undermine his dignity as the supreme commander of the skeleton army? After pondering for a moment, Gu Erdan reached out and patted the axe captain's somewhat rough shoulder armor, his bone joints making crisp, clank sounds against the metal as encouragement. Then he leaned forward slightly, bringing his pale skull close to the captain's ear, and whispered in a low voice, "Go, kill a 6th-tier enemy. I'll make you ghost general." These words exploded like thunder in the captain's mind. The axe captain's eye sockets immediately blazed with crimson ghost fire, his excitement making his entire skeleton creak and rattle. However, he was as proud as a freshly sharpened battle axe, satisfied for only a moment before wanting greater titles and more glorious achievements. "Your Majesty," the captain suddenly raised his hand and made a slashing gesture across his neck, his tone both cold and excited. "What if I kill a 7th-tier enemy? Then I'll make you divine general." Gu Erdan hesitated at this sudden price increase, but still gritted his teeth and agreed. "What if I kill an 8th-tier enemy?" The captain gripped his massive axe tightly, his voice trembling with bloodlust. "I'll make you heavenly general." Gu Erdan's eye twitched, his voice even lower than before. "What if I kill a 9th-tier enemy? I'll make you the greatest general in the universe." Gu Erdan blurted out, thinking frantically, has this guy lost his mind? What if I take down an undead lord? The axe captain looked up directly at Gu Erdan, his bone fire flickering with an almost maniacal light. "If you can actually kill an undead lord." Gu Erdan suddenly raised his voice and roared, "You can have the boss position. I'll be your damn general." Death Knight Yale, the strongest lord under the Ghost King's command bar none. He had once swept across all directions with the Death Knight order he built with his own hands, silencing countless races. Now, following secret orders from the Ghost King, he ventured deep into enemy territory alone. He had expected to clash head-on with that troublesome Bone King under Elder Grace's command, and had even secretly gathered extensive intelligence for this purpose. But plans never keep up with changes. The Bone King never appeared, and instead, an unheard-of yet terrifyingly powerful skeleton army blocked his path first. In just one brief encounter, the Death Knight order was completely annihilated. Yale's trump card that had once intimidated the world was reduced to nothing in an instant, leaving him utterly alone. When he barely escaped with his life and regrouped with other lords who had successfully broken through, he was greeted not with comfort, but with harsh mockery. Learning that the mighty Death Knight Yale had been reduced to a lone commander by a bunch of skeleton soldiers, those lords mocked him even more brazenly, though they knew full well that any force capable of destroying the Death Knight order was far from simple. Yale's previous arrogance made his fall from grace the perfect outlet for their own fears. However, the mockery didn't last long. Elder Grace, who had always been known for his cautious and steady approach, suddenly went berserk like a mad dog. Within days, his army killed anyone they encountered and attacked every enemy they met. The various lords who had just successfully broken through were beaten into retreat, losing even 2 7th-tier powerhouses, one of whom was personally crushed to death by Grace himself. Everyone was baffled. Why was Grace so determined to hunt down that unremarkable ghost lord? The two had no deep grudges, and moreover, the ghost was accompanied by a corpse demon lord who was also 7th-tier and even more formidable in combat. Yet Grace didn't even spare a glance for the corpse demon, leading his army straight for the ghost, scattering even its bone dust to who knows where, while the corpse demon emerged completely unharmed. Seeing Grace abandon his steady tactics and transform into a carbon copy of Hussein, one of the Blood Clan's 4 desperados, The breakout lords finally understood. Any further delay meant certain death. Even though their strength hadn't fully recovered, they had no choice but to fight with their backs against the wall. The lords quickly assembled, gathering their remaining elite into a resistance force of 2,000 all 4th tier and above, a battle-hardened remnant that had truly danced with death. Though small in number, their quality was sufficient to clash with Grace's ace troops. Finally, both sides faced off on an open plain. On the left side against the mountains, the breakout faction's 2,000 elite formed their battle lines. On the right side across the wilderness, Elder Grace's vampire coalition spread like a dark tide, full 23,000 strong. When the breakout forces saw that surging crimson tide, everyone was stunned. Among the 20,000 troops, the vast majority possessed 3rd-tier strength and belonged to the forces under 2 7th-tier vampire Grand Dukes who had rushed back to provide support. The remaining 8,000 were elite forces directly under Elder Grace's command. To avenge his son and vent his rage, Grace had practically emptied his entire arsenal aside from the 400 fallen back cavalry. He had brought every active knight and reserve to the battlefield, totaling 1,200, along with nearly 7,000 4th-tier elite soldiers. With formations spread wide and weapons bristling, this display looked less like a siege and more like a fight to the death. The vast battlefield fell silent as both sides faced off, the air stretched taut like a bowstring. Several commanders of the breakout force huddled together, their brows furrowed like dried orange peels. The disparity in forces was absurd. If the vampires truly wanted to fight to the death, they should have pushed their main forces to the front lines, not deployed everything here. If battle truly broke out, their heads wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between their enemies' teeth. The 5 remaining 7th-tier generals exchanged glances. They represented the Ghost Palace's most elite subordinate forces, and for this breakout attempt, 9 7th-tier lords had originally mobilized everything. However, the Ghoul Lord had been blocked by the skeletal army outside the palace and failed to break through. Of the 8 who successfully escaped, 2 had died in previous sieges, and another coward had fled with his subordinates when he saw things going badly. Now, gazing at that dark mass of enemy formations, they actually felt envious of that deserter. Apparently, running fast was the real skill. Inside the command tent, deathly silence stretched on. Suddenly, Death Knight Yale spoke up, his deep voice striking everyone's hearts. I don't recommend a frontal assault. The disparity in forces is too great. The corpse demon lord's expression turned cold, his features contorting. This isn't about us wanting to fight, the forcing us to fight. What? Do you want to compete with vampires in running speed? The vampires' most terrifying aspect wasn't their heavy cavalry or dense infantry formations, but their remarkably mobile light cavalry and air force. Trying to outrun them would be suicidino. One could argue with that. The rotting corpse lord, sitting with arms crossed, snorted coldly. Lord Yale, since when have you become so timid? Did losing your knight order also cost you your courage? Faced with the mockery, Yale showed no anger. Having been undead for centuries, his emotions were as steady as dry bones. I'm not afraid of these vampires. Then what are you afraid of? The rotting corpse lord pressed. Those skeletons. Yale looked up, his tone more grave than ever before. You haven't fought them. You can't imagine how terrifying they are. Their numbers are beyond counting, and they fear nothing. Compared to them, these vampires seem like mere decoration. As his words faded, the tent fell silent again. Though they often mocked Yale for being defeated by skeletons, they all knew each other's capabilities. Any force that could completely crush a Death Knight order was no ordinary skeleton army. Though they remained silent, none could refute his words. The Wraith Knight King, who had been silent throughout, raised his head. Silver-white soul flames danced in his eye sockets as his gaze locked onto Yale. If those skeletons truly possessed such combat power, do you think they would willingly serve under someone else? Yale met his gaze deeply and replied in a low voice. That's exactly what I fear. If he's not one of Elder Grace's people, then things could get truly troublesome. The words of Death Knight Yale cut through the air like an icy wind, sending chills down everyone's spine. If this formidable and unfamiliar force didn't belong to Elder Grace, then what terrifying power lurked behind Yale? Had a third party quietly entered the fray? Was this an ace unit secretly deployed by other vampire elders, or perhaps sleeper agents planted by the vampire prince himself? Whatever the answer, it meant only one thing: an unpredictable variable. Silence settled over the group like frost weighing on their hearts. At this moment, the Corpse King, once Yale's equal and commander of a full 105th tier, stitched Ghoul, stepped forward. His voice was hoarse yet gripped every nerve. The arrow is already knocked. There's no turning back. Fight, and we might have a sliver of hope. Don't fight, and we're certainly dead. If we send intelligence back and let those 3 lords choose to abandon us, do you think they'll return to rescue us? His gaze swept across the crowd. Our subordinates have already been treated as expendable pawns. Do you want to follow in their footsteps? Only deathly silence answered him. Everyone knew the truth. If those 3 ghost lords sensed the situation turning dire, they would never return to save them. If that happened, they wouldn't even have a chance to fight for their lives. Only one path remained, a desperate gamble. They would drag the three masters of the Ghost Palace down with them. Either they all lived together, or they all died together. As for conspiracies, or which faction was interfering, that was beyond their concern now. When the sky falls, taller people will hold it up. They just needed to complete their mission. Battle was imminent. Over 2,000 elite troops quickly formed ranks, using the nearest hill as a natural barrier to protect their rear, then spreading out along both flanks. Their semicircular defensive line stretched taut like a drawn bow, clearly prepared to fight to the death. In the distance, the vampire army had likewise completed their formation adjustments. They hadn't charged immediately because they wanted to ensure total annihilation of their opponents, deliberately giving them time to assemble. Now, seeing the enemy's resolve to fight to the death, they judged that whoever was coming had arrived. The rest were either too frightened or would never appear. Horn blasts shattered the crisp air, accompanied by the clang of weapons. Countless vampires clad in magnificent armor drew their swords and advanced, their black and crimson cloaks billowing in the wind as they moved forward in orderly, deliberate formation. By conventional wisdom, with superior numbers facing a mixed force, the simplest tactic would be heavy cavalry to break their lines and light cavalry to exploit the gaps until the entire defensive line collapsed. Heavy cavalry could smash through this force lacking proper spears and heavy armor, even with their eyes closed. But the vampires didn't do this. They didn't even deploy cavalry. Elder Grace personally led his elite forces in the rear guard, merely ordering his two vampire Grand Dukes to launch the assault. The two Grand Dukes, masters of passing the buck, turned and commanded their respective vampire lords to lead the charge. The lords, knowing their opponents were formidable, simply passed the pressure down further. Let the generals take point. The generals then passed orders to the officers, who finally had no choice but to push the lowest-ranking soldiers forward, a chain of command that peeled away layer by layer, keeping those high-ranking vampires in their splendid cloaks safely in the rear. Then the generals ordered the officers to attack, and the officers sent the soldiers to charge. The battlefield had taken on a truly bizarre scene. The vampire forces launched their charge with great fanfare, deploying massive numbers. But a quick glance revealed nothing but the most ordinary cannon fodder. Even fourth-tier undead were few and far between, let alone any elite fighters. What made it even more absurd was that these expendable troops were all infantry, without a single cavalry unit to spare. In frontal assaults, troop types and individual quality often determine life and death. A cavalry charge might have had some chance of breaking through, but sending rabble against elite forces was nothing short of suicide. Amid roars and shrieks, waves of low-tier undead crashed against the defensive line, yet failed to budge their opponents even an inch. The vampire leadership showed no urgency, instead gathering in small groups behind the lines to chat casually, as if watching a free bloody spectacle. They felt no pain at losing cannon fodder. They were simply waiting for their target within the defensive perimeter to exhaust their strength. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, time stretched taut like a drawn bowstring. The breakout forces formation was steadily compressed, squeezed from its original loose formation into an impenetrable turtle shell, and casualties began to mount. Had it not been for the 100-plus fifth-tier stitched abominations towering 5 to 6 meters tall and sewn together from countless corpses carving a path at the front lines with their massive arms harvesting low-tier undead, the defensive line would likely have been torn apart by sheer numbers long ago. But the stitched abominations were limited in number, and the battle situation continued to deteriorate. The 4-7 Streets lords stood shoulder to shoulder, squinting intently ahead, none speaking. Suddenly, dark winds erupted from the ground, black mist churned, and finally coalesced into a knight-like ethereal figure. Beneath him a ghostly steed of black mist whinnied, his entire form wreathed in eerie green soulfire, his armor cold as death. This was the Wraith Knight King, a rare variant undead of the Ghost clan. The moment he materialized, all 4 lords' gazes locked onto him. "How did it go?" one asked in a low voice. "It's done," the Wraith Knight King replied quietly. "My Wraith Knights have completed the array setup. Whether we can take down Grace depends on this one strike." "Then let's begin." All 5 lords simultaneously drew out brilliant crystals while revealing black rings on their other hands. Unlike ordinary storage rings, these were crafted specifically to store souls. As the rings opened, tens of thousands of soul flames burst forth. Though each was merely a low-quality soul, their sheer numbers compensated for the lack of quality. Endless souls poured into the crystals, causing their brightness to surge instantly before shooting thick beams of light that pierced the clouds. Teleportation crystals, activate. The blazing beams resonated with the ground array, thunderously igniting the sky. 5 rays of light converged in the heavens to form a massive magic circle, echoing the ground formation. Immediately after, beams of white light descended from above, materializing into ghostly figures of various forms radiating fierce auras. This was 10th-tier transcendent magic that surpassed conventional power limits and touched upon domain-level mastery, hyperdimensional mass teleportation. White light cascaded down like a waterfall, leaving even the charging vampire cannon fodder stunned. In panic, they turned to flee, only to be cut down into bloody mist by the high-tier undead that landed among them. Within mere breaths, blood flowed like rivers as countless undead emerged from the array in an endless stream. At the forefront, two tall yet ethereal figures descended side by side. Master of the Ghost Catacombs, Ghost King Kasser, Wraith King Udal. The two exchanged glances, seeing the massive vampire army formation before them, both corners of their mouths curving upward. Looks like the plan succeeded, Kasser chuckled lightly. Spending all those resources to commission that undead lord for custom teleportation crystals finally paid off. If we can eliminate Elder Grace here, our stalemate with the vampires will be broken, Udal replied. Even if we can't kill him, wiping out his entire force will give them plenty to worry about. With only 3 vampire elders left to join forces, they may not be able to withstand our ghost catacombs. However, their smiles lasted only moments. The two soon noticed something amiss. Where was Death King Rigger? Where were he and his army? Wasn't the plan for all 3 factions to join forces and strike down Elder Grace with overwhelming force? The two looked at each other in bewilderment, then whipped around to check. The situation was even worse. Forget Rigger off the 20,000 elite troops they had planned to assemble. Only 10,000 had been teleported over. Faced with the grim expressions of the two overlords, Death Knight Yale steeled himself and stepped forward. Report to both lords. Elder Grace of the Blood Clan has gone completely mad and deployed all his elite forces to hunt us down. We suffered heavy casualties with several warriors slain and our teleportation crystals lost. The Ghoul Lord failed to break through, the Plague Lord fled with his troops, and we could only gather 5 crystals, not enough to teleport everyone here. Yale's voice echoed through the empty stone hall. The 2 9th-tier undead lords relaxed their brows slightly, but maintained their icy tone. Forget the soldiers then, but surely Necromancer King Ligel should have made it through? Where is he? Yale's throat bobbed as he answered quickly. When we activated the teleportation, another spatial force interfered with the process. The teleportation of Necromancer King Ligel failed. After a brief silence, one of the overlords waved dismissively. Fine. If he didn't make it, he didn't make it. The plan has already succeeded anyway. Since he's not here, he can forget about getting a share of the spoils. With those words, both 9th-tier lords let out cold laughs in unison, their gazes sweeping past the rubble and corpses to lock onto the vampire army in the distance. Now, deal with this nuisance. At their command, countless undead swarmed out from behind them, blanketing the battlefield in a dark tide. This force represented nearly half of both overlords' entire armies, all elite troops of 4th tier and above. Though the teleportation mishap had left some forces behind, given the current situation, this shortfall was nowhere near enough to change the outcome. The sounds of battle erupted once more, but the tide had completely turned. With 9th-tier undead leading the charge, Elder Grace's forces retreated steadily. Many vampire lords, seeing the writing on the wall, turned and fled, their blood trailing crimson arcs across the night sky. Elder Grace stood amid his retreating troops, his face dark as iron, but showing no panic. He knew that under normal circumstances, he could be laughing triumphantly right now, unleashing his precious son. If his son could activate the blood god's blessing on the spot and devour the flesh and blood covering the battlefield, he would instantly grow to 9th tier, possibly even reaching lord level. Then those two fools would likely have their skulls cracked open by his son, and the entire ghost palace would be uprooted and claimed for the Blood Clan. But now, all hope had died along with his son. His face black as a cauldron bottom, Elder Grace raised his hand and crushed the crimson crystal hanging from his neck. Crack! The crystal shattered, and viscous blood energy exploded outward like smoke, quickly seeping into the surrounding earth. In an instant, the corpses scattered across the ground began to soften and dissolve, their flesh and blood transforming into crimson mist that flowed continuously upward into the sky. Don't forget the vampire clan had mutual defense treaties with multiple factions. The scheming Elder Grace had an infuriatingly deep arsenal of trump cards. Though he was in dire straits, he was far from truly cornered. This wasn't a transcendent spell, currently lacked both the ability to cast such magic and the capacity to contain it, but rather an 8th-tier dark art, blood mist teleportation. Dark arts, by definition, were forbidden techniques centered on harming others for personal gain. Once blood mist teleportation activated, the blood mist would coalesce into a long-range teleportation gate, and the more blood absorbed, the larger the gate would become. With sufficient blood, this thing's teleportation scale could rival even super-tier spells. Elder Grace was a battle-hardened veteran who immediately recognized that the enemy must have a backup plan, or they would never risk such a desperate assault. His earlier decision to let the 2 Grand Dukes command cannon fodder to their deaths wasn't born of cruelty or impulse, but careful calculation. The more deaths, the richer the blood absorbed by the altar, and the more powerful the Crimson Portal would become. Yet he couldn't very well slaughter his own forces personally, so he could only secretly push his 2 subordinates to bear this burden. As fresh blood churned, The sky seemed stained red, and a massive crimson wheel slowly formed among the clouds. The deafening buzz of wings filled the air as a dark cloud poured down from afar. Upon closer inspection, it was an endless army of bats, the vampire reinforcements sent by the other three elders, finally arriving. When lips are gone, teeth grow cold. When beams break, walls collapse. Though the vampire elders constantly schemed against each other and fought amongst themselves, none forgot the iron law. If they couldn't unite against a powerful enemy, the next to fall would surely be themselves. The moment Grace activated his life-saving secret technique, the other three didn't hesitate to push their forces through the one-way blood portal, regardless of whether it might be a trap. If anyone dared play dirty tricks, next time the wolf truly came, there would be no reinforcements. The forces teleported this time were a mixed formation of irregulars and elites, blotting out the sky, roughly estimated at over 100,000. While total annihilation wouldn't be crippling, it would certainly pain the three elders for years to come. As for the elders themselves and their key generals, not one had crossed over. No one could gauge the battlefield situation, and since the portal only allowed exit, encountering an unbeatable enemy would mean certain death. Whether they could save Grace was left to fate. Grace had anticipated this outcome, indeed had counted on exactly this result. Blood light churned in the depths of his pupils as he glared viciously at the two ninth-tier Wraith Kings across from him. His lips twisting into a sinister arc. His trump cards for advancing to Lord were exhausted, and even if he survived, he could never hold his head high again. In that case, better to gamble everything. Using the three elders' forces, he would stake it all and settle matters of life and death with these three adversaries. If successful, by slaying one of the three and devouring their soul's ghost fire, he could break through and advance to the noble rank of prince. If he failed, death was merely death. A gentleman fears not death, so how could death be used to threaten him? If not success, then martyrdom. With an explosive roar, Grace forcibly activated the soul ghost fire fragments of the two 7th-tier Grand Dukes within him, compelling them to immediately deploy their forces in a death struggle. The other two 7th-tier Grand Dukes were also rushing to the battlefield. He simply abandoned the frontline defense, seeking only to bring down one enemy, or his faction would be utterly reduced to dust here. Blood rained from the sky as brutal slaughter erupted. The two 9th-tier Wraith Kings led over 20,000 4th-tier and above elites in a frontal assault against the vampire army of over 100,000. Though most vampires were merely 2nd or 3rd tier, even ants could eventually devour an elephant. Facing the surging human wave, an old saying still held iron-fast truth. Those who do not achieve 10th-tier lord status will eventually face exhaustion. Those who do not become demigod monarchs will eventually meet destruction. While the fierce battle raged in the distance, Gu Erdan encountered a small mishap on his end. The grass and trees on the hillside lay low, dust swirling in the wind, as Gu Erdan's 20,000 skeleton soldiers pressed close to the ground, executing their fine tradition, playing dead en masse. Bones scattered across the ground, dark eye sockets facing skyward, presenting a perfect, I'm already dead appearance. Originally, Gu Erdan planned to wait until the Blood Clan and the Ghost King had worn each other down before leading his bone army out to play the fisherman, but all his plans were disrupted by a suddenly appearing force. It was a zombie legion of about 800, specifically the notorious plague zombies, bodies festering all over, green pus dripping through their fingertips, each step trailing a nauseating stench. Even the weakest were 4th tier, and looking around, they were all elite troops, led by a 7th-tier plague lord. At this moment, this lord was hunched over, sneakily drawing a magic circle at the canyon entrance, each point of his fingertip causing ghostly green runes to appear. The skeleton soldiers' hollow eye sockets flickered with firelight as they exchanged glances. Should they spring up and give these stinking creatures a good whack, or continue playing dead? Gu Erdan was equally conflicted. He looked up at the burning sky. If they fought here and were discovered by those two groups in the distance, would they unite against him and turn back to deal with him? These 20,000 skeletons were elite forces he had painstakingly assembled, didn't want to return to square one. So Gu Erdan forcibly suppressed his anger, and even though his nostrils were filled with a bizarre smell that seemed like a fermented mixture of durian, stinky tofu, and a whole bag of sweaty socks, he could only choose to endure. The plague zombies had no time to appreciate his dilemma. After the magic circle was completed, the plague lord pulled out a fist-sized black crystal from his chest. The crystal's edges glowed with dark red patterns, and Gu Erdan squinted, feeling like he had seen it somewhere before. The next second, the crystal was activated, forcibly drawing a large number of wandering souls into the light patterns, and with a thunderous roar, a ghostly blue portal 3 meters in diameter opened. Mighty dark winds surged forth, and over 2,000 shadows stepped out. At the forefront was a towering figure clad in dark silver armor, formed of pure energy. One of the 3 kings of the Ghost Palace, the necromancer King Ligel. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze falling on the Plague Lord. The Plague Lord immediately bowed, grinning so obsequiously his back nearly broke. Excellent. Ligel's deep, hoarse voice echoed through the canyon. Truly loyal. Once I defeat them and ascend to the position of lord, I will surely make you my first general. Thank you for your favor, my lord. I would go through fire and water for you. The Plague Lord respectfully presented the freshly drawn map, pointing to the marked locations. My lord, the two Ghost Kings have already begun fighting the Blood Clan, and we have withdrawn from the battlefield as planned. Once they both suffer heavy losses, we can strike and capture them all in one fell swoop. Ligel nodded but remained unhurried. Don't rush. Both sides have many trump cards, let them slowly wear each other down. I never expected that coward Elder Grace would fight with such fury, perhaps because his son died. He rarely showed such mockery. The Plague Lord continued his fawning smile, maintaining his perfect lackey posture. But Ligel soon frowned, turning to survey his newly transported army. His previously casual gaze suddenly flashed with anger. Why are there so few people? Even if you couldn't transport my entire 10,000 troops, you should have at least brought 5,000. Why did only 2,000 make it through? Hearing the dissatisfaction in Necromancer King Legaer's voice, the Plague Lord shuddered and hastily explained. That Ghost Lord was killed by the vampire Elder Grace, and his soul crystal shattered with him. My forces have suffered devastating losses. I simply don't have enough men to set up a large-scale teleportation array. I'm truly powerless in this matter. Forget it. Legaer waved his hand dismissively, his voice low and gravelly. This battle has too many variables. Getting me here at all was no small feat. He indeed felt something was off about everything. First, Elder Grace had charged in like a madman, fighting desperately to the death, even knowing it was a trap. Then the breakout forces were scattered and routed. Even the Ghost Palace's strongest warrior Death Knight, Yale, had been stripped down to nothing, reportedly by a bunch of skeleton soldiers, which was absolutely ridiculous. Legaer mused to himself. He certainly wasn't the only one trying to reap benefits from this situation, so every step forward would require extreme caution. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze suddenly stopping on a pile of white bones nearby. Skeletons lay scattered everywhere in disarray, their bones gleaming white. A strange expression crossed Legaer's face as he tilted his head and raised an eyebrow, asking the Plague Lord, "Your troops?" "No." "Then why is the place you summoned me to littered with skeletons?" "My lord, this was for security. Opening a teleportation gate creates quite a disturbance and is easily detected, so I gathered these skeletons as cover. If anyone investigates, they'll just think it's the skeletons causing trouble." Clever enough. "Thank you for the praise, my lord." The Plague Lord bowed humbly. "Since I'm here now, clear out all these eyesores. Remove them all." "Yes." He raised his fist in salute and led his plague zombies charging aggressively toward Gu Erdan's position. Hundreds of rotting zombies thundered forward, kicking up clouds of dust, their bone armor clattering incessantly. The generals lying beside Gu Erdan exchanged glances and whispered a reminder. "Boss, looks like our disguise has been seen through again." "Obviously," Gu Erdan hissed angrily in a low voice. "You polished the bones so white, of course we're exposed. What are you trying to be, movie stars?" The Vanguard officer defended himself reluctantly. "This is a side effect of basic bone strengthening." "Shut up. You're arguing with me? Believe it or not, I'll strip you of your rank." Those few words silenced the Vanguard officer completely. Gu Erdan directed all his fury at the approaching zombies. He'd finally come to reap some benefits, only to run into this rotten luck. His bones weren't even black. How could his fortune be this terrible? "Stop playing dead, everyone up. Kill them all." As his words fell, skeletons across the hills rose up with a tremendous clatter, soul fire dancing in their dark eye sockets. Instantly, surrounding Necromancer King Legaer, the Plague Lord, and their forces. The Plague Lord snorted coldly with complete disdain. With this level of opposition, he couldn't even be bothered to move. No one could break through his defenses anyway. But Legaer, who had been standing back planning to observe the situation, suddenly furrowed his brow tightly. The surrounding skeletons looked bizarre, their bones ridiculously white and disturbingly familiar. That color was identical to one of his own fifth-tier skeleton soldiers, exceptionally talented, master of both basic and intermediate bone strengthening, with terrifyingly hard bone density. Wait. Legaer's head snapped up as he stared intently at the dense white bone army. The pale bones, the heavy white bone armor of the same color. In an instant, all the clues connected into an answer, and his mind exploded with realization. Holy shit. The battlefield was littered with the wounded and dying. The fierce battle between the vampires and the elite forces of the Ghost Palace had raged for hours. Off the hundreds of thousands of vampires, fewer than 20,000 remained, while the Ghost Palace was left with a mere 1,000 elite soldiers. Nearly every survivor bore wounds. Elder Grace's right arm had been severed, the stump wrapped in curses that prevented regeneration in the short term. The two Ghost Kings flickered unsteadily, like fading phantoms on the verge of collapse. Both sides had underestimated their opponents, and after playing all their trump cards, they found themselves locked in a deadly stalemate. Grace was no pushover. From somewhere, he had procured a sacred relic from a church and struck viciously when his opponent's guard was down. The holy artifact shattered on impact, releasing its stored divine power in a devastating burst that nearly obliterated Udale, the Wraith King, on the spot. In the current standoff, Grace's remaining 20,000 guards, though battered and bloodied, had lost none of their killing intent. They surrounded the two Ghost Kings and their remaining spectral soldiers in the center, tightening their grip like a steel noose. Yet none dared charge recklessly, even gravely wounded. Those two Ghost Kings remained ninth-tier powerhouses, and cornered beasts could still tear apart tigers and wolves. Udale gazed at the one-armed, disheveled Grace and suddenly chuckled softly. Elder Grace, you truly live up to your reputation as a veteran powerhouse. I admit I underestimated you. If you were of the same tier as me, you might prove even more troublesome than Prince Nikolai. Now that both sides are gravely wounded, continuing this fight leads only to mutual destruction. Why not negotiate peace? I'm willing to offer 10 precious 8th-tier soul flames from my collection as compensation for this transgression. A mighty 9th-tier Wraith King was actually showing weakness to an 8th-tier Grace only, because his companion, Ghost King Khazar, had been reduced to a 3rd-class cripple by that sacred blade. If they continued this brutal fight, even Udale couldn't guarantee victory. Rather than fight to mutual annihilation, it was better to make a strategic retreat. Losing 10 8th-tier soul flames would be painful, but with the half-dead Khazar beside him to share the burden, it wasn't a losing proposition. Udal's calculations were shrewd, but he hadn't expected Grace to completely reject the offer. Grace had exhausted his entire fortune, while accepting the deal would certainly bring benefits, as Udal's treasured 8th-tier soul flames were incomparably superior to the inferior products he used to deceive his subordinate. She needed to live to enjoy them. Allowing the Ghost King to retreat and recover, only to return at full 9th-tier strength, would spell his doom. Even if he used those 10 flames to break through, he might not have time to stabilize his new realm. Grace was left with only one path: fight to the death. He would gamble on the quality of 9th-tier soul flames and forcibly tear through his bottleneck in the shortest time possible. He stared grimly at his opponents without responding, merely raising the sleeve of his severed arm and giving it a slight wave. In the next moment, his carefully cultivated elite forces began closing in, their weapons all pointing toward the enemy. Seeing the negotiations fail, King Udar of the Wraiths watched his smile gradually fade from his face. Elder Grace, don't forget we are the 3 Ghost Kings. There's still one who hasn't shown himself yet, he reminded with a sinister tone. Oh, then call him over. Elder Grace replied unhurriedly, pushing back. I'd love to see whether he kills me first or slaughters you two instead. Having lived so long, Grace had thoroughly understood the undead mindset. As merely an 8th-tier undead, he held no attraction for Ligel, the 9th-tier Necromancer King. If Ligel were truly summoned here, he would likely seize the soul flames of his two companions to break through to the 10th tier, Lord level, a temptation no undead could resist. These words hit Udar like ice water. His gaze darkened as he finally reached for a crystal, pouring his power into it violently. Brilliant light exploded forth, and a portal blazed to life. This was the emergency measure agreed upon in the 3 Kings alliance. In theory, if any faced crisis, opening the crystal would compel the other two to provide aid. But that was only theory. The crystal's teleportation range was limited. The greater the distance, the fewer people it could transport. More critically, when facing enemies powerful enough to threaten peers, who would be foolish enough to risk their lives for rescue, most would simply send expendable minions to scout, saving themselves the trouble of reinforcement. So Udar never expected Ligel to appear, even hoped that fellow wouldn't come. Opening the crystal was merely to distract Grace's attention, while his other hand had already gripped his true Lifelinia random teleportation crystal that could transport a few companions 100 miles away. He quietly moved toward Ghost King Khazar, preparing to take him along, not out of comradeship, but coveting Khazar's soul flame, planning to eliminate him once safe to break through to the 10th tier. However, the moment the portal's light surged, the unexpected happened. The light gate shook violently, and a familiar figure tumbled out in Disser Necromancer King Ligel. This scene made Elder Grace's pupils dilate as he immediately stepped back. Udar, equally unprepared for this sight, gasped sharply. Being half destroyed himself, the consequences of being seen by Ligel at full strength would be unthinkable. But how could that fellow possibly come personally? This defied all logic. Under everyone's gaze, Ligel's form became increasingly clear. His armor torn to shreds, helmet missing, his exposed soul head flickering with dark green ghost fire. He had barely rushed forward a few steps when a white shadow from behind tackled him down. It was a skeleton soldier clad in bone armor, wielding massive axes, mounting his back like a rabid dog and hacking wildly. Following closely, an endless stream of skeleton soldiers crowded through the portal, wielding spears, brandishing war blades, swinging shield axes, drawing bows and arrows. All varieties, densely packed. They swarmed forward, burying the Necromancer King in a clattering ocean of white bones, leaving only one arm desperately flailing among the bone pile. frantically grasping at air in Udar's direction. Save me! Save me! The vast battlefield lay in eerie silence, broken only by the clattering of countless skeleton soldiers and the anguished wails of Ligeir, the Necromancer King. The black portal spewed forth like a disturbed hive, continuously disgorging pale, withered figures. Bone armor clashed and rattled as over 10,000 skeletons surged forth in the blink of an eye. From within the gaps of this raging bone tide, a battered figure stumbled out, clutching his skull while roaring with desperate fury. Kill him! Kill him for me! General Wulong wasn't smart to begin with, and you had to go and crack his skull. This tottering frame was now possessed by Gu Erdan. General Wulong's skeletal body was in shambles. Most of his ribs were shattered, and his already whole skull had been brutally carved away by half, revealing ghastly cracks. All this damage was courtesy of Ligeir, the Necromancer King. That savage fighter had not only slaughtered countless skeletons under Gu Erdan's command, but had nearly split Gu Erdan's head open with a single sword strike. Fortunately, Gu Erdan had always been cautious, hiding fragments of his soul's ghostly flame within his chest cavity, while the skeleton general's original flame wasn't stored in the skull either. Otherwise, that last blow would have reduced him to ash on the spot. The power of a 9th-tier undead far exceeded Gu Erdan's original understanding. He had calculated based on his own reasoning. A 5th-tier undead could barely trade 1-for-1 with an enhanced 4th-tier skeleton. A 6th-tier could take on 10. A 7th-tier, no matter how strong, could only face 100 at most. Following this logic, an 8th-tier could kill 500, and a 9th-tier would cap out at 1,000. But Ligeir's performance completely shattered these calculations. She truly swept through the bone tide like a hurricane, smashing over 3,000 skeletal frames to pieces. Yet even his arrogance couldn't overcome such overwhelming numbers. The Suicide Squad charged fearlessly, their chain explosions blasting Ligeir until his limbs were shattered and his combat power plummeted to that of a 3rd-tier cripple. Had it not been for the transmission portal that suddenly opened from nowhere, giving him a moment's respite, Ligeir's very bone dust would likely be scattered to the winds by now. Seeing their nemesis wounded, the skeleton soldiers swarmed forward with reckless abandon, with the skeleton axemen leading the charge in their frenzy. Ever since Gu Erdan had promised the axemen captain that he would be promoted to general upon slaying a 7th-tier warrior, the fellow had completely lost his head. Not only was he carried away, but he couldn't keep his mouth shut either, bragging about this verbal promise to everyone. The result was utterly embarrassing. His subordinates no longer obeyed his commands. In the skeleton's simple minds, the logic was clear. We're all axemen, so if the boss gives you a shot at becoming general, we deserve the same chance. This sparked a massive uproar, and the entire axemen unit instantly spiraled out of control. Now, seeing Ligeir bloodied and battered, they charged with glowing eye sockets. Knocked down 1, and 2 more appeared. Knocked down 2, and 3 more emerged, clinging like stubborn plasters that couldn't be shaken off no matter how hard he struck. Though gravely injured and his strength drastically reduced, Ligeir still fought back ferociously. However, the axemen had been carefully modified by Gu Erdan, with bone armament and basic skeletal enhancements stacked together, providing them with a conspicuous, yet nearly impenetrable terrifying defense. These skeleton axemen had been thoughtfully enhanced, with the dual abilities of bone armament and basic skeletal enhancement granting them truly formidable defensive capabilities. While they couldn't claim to withstand attacks from Ligel, the 9th-tier Necromancer King, ordinary 5th-tier undead would struggle in unknown combat against them. A tsunami of skeleton soldiers surged forward like an overwhelming tide, the crisp clatter of bone blades growing louder with each clash. The Necromancer King Ligel felt a chill run down his spine as he desperately called for help from his companions. Standing nearby, the Wraith King Udal was also frozen in terror by this spectacle. Having ventured into the core territories and witnessed organized formations of high-tier skeleton soldiers, he immediately recognized that these snow-white monsters were at least 4th tier at their weakest. He cursed inwardly. Where the hell did this bastard recruit so many high-tier skeletons? And he dares to take on 10,000 single-handedly? Has he lost his mind? The thought of retreat had already taken root. Without hesitation, Udal grabbed the Ghost King Kazel's arm and crushed a random teleportation crystal. Buzz 2 figures were swallowed by blue light and vanished instantly. This sudden commotion drew everyone's attention. Watching his companions flee, the Necromancer King Ligel's face turned ashen. He had been counting on them to provide cover, yet they ran without a word? Shouldn't normal people at least test a few moves when facing skeleton soldiers? Why were they so cautious? Before he could even cry out, he heard Elder Grace roar. Don't let them escape. Chase them down. The wounded adjutant hesitated. What about him? Spare none of them. Kill him. Kill all these skeleton soldiers too. Pinned to the ground by skeleton axemen, Ligel's eyes suddenly lit up. What fools, drawing fire for me. Hurry and lead them all away. The remaining 20,000 vampires charged into the fray with battle cries, wielding dark spears and blood swords as they clashed fiercely with the skeleton soldiers. However, Ligel's fantasy of luring the main force away never materialized. Fewer than 5,000 skeleton soldiers were actually drawn away. The rest continued to pin him down and pummel him. Seeing this, his eyes blazed with fury as he shrieked. Useless. Elder Grace was also stunned. He had never seen such creatures as elite forces were being completely suppressed. 5,000 skeleton soldiers chased the vampires into scattered retreat, and anyone half a step too slow was riddled with spear thrusts. In his buzzing mind, he suddenly recalled the scene of his son's death. A regiment of snow-white skeleton soldiers, immune to blood and flesh absorption. Bloodshot veins instantly filled his eyes. These were his son's killers. But reason told him revenge? Charging forward now would be suicide. Even at full strength, it would be difficult. And now with his forces more than half depleted, 20,000 against 5,000 offered no chance of victory. Retreat. Grace ordered through gritted teeth, fleeing with only his personal guards, not bothering with his ordinary troops. However, the moment they moved, black smoke billowed forth. Countless shadows streaked through the air, materializing around them as 1,000 black-armored warriors radiating an aura of death. Grace's face instantly turned deathly pale. Black knights. And they could form phantom army formations. A full 1,000 of them. His throat bobbed as he nearly ground his teeth to powder. Just what kind of monster came here this time? The black sun gradually set, and the chaotic battlefield fell silent. Blood-colored dust still lingered in the air as the broken wasteland was carpeted with corpses and waves. Hordes of skeleton soldiers scavenged among the rubble and bones, one hand stripping armor, the other prying open ribcages, searching for soul flames while delivering cold, finishing blows. Occasionally, high-level undead with lingering consciousness would attempt to play dead and rise again, only to be riddled with crossbow bolts and bone spears the next second. Only high-level undead dared to feign death because lower-level undead lacked the intelligence to understand the concept of playing dead. Even if a rare few possessed exceptional cunning, facing the overwhelming combat prowess of the skeleton soldiers, they had no chance to play dead. One strike would kill them for real. Elder Grace died in frustration. Having exhausted all his trump cards with no escape route, he roared, "Avenge my son," and charged desperately into the formation, only to be instantly skewered like a porcupine by the Dark Knight's javelins. His gray-white soul flame flickered once, then fell silent forever. Lich King Ligel fared no better, first crippled by explosions, then surrounded by skeleton axemen in an iron circle. Dense strikes chopped him into bone fragments before they finally stopped. Gu Erdan sat atop the massive corpse of a stitched flesh golem, legs dangling casually, listening to the crack, crack of bone fragments while eagerly receiving the spoils of war his minions presented to him. Beside him, two extremely rare skeleton wizards waved their bone staffs to mend his skullpale. Spiritual energy wound around like fine threads as bone regeneration spells rapidly restored the cracked bone plates. However, the fist-sized hollow at the center of his head remained unfillable, clearly a congenital gap identical to his original form, forever irreparable. Skeleton wizards were anomalies within the entire skeleton soldier hierarchy, born with the terrifying ability to create skeleton soldiers. Ancient Erdan jokingly called them cannon fodder factories. Throughout his campaigns, he had only managed to gather 20-odd of them, treasuring them like precious gems. Previously, even when major battles loomed, he couldn't bear to bring them along, preferring to keep them guarding the main base, fearing they might be wiped out by a single enemy bombardment. He had only allowed the Bone Vanguard officer to escort them here because Gu Erdan was certain this would be a hard-fought battle. Casualties were inevitable, and he needed continuous reinforcement capabilities ready. These wizards' innate spells differed vastly from ordinary skeletons. 1. First circle spell, Skeleton Revival, casually raising battlefield bones to fight again. 2. Second circle spell, Mass Bone Regeneration, large-scale repair of allied damage. 3. Third and fourth circle spells were completely random. Gu Erdan was too lazy to screen them, since their role was armory plus healer, efficiency over flashiness. The two following him had small bone frames, leading him to definitively label them as girls. Though they might have been remains of elves, halflings, or special beast folk, Gu Erdan firmly bestowed upon them the title of personal technicians, euphemistically calling it intimate care. As the last trace of twilight faded, distant skeleton formations continued pinning down surviving undead, collecting soul flames one by one into crystal bottles. Gu Erdan gazed at the mountain of spoils, grinning with satisfaction that eternally incomplete skull seemed to glow. The harvest from this battle was terrifyingly abundant. Souls from hundreds of thousands of vampires, plus the elite forces souls that the three kings of the Ghost Palace had spent a century cultivating. Among them were even a 9th-tier soul and an 8th-tier soul. Unfortunately, Gu Erdan couldn't bring himself to celebrate. Two ducks that were practically in his mouth had flown away. To hunt down these two formidable enemies, he immediately mobilized the Black Knight Legion and had his skeleton soldiers conduct a coordinated search, but they found no trace whatsoever. The targets had clearly fled far beyond reach. Worse still, besides these two masters, many other undead had escaped in the chaos. Some vanished using special abilities, others were simply lucky, and some fought their way out through sheer desperation. Among them was the Death Knight Yale, whom Gu Erdan had long coveted. Gu Erdan had watched with his own eyes as Yale broke through the encirclement, hastily directing squads to pursue him. Several detachments were dispatched to intercept, but whether they had actually caught their quarry remained unknown for the time being. At this very moment, while Gu Erdan busied himself collecting spoils of war and tending to wounds, deep in the jungle over 10 kilometers away, a figure stumbled frantically through the darkness, none other than the Death Knight Yale. His wounds gaped open, black blood dripping steadily, his armor shattered beyond recognition, exposing his withered chest to the night wind. Behind him in the sky, hundreds of ghostly wisps had transformed into black mist, spreading out in a fan formation as they continuously tracked his scent. Crack! Yale's foot slipped, and he tumbled face first into black, putrid mud. This was a swamp where corpses bred and festered, its sludge thick and reeking. Precisely because the terrain was treacherous and left few traces, he had deliberately headed this way, hoping to use the environment to shake off his pursuers. The moment he fell into the mire, he rolled without hesitation, letting the foul mud completely cover his body before lying motionless, blending seamlessly with the surrounding sludge. Moments later, black nights transformed into dark mist swept overhead, their calls low and searching, yet they failed to detect this particular mud clump. Yale held his breath in the muck for a long while, waiting until he was certain the black mist had moved on before crawling out with ragged gasps. Looking down at his broken armor and battered body, he was reminded of his newly awakened self, weak and vulnerable. In terms of luck, he had fared far better than his colleagues. The moment he recognized the origins of those skeleton soldiers, he had turned and fled without hesitation. By the time they opened fire, he had already gained distance. The other undead, however, had foolishly attempted to clash head in with that wall of white bones, and without exception, they were overwhelmed and destroyed. Especially his fellow lieutenant, the king of stitched corpses. That creature had originally been a living mage who, in pursuit of immortality, had dabbled in forbidden arts. Lacking the ability to transform himself into a lich, he had settled for the next best thing and remade himself into a stitched abomination. Through his skill in creating similar beings, he had quickly been recruited by the Ghost Palace and became a top-tier lord. But this time, he had met his match, foolishly attempting to crush those skeletons with his massive frame. If even a cavalry charge couldn't break through their lines, what chance did one oversized pile of flesh have? Stumbling along the swamp's edge, Yale felt a chill creep into his heart. The Night Order was destroyed. One of his 3 masters was dead, the fate of the other 2 unknown. The Ghost Palace likely no longer possessed the strength to contend with the blood clans. Where could he go from here? Before his thoughts could settle, he suddenly stopped, grasping the broken sword at his waist as he turned warily. Under the blood-red moonlight, 2 knights clad in pitch-black heavy armor stood silently, their spears gleaming coldly. 50-year knights, the Death Twins. They had once chosen to serve Gu Erdan. Alone, they wouldn't pose much threat to Yale, but the problem was, whoosh, dark energy swirled around him, rapidly condensing into shadowy figures wielding blades and shields, over 200 of them, forming the ghostly battle formation of the Black Knights. Surveying the encirclement, then looking at the motionless Death Twins before him, Yale's mouth twitched as a bitter smile appeared. He had recognized their identity. They were once his own soldiers. I never imagined I would die at the hands of my own people, soldiers I created with my own hands. On the ravaged battlefield where smoke still lingered, Death Knight Yale stood riddled with broken arrows, black blood slowly dripping from his cold armor. His voice was hoarse, yet still carried the composure of one who once commanded thousands. The Death Twins standing before him trembled slightly. The sister pressed her pale lips together and spoke first. We never imagined we would one day stand as your enemies. You've sided with him? Yale's deep voice scraped like a dull blade against iron. Yes. Why? No particular reason. We simply don't want to die. Indeed, how could someone who had already died once be willing to die again? Yale smiled bitterly and raised his hand to draw what remained of his knight's sword. The rust-stained broken blade caught a ghostly gleam in the dim gray sky as he held it steady, the standard stance for a knight's charge. I have lost this battle, he declared loudly. The defeated should act as the defeated should. Soldiers, grant me my final honor. In the deadly atmosphere among the scattered remnants, the sister suddenly stepped forward, her voice urgent. General, we are ordered to bring you back. If you're willing to surrender, we'll gladly give you the position of Knight Commander. Yale laughed heartily as blood slipped through his fingers. Huh? Are you trying to humiliate me? I am a knight. After a brief silence, the sister sighed softly. Must we really fight to mutual destruction? Yale raised his broken sword as black mist instantly flowed from the blade, forming a long, sharp edge. His eyes were sunken but blazed with determination. Soldier, If you still hold even the slightest gratitude for me as your former general, then please witness my final honor, not my humiliation. A knight never kneels before a second master. He stepped forward as the remaining death energy within him erupted. Around them, the Black Knights immediately raised their spears and shields, hundreds of gleaming blades ready to pierce him like a pincushion at a single command, just as they had done to Elder Grace not long ago. At the critical moment, the Death Twin sister suddenly raised her hand, and the spear points froze in midair. She lowered her spear and fixed her dark eyes on Yale. Stand aside. Let him go. What? The crowd immediately stirred. The Black Knights looked at each other in confusion, none moving a step. Her brother cried out, "Are you insane, sister? If His Majesty finds out you let him go, you're dead." The sister shot back coldly. "First, we're both dead if I'm punished. You won't escape either. Second, he was our general, the one who created us." Her brother gritted his teeth. "But we've already repaid that debt. We used our lives to save his before. That only repaid one life, you still owe him another." Her voice wasn't loud, but each word rang like iron. "Now stand aside." She turned to the motionless Black Knights, a flash of killing intent in her eyes. "I now command you as cavalry commander of the Black Knight City, stand aside." The lead Black Knight silently shook his head. "But we are the Imperial Guard. Apart from His Majesty's orders, we only obey the faceless knight." The sister stepped forward again, her spear shaft striking the ground with a dull thud. "If you don't stand aside, I'll strip you of your status as soldiers and report this to His Majesty. Don't forget it was His Majesty who ordered you to obey my commands. If you can't even follow orders, what kind of Imperial Guards are you?" The threat worked. The Black Knights hesitantly exchanged glances and finally slowly stepped aside, creating a straight path leading into the distance. Only the captain at the front remained unmoved, still staring at her intently. "Do you know what you're doing? Traitor." "I know, and I'll take full responsibility for this. Stand aside." Faced with the younger Death Twins' resolute rebuke, the Black Knight squad captain fell silent for a moment, then stepped aside to clear the passage. However, before leaving, he warned in a low voice, "I will report this matter truthfully to His Majesty." The Black Knights immediately formed two columns, their steel armor clanking as they left an opening leading to the outside world. Death Knight Yale stood at the entrance of the passage, his gaze heavy as he faced the Death Twins. After a moment, he said nothing more, turned around, and stepped into the damp swamp forest. His black-armored figure was quickly swallowed by the mist. Gu Erdan was unaware of all this heroic scene reminiscent of Guan Yunjiang. At that time, he had already completed the battlefield cleanup. All the minions who could be revived were brought back, and those who couldn't be revived were buried on the spot. The remains of vampires and undead were also ordered to be buried together. The undead realm had never feared plagues, and plague zombies often spawned naturally in plague areas. But to erase traces of his involvement, Gu Erdan still handled everything meticulously. After finishing the cleanup, he led his army back in triumph with abundant spoils of war, leaving only over 200-man squads on the outskirts to hunt down remaining enemies. Squads composed of 100 enhanced 4th-tier undead were enough to make 6th-tier undead wary, and even 7th-tier undead would have to weigh the costs, so Gu Erdan had no worries about these minions operating outside. After a day's march, he finally returned to the long-absent Black Knight City. The minions guarding the city had been frantically reinforcing the walls according to his orders these past days, and now the city walls were both tall and thick, looking like a pitch-black mountain peak from afar. Stepping through the city gate, Gu Erdan triumphantly separated from the Wulong general shell and returned to his original body. He habitually patted his head and casually greeted his roommate at his neck. Then he examined himself. After absorbing ghost fire for an extended period, his energy had surged dramatically, and he estimated that in another 3 months he could break through to 5th-tier undead. Bad news also emerged. The 10th-tier, Lord-level soul ghost fire within his body was nearly depleted. If he continued being extravagant, even the 10th-tier ghost fire wouldn't hold up. Fortunately, he had prepared a replacement early on. Gu Erdan pulled out the 9th-tier soul ghost fire he hadn't yet used and stuffed it into his chest cavity without hesitation. Though slightly inferior in quality, it was still superior to most energy sources and sufficient to support his continued ascension. Next, he began a grand military review. All minions who hadn't been enhanced were summoned and upgraded one by one, with enhanced 4th-tier skeleton soldiers being born one after another amid the clatter of bones. At the same time, he ordered the skeleton wizards to craft new skeletons at full capacity to expand his forces. After witnessing firsthand how numerical superiority had literally overwhelmed a 9th-tier undead to death, Gu Erdan truly experienced the power of strength in numbers for the first time. 20,000 minions could no longer satisfy his ambition. Wanted an army of 100,000, even 1,000,000 strong. When that time came, what would 9th-tier undead matter? Even if a 10th-tier lord descended, he would dare point at their nose and shout, "I refuse to submit." This harvest was abundant, enough for him to squander for a long time. He only needed to reserve over 1 million energy units for survival. The rest could all be converted into military strength, using war to sustain war. When the entire Black Knight city was fully mobilized with the sounds of recruitment echoing everywhere, those squads that had gone out to hunt also gradually returned, naturally including the team led by the Death Twins. The hall was entirely black with a distinct Dark Knight aesthetic, its interior embedded with countless skull decorations. Gu Erdan sat upon his throne, glaring furiously at those below him. Strictly speaking, that menacing glare didn't come from his own eyes, but from the bloody phosphorescent flames flickering in the eye sockets of the undead skull atop his head. To the left of the throne stood Generals Zibao and Wulong side by side. To the right, vanguards Baigu and Wuzhou remained motionless at attention. Above Gu Erdan's head was a skull, and beneath his feet was a small black horse called Swift Wind Broken Colt, its back barely reaching his knees as it nuzzled around. His pitch-black armor reflected the firelight, and he indeed possessed a certain regal bearing provided he didn't open his mouth. What? You let him escape? Why the hell did you let him go? Don't you know he's important to me? The moment he spoke, all his imposing presence instantly crumbled. Gu Erdan slammed the throne's armrests with thunderous bangs, so agitated that even the skull atop his head trembled several times. Below knelt the Death Twins, with 2 rows of Dark Knights lined up behind them, soldiers under their command, now serving as witnesses. Seeing Gu Erdan's burning rage, the younger sister among the Death Twins quickly raised her head, hoping to secure a chance for redemption for the siblings. Your Majesty, it's merely a 7th-tier undead, hardly worth such anger. If your Majesty requires it, we're willing to lead troops and massacre all the nearby lords. She cleverly understood that empty words couldn't compensate for their failure, so she proposed to atone through military achievements. But she had misjudged one thing. Gu Erdan's desire to capture the Death Knight Yale alive wasn't because he coveted the other's soul fire, but because he valued that unique ability. Who asked you to go hunting? Gu Erdan shot to his feet, his voice echoing through the dome. I want a general. A general who can create knights for me. Can you two do that? Yale can. He's the king of Death Knights, naturally gifted at training cavalry. He burst into loud laughter, then suddenly fell silent, his gaze sweeping across the entire hall. This king will soon command 1 million troops and rule over vast territories. How can I lack a cavalry unit? With that, he suddenly lifted his foot and stomped heavily on the back of Swift Wind Broken Colt beside him. The small black horse, barely reaching his waist in height, whinnied in pain, appearing even more ridiculous. Gu Erdan glared at the horse, then at the Death Twins. With just you two and this broken horse, you think you're worthy of forming this king's cavalry? The Death Twins' expressions changed simultaneously. They had originally thought Gu Erdan wanted to eliminate all threats, so they had taken it upon themselves to release their former master. Only now did they realize he intended to recruit him, they had truly shot themselves in the foot. Having already witnessed Gu Erdan's abilities, especially hearing that he had conjured an undead lord from thin air when he was only 2nd tier, the siblings were absolutely certain this new king would eventually rise to power. Being promoted to generals was already tremendous fortune. The siblings exchanged glances, regret flashing in the brother's eyes, while the sister frowned deeply. She spoke again. Your Majesty, you may not understand Death Knights. Though born from darkness, they adhere to the Knight's code, loyalty, valor, and obedience. Lord Yale is upright by nature. Even if we hadn't released him, he would never have accepted recruitment. So what? That's no excuse for letting him go. Gu Erdan leaned back into his throne, boredly examining the siblings standing side by side. Suddenly, his eyes rolled as if he had thought of something. Slapping the armrest and springing to his feet, Gu Erdan waved the large red cloak he had looted from a corpse, speaking in a serious tone. Rewards for merit, punishment for mistakes. This is my principle. Gu Erdan stood in the center of the council hall, his voice so thunderous that the walls themselves hummed in response. You released prisoners without authorization, causing me to lose the foundation for building a cavalry. This is a grave offense. He pointed accusingly at the Death Twin siblings and several generals kneeling below, all of whom hung their heads in shame. I'm giving you 2 choices. First, I strip you of your ranks. From now on, you're no longer generalsserie, not even knights. You'll all serve as adjutants in the Black Knight Legion. As for your warhorses, I'll be keeping them for safekeeping. Don't worry, I'll take good care of them. Once your punishment is complete, I'll return them exactly as they were. I give you my word. As he spoke, the soul flames in his chest flickered with a whoosh, casting an eerie blue glow that made the nearby generals exchange uneasy glances. Gale Windbreaker, lying at his feet, bristled and suddenly lunged up to bite his forearm. Gu Erdan had to spin around several times before finally flinging the feisty little creature aside, veins bulging at his temples. Ahem. As for the second choice, it's simple. Within 10 days, gather me 1,000 cavalry and find me a good horse while you're at it. If you fail, you'll surrender all your warhorses as punishment. The moment he finished speaking, the Death Twins exchanged glances and clasped their fists in salute. We choose the second option. Within 10 days, we'll bring your majesty 1,000 cavalry. Excellent. Gu Erdan waved his hand. But you can't both go. I won't have you running off together. Either leave one person behind, or leave all your war horses. Your choice. After a brief silence, the sister spoke quietly. Brother, I was the one who took it upon myself to release the prisoners. I'll carry out this mission. In 10 days, I'll return with the cavalry. Her brother nodded. Very well. The city gates rumbled open as the sister mounted her horse and rode out alone. Gu Erdan couldn't help, but Wara only had 2 real cavalry under his command. So what if something happened to her on the road? He dispatched an additional 1,000 skeleton soldiers to accompany her, both to assist with recruitment and to ensure her protection. The moment the sister left through the gates, Gu Erdan led away her brother's warhorse. The brother was left holding a small foal that barely reached his waist, watching the little creature angrily roll around on the ground in a tantrum. Suddenly, he understood why his lord was always coveting his mount. Time slipped away quietly. The Black Knight city continued its massive recruitment, with newly resurrected skeleton soldiers being brought back in endless streams. In just 7 days, their forces exploded from 20,000 to 80,000. However, the enormous supply costs drained all the wealth Gu Erdan had plundered during this period, once again reducing him from nouveau riche to penniless. Though poor, he couldn't lose face. He officially renamed his original army the Black Guard Imperial Army. He also selected 5,000 of the strongest skeleton soldiers, uniformly painted their armor, carved details according to rank, and formed them into his personal Guard the Bone Imperial Guard. Armor styles from the Qin, Han, Jin, Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties, as well as Western Knight orders, were all copied wholesale and crammed into his armory. Just as Gu Erdan was busy modifying equipment, dust exploded outside the city as several skeleton scouts came racing back at incredible speed. Reaching the city walls, they signaled with flags, and the guards immediately lowered rope baskets to hoist the scouts up to the ramparts. Moments later, the scout knelt in the Great Hall to report, Your Majesty, we've spotted 4 armies approaching the Black Knight city. The largest has over 10,000 troops and is moving fastest. The already reached our borders. The smallest has fewer than 1,000. Leading them is the Death Twin sister who left the city days ago. 4 armies. Gu Erdan stared at the map, his frown deepening. Don't tell me she figured out I was planning to take her horse and decided to raise a rebellion instead? That honest-looking girl, even she's turned traitor. With a sweep of his cloak, he headed straight for the city walls with his 4 heavenly kings. Assemble, prepare for battle, and bring the hostages up here. Yes, sir. Atop the city walls, countless banners fluttered in the wind. Black flags stood row upon row, their gray-white paint ground from crushed bones, some bearing the character Gu, and others Dan, with military unit codes carved on the reverse. Forbidden, for the Black Martial Imperial Guard, Mad, for the Skull Axemen, Imperial, for the Whitebone Royal Guard, and Blast, for the Suicide Corps. The fierce wind howled as the banners snapped and danced. Below the city walls, white bones surged like a tide, with tens of thousands of skeletons standing in formation barely organized enough to rival a middle school assembly on a playground. Gu Erdan stood with his 4 heavenly kings atop the gatehouse, gazing down at the distant yellow plains. At the horizon's edge, smoke billowed as countless skeletal cavalry charged forward on bone steeds, dust clouds stretching like gray curtains across the sky. Leading the charge was the younger sister of the Death Twins. Gu Erdan snorted coldly, just as he'd suspected. After only a few days, she betrayed them over a mere horse. She was like the Wu Sangui of the undead realm. Did she think she could trick open the city gates and let the enemy in? Fortunately, this king had come prepared. He raised his hand and roared, Guards, bring the hostage. The generals and soldiers on the tower exchanged confused glances, not understanding his command. The elder brother of the Death Twins, who was currently mixed among the generals, also looked around as if searching for this supposed hostage. Gu Erdan's mouth twitched as he crooked a finger at him. You, come here for a moment. Your Majesty, you're calling me. The elder Death Twin approached in bewilderment. In the next instant, Gu Erdan sprang into action, drawing a palm-sized bone knife from his robes and pressing the blade against the man's throat, then shouting down to the city below. Stop right there. Your brother is in my hands. If you know what's good for you, surrender and hand over that horse. This king might consider sparing your life. Suddenly reining in her mount, the younger Death Twin stared up at the gate in confusion. Seeing that she didn't immediately surrender, Gu Erdan's fury blazed. Don't think I won't do it. This king also fought his way out of mountains of bones. When I go mad, I'll even cut down myself. If you don't surrender now, this king will strike. As he spoke, he raised the knife, its edge scraping a chalky white mark across the elder Death Twin's neck armor. The armor remained undamaged, but the knife's blade had gone dull. Expressionless, Gu Erdan smacked the man's helmet. What are you looking at? Lift your neck up. Oh. The man obediently raised his neck, exposing the gaps in his armor. Gu Erdan immediately pressed the knife point into the gap, his sinister grin returning. Beware, this king's blade goes in white and comes out red. The elder death twin hesitated for a moment before quietly reminding him. Your Majesty, my sister and I can resurrect infinitely as long as we maintain a certain distance. That knife won't work on me. Damn it. Gu Erdan stared at him in shock. Are you mocking me? I wouldn't dare. So you did think about it? Guards, drag him out and execute him. Take him far away to do it. Make sure he can't come back to life. Yes, sir. The skeletal executioner captain, who had just been promoted to general for his war achievements, immediately stepped forward. He hooked one hand around the elder death twin's neck bone and brandished his heavy battle axe with the other, dragging the man toward the city gate. The elder brother instantly panicked, his legs desperately scraping against the ground as his skeletal joints clattered and creaked. Your Majesty, I'm innocent. Executioner. Wait. Stop pulling. I'm innocent. Who are you calling executioner? Address me as General Divine Might. The two struggled back and forth on the city wall. However, one was a fifth-tier death twin elder brother, while the other was merely a fourth-tier General Divine Might. The power gap was obvious. After struggling for quite some time, Divine Might not only failed to secure his grip, but nearly got thrown off the city wall himself. Unable to save face, he suddenly roared. Men! Attack! Crash! Over 2,000 executioners swarmed forward, lifting the death twin elder brother with multiple hands and preparing to throw him down. Below, the death twin younger sister sat on her warhorse, raising her hand to her forehead, unable to bear watching. Beside her, a skeletal knight lord clad in white bone-heavy armor and radiating an intimidating presence spoke in a deep voice. Death Knight, you once said that the lord you serve is both scholarly and martial, commanding strong troops and fine steeds. It was precisely for this reason that I brought my men to pledge allegiance. If scholarly and martial has been reduced to this state, then please excuse me as I lead my troops back. This was indeed the skeletal knight lord from over 800 li away from the Black Warrior City, commanding more than 10,000 skeletal knights under his command. These so-called skeletal knights had combat power ranging from 1st to 3rd tier, since regions without skeletal horses simply could not nurture them. This was also why Gu Erdan's forces had long lacked cavalry. When the death twin younger sister was collecting spoils of war, she had found several maps on corpses and learned of this cavalry force's existence. She had traveled thousands of li, using her own formidable strength plus her 1,000 4th-tier skeletal soldiers under command to invite this cavalry force over. However, while skeletal knights had a reputation, their actual combat effectiveness wasn't necessarily stronger than infantry with fragile bones and sufficient charging power. They often fell apart upon impact, which was why no one dared to easily recruit them. Seeing the knight lord about to retreat, the death twin younger sister hastily tried to appease him, then rode her horse to charge before Gu Erdan. Your Majesty, this is the knight unit I recruited for you. Gu Erdan glanced at the mass of black cavalry outside the city and sneered coldly. You're talking nonsense. Recruiting 10,000 in 7 days? Did you dig up the knight's ancestral graves? This is clearly a conspiracy. A naked conspiracy. After estimating and comparing both sides' military strength, his confidence soared. The death twins obviously didn't know he now commanded 80,000 skeletal soldiers, still thinking he only had 20,000. While 10,000 cavalry against 20,000 infantry would indeed be troublesome, against 80,000 fully armored infantry, victory was already decided. Open the city gates. Attack! Gu Erdan roared wildly. Drums thundered as the thick bone gates slowly lowered to the ground under the combined effort of over 100 4th-tier skeletal soldiers pulling the white bone chains. The next second, groups of skeletal soldiers poured out like a bursting flood, white bones interlocking and armor gleaming, howling as they charged through the city gates. The distant skeletal knight lord gazed at this bone-white, overwhelming torrent of heavy armor, then looked down at the 1,000 4th-tier skeletal soldiers beside him. Comparing the bone color and armor of both sides, he felt a bone-chilling cold. This was clearly an entire iron wall formed by 4th-tier elites. He stiffly turned his head, his gaze falling directly on the death twin younger sister. The younger sister noticed his gaze and nodded proudly. The lord's hair stood on end as he yanked the reins and turned to flee frantically, his shouts becoming the whoosh of wind. With their leader fleeing, the more than 10,000 skeletal knights also panicked and turned to follow and escape. Yellow sand covered the sky, iron hooves thundered like drums, and in an instant, more than 10,000 skeletal cavalry fled in panic, stirring up dust that filled the sky. Only the death twin younger sister and her 1,000 4th-tier skeletal soldiers remained on the spot, standing alone and bewildered in the cold wind. The fleeing skeleton knight lord ultimately couldn't escape his fate. The headless knight thundered past on horseback, hurling a heavy javelin that whistled through the air and knocked him clean off his mount. The pursuing skeleton soldiers surged forward like a rising tide of white bones, engulfing both rider and horse. Within moments, he was pinned firmly to the ground. Seeing their leader defeated, his subordinates tried to break through the encirclement, only to be pushed back by an even denser wall of bone spears and shields. Captured one after another, they were already vastly outnumbered, and the gap in strength was razor-sharp. This self-proclaimed elite skeleton knight regiment's strongest guards barely reached the third tier, with fewer than 20 capable of fourth-tier combat, while the rest were uniformly first and second tier. But under Gu Erdan's command were enhanced skeleton soldiers who had consumed necromancer potions, forcibly elevated to the fourth tier, with defenses harder than iron armor. The enemy's spears striking their bone shields could only chip off tiny fragments, unable to leave even a crack, let alone cause any real damage. The younger sister of the Death Twins was also restrained, her arms held fast, bound properly. However, she neither drew her sword nor struggled, only calling out as the skeleton soldiers charged. Binding is fine, but keep the prisoners alive, especially that lord. This lord wasn't just a cavalry commander, was the king of skeleton knights, possessing the ability to create skeleton knights. Though most of his creations were first and second tier cannon fodder, being a king meant an endless supply of troops, and the city of Dark Knights never scorned weak soldiers. The skeleton soldiers originally crafted by the wizards were only first tier, yet now each had become a battle-hardened elite. When the younger sister was escorted through the city gates, the misunderstanding was finally cleared up. After all, who would send a group of half-trained cannon fodder cavalry to attack a city alone? Cavalry attacking a fortress? Did they think they were Genghis Khan? Once the misunderstanding was resolved, Gu Erdan hurriedly untied their bonds personally. Facing the Death Knight's younger sister and the trembling lord, he beat his chest in remorse. I was rash. I was impulsive. His display of humble courtesy would have earned him a reputation for sincere hospitality in ancient times, no less gracious than Chow Munda rushing out barefoot to greet a friend. Unfortunately, watching his entire performance, he seemed more like Yuan Shao, capable of ruining even the best hand. The Death Knight's younger sister naturally harbored no resentment. She had come out to redeem herself through merit. Having already erred by releasing prisoners without permission, she would accept whatever stern attitude Gu Erdan displayed. As for the Skeleton Knight Lord, his soul fire was nearly extinguished with terror. He was merely a fifth-tier, mid-level undead, surrounded by an ocean of white bones formed by 80,000 fourth-tier skeleton soldiers. One wrong word, and he wouldn't even need the commander to act. Just tossing out a dozen random soldiers could tear him to bone fragments. When he had agreed to the Death Twins' younger sister's recruitment, it was partly to latch onto a powerful patron, and partly from fear that those 1,000 soldiers would scatter his ashes. Now facing 80,000, resistance was unthinkable. So when Gu Erdan extended an olive branch with a brilliant smile, he didn't dare hesitate and immediately nodded. Seeing this, Gu Erdan was visibly delighted and announced on the spot. The Skeleton Knight Lord was appointed as one of the four heavenly kings, with the title Knight Vanguard Officer, temporarily serving as deputy to the Death Twins. Once his forces were expanded, he would command troops independently. With the enhancement of these skeleton knights complete, the overall strength of the Dark Knight City surged once again, bringing the total military force close to the 100,000 mark. The city now boasted 13,000 cavalry, 76,000 infantry, plus 5,000 imperial guards, and 1,300 elite troops. While this military expansion was undoubtedly good news, just as one misunderstanding had been cleared up, a new doubt crept into Gu Erdan's mind. If the Death Twins hadn't betrayed him, then who did those other three forces approaching belong to? Had his secret been exposed? Had the vampires discovered that he had killed Elder Grace and come seeking retribution? Or had those two ninth-tier powerhouses from the Ghost Palace, who hadn't died completely, suddenly recovered to full strength and come for revenge? The possibility of recovering completely in just a few days was slim, but who could say for certain? To be safe, he dispatched the newly promoted Skeleton Knights for reconnaissance while commanding his main force to retreat into the underground tunnels beneath the city, planning to ambush first and then launch a surprise attack. At this moment, the enemy probably had no idea that he had just expanded his forces significantly through transformation magic. Who would be surrounding whom in this battle remained to be seen. The 500 Skeleton Knights sent out had all been promoted to 4th tier, specifically the Skeleton Light Cavalry Knights, variant known for their speed. Though their defense was somewhat lacking, they charged like a cold wind, and even their warhorses had been upgraded to 4th tier by Gu Erdan, nearly depleting the system's stored energy. Besides the light cavalry, he had also prepared heavy cavalry skilled at breaking formations, fully armored knights capable of charging into chaotic battles, and mounted archers for range suppression. The diverse advantages of skeleton troops were perfectly demonstrated in the Knight series. With the entire army hidden underground, Gu Erdan once again possessed General Wulong's body and led over 10,000 skeleton guards to defend the city. Meanwhile, the 500 light cavalry galloped across the wasteland and quickly gathered intelligence on the approaching enemies. Three forces, the smallest numbering 1,000, the largest 2,000, and the third approximately 1,500. All three armies maintained 4th-tier strength, with the first force being particularly impressive. It actually had several hundred 5th-tier powerhouses. Moreover, they made no effort to conceal their aura, releasing it freely, clearly indicating they were elite forces from their respective powers. The enemy's aggressive approach certainly harbored ill intentions. Halfway through the reconnaissance mission, the skeleton light cavalry's movements were detected, and the first force quickly turned to charge toward them. This army was none other than the vampire elite, led by Elder Hussein's eldest son, which incredibly included 305th-tier count-level knights. To recruit Gu Erdan to his ranks, Elder Hussein had certainly shown great respect, even deploying half of his personal guard. Upon discovering the light cavalry's exposure, the eldest son, Hussein, frowned slightly. His accompanying deputy gripped his weapon and asked in a low voice, "Should we intercept them? Can you catch them?" Hussein's gaze swept over the black shadows galloping away. "That's a specialized mobile variant cavalry unit, approximately 4th-tier strength. While they might indeed outrun 5th-tier opponents who aren't specialized in speed, I am, after all, a 6th-tier vampire." The deputy looked confident. "If the young master requires it, I can intercept them. They're only 4th-tier, forget it." Hussein shook his head. "Courtesy before force. How can force come before courtesy? Letting them return to report might not be a bad thing. Pass the order. Slow the entire army's pace to avoid misunderstandings." In an instant, over 1,000 cavalry shifted from a gallop to a trot, and the sound of hoofbeats diminished significantly. This unusual maneuver was also caught by the reconnaissance knights ahead, and the intelligence was immediately reported back to Gu Erdan. Cavalry specialized in speed voluntarily abandoning their speed advantage? Gu Erdan frowned, signaling the skeleton soldiers in the tunnels not to act rashly, then personally led his 10,000 strong army to march out of the city. The thunderous sound of countless footsteps echoed as tens of thousands of skeletons poured out from the city, forming defensive formations. Atop the city walls, over 1,000 skeletal archers had already knocked their arrows, the arrowheads gleaming with an eerie cold light under the moonlight. As for the slingshot users and throwers, they remained stationed below the walls. If these half-trained troops climbed up, they'd probably end up hitting their own allies first. In the distance, Huzaid, the eldest son of Elder Hussein, led 1,000 elite troops charging forward like lightning. They came to an abrupt halt 50 meters away from Gu Erdan and his forces. Spears stood in formation like a forest, silver armor and crimson cloaks fluttering in the wind, radiating an aura of elite prowess. Gazing at the dark mass of skeletal army before him, Huzaid took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with fervor. His fourth brother hadn't lied to him. Whether these skeletons had reached the 4th tier remained uncertain, but their distinctive obsidian battle armor alone proved they were no ordinary foes. If he could recruit them, it would surely elevate the Hussein family to new heights. As he pondered, a skeleton rode out from the ranks. This was the newly appointed Knight Vanguard officer who, eager to impress before the Bone King, had been secretly observing Gu Erdan. Seizing this moment, he spurred his horse forward to the front lines. His 2-meter bone spear pointed diagonally ahead as his voice echoed from between skeletal teeth like muffled thunder. "I am the Knight Vanguard officer under the Bone King. Who are you? State your names immediately." Though this skeleton was merely 5th tier, the combination of basic and intermediate bone reinforcement spells, along with heavy plate armor and a towering warhorse, gave him quite the commanding presence. The deputy's brow furrowed, clearly displeased by the skeleton's arrogance, and he was about to step forward with a rebuke when Huzaid raised his hand to stop him. The eldest son rode out alone, clasping his fists and calling out loudly, "Huzaid, eldest son of Elder Hussein, by my father's command, I come to invite the Bone King to join forces for great endeavors." Behind the city walls, Gu Erdan's expression shifted slightly. "Surname Ho?" he muttered to himself, feeling the name was somehow familiar. Huzaid's smile remained unchanged as he added another line. "My brother is Huzalii." These words struck like lightning, and Gu Erdan instantly recalled that night's bloodbath. The fellow who had thrown a cup trying to recruit him, only to be hacked to pieces by countless blades, was none other than Huzalii. Well then, the cat was out of the bag, and the older brother had come to settle the score? How had that skeleton king fellow gotten himself killed? TSK. Even his human shield was so unreliable, yet dared to call himself a king. His thoughts racing, confirming the visitor's hostile intent, Gu Erdan couldn't be bothered with pleasantries and raised his hand to order an attack. At that very moment, Huzaid's eyes flashed with blood-red light as his entire form exploded into a crimson mist and vanished with a whoosh. In the next instant, the blood mist condensed before Gu Erdan. Huzaid grasped his raised wrist with one hand, forcibly stopping the command. "Lord Bone King, I haven't finished speaking yet. Why such haste?" The 50-meter distance crossed in an instant, man and horse now face-to-face, the ghostly movement technique like spectral teleportation. Gu Erdan was so startled by this display that his pupils dilated and his soul's ghostly flames flickered wildly. The generals guarding Gu Erdan's side snapped to attention at that moment, roaring as they drew their weapons. Cold steel gleamed, and a murderous aura instantly spread through the air. Just then, a figure materialized from thin air with a sharp whoosh, transforming into black mist and flashing before everyone with the sound of cutting wind, his spear striking like a venomous snake straight at Huzade's heart. Whoosh, blood mist exploded. Huzade's form scattered once again, like ink painting sliced apart by a sharp blade, vanishing without a trace in an instant. The helmetless knight, who had charged forward using the ghost army formation, missed his strike but didn't rashly pursue. He withdrew his spear and held it horizontally in defense, standing coldly before Gu Erdan. The generals immediately tightened their formation, their gazes sharp as knives, staring intently at Huzade as he reformed. Huzade returned to his original position, brushing away a few wisps of blood mist that still lingered on his shoulder, and smiled as he studied the helmetless knight. What an excellent ghost army formation! Your talent is extraordinary. The Bone King's forces truly hide dragons and crouching tigers. Gu Erdan raised his hand to restrain his general's impulses, his profound gaze moving back and forth between Huzade and the helmetless knight. That move was definitely a show of force, and he had to admit he was shaken. That speed was so eerily ghost-like it practically possessed the ability to take an enemy general's head from among 10,000 troops. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have held back and would have brought all 1,000 Black Knights to see whether that fellow's teleportation was faster or the Black Knight's strikes were swifter. Are you warning me? Telling me you can instantly intercept my movements and take my head at any time? Gu Erdan's tone remained calm. Haha, Lord Bone King, you speak too seriously. Huzade waved his hand with a smile playing at his lips. You and I have no grievances between us. I come today with goodwill. Why would I suddenly attack? Moreover, his gaze shifted. Your brother did die at the hands of me and the Skeleton King. Though the Skeleton King was the mastermind, I was involved nonetheless. Are you truly not here for revenge? Of course not. Huzade answered seriously. If this were about revenge, do you think I would bring only this few troops? He spurred his horse forward, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed 1,000 elite troops under Gu Erdan's banner. His wariness was undisguised, yet 3 parts greed showed in the depths of his pupils. Though I'm confident, I'm not arrogant. No matter how formidable these 1,000 elites might be, they absolutely couldn't match the 14,000 fourth-tier undead in my hands. I must say, your army is truly magnificent. To prevent Gu Erdan from suddenly giving orders, Huzade decided to state his purpose plainly. I'll be frank, my brother was long ago revived by my father. The vampire clan has many methods and naturally possesses means of resurrection. On his strong recommendation, my father has become quite interested in your forces and specially sent me, the future heir, leading our most elite troops here to discuss cooperation, alliance, and great undertakings. Gu Erdan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Having just killed a vampire elder, this was precisely when the vampire clan's nerves were on edge. If he caused another major disturbance now, it might well draw the siege of the entire clan. A real death struggle with the vampires would cost who knows how many brothers. Excellent. Gu Erdan nodded readily. Since you wish to talk, this king shall oblige. How do you propose we proceed? Seeing that Gu Erdan didn't immediately draw his blade at the slightest disagreement, Huzade also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That earlier show of force was a gamble that the other party wouldn't act impulsively. If Gu Erdan had really charged forward like a brainless brute shouting, "How dare you threaten me?" he would truly have been in trouble. Fortunately, the other party's intelligence was intact, and everything remained under control. Huzade's smile bloomed brilliant as spring wind as he suddenly gestured toward the city walls. Negotiations need not be rushed. We've traveled 1,000 li to get here. Surely, we can't conduct business while standing in the wind. Please enter the city, young master. A guest should not overshadow the host. After you, sir. The Ho family, a vampire branch that has existed for hundreds of years. Vampires are naturally sharp-minded, and their wealth accumulated over centuries is as thick as fortress walls, far beyond what other undead factions can match. Elder Grace alone can take on 2 ninth-tier undead when going all out, and this confidence is evident to all who witness it. With both wealth and combat power, vampires have always been adept at gathering influence, and many undead are happy to cooperate with these generous patrons. Gu Erdan is currently one of them. At the negotiating table, Huzade's style is straightforward, as if he's afraid Gu Erdan won't understand. Every time he poses a question, he patiently breaks it down and explains it thoroughly. His manner is exactly like when Gu Erdan scolds his subordinates, cursing while translating his own words. Clearly, Huzade has been conditioned by dealing with slow-witted undead and now automatically switches to idiot explanation mode whenever he meets someone. Gu Erdan isn't afraid of fools, but being treated like one makes him uncomfortable. Huzade is testing him with roundabout traps to see what abilities he possesses, yet fears he won't catch on, so he has to provide supplementary explanations while probing. It's like someone asking how much money your family has while solemnly promising, "I have absolutely no designs on your wealth, just curious." He looks at Huzade and shakes his head helplessly, thinking, does this young master preset all undead intelligence so low? He glances at the two generals beside him, General Wulong with his profound gaze, General Zibao with his carefree expression, then suddenly falls silent. With these brilliant strategists around him, it's understandable that others might mistake him for a simpleton. Since he's being treated as a low-intelligence creature, there's no harm in playing along. After all, no one is too wary of stupid people. In negotiations, the two most troublesome types are those with explosive intelligence, and those with poor intelligence. The former see through the traps in your words, while the latter simply don't believe anything you say, thinking, I just don't think it'll work. Why should it work? In just a few sentences, Gu Erdan has figured out Houseaid's purpose for this visit. The other party has actually guessed that he can mass-produce fourth-tier undead, and has even pinpointed his forces at around 20,000. This makes Gu Erdan break out in a cold sweat. Who would have thought that the fool who was hacked to death had such deep scheming? Truly worthy of being a honeycomb coal from a great family. If he had known this earlier, he should have burned that corpse to ashes from the start. Since things have come to this point, and the other party has already discovered part of his hand while showing great interest, Gu Erdan decides to stop hiding and slams the table to lay his cards bare. That's right. He, Lord Gu Erdan, can indeed create fourth-tier undead, and the cost required isn't even that high. Creating a fourth-tier undead costs him roughly 1,700 energy points. Given that a first-tier undead provides at most 10 points, second-tier up to 50, third-tier 100, and fourth-tier 1,000, he only needs to eliminate a dozen or so third-tier creatures, or about 30 second-tier ones, to forge a single fourth-tier undead. The undead realm isn't lacking in much except for low-tier undead, which swarm everywhere. Skeletal remains roam freely, and ghostly flames dart about wherever you look, practically limitless in number. Gu Erdan certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to report the precise figure of 1,700. He calculated silently. Since he's mass-producing minions for others, using fewer materials is perfectly reasonable. While 1,700 energy corresponds to peak fourth-tier quality, he only plans to craft basic or intermediate fourth-tier undead, bringing costs down to just over 1,000. Then, with a casual stroke of his pen on the report, he added a 0 after 1,000, raising his quote to 10,000 energy points while chuckling inwardly. This price doesn't sound too outrageous, merely equivalent to the wholesale cost of 10 fourth-tier undead souls, or 100 third-tier, 200 second-tier, or even 1,000 first-tier ones. To outsiders, these numbers aren't unreasonable. Masterless second-tier undead are everywhere, and the undead realm sees millions of low-tier cannon fodder resurrect daily. Simply venture outside the city, slaughter some unwanted skeleton soldiers, hand them to Gu Erdan, and he can process them into elite fourth-tier forces in no time. Naturally formed fourth-tier undead typically require decades to mature and constant feeding of soul flames. By comparison, Gu Erdan's rapid production method is practically guaranteed profit. Learning that such a small cost could mass-produce fourth-tier undead, Husseid immediately grew excited, rubbing his hands together with eyes blazing like freshly lit blue flames. Seeing him act like he'd struck gold, Gu Erdan's heart sank. Damn it, I still underestimated these wealthy bastards' deep pockets. I should have added another 0 to the price. Indeed, the affluent Husseid not only readily accepted the 10,000 energy quote, but also added 20 soul flames per unit as Gu Erdan's labor fee. This guy spends his father's money without a care, skilled at winning people over a typical rich second generation. Though negotiations concluded, verbal agreements mean nothing, so Husseid demanded an on-site demonstration. The two left the city and casually picked up some broken skeletal remains scattered across the wasteland. Husseid's black soul-storing ring trembled, and 6,000 second-tier soul flames clinked into Gu Erdan's palm, their blazing light dancing in the thin mist. He was clearly worried about Gu Erdan pulling tricks with the bones. There are plenty of swindlers among the undead, and if this guy couldn't actually forge fourth-tier undead, or could only produce 1 or 2 per day under harsh, expensive conditions, then deceive them into handing over massive amounts of soul flames before fleeing, wouldn't they end up losing both people and money? So all these skeleton soldiers were randomly selected by him, and he also provided the soul flames himself. From beginning to end, his gaze never left Gu Erdan's palm, preventing any sleight of hand. Gu Erdan made no suspicious moves whatsoever, simply raising his hand to absorb all 200 soul flames into his palm. The blue flames were quickly refined, transforming into gentle white light that flowed up his arm and into his body. Ding! System credited with 27,261 energy points. The pleasant electronic voice chimed in his ear. Gu Erdan grinned widely, his eyes curving into crescents truly worthy of the wealthy vampire clan. This batch of soul flames were all peak second-tier quality, virtually flawless. Even the few that hadn't quite reached peak level were only a hair's breadth away, and 200 combined far exceeded what he needed to create a single undead. If it wasn't enough, he could always ask the vampires for more. They had money to burn. After a brief moment of satisfaction, he quickly separated a portion of energy and channeled it into the first-tier skeleton soldier before him. White sparks scattered like fine rain, drilling into the gaps between the skeleton's bones. The frame trembled slightly as the dark red soul flame flickered violently, its aura visibly ascending at breakneck speed. Second tier. Gu Erdan counted silently. Third tier. The light continued surging. Fourth tier. He deliberately slowed the infusion process to make the enhancement appear gradual. But to the observing young Master House said, this was already an absurdly fast pace beyond description. When the skeleton soldier's overall strength stabilized firmly at early fourth tier, Gu Erdan immediately cut off the energy flow and exhaled softly. The energy is depleted. The soul flames you provided can only create these soldiers. As soon as he finished speaking, 34th tier undead stood in neat formation before him, their bone blades gleaming with cold light. Househead seemed not to hear him at all, his gaze glued to those 30 skeletons, his dark eyes blazing with barely contained fervor. After standing stunned for a long moment, he finally couldn't suppress the excitement surging in his chest and blurted out, "Holy shit." 3 voices rang out simultaneously at that moment. Househead gasped in astonishment, but when he heard 2 other voices echoing alongside his own, every hair on his body stood on end. Just as he was still immersed in shock, a thought flashed through his mind, like lightning. Someone was eavesdropping. The secret was exposed. They must be silenced. In that split second, he leaped to his feet and slammed both palms down on the ground like massive hammers. "Whatever scoundrels you are, die." With that thunderous roar, he didn't even give his opponents a chance to identify themselves, directly unleashing his ultimate 7-circle spell hand of the blood god. Thick crimson mist surged up from the earth, instantly transforming into over 1,000 blood-red arms that frantically reached out in all directions. Each arm seemed both corporeal and ethereal, passing through walls, trees, and rocks as if nothing could stop them. They locked onto only one type of target: living beings with souls, ignoring all obstacles. Precise tracking. Once they caught their prey, all the blood hands would swarm together, crushing their victim to powder. Capable of both group attacks and focused strikes, combining offense and defense. With this single technique, Househead had once killed a peer-level powerhouse in direct combat. At this moment, over 1,000 blood hands lunged toward all living creatures in the vicinity, yet precisely avoided Gu Erdan and his companions. Suddenly, sharp screams pierced through the blood mist, clearly from someone who recognized the terror of this technique. "Big brother. Big brother, please show mercy. It's me, your third brother." The familiar voice made Househead pause slightly. His third brother, Hisayu. What was he doing here? Most likely trying to steal his prize. How about taking this opportunity to eliminate this troublesome fellow as well? With Gu Erdan as a potential ally by his side, father would surely be delighted upon receiving the news and might not mind losing one son. A murderous glint flashed in Househead's eyes, his killing intent undiminished. But at that moment, another voice reached his ears. "Big brother, please show mercy." This time it was his second brother, Househead. Househead's expression darkened as his thoughts raced. He was confident he could eliminate 2 6th-tier undead with one strike. But how could he explain killing 2 of his own brothers to their father? Killing 1 could be passed off as an accident, but killing 2 would be too obvious. After weighing his options, he ultimately dispersed the hand of the blood god. The moment the blood mist receded, 2 battered figures stumbled out, first transforming into bats before resuming human form. Both were handsome in appearance, but their clothes were now torn and their bodies covered in bloody wounds, though the injuries healed at a visible rate. "What are you 2 doing here?" Househead's voice was low and menacing. The 2 brothers exchanged awkward glances, forcing out weak smiles. Unable to answer for a long moment, they had naturally come to cause trouble, but hadn't expected Gu Erdan's speed in creating subordinates to be so terrifyingly fast that a single exclamation had exposed them. Not daring to face their elder brother's wrath directly, the 2 quickly turned toward Gu Erdan with attitudes so enthusiastic they bordered on obsequious. "Househead, second prince of the blood clan, greets you, sir." Hisayu, third prince of the blood clan, pays his respects. The 2 stepped forward side by side and shook hands firmly with Gu Erdan. Gu Erdan looked at his 2 new brothers with a peculiar expression. Househead, Hisayu, Househead even arranged in order. Their father really knows how to name his children. The 2 brothers showed great enthusiasm toward Gu Erdan, especially after witnessing his abilities firsthand. While their mission was to seize power, it certainly wasn't to seek death. Faced with such a formidable warrior, they were eager to win him over rather than antagonize him. Thus began round after round of subtle probing. Originally, only Househead had taken Gu Erdan for a fool, but now with the 2 brothers joining in, that number had tripled. Gu Erdan was happy to play along, feigning ignorance while actively sharing intelligence. 1. The materials and processes required to create 4th-tier undead. 2. For every 4th-tier undead Househead commissioned, he would provide an additional 22nd-tier soul flames. At this point, he didn't forget to loudly praise Househead's generosity. Regarding this extra expenditure, Hisayu and Househead reacted quite differently. third brother Hosayu was naturally a penny pincher. Even Doc, his own subordinates, would gesso hearing about, paying 110 extra per unit, made his heart ache on the spot. Second brother Hosifong was filled with indignation in his view. The Blood Clan's assets would eventually be his. So Hoseid's current behavior was tantamount to using his future wealth to buy favors. If anyone should be buying favors, it should be him. Amidst the three brothers' mutual scheming, Gu Erdan's partnership contract was finally settled. 1. Gu Erdan would continuously craft undead minions for the Blood Clan. 2. The Blood Clan would present 106th-tier soul flames as a welcoming gift. 3. Henceforth, Gu Erdan would not need to contribute any resources, and he would have a share in any benefits. These 106th-tier soul flames represented an enormous sum for the Blood Clan as well. The penny-pinching Hosayu clutched his chest and nearly fainted. Such high-quality flames could refine so many minions. It was like burning money. With matters settled, everyone prepared to meet the real boss. The Blood Clan was currently under the control of Elder Hosein, so if Gu Erdan wanted to officially join, he naturally had to pay his respects. After brief preparations, he led his newly forged 104th-tier skeleton soldiers and departed with the three brothers. Elder Hosein's territory was extremely far from Gu Erdan's domain. Even with the three brothers riding at full speed, it had taken several days to reach him. Fortunately, Gu Erdan now had cavalry. Otherwise, traveling on foot alone would have taken ages. After traveling day and night continuously, the group began to make camp. Though the undead knew no fatigue, they had inevitably encountered various troublemakers along the way, fighting several battles large and small, resulting in some casualties that required necessary repairs. In the tent, Hoseid shook hands with Gu Erdan in farewell. To prove his gains to the family, he had Gu Erdan urgently create over 100 skeleton knights using soul flames on the spot. Deep forging chants and blue flames dancing between bone frames quickly formed a new elite cavalry unit. When departing, Hoseid's escort had nearly doubled in size, and his arrogance rose accordingly. After the eldest son left, Gu Erdan returned to his own tent in high spirits. Looking at his rapidly growing energy reserves, he nearly laughed out loud. What a wealthy patron. A blood clan that's lived for hundreds of years certainly has deep pockets, casually producing so many high-quality soul flames. As he was taking inventory of his gains, a skeleton knight entered. This was a newly joined Knight Vanguard officer who was eager to prove himself and had volunteered to serve as Gu Erdan's cavalry guard captain. Since the Black Knight Legion needed to remain hidden, Gu Erdan had simply agreed to his request. Your Majesty, someone outside requests an audience. Who? The Blood Clan's second son, Hosifong. Show him in. Yes. The Vanguard officer saluted and withdrew. Gu Erdan quickly suppressed his nouveau riche expression and hung a slightly vacant smile on his lips. To others, he appeared to be using the crouching dragon general's body, imposing appearance and sharp eyes that commanded respect just by standing there. Any disguise seemed pale before this exterior shell. The tent flap opened, and Hosifong appeared before Gu Erdan with a hearty smile on his face. What brings the second young master here so late at night? Gu Erdan sat regally on his throne of white bones, draped in dark golden chainmail, putting on quite the show. But Hosifong across from him wasn't buying any of it. He pushed open the heavy stone doors of the hall and strode in, travel-worn and dusty, taking a seat directly in front of Gu Erdan without bothering with pleasantries. What would it take for you to follow my lead? This bombshell of a direct question left Gu Erdan, who had been putting on airs, completely stunned. His dark, hollow eye sockets widened in shock. Were vampires really this straightforward when recruiting allies these days? Seeing no response, Hosifong stroked his chin as if drafting his thoughts. Am I not being clear enough? Let me be more direct then. I want you to join me. Work for me. Help me compete for the position of clan leader. Once it's done, all the souls in the family's reserves will be yours. You just need to help me create skeleton soldiers at a 2-10 price ratio. What do you say? Hissed Gu Erdan, sucked in a sharp breath, so direct, so decisive, and so reckless. Was this really a vampire? He hadn't expected there to be such a hothead among the Blood Clan. But the guy's crude words made sense. Double the price for creating skeleton soldiers. How much could he profit? Just thinking about it made his undead flames flicker with excitement. However, being able to offer such an astronomical price likely meant Hosifong was losing ground in the power struggle. If he had the advantage, who would be foolish enough to give up such a huge piece of the pie? Even that first young master Hoseid, who was always known for winning hearts and minds, had only ever offered an extra 10%. Gu Erdan was shrewd. Which of the three brothers became clan leader was none of his business. Making steady money was the way to go. In the end, wouldn't those soul flames end up in his pocket anyway? With this thought, Gu Erdan's face broke into a silly grin. Weibababoo. Hosifong was taken aback and tried to explain. I mean if you support me. Weibababoo. No. You might not have heard clearly. Weibababoo. 3 interruptions in a row left Hosifong both amused and exasperated. Though reckless, he wasn't stupid, and immediately saw that Gu Erdan had no intention of discussing an alliance. He could only sigh helplessly. Perhaps my sincerity isn't enough yet. That's fine. Given time, you'll naturally discover I'm more suited to be a leader than they are. Actually, the main reason I came tonight was to ask you for a favor. Weibaba ahem. A favor? Sure thing. What kind of favor? Create a batch of 4th-tier skeleton knights for me. 500 of them. As he spoke, he pulled out a dark silver ring from his chest and gently pushed it toward Gu Erdan. This contains 80,000 3rd-tier soul flames, most of my savings accumulated over several centuries. 50,000 of them, both scholarly and martial types, will serve as materials, and the remaining 30,000 will be your payment. How about it? Ho Saifeng's words nearly made Gu Erdan bite his tongue, though he didn't actually have one. Looking at the ring pushed toward him, Gu Erdan sucked in a sharp breath. Are all vampires this loaded? A single young master can casually throw around such a massive fortune? They truly live up to their reputation as the Jewish clan of the undead realm. And this guy is offering more than half the profits. He's way more generous than his big brother. Gu Erdan sat by the flickering campfire, fingers drumming on the table as his mind raced. While the massive profits were tempting, he had no intention of bleeding his client dry in one go. First, being too greedy would eventually make people wary. Second, while a quick blade might hurt, it never lasted as long as a slow blade when it came to extracting value. It was like milking a cow squeezed too hard all at once, and the cow would rebel, but feed it grass while slowly extracting what you need, and the cow might even cooperate willingly. With this in mind, he smiled as he pocketed the storage ring, his grin gleaming like a freshly sharpened blade. I'll accept these soul flames, Gu Erdan gestured, but forget about payment. For our first collaboration, second young master has been so generous. I, Gu Erdan, am not a petty man. 80,000 3rd-tier soul flames. 800 4th-tier skeleton cavalry. I'll deliver them immediately, not one short. Excellent. I love dealing with straightforward brothers like you. Ho Saifeng slammed the table, making the blood wine in his cup slosh. When we reach vampire territory, I'll formally make you my sworn brother in front of my clan. Though his words sounded confident, his heart was bleeding. That represented centuries of savings. But for the greater cause, he could only grit his teeth and play the big spender. Seeing Gu Erdan decline payment made him even more delighted, fearing the man might change his mind. Brother, you're too kind. How could I let you help for nothing? 25,000 as payment. No, no, no. Gu Erdan waved his hands. I would never let a comrade suffer losses. At worst, I'll just earn a tiny bit less. 5,000 is enough. Turn the rest into soldiers. At least 20,000. 10,000. Maximum 10,000. Let's compromise 15,000. That's my bottom line. If you don't accept, you're looking down on me. After some haggling, they settled on 15,000. Ho Saifeng departed satisfied, followed by 700 newly promoted 4th-tier skeleton knights, their bone armor gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Watching the procession fade into the distance, Gu Erdan confirmed his suspicions. These vampires weren't just passing through. There happened to be a skeleton knight spawning ground nearby, and they'd probably set up camp specifically for that reason. After seeing off the second young master, he didn't rest immediately, but sat in his chair wearing full armor, eyes closed in meditation. Sure enough, within just 3 minutes, footsteps broke the night silence. The third vampire prince Hosayu. How could he not notice when his two brothers suddenly acquired large numbers of elite troops? Without such perception, the clan leadership position would definitely be beyond his reach. After his attendant announced him, Hosayu was invited into the tent. His personality was completely different from his second brother's. Everything he said was full of roundabout implications. After lengthy pleasantries, he finally revealed his purpose. Brother Gu Erdan, you've already helped my eldest and second brothers create minions. You can't treat me differently. Look, I have 90,000 second-tier soul flames here. How many minions can you make for me? He smiled warmly with an ingratiating tone. We'll be working together long-term, so we should accommodate each other. How about 500 4th-tier skeleton knights for me? Gu Erdan was stunned, taking a long moment to process the math. 90,000 second-tier soul flames would barely cover the cost of making 450, yet this guy wanted 500 and expected him to take a loss. His smile became strained, his mouth twitching as he finally squeezed out 2 words, wonderful. An hour later, outside the camp, Gu Erdan and Ho Sayu stood in silence, watching the skeletal knights standing in disorderly formation before them. A stifling wind stirred up yellow sand as 500 skeletal knights in battered armor rattled their spears, their hollow eye sockets devoid of any spark of intelligence. After a long pause, Ho Sayu finally spoke in a low voice. Are they somewhat abnormal? Gu Erdan raised an eyebrow. Are they? They seem perfectly normal to me. They're all 4th-tier undead with absolutely adequate combat strength. True, they are 4th-tier, but why do they all look so dim-witted? Ho Sayu looked back and forth. His two brothers' newly recruited 4th-tier skeletal knights stood ramrod straight with fierce gazes, while this batch of subordinates appeared dull and sluggish, as if they suffered from congenital developmental defects. The thought made his heart sink. Gu Erdan shrugged helplessly. You get what you pay for. I had no choice to save costs without compromising combat effectiveness. I had to cut corners in this area. Seeing that Hosayu, also known as Monkey Seiya, wanted to press further, Gu Erdan quickly added, "Besides, low intelligence is actually good. They don't have ulterior motives and don't know to demand wages. Think about it, how much would ordinary 4th-tier undead cost annually?" This reminder made Hosayu's eyes light up. No wages? That was fantastic news. If he could truly save that expense, having slightly dimmer subordinates didn't seem like such a big deal. From that moment on, he contentedly led his 500 minions back to camp, while Gu Erdan, equally satisfied, strolled into his own tent. The reason these skeletal knights were so intellectually challenged was precisely because they were products of Gu Erdan's extreme cost-cutting measures. His normally crafted 4th-tier elite skeletal knights required multiple processes. 1. Power enhancement, nearly 2,000 energy points to forcibly push them to 4th-tier peak. 2. Talent screening, equally expensive. To configure suitable talent spells often required repeated screening dozens of times. Though 1st and 2nd circle spells had low individual costs, they accumulated like grains of sand into towers, totaling nearly 1,000 energy points. When luck was poor, several thousand energy points went down the drain. When fortune smiled, success came within a few attempts. The gap between the unlucky and the blessed, Gu Erdan understood deeply. All things considered, creating an elite minion for himself required at least 3,000 energy points. But what he made for the Blood Clan was thoroughly shoddy workmanship. Using only 1,000 energy points to pull undead to early 4th tier, with completely random talent spells. Occasionally some advanced to mid-4th tier, not due to explosive luck, but because something went wrong during enhancement. Yes, the error occurred precisely in intelligence. Intelligence enhancement was equally expensive, extremely expensive. Gu Erdan discovered that those minions who obviously weren't very bright used significantly less energy during the enhancement phase, including General Wulong. From this, he derived experience, mass-producing this group of intellectually impaired skeletal knights. Their cost to reach 4th tier was merely 700 energy points. The downside was severely compromised intelligence, though their combat effectiveness remained largely intact. Don't underestimate the importance of intelligence. High IQ allows troops to understand commands, quickly learn formations and battle arrays, and coordinate seamlessly in chaotic combat. Gu Erdan's elite skeleton troops now worked together flawlessly, even developing their own tactical innovations. In contrast, these freshly minted low-intelligence skeleton soldiers could barely distinguish friend from foe, let alone execute tactics. More critically, these were cavalrytheers, a world of difference between cavalry that understands formation charges and cavalry that simply charges blindly. Unfortunately, some employers were too stingy, insisting on cost-cutting and producing these mentally deficient minions, essentially penny-wise but pound-foolish. However, none of this concerned Gu Erdan. You get what you pay for if you provide less wool. Don't blame him for weaving a thinner sweater. At this moment, having thoroughly scavenged all available energy, he was contentedly preparing for a nap when an uninvited guest burst into his tent, the vampire eldest son, sighed. The young lord looked absolutely miserable. He had finally managed to acquire over 100 4th-tier subordinates and was about to open a bottle of fine wine to celebrate, only to discover that his 2 younger brothers had walked away with 600 to 700 skeleton knights in one fell swoop. What was this supposed to mean? Were they trying to one-up him? Did they really want to fight to the death? While the agreement allowed Gu Erdan to create troops for any member of the Hussein vampire clan, and he had no right to interfere, what would happen when they returned home? With his brothers, each commanding nearly 1,000 4th-tier knights while he had only a measly 100+, what would the family elders think? What would his father think? Meeting Gu Erdan's bewildered gaze, Huzaid forced a smile. "Lord Bone King, I've been thinking returning home with only 100 skeleton knights might cause my clansmen to misunderstand your troop creation abilities, so I'd like to increase my order." He touched his storage ring hesitantly, then gritted his teeth and handed it over. "Let's add another 1,000 for now." An hour later, Huzaid led 1,000 gleaming new skeleton knights back to camp, hooves thundering and bone armor gleaming. Witnessing this scene, his 2 brothers' faces immediately darkened as they turned to ransack their belongings. Moments later, the second brother Huzafin clutched his ring and strode into Gu Erdan's tent. 2 days passed in a flash. The Hussein family territory remained as quiet as Averno one dared provoke this desperate fighter. First, the location was remote, making large-scale advances difficult. Second, the family head's combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable. Even the 3 kings of the Ghost Palace couldn't be bothered with such trouble. However, the territory that had been silent for years was suddenly pierced by a shrill horn. The mournful blast tore through the morning, awakening every vampire in the castle. Enemies were invading, and the threat was extreme. Countless vampires donned armor and rushed to the walls. In the distant sky, billowing smoke rolled forth as a white-boned storm swept toward them. It was cavalry, numbering in the tens of thousands. They wore gleaming white bone armor, their skeletal warhorses neighing incessantly, creating an earth-shaking spectacle. The vampires, skilled in perception, quickly detected the enemy's undisguised aura, all fourth tier. Not only were the knights fourth tier, but their mounts had been enhanced to second and third tier as well. Watching that sky-blotting white line surge forward, charging straight at the walls as if to crush the entire city to dust, someone's voice cracked as they screamed hoarsely. Enemy attack! Every vampire in the castle erupted into chaos. Trouble! Unknown cavalry is attacking. Someone help! The Ghost Crypt Legion that destroyed the Grace bloodline is coming to wipe us out. Call for reinforcements. Call for reinforcements. Shrill cries echoed repeatedly throughout the city as vampires in the streets and alleys fled in all directions, clutching their blood servants, overturning carts, and toppling market stalls. The thick scent of blood mixed with the aura of terror filled the air. Beyond the city walls, iron hooves thundered like rolling thunder as a force of pure fourth-tier undead cavalry approached with earth-shaking momentum, black mist swirling around them, and deathly energy spreading endlessly. 10,000 fourth-tier undead already represented the ultimate fighting force of an ordinary vampire clan, yet this army before them was actually the most difficult to cultivate cavalry. To assemble 10,000 cavalry meant the power behind them absolutely couldn't have just this one trump card. If they could field a cavalry regiment, they could likely follow up with several infantry regiments of equal caliber at any time. Those infantry would most likely handle the real siege work, while the cavalry was responsible for encirclement and blocking escape routes. At this thought, the terror within the city intensified, and screams completely spiraled out of control. Elder Hussein finished donning his armor and stepped onto the black stone surface of the city wall. The crimson runes seeping through the gaps in his armor made his expression even more grave, though his gaze remained cold as steel. His mind raced the Ghost Crypt, with the Deadlands mountain range between them, plus hundreds of vampire clans large and small blocking the outer perimeter. How could they mobilize so quickly? Moreover, assembling 10,000 cavalry wasn't simple. Even if the Ghost Crypt had 10,000 fourth-tier undead, they would never easily organize pure cavalry. He dismissed this first hypothesis. Could it be Prince Nikolai? But if that prince were truly making a move, his spies wouldn't have failed to catch even a whisper of it. More importantly, he shouldn't be the only one suffering. The other two great families should have already rushed to band together in mutual protection. With Elder Grace just eliminated and Prince Nikolai reportedly sending people to collect the remnants, logically those two old foxes should be more afraid than anyone of the principle that, when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold. How could they remain inactive? Who could it be? Who could suddenly deploy such a massive force and dare to attack Hussein's stronghold? While deep in thought, the city wall defenses were rapidly taking shape. Siege crossbows had long been positioned, their bolts thick as a child's arm gleaming with dark blue light. Several plague catapults were wound to their limits, projectiles made of mixed flesh and pus writhing in the moonlight, emanating a nauseating stench. The Hussein family's archers took their positions, the sounds of drawing bows and turning gears weaving together into a heavy, oppressive rhythm. Just 10,000 fourth-tier cavalry. Can't even destroy the Hussein family? I've seen worse situations than this before. The elder snorted coldly, suppressing his chaotic emotions. He raised his hand to signal that all weapons on the wall should prepare to fire. War drums thundered as undead mounts breathed black fire. Immediately after, the cavalry front line swept forward like a tidal wave, dust and smoke blotting out the sky. But when they were still several hundred meters from the city wall, the iron torrent suddenly came to a uniform halt. Horse hooves scraped against the cracked ground, instantly raising sand and stones that struck shields with clanging sounds. At the very front, a general clad in bone-white armor spurred his horse forward tall and imposing, with armor plates already carved into chilling fangs. Under the gaze of all, he removed his helmet and shouted with wild joy, "Father, cease!" Elder Hussein, separated by the clamor and dust, couldn't hear clearly at all and instinctively assumed the other was shouting an attack command. Killing intent flashed instantly as he roared, "Fire!" With the command, crossbows opened like an iron curtain being drawn back, 10,000 arrows piercing the sky. Dark arrows wove a black cloud across the heavens, mixed with poisonous plague flesh and giant crossbow bolts, whistling as they fell. Rotting projectiles from the catapults exploded midair, raining down droplets of pus and blood. Young Master Hussein, who had been beaming with excitement moments before, watched this scene with eyes nearly splitting from rage before hastily transforming into blood mist and vanishing from his position. He ran fast enough, but it left his two brothers in a terrible predicament. Unlike their eldest brother's ghostly agility, the pair could only watch helplessly as the overwhelming barrage of arrows descended upon them. Fortunately, their equipment consisted of extremely valuable magical artifacts with astounding defensive capabilities. Amid the clanging impacts, both brothers were forcibly shot back 3 meters, their warhorses shrieking in agony before collapsing dead on the spot. Even worse off were the fourth-tier skeleton knights behind them, with large numbers crumbling thunderously under the arrow storm. Stop shooting. We're allies. Allies. Third Prince Hosayu watched in horror as hundreds of his 3,000 cavalry assembled at the cost of his entire fortune were decimated in a single volley, nearly fainting from heartbreak. But with arrows whistling and boulders crashing down, his shouts were completely drowned out. The assault continued relentlessly, and no amount of screaming could make it stop. At the critical moment, eldest brother Hosaid reacted first, slamming both palms to the ground. Savant circle spell, Hand of the Blood God. Countless crimson arms materialized into solid barriers, forcibly blocking the arrow rain. Though the spell could only withstand limited attacks, it bore the distinctive mark of their family. Elder Hosain on the city walls recognized it instantly, his pupils dilating in shock as he frantically seized a nearby banner and waved it wildly. Everyone stop. Cease fire. The command spread, and the vampire archers gradually lowered their bows. In just a few rounds of bombardment, the cavalry force of over 10,000 had lost at least 1,500. With Hosayu's troops suffering the worst casualties, what did he expect for being stingy, yet wealthy enough to recruit the most soldiers? Staring at his scattered forces with 700 to 800 shattered skeletons littering the ground, Hosayu's vision darkened as he knelt wailing, while clutching a subordinate's broken bones. Father! The vampire leadership, led by Elder Hosain, flew down from the walls. Surveying the carnage, the crowd fell silent. They had wondered why this elite force had foolishly remained within firing range. Turns out it was their own troops, having instantly decimated nearly 2,000 fourth-tier elites, and their own at that. Even the usually composed Elder Hosain felt his chest tighten. He glanced over his disheveled second son, his third son wailing on the ground, then at his eldest son's ashen face, his own features twitching slightly. What exactly happened here? Clad in bone armor and having been enjoying his taste of generalship, Hosaid smiled sheepishly. We wanted to give you a surprise. A surprise? You call this a surprise? Elder Hosain nearly raised his hand to strike, grinding his teeth in fury. Where did these troops come from? Newly recruited theory, the handiwork of that Lord Gu Erdan. Halfway through his explanation, Hosaid suddenly froze, his expression changing drastically as he looked around. Where's Gu Erdan? Don't tell me he got killed in that volley. The wailing Hosayu and the dust-covered second prince both shuddered and spun around. What met their eyes was Gu Erdan leading his 100 cavalry at the very rear of the formation, wearing an expression of utter, what-the-hell shock. Looking at the debris-strewn ground, the scattered skeleton fragments, and the vampire crowd all turning to stare at him, his heart pounded frantically. What kind of monstrous family is this? They go this hard right off the bat. These aren't just desperados theory, the desperados, mama the death dealers. Gu Erdan cursed internally, his mind racing. Is it safe to work with them? The money's good, but if I end up losing my life while earning it, maybe I should run. Within the vampire castle, a lively banquet was in full swing, with numerous vampire clan members singing, dancing, enjoying exquisite cuisine, and reveling in the magnificent surroundings. In the domed hall, blood-red crystal chandeliers hung high above, their light dancing across silver tableware and dark golden tables. The voices of songstresses, the melodies of musicians, and the rhythmic clapping of dancers' robes merged into a tidal wave of sound, causing even the heavy obsidian floor tiles to seem to vibrate. Yet amidst all this overwhelming warmth stood a pale skeleton Gu Erdan. He had no stomach to drink wine, no muscles to appreciate beauty, and no skin or nerves to feel the warmth of an embrace. To him, this sensory feast, luxurious enough to drown someone, was merely background noise forced into sage mode, unable to feel desire even if he tried. The Hussein vampire clan had spared no expense in organizing this welcome banquet for their unusual guest. After learning of Gu Erdan's ability to mass-produce skeleton soldiers at will, the vampire elite flocked around him with their goblets raised. On the surface, they exchanged warm pleasantries. Beneath the table, they secretly slipped parchment scrolls detailing their requests into his hands. Who wouldn't want obedient minions that didn't require blood packs? Gu Erdan accepted everything. The thicker the stack, the more satisfied he became. The other party would likely profit handsomely, and he certainly wouldn't lose out. Logically, possessing such a strategic weapon, the Hussein family should have locked this intelligence in a vault 10 levels underground. However, the family was currently embroiled in a succession war, 5 sons, each leading their own faction, and whoever controlled the most valuable assets could hold their heads high before their supporters. Thus, not only was the news not suppressed, but the family actively amplified it. Their external narrative was unified. Gu Erdan was a close friend they had personally invited through their keen eye for talent. We're like a thoroughbred and its trainer. Bees and honey, Romeo and Juliet, dung beetles, and, well, anyway, we're inseparable. The vampire elders even solemnly declared that they and Gu Erdan had experienced all of life's for great bonds. They had fought together, bled together, fled together, and even visited brothels together. The vampires couldn't quite figure out how a skeleton soldier could visit brothels, but since the party in question remained tight-lipped, they dared not probe further. In any case, Gu Erdan's reputation created a hurricane throughout the entire Hussein vampire clan. He was invited as an honored guest and could walk sideways through the castle. Even if he slapped one of the patriarch's sons, the victim would have to weigh the consequences. First, the old man had 5 sons. Losing an arm or leg wasn't a big deal, but if they retaliated and injured Gu Erdan, they'd be skinned alive. This lively welcome party continued from dusk until the following dawn. After the banquet ended, Elder Hussein personally invited Gu Erdan into his study, completing the full ceremony. First pleasantries, then relationship building. Gu Erdan offered several fragments of damaged souls as his pledge of allegiance, officially joining the fold. What followed was his specialty recruitment. Previously, the 3 Hussein princes had each been generous with their offerings, casually providing tens of thousands of soul flames, making Gu Erdan's bones rattle with joy. He had thought this was the pinnacle of generosity. Only today, witnessing Elder Hussein's resources, did he truly understand what it meant to be an established powerhouse. With a wave of the Elder's hand, soul flames piled like a small mountain blazed into blue-white waves of fire, illuminating the painted faces on the walls until they seemed to come alive. Gu Erdan's hands flew through the flames, shaping bone from fire. 30,000 skeleton soldiers took form in the hall like an overwhelming tide. This time, he chose not to create cavalry that would require additional horse training, but instead enhanced them all into heavy infantry best suited for siege warfare. Thickened ribs, embedded alloy armor plates, elongated arm bones, finger joints modified into sharp hooks, with shields and battle axes grown directly into their bone palms. The only regret was that to keep costs down, he had to reduce the allocation of soul fire. Indeed, these were all mentally deficient skeletons, products of serious corner cutting. Elder Hussein's explanation was that cannon fodder like this didn't need much intelligence, they just needed to know how to charge forward and fight. Too much wisdom would actually make them harder to control. Gu Erdan nodded to his face, but rolled his eyes internally, strongly suspected this was just an excuse for the old man being broke. The last batch of souls stuffed onto the shelves had dim ghostly flames that flickered weakly, clearly a patchwork of defective goods. Yet with this pile of defective goods, Hussein's military strength instantly surged by 30,000. The old man was smugly satisfied, and Gu Erdan also made a fortune. Gu Erdan had expected the other party to rest for several days next, either gathering more troops or training the new soldiers, but the outcome far exceeded his expectation. She had underestimated the dominance of this veteran powerhouse. The morning after acquiring the soldiers, Elder Hussein gave the order, and 30,000 infantry formed ranks at the city gates, while his son led 10,000 cavalry with thundering hoofs. By sunset, they had swept clean the lairs of several small and medium-sized lords in the surrounding area. In just one night, over 200,000 undead perished, and even the 40,000 fourth-tier skeletons they had just acquired suffered losses of more than half. At dawn, Elder Hussein returned to Gu Erdan carrying a bag of crackling, burning soul flames. The firelight danced in his eyes, and from those flames, Gu Erdan read 2 words: ambition. Over the next 7 days, Hussein used his actions to demonstrate the correct usage of the system to Gu Erdan. 1. Small factions? Kill. 2. Large factions? Kill. 3. Declared allegiance? Still kill. 4. Lords forming coalition armies to resist? Kill them anyway. The mountain of corpses and sea of bones rolled forward like a snowball. During this time, a vampire elder personally led 10,000 fourth-tier elites and 800 fifth-tier ace troops to Hussein's family territory, wanting both to negotiate and intimidate. One moment the two sides were drinking and celebrating in the Great Hall. The next moment the encirclement closed and the undead army swarmed forward. That elder and his troops were all buried within the city walls in a single night. The next morning, Hussein casually tossed the head of that vampire elder who was of the same tier as himself in front of Gu Erdan. Crimson flames danced, and Gu Erdan felt a chill down his spine. This old man was a complete and utter warlord. The battle line never paused. Strategies like build high walls and delay claiming kingship simply didn't exist. In 7 days, Hussein forcibly grew his 40,000 skeletons into 180,000. It wasn't until Prince Nikolai finally became alert and mobilized all surrounding undead factions to assemble a 1,000,000-strong coalition army complete with top experts and elite troops, far exceeding Hussein's scale, that Hussein finally stopped his advance. But he didn't retreat. Instead, he burned the surrounding scorched earth, gathered all his forces, and prepared for a heated death match. Deep in the castle, Gu Erdan was protected by layers of guards, though it felt more like surveillance. He absorbed soul flames with nothing better to do, devouring them while secretly clicking his tongue in amazement. In just 7 days, the soul flames Hussein had given him exceeded all his previous accumulations combined. With such a terrifying rate of plunder, the system's capabilities had truly been mastered by him. Given Elder Hussein's outrageous growth rate, if that old bastard actually got his hands on the system, He'd probably flatten the entire undead realm within 3 years, launch campaigns against other worlds within 5, and transform into a notorious world destroyer within a century. Gu Erdan looked up at the towering column of death energy, then down at his own skeletal frame. The thought of, maybe I should give it a try, that had just popped into his head was immediately suppressed. The guy had a solid foundation. His reckless approach made him formidable, but if Gu Erdan tried the same thing, he'd just be an idiot. Without sufficient strength, laying low was the way to go. During this time, he hadn't been idle. While General Wulong's body was under the enemy's control and couldn't return to the Black Knight city, Gu Erdan's main body remained in the city. As Hussein frantically expanded his army, Gu Erdan went all out too. He extracted 90% of his ghostly flames to forge soldiers. Only one thought remained in his mind. How can an arms dealer be afraid of an arms buyer? If he really went mad, he could easily field an army of 1,000,000 all-enhanced 4th-tier undead and literally bury his enemies under a sea of corpses. But he didn't want to follow the enemy's example of igniting wars everywhere. What if he encountered an even more ruthless powerhouse and got beheaded? It was better to stick to selling weapons and building strength steadily. Once he accumulated 10th-tier power, leading a 10th-tier undead army to dominate the world wouldn't be too late. Meanwhile, 300 miles from Hussein's castle, countless tents stretched across the wasteland like a dark gray ocean, forming an endless camp spanning dozens of miles. The major lords gathered in the temporary war council tent, their faces grim, the air thick with tension. The supreme leader of the Blood Clan, 9th-tier powerhouse Prince Nikolai, sat in the main seat with an ashen expression. Just days ago, he'd wanted to slack off and relax, only to find that the former hothead subordinate had become the final boss everyone was talking about. Over 100,000 4th-tier skeletons. In an unknown fight, he wouldn't even leave ashes behind. Fortunately, Hussein had overextended his battle lines, forcing all the lords to feel threatened and enabling the coalition to form quickly. In one surprise attack, they managed to eliminate a 10th sand-strong enemy force before Hussein could react, temporarily forcing him to retreat. But this victory came at a steep price. They lost 40,000 of their own troops. The reason was simple. They hadn't changed their old tactics, still pushing cannon fodder to the front, only to face 4th-tier elites hidden. They were slapped down so hard their mentality shattered, suffering both physical and psychological devastation. Even more terrifying was that the enemy had 17 such elite legions and could sustain war through war. If not stopped quickly, they would only grow stronger with each battle, sending chills down everyone's spine. Prince Nikolai held his forehead, brows furrowed. There were no secrets that stayed hidden forever, had already discovered the secret behind Hussein's ability to stockpile 4th-tier soldiers en masse. A monster lord capable of mass-producing 4th-tier skeleton soldiers? Where the hell did this son of death himself come from? Prince Nikolai carried this grumbling thought with him constantly. To win over Gu Erdan, he had already dispatched several elite spy teams to infiltrate the maze-like defenses of Hussein's castle. The plan was simple: first persuade, then capture. If that failed, once they had their hands on him, they would immediately burn through all the soul flames accumulated over the years, allowing countless new soldiers to bloom everywhere within the Allied territory, instantly pushing their own forces to their peak. Unfortunately, Elder Hussein was notoriously cunning and ruthless. That ancient castle was layered with real and false mazes, and even his own sons didn't know which secret chamber actually hid Gu Erdan. Though several infiltration attempts returned empty-handed, they weren't entirely fruitless. Prince Nikolai's secret forces had managed to capture one of Elder Hussein's sons. Originally, they were playing a diversionary tactic. If Hussein wanted to save his son, he would have to deploy his most elite guard unit. Once that force showed itself, they could follow the trail and root out Gu Erdan's location. But Elder Hussein stubbornly refused to take the bait, watching his own son beaten to death without sending a single person to help. The reason was obvious: sons could be replaced, but there was only one Gu Erdan. So Hussein's youngest son died screaming. In the war room, Prince Nikolai frowned as he stared at the map on the table, then suddenly looked up, his voice low. Did you all remember what I said? Yes. The lords below nodded in unison. Still uneasy, he emphasized again. Don't let him get any soul flames. Any wisp that falls into his hands can immediately become a soldier. Better to destroy them than let him have them. Everyone voiced their agreement. And what about contact with the Ghost Palace? Don't they understand that when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold? If Hussein really destroys us, his army won't be just 100,000, but hundreds of thousands, even millions. By then, even if the undead lord himself arrives, he'll have to avoid their edge. After we die, they'll be next. This speech left the lords exchanging glances. Who could have imagined they would one day fight alongside their former mortal enemies? We've made contact, reported an aide. One of the 3 ghost kings is dead, the other 2 are missing, so none of the lords can command the others. However, more than half are willing to provide support, about 300,000 troops total. What about their strength? Fewer than 50,000 above 3rd tier, and barely over 10,000 above 4th tier. Better than nothing, I suppose. Prince Nikolai slumped back into his chair helplessly. The crushing advantage in both quantity and quality was almost a dimensional attack. If he hadn't moved quickly to blockade Hussein's expansion, even giving the enemy another 10 days or half a month would have left him with only one option: fleeing. At this thought, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, Gu Erdan, what a remarkable fellow. Little ghost, why did you choose him of all people? There were better options. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. Far away, before Hussein's castle, the dark mass of armies had finished forming their battle lines. War was about to break out. The dull sound of war horns echoed across the battlefield, and 3 days later, the war officially began. 1.5 million undead coalition forces surged forward like a black tide, crashing violently against the 170,000 fourth-tier elite troops under Elder Hussein's command. In an instant, bones shattered and limbs flew through the air, while the scent of extinguished soul flames filled the atmosphere. This was the sharpest battlefield on the northern edge of the undead realm, where the most elite forces from both sides had gathered, and within mere moments, countless high-tier undead had fallen. The coalition lords watching from afar felt their hearts being torn apart. Those who had fallen were the elite forces they had spent decades, even centuries, nurturing with their blood and sweat. Now they were being thrown into the fray like disposable cannon fodder, unable to even make a ripple, dying only to take down a few fourth-tier skeletons at most. On the other side, Elder Hussein wore a sinister grin. He wasn't afraid of losses. Even if all 170,000 skeletons perished, he wouldn't hesitate. As long as the fruits of victory ultimately belonged to him, he could absorb the coalition forces, instantly expanding his army to hundreds of thousands, even millions. When that time came, the entire northern territory would bow before him. Just as he was immersed in visions of the future, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from deep within the battlefield. A streak of blood red burst through the formation. Prince Nikolai's strongest legion, 307th tier Blood God Knights. They formed a wedge formation, cutting through like a hot knife through butter, forcibly tearing a path through tens of thousands of fourth-tier skeletons. Behind the knights followed hundreds of lords leading their personal undead armies. Understanding that when the nest falls no egg remains unbroken, they now threw everything they had into the charge alongside the knights, all for one objective: decapitation. The hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers were all under Hussein's single-line command, and their intelligence was severely limited. As long as they could sever his head, these simplified and castrated, mindless skeletons would become leaderless, even turning on each other by instinct. This was a conclusion repeatedly verified through several previous encounters. The blood-red edge of the Blood God Knights drew closer and closer, and Prince Nikolai's figure became clearly visible. Hussein's lips twitched slightly, then spread into a brilliant smile. He couldn't remember the last time he had seen Nikolai in such panic. He had thought he would need to break through to the 9th tier to make the prince wary, but unexpectedly, today he had already struck fear into his opponent. He surveyed the dense masses of skeletons surrounding him, his gaze cold and deep. The world called him desperate fighter, saying he would dare to bite even 9th tier powerhouses. But if he truly didn't value his life, how could he have survived this long? He dared to fight desperately only because he possessed trump cards and held the advantage. Hussein raised his finger to the sky, facing the charging Blood God Knights, and suddenly threw back his head in wild laughter. Come, today, you shall witness the true trump card of Hussein. Ultra tier magic 10,000 souls convergence, activate. As his 5 fingers clenched together, an invisible ring of energy instantly exploded from his palm, sweeping across the entire battlefield like a raging storm. Vast numbers of 4th-tier skeleton soldiers fell like harvested wheat in waves, their souls violently torn from their bones by an immense force, transforming into ghostly lights that flew toward Elder Hussein floating in midair, instantly merging into his body. Prince Nikolai witnessed this scene firsthand, his expression drastically changing as he roared and spurred his horse to charge sideways, attempting to avoid the deadly assault. But just as he changed direction, Hussein, now wreathed in countless multicolored souls, raised his hand and swept it forward. Thousands of souls converged into a torrential flood. 5th circle spell soul blast. A blinding pillar of light thundered forth, striking Hedon into the desperately charging Blood God Knights. What should have been an ordinary 5th circle spell now erupted with unprecedented destructive power. Warhorses shrieked, figures flew through the air, and the entire Knight Order was pierced through instantly, with scores of 7th-tier masters reduced to ash. The undiminished light beam continued onward, brutally cleaving the battle line in two and carving a deep trench through the rear formations. The battlefield fell instantly silent. Prince Nikolai's face deathly pale, his lips trembling violently. Ha ha ha, do you see? This is power. My power. Elder Hussein? No. Prince Hussein. Hussein, the power of an emperor. Amid his maniacal laughter, Hussein floated in midair, the souls coiling around his body radiating brilliant aurora. The dazzling round jade hanging from his chest released blinding light. The Blood Clan's sacred artifact, the 10,000 Souls Jade. Sacred artifacts were forged from the flesh and souls of 10th-tier powerhouses, capable of temporarily channeling the domain powers of their creators when infused with magical energy. Above them were semi-divine artifacts, subdivine artifacts, refined by 11th-tier demigods and capable of forming domain fields. Higher still were true divine artifacts, crafted from authentic divine essence and capable of opening small divine realms. What Hussein had activated was a standard sacred artifact governing the soul domain, extracting target souls, linking them to his own soul, and transforming them into power attachments. The more attachments, the greater his magical power. However, extracted souls could not be returned and would eventually dissipate once their energy was exhausted. In other words, the sacred artifact's enhancement was a one-time consumption that required high-quality souls as fuel. Under normal circumstances, who would willingly convert elite troops into disposable resources? Therefore, this sacred artifact had always been considered useless until Hussein encountered Gu Erdan. The latter possessed an inexhaustible supply of soldiers and souls, and thus the 10,000 souls jade finally found its true master. At this moment, Hussein had absorbed the souls of nearly 10,000 fourth-tier skeleton soldiers in one breath, loading them all onto himself. His spell power consequently soared to unprecedented heights. Second circle spell, Crimson Whip blade, originally capable of condensing only a 10-meter blood whip, now suddenly extended to over 100 meters, moving like a blood-red blade that left bone dust flying and everything shattered in its wake. Third circle spell, Soul Hand. Soul power infused the earth, causing countless grotesque arms to burst from the ground, extending hundreds of meters outward, leaving all who were grasped torn and bloodied. Sixth circle spell, Blood Soul Arrow. The blood within his body transformed into shrieking arrows that automatically tracked and hunted targets. The blood of those killed was assimilated into new arrows, snowballing into ever greater numbers. Undead from both sides fell and rose amid the blood rain, as if being harvested by scythes once again. Of course, such frenzied outbursts came with a price. Each time he cast a spell, large numbers of souls hanging around Hussein would shatter and dissipate. Yet he paid no heed, immediately activating the 10,000 souls jade again to extract and replenish soul fragments stored within the skeleton soldiers, forming a terrifying cycle resembling a perpetual motion machine. In just 5 minutes, the undead coalition had lost over 90,000 troops, while the fourth-tier skeleton soldiers whose souls he had extracted numbered in the tens of thousands. Hussein! A furious roar suddenly erupted from the side. In the next second, Prince Nikolai transformed into a cloud of blood mist and swept to Elder Hussein's side. His palms pressed together as crimson energy spiraled wildly, instantly forming a visible storm. Eighth circle spell, Twisted Space Blade. The dark air was torn into countless folds, as if the blade itself emerged from invisible spatial rifts. Facing such terrifying power that directly manipulated space, even Elder Hussein dared not show the slightest negligence. He raised his finger, blood coalescing from his palm into a rapidly spinning double-edged blade, stacking thick crimson barriers around him. Seventh circle spell, Bloodblade. Crimson and dark white collided instantly. Amid the thunderous roar, the surrounding space trembled violently, and spiderweb cracks appeared at the point of impact, a precursor to spatial collapse, indicating both combatants had approached the edge of 10th-tier domain power. One was a 9th-tier giant who had half-stepped into the undead lord realm, the other a genius who forcibly touched domain power through a vampiric sacred artifact. Both erupted simultaneously, their powers clashing heat, making victory impossible to determine. What was truly terrifying were the aftershocks. Crimson energy waves swept across, dissolving any undead they struck into blood plasma in the blink of an eye. Spatial ripples spread outward, instantly pulverizing any corpses they touched. In just 1 minute, within a 100-meter radius, no living being except the two combatants could survive more than 3 seconds. Such high-intensity combat was an enormous drain on both physical strength and soul power. Prince Nikolai's aura began to fluctuate, not because he was weak, but because Elder Hussein, bolstered by countless souls, naturally excelled at prolonged battles. As time passed, the crimson energy waves gradually gained the upper hand. Elder Hussein suddenly shattered the spatial forces, reversed his blade, and aimed directly at Prince Nikolai's chest. The energy wave tore through the final spatial defenses like a devastating force, advancing inch by inch. Prince Nikolai's face turned deathly pale, while Elder Hussein grinned maliciously. "Old friend, after fighting for so many years, it's time to settle this." The crimson blade finally broke through the barrier, slowly but steadily piercing through armor, tearing flesh, and dissolving bone. Prince Nikolai was suspended on the blade, his body visibly disintegrating into blood mist. Just as Elder Hussein was about to take another step forward to completely erase his old adversary, the blade suddenly stopped. Prince Nikolai raised his hand and gripped the weapon tightly, refusing to let go even as the flesh of his palm was instantly corroded away. His eyes suddenly widened, blood-red skulls appearing in his pupils. Ninth circle spell, Death's Gaze, an ultimate killing technique that could directly tear at the target's soul. The moment the spell activated, Elder Hussein felt his soul violently struck, nearly separating from his body. However, he showed no panic, instead revealing a mocking smile. Nikolai, we've known each other for nearly 1,000 years, and we're both well aware of each other's trump cards. Did you really think I'd be unprepared for that move? Before he finished speaking, Elder Hussein's soul suddenly twisted like a whirlpool, and in the next instant, it switched places with a backup subsidiary soul within his body, a fourth circle special spell, Soul Transfer. The target previously locked onto by the Eye of Death instantly changed from Elder Hussein to the soul of a fourth-tier skeleton soldier. The overwhelming pressure of the ninth circle spell crashed down. While Hussein might have been able to resist with great effort, the lowly skeleton soldier didn't even have time to struggle. Its screams cut short abruptly as it was dragged directly into the Eye of Death and obliterated. Crack! The moment Prince Nikolai's killing move was exhausted, Hussein pounced with lightning speed, piercing through his chest with a single blade. The crimson blade suddenly split upon penetration, transforming into over a dozen hair-thin blood blades that curved back out, thoroughly piercing Prince Nikolai's internal organs from behind. His frenzy stemmed from knowing that Nikolai harbored 5 blood pearls within his body that could move between his organs, his ultimate life-saving technique. As long as one intact blood pearl remained, Nikolai could use it to resurrect. Now with all 5 organs shredded, the blood blades could navigate through the narrow cavities, precisely hunting down the pearl's locations for a guaranteed kill. By all logic, Prince Nikolai should have been at his wit's end, yet those blood-red eyes of death remained fixed on Hussein, showing neither fear nor madness, as if waiting for something. Hussein's heart suddenly sank. While the Eye of Death was indeed formidable, it also had an extremely long cooldown period and couldn't possibly activate again so soon. Then why was his opponent still maintaining the soul lock? Locking onto the soul? The realization struck like lightning. Hussein instantly abandoned the blood blades, sweeping his left arm to sever his right, forcibly cutting the connection with the blood blades while explosively retreating to create distance. His movements were swift as lightning, but he was still half a beat too slow. A thin crack opened on Prince Nikolai's forehead, and a blood-colored jade pearl slowly emerged, its evil aura so dense it nearly materialized an undead sacred artifact, the Eye of Death seizure. Blinding crimson light tore through the sky, ignoring all obstacles and the countless skeleton souls swirling around Hussein, shooting straight into the depths of his soul. This was power that belonged to the same domain of souls. Unlike the 10,000 souls Jade's method of enslaving and draining souls, the Eye of Death seizure had only one essence: pure and absolute annihilation. Its original power was sufficient to instantly slay Lord-level powerhouses, and even sealed as a sacred artifact at less than 1/10 of its full strength, it was enough to erase a 9th-tier undead. Such terrifying power was equally difficult to control. Nikolai had relied on the Eye of Death's locking characteristics to lure Hussein into using soul transfer, then aim for a full 10+ seconds, even sacrificing 3 blood pearls as the price for this single opportunity to strike. The cost was devastating, but the reward was equally stunning. Elder Hussein's pupils contracted sharply as he fell backward. His physical body remained intact, but his aura extinguished in an instant. Soul annihilation. Cough. Prince Nikolai clutched his wound and coughed painfully, his face deathly pale. 3 of his 5 life-preserving blood pearls had been destroyed, and large patches of flesh on his chest and abdomen had been corroded by acid into an uneven mess, with white bone faintly visible beneath. The severity of his injuries was enough to terrify any undead. Looking around, the lords under his command and nearly all 307th-tier Blood God Knights had been wiped out. Elder Hussein's suicidal outburst had been truly terrifying, and even an undead lord might not have fared better against such an assault. Fortunately, he had ultimately proven more cunning, using his final trump card to achieve a desperate comeback. Prince Nikolai slowly rose to his feet, clutching his wound, a barely concealed gleam of joy flickering in his dark eyes. The undead sacred artifact he was so proud of was one of many precious gifts bestowed upon him by that great figure above. That person had also granted him 2 9th-tier soul ghost fires, forcibly elevating him to the throne of a 9th-tier prince. The price was that he must tribute large quantities of soul ghost fire annually as homage. Though the battlefield now lay in ruins, with masters fallen and soldiers strewn as corpses, this did not diminish his ultimate victory. As long as he could make that key person who could continuously create 4th-tier undead submit to him, an endless army would eventually fall into his grasp. When that time came, the mere northern frontier would be nothing, would claim the entire north, even the entire undead realm, becoming lord, becoming king, until reaching that supreme divinity. Though half his face had been corroded beyond recognition, Prince Nikolai still threw back his head in maniacal laughter, fervent and greedy. The laughter lasted only a few breaths before stopping abruptly. His pupils contracted sharply. A palm-sized jade stone was floating out from Elder Hussein's chest, none other than the 10,000 souls jade. Battle instinct made him strike instantly, even at the cost of tearing his wounds. An eighth-circle spell, Spatial Distortion Blade, formed in a flash, its gray-black edge stabbing down a long twisted space. However, the blade stopped just inches from the jade, as if hitting an invisible barrier. Looking closely, it was actually a soul screen formed by the overlapping spirits of thousands of skeleton soldiers. The spatial blade shattered whatever it touched, but the massive number of souls still managed to hold the defensive line through sheer quantity, preventing the blade from advancing even a fraction. Prince Nikolai's face turned ashen. At the same time, a semi-transparent figure appeared above the 10,000 souls jade. Elder Hussein in ghostly form. His eyes held lingering shock, but more prominently, mocking amusement. Nikolai, didn't expect that, did you? You're not the only one with hidden trump cards. Hussein sneered coldly. Nikolai roared in fury. A soul phylactery? That's a method liches use to preserve their souls. You actually refined the 10,000 souls jade into your own phylactery? How do you know such techniques? Hussein's maniacal laughter echoed through the ruins. Ha ha ha. Nikolai, you and the others are too obsessed with expanding your influence, forgetting that personal strength is everything. We are immortal, and undying will it be a waste to squander this infinite time on mere pleasures. Elder Hussein's voice thundered across the battlefield. He stood tall with his arms slowly spreading wide, recalling his endless pursuit through the ages, delving into human martial arts, studying the laws of magic, learning forging from the dwarves, and mastering swordsmanship from the elves. His body began to glow faintly, as if these memories were surging forth from the depths of his muscles and soul. In the next instant, a void-colored palm seemed to tear through the sky, and a vast power belonging to the soul swept across the entire field. Power of the soul domain. Transcendent magic. 10,000 souls unite. As the deep incantation fell, all the skeletal soldier soul fragments stored within the 10,000 souls jade instantly exploded. The souls of hundreds of thousands of fourth-tier skeletons broke free from their bone frames, transforming into a dark, overwhelming soul cloud that surged toward Elder Hussein. Witnessing this terrifying sight firsthand, Prince Nikolai's face turned pale. Without hesitation, he detonated his own flesh and blood, transforming into a blood mist in an attempt to flee. However, the soul cloud had already poured entirely into Hussein's body, and no matter how swift his escape, it was futile. Boom! A multicolored pillar of soul energy erupted from within Hussein, illuminating the battlefield like daylight. Fifth circle spell soul burst. This strike used the souls of hundreds of thousands of fourth-tier undead as fuel. Screams and wails rose one after another as waves of undead fell like harvested wheat, their bones either shattered to dust or completely annihilated. For a full minute, the brilliant radiance gradually dimmed. When the light faded, nothing living remained on the battlefield, neither enemy nor ally. The several sons who had accompanied him on this campaign had also perished in this indiscriminate annihilation strike. Elder Hussein frowned slightly. Given a choice, he would not have wanted to affect his own forces, but the energy unleashed by the 10,000 souls jade could not distinguish between friend and foe. For victory, he could only accept such a price. He controlled his soul and the 10,000 souls jade as they slowly descended. With a wave of his hand, the scattered souls flowed back like a returning tide, all condensing within the jade stone. The soul energy of over 1,000,000 undead stirred the space into ripples. Hussein felt the nearly boiling power within the jade and couldn't help but reveal a brilliant smile with this. He could recreate a 1,000,000-strong army in a short time. The loss of a few sons and some elite troops was insignificant compared to 1,000,000 fourth-tier skeletal soldiers. With the 10,000 souls jade, he was confident he could stand as an equal to legendary undead lords and other demigod-level beings. With a light touch of his toes, Hussein landed on the earth where blood and ash intermingled. Before him lay Prince Nikolai, breathing faintly. Through sheer tenacious vitality, he had barely survived the soul burst, yet he stood only one step away from death. This was merely the indiscriminate overflow of the attack, yet it had pushed Nikolai to the brink of life and death. If the full force had been concentrated on a single target, even an undead lord would hardly escape unscathed. Nikolai raised his head, looking at the approaching Hussein, his shattered face managing to form a smile. You won, Hussein. But what defeated me wasn't you, it was luck. Hussein raised his hand, his fingertip targeting Nikolai's forehead. A dark beam shot forth with a pop, shattering the last drop of blood. Nikolai's eyes remained wide open, dying with unresolved grievance. Luck is also part of strength, isn't it? Hussein murmured to himself. Before his words had finished, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. You're right, luck is indeed part of strength. Hussein's pupils contracted sharply as he spun around, swinging his palm. Vast amounts of soul energy ignited, transforming into a light beam hundreds of meters long that swept wildly. Who? Squelch. What answered him was the muffled sound of a transparent blade piercing through his back and out his chest. Strangely, this strike didn't come from his front, but from the direction of Nikolai's corpse. In excruciating pain, Hussein struggled to turn his head back. Above that corpse floated a dark and shifting figure. The master of the phantom catacombs. One of the three kings. The Wraith King Udale. Elder Hussein froze in place, his entire soul trembling violently as vast amounts of soul power surged through the transparent blade toward Udar, the king of wraiths. The frigid torrent of souls formed a visible vortex in midair, flowing along that blade seemingly forged from nothingness, inch by inch draining Hussein's very essence. Udar squinted his eyes, studying him like one would admire a work of art. Oh, truly the craftsmanship of a soul phylactery, he chuckled with delight. I'd heard you obtained an unused phylactery from a lich, but I never expected you to reverse engineer the complete creation method. Hussein, you truly are a talent. The mocking words pierced his soul like cold needles. Hussein's hands trembled as he struggled to grasp the transparent blade, only to be frozen in place again by Udar's suddenly erupting power just before making contact. The ghostly light on the blade blazed intensely, doubling the extraction speed as the soul force within him was brutally torn away, the pain threatening to shatter his consciousness. This isn't normal power. Hussein cried out in shock and rage, his voice filled with disbelief. This is a lord's power, and not the kind of incomplete domain you activate through sacred artifacts. This is true, complete domain power. Udar burst into laughter, excitement practically overflowing from his eyes. Didn't you just say it yourself? Luck is also part of strength. That battle at the Ghost Palace I was defeated miserably, yet it ended up making me. He raised his hand, letting the terrifying power surge in his palm. I absorbed the soul of Khazar, the Ghost King, and successfully stepped into the 10th tier. In that moment, I felt as if I had ascended to the heavens, capable of destroying even gods with a mere gesture. He looked down at Hussein. This is true domain power, a height that a half-baked practitioner like you could never reach. The transparent blade continued its frenzied consumption. Hussein's soul form visibly dimmed at an alarming rate, seeming ready to collapse at any moment. Seeing his opponent's complete helplessness, Udar grew increasingly smug, his low, excited voice echoing through the chamber. My domain also controls souls. It can steal anyone's soul power. He extended his fingers, counting off levels. If I keep absorbing like this, your ghost fire will drop from 8th tier to 7th, 6th, 5th, until I drain you alive into nothing but a blood thrall. At this point, Udar's tone shifted as he revealed a benevolent smile. So surrender. Tell me where that fellow is hiding, pledge your loyalty to me, and I'll make you my first general. We'll pursue great ambitions together, how about it? Now he finally revealed his true purpose, that Gu Erdan, who could craft 4th tier undead, along with any existence that might threaten him, were all on his must-eliminate list. Hussein's terrifying earlier outburst had genuinely alarmed Udar. He didn't even dare face him directly, choosing instead the cowardly ambush befitting his lord status. Ordinary people hearing of an undead lord sneak attack on an 8th tier enemy would surely scoff, but anyone who had witnessed the power of that strike wouldn't be laughing. Its destructive force already surpassed most 10th tier undead lords. It was precisely because of this that Udar dared not confront him head-on, resorting to underhanded tactics instead. In the room, soul storms howled while ghost fire danced on the walls, casting long black shadows of both figures. Listening to Udar's promises and threats, Hussein's lips twitched slightly in what might have been a smile. After a moment, he actually did smile, though it was deeply mocking. Udale, we've all survived for over 1,000 years and know human nature inside and out. Do you really think such words could fool me? If I told you his location, I'd probably be dead by your hand the next second. So you're not planning to talk then? The voice of Udale, king of wraiths, was ice cold. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you talk or not. At worst, I'll just search slowly. Your territory is only so big. I'll find him eventually. Well, you'd have to have something to search for first. A piercing shriek tore through the air. Elder Hussein's soul suddenly took on an eerie blood-red hue, then exploded with tremendous force. The souls of the skeleton soldiers bound to him by contract detonated simultaneously, sending crimson waves of energy surging in all directions with terrifying impact. The power was so violent that even 9th tier powerhouses wouldn't dare take it heed-on. Udale, king of wraiths, was now a 10th tier lord. Facing this destructive energy, he merely raised his hand and pointed, condensing dark energy into a semicircular barrier that effortlessly blocked the attack. Not even his robes were stirred by the blast. Watching Hussein's soul turn to bloody mist, his brow furrowed slightly, though not from concern about the explosion itself. Even in death, you still cause me trouble. Really? Boom. Before he could finish speaking, a deafening rumble suddenly echoed from the distance. Udale whipped his head around to see the gray-black castle at the center of Hussein's territory had become a sea of flames. Thick smoke billowed as broken walls collapsed in the inferno, debris and fire shooting skyward. That bastard Hussein actually managed to blow up his own lair too? Udal's expression instantly turned vicious. The castle might not contain much in terms of spoils according to intelligence. Hussein had sold off everything valuable to fund his soldier production, but imprisoned within was the key figure capable of mass-producing skeleton soldiers. Gu Erdan. That bastard. Even in death, he drags that guy down with him. Udal's fury transformed into a streak of black light as he crossed hundreds of meters in an instant. After breaking through to the 10th tier, the energy within his body had undergone a qualitative change, making each step seem like teleportation. In mere seconds, he vanished toward the remnants of the explosion. On the ground, the ashes crushed by the soul impact suddenly trembled slightly, and a palm-sized crimson disk quietly emerged. It was the soul myriad jade. Did I manage to lead him away? Thank goodness I kept a backup plan. Elder Hussein's soul voice trembled with suppressed fear. The earlier self-destruction had been merely a diversion. In that initial moment, he had cast a soul transfer spell, switching places with a skeleton soldier's soul. Then he detonated all the skeleton soldiers, concealing himself within the destructive torrent. As long as Udale cares more about Gu Erdan, he won't stay to investigate closely. Indeed, the enemy had locked onto the castle and given chase immediately. But Hussein knew full well that no one could predict the terrifying perception abilities of a 10th tier lord. His little trick could only fool the other party temporarily. If he didn't escape completely before Udale realized the truth, he would inevitably die again. The crimson light raced along the ground, and before long, Hussein had infiltrated a hidden underground castle. Beyond heavy iron doors, silent corridors wound downward, with magical torches casting sickly green light. In the stone chamber at the end, Gu Erdan lay unconscious, bound by layers of runic chains. This was Gu Erdan's true hiding place. For safety's sake, Elder Hussein hadn't kept him in the castle. Otherwise, he never could have activated the self-destruct system without hesitation. He was still counting on Gu Erdan's abilities to make a comeback. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.